Chapter 51, Natsu, the human spirit is never to give up. Everyone, listen to my plan. After observing for a while, President Mavis said, next, I will assign the battle targets. There is no need to mention the wizards who are just there to watch. The wizards in the grand magic fighting competition are definitely the elite among the crowd. Mavis watched everyone's battle without missing a single one, and saw everyone's strengths and weaknesses very clearly. And the dragon's own characteristics have been shown in the battle just now. Mavis's talent in this regard is invincible, even Yevlet is far behind. Although other guilds can't see or hear Mavis's words, the words of the Fairy Tale Guild are very important, and everyone will probably listen to them. Emily, Happy, your tasks are the most important, you must cooperate and control the overall situation. Mavis first assigned tasks to Emily and Happy, and their tasks were the most important. Emily's deception magic is similar to precise control of the entire field. Even if it is only for a moment, it can help teammates escape or attack. Harpy's teleportation magic is a life-saving skill. The two cooperate to control the field, which can minimize the mortality rate. Afterwards, Natsu, Laxus, Gajeel, Wendy, Stinger, and Rogue each fought a dragon. Then, the guilds were used as units to help them as teammates. Snake Princess Scale helped Stinger, and Blue Pegasus helped Rogue. Because these two were weaker, they needed help from a stronger guild. Although Wendy was the weakest in terms of dragon-killing magic, she had Xiaolulu to cooperate with, and the second magic was amplification, which could reach up to 10 times the magic amplification, so her attack power was not worse than Natsu and Laxus, and she was definitely not a drag. And she also got the help of Mermaid Heel. What a pity, Emily said, the Ilfa Guild didn't come. The Ilfa Guild is an extremely small and transparent guild. It didn't participate in the annual magic battle, including this time. Because there is only one strong person in the guild, the elf goddess. Tifania Ilfa has the same popularity as Urza and is also very powerful, but she didn't come to join in the fun this time. She calls herself an elf and doesn't like an overly noisy environment. Emily felt it was a pity. If Tifania came, it would be equivalent to adding a top-ranked Holy 10 combat force. After Mavis distributed 6 dragons, she selected 2 God Slayers as the main opponents of one dragon, the Sky God Slayer Shurya and the Thunder God Slayer Oga. In this way, 8 of the 13 dragons were distributed. But there are still 5 dragons. The kingdom is not without strength. All soldiers withdrew from the scene, and the court wizards cooperated to attack one dragon. Fairy Tale, Makarov led a group of people to fight against one dragon. Urza led another group to fight against the second dragon. There are 2 dragons left. One is mainly dealt with by Jura, and the other is mainly dealt with by Altair, Melty, and Alice. Both teams are assigned the Wizard Guild with the largest number of people. Because only Dragon Slayer wizards have the opportunity to kill dragons, the task of the other teams is to delay. But in fact, only Fairy Tale, as everyone knows, is not waiting for Natsu and the others, but waiting for Yefrit to come back. As for why everyone is so sure, because Yefrit said, everything is up to him. He will come back in time, just like every time the battle is at the end and everyone can't go on, Yefrit will appear with a reassuring smile. He will definitely come back. Boom boom boom. Urza and Myra Jane cooperated in the attack, and Lucy and Kana assisted from the side. There are other companions assisting from the back. But everyone is facing a giant dragon. Can only maneuver and retreat step by step. Full body reception demon Shuddery. Myra Jane transformed into a handsome demon queen, and then released the second magic with all her strength, disintegration. Hoo boom. The powerful magic burst out, and 2 bandages floated on the surface of the beautiful demon queen's body. Purgatory armor. Urza also used the second strongest armor, and at the same time integrated the second magic of disintegration. Disintegration. The armor and weapons of the purgatory armor were strengthened again. The armor combined silver and black. Urza held a sawtooth giant blade in her left hand and a spear in her right hand. The tails of the 2 weapons were tied with iron chains and connected to the armor, so that she could switch weapons at any time. Boom! Myra Jane launched an attack. The bandage pulled the dragon horn, pulled her over at a speed that was almost impossible to catch with the naked eye, and then punched her hard. Marajana's fighting style is always full of violence. Urza also jumped high. She dropped her spear first. Driven by the chain, the spear still followed her body. She held the sawtooth giant blade in both hands and slashed at the dragon fiercely. Boom boom! 2 terrifying attacks fell, even the dragon felt pain. At the same time, Lucy, wearing a mecha, directly summoned Gemini and used its magic to create another her. At the same time, she also summoned Leo and Cabrico, who were good at fighting, and the 3 stars attacked with her. Kana's first magic is a comprehensive card magic, but the lethality is average, but the second magic is the same decomposition magic as Gildart's. Although it is not as good as Gildart's, it is still a strong enough fighting force. The two followed and attacked the dragon frantically while Urza and Myra Jane were attracting firepower. There were also some other wizards who attacked the dragon's back to attract its attention. Roar! The dragon was hurt. It let out a shocking roar and rolled to the ground without any face. The wizard camp was disrupted in an instant, and no one wanted to be pressed into a flat surface by the dragon's body. The dragon's move not only disrupted the wizard's offensive rhythm, but also forced Lucy and Kana to retreat. Who? The dragon swung its long tail, which was evaded by Myra Jane flexibly, but before Myra Jane could breathe a sigh of relief, she saw that the opponent had condensed the dragon's roar. Boom! The terrifying magic output blasted Myra Jane away. Urza was about to step forward to interrupt, but was slapped away by the dragon that had been prepared. Urza! Suddenly, a worried voice came from a distance. Boom! Urza felt that she was caught by someone. Although she still retreated far away, the person behind her acted as her cushion without complaint. Urza turned her head to look. Simon! She said in surprise. It was Simon who arrived in time who saved Urza. Ahem! Simon coughed twice. Sorry, are you okay? Urza got up quickly, but found that blood was oozing from the corner of Simon's mouth. Are you injured? Urza said nervously. It's okay. Simon shook his head and said, I'm not the main force in this battle. My strength is weak. Although I try my best, it's hard to help the situation. But I have brought strong reinforcements for you. Come out Jalal, and Cobra. Day. From the shadows, Jalal and Cobra walked out. Urza was a little defensive, especially Cobra. The last time they met, they were enemies. It doesn't matter. Simon said, we are all working for the Magic Council now. Okay, I believe you. Urza said decisively. She immediately notified President Mavis, there is now another wizard, Poison Dragon Slayer Wizard Cobra, requesting to assign a task. Although they were far away, Fairy Tail had Valian who was good at telepathic magic, so they could always keep the internal voice communication unobstructed. However, in order to concentrate on the battle, generally there was nothing to do, so they could not speak in the team voice. Poison Dragon. Mavis immediately assigned a task, let him fight number 13. The 13-headed dragon was numbered by Mavis. Number 13 was the dragon that Altair led the team to attack. No problem. Cobra grinned. Jalal, go help Jura. Mavis said again. As for Simon, let him help Urza. Okay. Jalal had no objection. Mr. Jalal. Jura welcomed Jalal's arrival. Although he had done something wrong, he had a good captain who led him back to the right path. During these 7 years, Simon, who was the first to walk in the outside world, and Jura both had a generous and upright character, so they became good friends. Although Simon was not strong enough, Jura admired his character. When Jalal was released from prison, Jura also put aside his prejudice against him because of Simon. Mr. Jura, under the command of Fairy Tail President Makarov, I will fight side by side with you. Jalal said. Only the members of Fairy Tail knew about the existence of Mavis, and to the outside world, the most prestigious President Makarov was still the commander-in-chief of the battlefield. Laxus had a relatively shallow qualification, and although he was very strong, he was not the president after all, and other guilds might not accept him. But Makarov, anyone must respect him. Okay. Jura nodded with a smile. The battle continued. The dragons felt outnumbered. Although they had not been broken, there were always mosquitoes around their ears, which made the dragons feel high blood pressure. So a dragon spread a lot of eggs, from which terrible mechanical dragons were born. Most of the human forces were thus tied up. Without the support of their teammates, the main attackers were also at a huge disadvantage. The situation was heading in the worst direction. It's hard to deal with a dragon. Is there no way we can defeat them? The dragon slayers don't seem to have achieved effective results. The mages were a little discouraged. At this time. Ah! Natsu roared. He took a long breath, and the more he breathed, the more it sounded like a dragon's roar. Damn it! Cobra's face changed, and he quickly covered his ears. What is that fire dragon roaring? His hearing is the most sensitive, but it is only at a long distance. If the distance is close, he may be knocked unconscious by Natsu's roar. What's the use of fear and escape? Natsu roared. Can retreat and despair let you survive? Even if you survive, what's the use? If you can't stop these 13 guys, the human world will be destroyed in a few days. Where can you hide? Put away the expression of fear and sad eyes tears. Show the pride of mankind's 400 years of domination of this era. Fight them. The spirit of mankind. Never give up. Oh, all the wizards were inspired by Natsu, no longer afraid or confused, and attacked the mechanical dragon frantically. At the same time, Natsu also encouraged the Dragon Slayer wizards because in the previous battle, even the Dragon Slayer wizards found it difficult to achieve results, so they inevitably fell into self-doubt, resulting in low morale. He roared, "The birth of Dragon Slayer magic is the magic that some dragons gave to humans to slaughter other dragons. Dragon Slayers not only carry the hope of human beings begging for survival, but also the yearning of dragons for peace. We are Dragon Slayers, and we have the qualifications to defeat dragons. Our hands have the power to pull out dragon scales. Our roar has the power to tear dragon skin apart. Our fists have the power to shatter dragon hearts. Our dragon-slaying secrets have the power to kill giant dragons. We are Dragon Slayers, and we practice hard for this day. Fight to the death with dragons. It's the instinct of Dragon Slayers." Natsu's fire dragon roar shook the entire earth. All the giant dragons turned their heads to look in Natsu's direction, as if they sensed something. Fire Dragon's Iron Fist. Natsu punched the fire dragon in front of him. But the other party didn't move, and was knocked over by Natsu's punch. Oh! Seeing that Natsu actually knocked over a dragon with one punch, the whole audience was excited. "I can't fall behind either," Laxus said. "Hey, what a guy who makes people excited," Gajeel said with a smile. "Mr. Natsu, come on." Wendy clenched her fists. "Xiaolulu, let's do it too. Brother Natsu, so handsome." Stinger immediately turned into a fanboy. "Mr. Gajeel, I will prove myself. I can follow you again. Don't worry about Chu Kanlu's determination." Tisk Cobra shook his head. "Even I feel like I'm burning. What a scary guy." Everyone felt excited. But Natsu himself was confused. The other party did not resist this feeling. "And the identity of the Dragon Slayer?" The fire dragon asked. "Boy, what is your relationship with Igneel?" He hadn't noticed it just now, but now he realized that Natsu's flame is very close to Igneel. That is not a simple closeness like magic or magic, but a persona, the qualification of the same Flame King. Natsu was stunned, and then said proudly, "Igneel is my father." "That's right," said the fire dragon, "your father Igneel is the fire dragon king and my friend." "Hey!" Natsu was shocked. At this time, he actually became a relative? Hee. The fire dragon said, "What an active kid. Since you are the son of Igneel, I will not fight with you, and I can help you." "Thank you, uncle," Natsu said happily. "My name is Kuang Yan." Kuang Yan said. "Okay, uncle," Natsu said. Hee. Kuang Yan was a little happy from the sound. Then, Kuang Yan shouted to the dragons, "The person in front of me, Natsu, is the son of the fire dragon king Igneel. I want to help the son of my old friend. Whoever wants to continue fighting is my enemy." The Dragon Slayers all understood, and then they were stunned. Natsu actually found a relative. Chapter 252, 3 Minutes of Despair. The other dragons were stunned for a moment, mainly because the news was quite explosive. However, they didn't care afterwards. "So what? We are not of the same race, and I am not controlled by the Fire Dragon King. I want to make a big fuss in this era, and no one can stop me." "Hateful human, Kuang Yan, don't forget your identity." The Dragon Slayers sighed. "I thought that if Natsu became a relative, they would not have to fight. But these dragons are full of resentment." "Enos!" Kuang Yan roared, took Natsu up and rushed towards the dragon numbered 12, because in terms of attributes, the opponent was wood, and was completely restrained by him and Natsu. Of course. This kind of attribute restraint must be of the same level. Kuang Yan, you traitor of the Dragon Clan! Enos, who was chosen as the opponent, was furious. Natsu, show me what you learned from Igneel. Kuang Yan said. Okay, uncle. Natsu laughed. Even if Kuang Yan joined the battle. But defeating a dragon is not something that can be done in a short time. As time went on, the human side inevitably fell into a huge disadvantage. Many wizards were injured and retired, or even died. In such a large battlefield, even if Emily and Happy tried their best to save everyone, it was difficult to take care of everyone. What have I done? The Emerald Princess, who had been protected and evacuated from the capital, burst into tears. The disaster of world destruction, it's all because of her. She once thought proudly that the king gave her power because of her wisdom, and he was unwilling to let her marry early, so he must have trained her to become the next king. If so, she must have something extraordinary. But now it seems she is too self-righteous. She is just a big fool. I'm sorry, I'm sorry. The Emerald Princess kept apologizing, but she was confused and didn't know who she was apologizing to. The people around looked at her and sighed. They didn't know what to say. The king was serious at this time and didn't care about his daughter's emotions. Yeflet. The Emerald Princess' legs softened, she knelt on the ground, and cried, "Where are you?" The wizards who were fighting didn't care what the princess thought at this time. All they could do was fight with all their strength. Emily, it's no good, my magic power is running out. Happy said in despair. He doesn't have much magic power, but it's just because the contract magic consumes less, plus Natsu provides magic power, so it's enough in general. But now he is caught in such a fierce battle, and it's impossible for Harpy to withstand such consumption to take care of the entire battlefield. Me too. Emily also rubbed her temples. Fraud magic is also a type that consumes less magic power, but it can't withstand such high power consumption. No, I have to start the backup hidden energy. Emily waved her hand. A beautiful, white female demon appeared. Aya, it's up to you next. Emily said. Miss Emily, I will definitely do my best. Aya said. 7 years ago, before Yefrit left Eslanden with Tenro Island, he left Emily with a learning assistance demon, Aya. Aya is Asa's sister and has similar abilities. It's a pity that she is far inferior to Asa. Mirror World, now it can almost be said to be a kind of godhood. Asa holds the sole authority. Unless he dies, Aya will have the chance to inherit the Mirror World. Otherwise, Aya can only have a fragile, small mirror world like Asa in the early days. However, it is enough to take over the battlefield for a period of time. Aya shared most of the calculation pressure, and the mirror world also has the ability to rescue people. Although the human side is still at a huge disadvantage, at least the death rate has been reduced to the same level as at the beginning. Emily and Happy breathed a sigh of relief and can still hold on for a while. Master, come back soon. Emily clasped her hands in front of her chest and prayed like this. Aya's magic power is also limited, and she can't hold on for the whole game. From the current situation, when Aya can't hold on, she and Happy will go on stage again, and I'm afraid they can only hold on for less than half the time. If they can't win during this period, or if Yevlet can't get back in time, then most of the people present today will probably die. Boom boom boom. A certain alley in the city. As the fight went on, the camp became chaotic. There was nothing that could be done about it. Gray, be careful. Gray was concentrating on fighting the enemy, but suddenly a shout came from behind him, and then he was dragged and thrown out. Boom. It was Leo who saved him. After Leo threw Gray away, he temporarily used ice to resist the impact of the mechanical dragon, but the time was too hasty, so the defense was not enough and he was knocked out. Are you okay? Gray ran over quickly. Ahem. Leo stood up, holding his chest. Don't underestimate your senior brother. It's time to stop being brave. I'm not being brave. Leo said. Lord Leo. Lord Gray. 2 women ran over. One was Juvia, and the other was Shirley. Are you okay? No. You're going to mess with the little dragon again. Leo said, don't hold me back, Gray. You are the one who is already injured. If you can't hold on, don't try to be brave. Gray said. These two, Juvia and Shirley, smiled at each other. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Natsu became more and more impatient. He was restrained by attributes, but he couldn't win for a long time, which made him very impatient. After all, this was the easiest battlefield for him. He and Quan Jun were 2 against 1, and they were still restrained by attributes, but they still failed to kill the opponent. He couldn't drag it on like this. He had to help others and expand his advantage. Natsu don't be impatient. Quan Jun said, calm down, it's useless to be anxious. I know. Although he answered like this, Natsu still couldn't help being anxious. Although it's not as difficult to deal with as Acnologia, creatures like dragons are really difficult to fight. Laxus couldn't help but say. Stinger, rogue, what are you doing? Why are you luring 2 dragons together? At this time, Mavis's doubts came from the team voice. Laxus looked over and saw that the 2 dragons that Stinger and Roger were responsible for were being consciously brought together. We 2 must join forces to exert a stronger power. Stinger explained. Rog said, light will bring darkness. Stinger replied, darkness will set off light. Our magic combination is not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. Rog. Stinger. Let them see how powerful our Shuanglong is. Boom. Romeo. Romeo was careless and was blown away, which made Macau anxious and rushed over. Be careful, idiot. Wakaba quickly released magic and knocked away the nearest mechanical dragon. Boom boom boom, but then, more magic was aimed at Wakaba. Damn it. Even though I moved quickly, Wakaba was still hit by one and fell to the ground on the spot. Not everyone has the defense of a dragon slayer. Damn it. Macau wanted to get up, but was also blown away by the mechanical dragon, which made Romeo turn over and smash it to pieces. However, the mechanical dragon seemed endless. Soon, Romeo also fell under the siege. 3 people, and even more people, were moved out of the battlefield by Aya, and they could no longer continue to fight. The situation became more and more serious. Plop. Suddenly, Aya fell to the ground. Sorry, Miss Emily, I can only do this much. Aya replied weakly. You have done very well. Emily took a deep breath and said in the team voice, although I really don't want to say this, but 3 minutes. This is the limit for me and the harpy. 3 minutes. Everyone was shocked. Emily actually said this, which means that there are only 3 minutes left for everyone. After all. Is it not possible? As Yi fell, the blue Pegasus, all members withdrew from the battlefield. Damn. Still not enough practice. Snake Princess Scale, Jura lost consciousness in the dragon's roar. More and more wizards left the field. It's time, I can't retreat. Arusha suddenly smiled. Arusha, what's wrong with you? Melty asked. Sorry, Melty, Alice, Mirito, I have something to deal with. Arusha said so. Then she left the battlefield. Arusha? Emily and Habib looked at Arusha in surprise. She should not be unable to fight. Emily, how long do you have? 1 minute and 30 seconds. Emily said. I'll give you another 7 minutes. Arusha said. What? Emily was shocked, and then realized something. You want to use that magic? No, absolutely not. Emily refused immediately. Arusha is good at time magic, which cannot work on creatures other than plants. But if you use the forbidden time magic, the end of time, you can turn back time. If Arusha uses this magic, Emily and Habib can turn back time to the peak state of their bodies before the battle. However, the cost of using this forbidden magic is naturally very huge. The cost is Arusha's life. There is no way now. If sacrificing only me can save lives, Arusha said. I should do that. Arusha said, over the years, I have never forgotten the pain I have brought to others. I am very grateful to you, Emily, you made me feel happy. But perhaps, this is my fate. From the misunderstanding between my mother and me, from the time I was used by Hades, from the time I learned the magic of time, from the time I used and deceived others. My life. It is a huge mistake. This mistake will eventually require my efforts to make up for it. Arusha. Emily looked at her blankly. How long is left? Arusha smiled gently. 40 seconds. What a pity. Arusha smiled, it's too late to take a last look at that bad guy. Emily was silent. Damn, there are too many. Gray and Leo's 2 teams were besieged by hundreds of mechanical dragons and gradually couldn't hold on. Ahem. Leo coughed up blood. Leo. Gray immediately worried, hurry up and retreat. I won't fall before my junior brother. Leo said. You stubborn guy. Boom boom boom. Another round of magic volleys from the mechanical dragons. Gray and the other four hurriedly resisted, but Leo spit out a mouthful of blood and his body collapsed completely. Boom. As Leo fell, a loophole appeared in the defense. Gray and his men were also blown away by magic. Damn it. Gray barely got up. Everyone, are you okay? In the distance, Leo had fallen unconscious. Lord Leo. Shirley stumbled to Leo's side and fell down. Lord Gray. Juvia shouted weakly. Gray looked over and found that Juvia was crushed by the collapsed wall. The stone actually crushed Juvia. It seemed that her magic power had been completely exhausted, and she couldn't even transform herself into water. Juvia. Gray ran over and wanted to use magic, but found that his body was weak. He also reached his limit. Lord Gray, run! Juvia shouted hurriedly. The mechanical dragons have surrounded him. I won't run away, Juvia. Gray said, and he suddenly smiled gently, where you are, I won't leave. Lord Gray. Juvia's eyes were filled with tears. Buzz buzz buzz. The mechanical dragons began to condense magic, and Gray was trying his best to grab the wall with his bare hands and try to lift it up. Gray had no time to care about the attack behind him, he had accepted the reality. But he didn't notice that the mechanical dragon behind him suddenly stiffened. Hoo. Arisa was holding the sword, and Myra Jane was leaning against a broken pillar next to her. Both of them were at their limits. Roar. The dragon roared and condensed magic in its mouth. Can you still resist? Mirage asked. I really want to say yes. Urza said unwillingly. When people are exhausted. Urza. Suddenly, Simon appeared in front of the two. Now there is no time to take the two away. Simon can only use magic with all his strength to resist the roar of the dragon and weaken its power. Idiot! Simon, you can't do it. Urza was anxious. If you can't do it, you can't do it. Simon turned his head and smiled, saying, but I will always stand in front of you. Urza was stunned. Miraja beside her suddenly laughed in a relaxed manner. 10. Emily counted. 9. Ursha took a deep breath. 3. Emily exhaled a long breath. 2. 1. Ursha silently put her hands on the ground and began to cast magic. Emily suddenly burst into tears and shouted, Master never disappoints anyone. Of course, Emily, you did a good job, leave it to me next. Suddenly a voice responded to her. Laxus' brother Alicina said, are we still going to lose? We won't lose. Laxus said stubbornly. But he was already covered in wounds. If Lysina wanted to confess, but she swallowed it in the end. Seeing Laxus fighting hard, she didn't want to say this confession with a 90% desperate tone. Lysina. Laxus said, believe in your two brothers. Yeah, Lysina nodded reluctantly, but said angrily, if brother Yefrit doesn't come back, I will never call him brother again. Don't do that kind of thing, I only have you as my sister, if you don't call me Unni-chan, who else will call me like that? Suddenly a voice answered her words. Lysina burst into tears instantly, she cried, I won't call you Unni-chan, disgusting sister and control. What kind of brother is a guy who makes his sister scared and cry? Sorry Lysina, I'm late. Lysina covered her face and cried happily, if you want to apologize, do something that your sister will admire. Of course. At this time, all the members of Fairy Tale suddenly laughed. Because a voice reached everyone's ears, not through telepathic magic, but through auditory deception. Fairy Tale's wizard. Yeflet. Go up. Chapter 253, This is Fairy Tale, this is Yevlet. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief when they heard Yevlet's full-throated voice. This represents two good news. Yevlet's illness is cured. The situation can also be controlled. Even in such despair, even more desperate than now, as long as Yevlet speaks, his unique tone of pretending to be humble and gentle, but actually proud and confident, with some relaxed and laughing tone, as long as they hear such a voice, everyone will feel, this is a sure thing. Yevlet Princess Emerald, who was crying, put down her hands in a daze. A beautiful face, crying like a pear blossom in the rain, is distressing. Yevlet teased, Emerald, you are really a blockbuster. Princess Emerald blushed immediately. Dry your tears, crying can't solve any problems, it's better to do something within your ability. No. As soon as Yevlet finished speaking, the minister next to Jade retorted, the princess is worth a lot of money, she can't take risks now. Yevlet didn't answer. He just kindly reminded her. The people are not fools. The dragon flew out of the eclipse gate. And Princess Jade is the one who opened the eclipse gate. Now the gate is open, you are in trouble, and you run away. What will the people think? Jade suddenly realized that because of this mistake, she thought she was no longer qualified to ascend the throne as queen, and even deserved the most severe punishment. According to royal law, the lowest punishment would be to be demoted to a commoner. But she turned her head to look at her father, the king. What she did also made her father was caught in a crisis of public opinion. Emerald stood up firmly, wiped away her tears, and looked at the city with red eyes. Princess. The minister next to her was anxious. The king sighed with mixed emotions. He looked at his children, none of whom had any talent except for their decent looks. Emerald is the most talented, smart, brave, and decisive. It's a pity. The people will not want a king who made such a big mistake. Perhaps Yevlet is right, and Emerald cannot do nothing. Perhaps she should do something, even if it doesn't help, but doing something is better than doing nothing. Princess Emerald drew a sword from the scabbard of the guard next to her and said, I want to fight with everyone. Her expression was firm and brave. What nonsense are you talking about? Yevlet said at this time. Emerald was confused. Isn't that what Yevlet meant? Idiot. Yevlet said, you should immediately draw up a plan for various post-war matters and grant enough favors, such as renovating the capital to make it more livable and prosperous, reducing taxes on shops, and supporting poor residents. Think about it, they watched their homes disappear, and their savings from half a lifetime of hard work were lost in one day. Whether they are children, adults, or the elderly, they are all worried about how to live in the future. With your little combat power, coming to participate in the battle is purely giving away heads. A mechanical dragon can kill you, and then you will have to trouble others to save you. What you should do is to grasp your current identity as a princess, immediately appease the people, and tell them the sincerity of the royal family to make up for it. I understand. Jade suddenly realized. The first thing Mr. Yefrit did when he came back was to care about the princess. Suddenly, Ultia said, that's right. Girls who cry like pear blossoms in the rain are always pitiful. We are such violent girls. We can only fight. Miss Mileage can't even stand up. Melty's blood is not wiped clean. Alice is covered in blood. Emily has a splitting headache. There is also a poor woman. Where is the poor woman? Isn't she a stupid woman? Yefrit said, I said that some big moves can't be learned. Like the law of the fairy, you learn it and think about using it, right, President? Makarov was embarrassed. He just planned to release the law of the fairy with all his strength and use his life to try to take these dragons away. Even if it doesn't work, he can also replenish the magic and blood of the children. It looks like absolute ice, right, Grey? Grey, I didn't plan to use it just now. That's because I have no magic power. Grey, And the end of a certain idiot. Yerusha, it's all because you came so late. Okay, Yevlet. Laxus said, the situation is not optimistic. I don't have time to chat with you. Okay. Yevlet said, I studied it when I came here just now. As soon as the voice fell. Yevlet, who had not appeared and was only talking in the team voice, suddenly appeared in front of the eclipse gate. Coincidentally, the dragon that Laxus was fighting was also nearby. Yevlet had his back to him. Who is it? The dragon suddenly sensed someone behind him, was startled, turned around and slapped him. Boom! But it missed. Yevlet's voice continued to come, actually, just destroy the eclipse gate. So simple. Everyone was shocked. Not simple. Yevlet, who reappeared in the original position, pushed his glasses and said, the eclipse gate is built with a huge amount of magic power and an alloy with super high magic resistance. It's not something that ordinary people can do to destroy it. At least I can't do it alone. So, I need everyone's strength. But, our magic power. Everyone felt that their bodies really couldn't support continuing to fight. So Yevlet said, at this time, we need Magic Potion 2.0. Everyone remembered that when they were on Tianlang Island, Yevlet had distributed a magic potion that had the magical effect of restoring everyone's strength in a short period of time, but the side effects were very large. After using it once, everyone would be very weak for a long time. But at this time, who cares about this? Snap! Yevlet snapped his fingers. A bottle of magic potion appeared in everyone's hands. Then, Yevlet held the cane in both hands and pounded it into the ground, splashing some yellow dust. Second half. Fairy Tales Counterattack. The grand show begins. Gudong. Everyone drank the potion. Immediately, I felt my magic power and physical strength recover rapidly. Buzz. A huge shadow suddenly appeared outside the eclipse gate. The shadow was 100 meters high, and all companions in the city could see it. This was the back of a man. He turned slowly, and it was Yevlet. Yevlet looked down at everything in the capital indifferently, and his gentle and wise eyes contained infinite encouragement and confidence. How can you just take a beating? Gajeel got up from the ground. It's time to counterattack. It doesn't matter if it's 3 minutes or 30 minutes. This is my first real battle with a dragon after I learned dragon slaying magic. I don't want to give up like this. Natsu roared. Acknowledge it doesn't count. That's not a counterattack, it's a dying struggle. Lord Grey. Juvia drank the potion, and her lower body turned into water, and was pulled out by Grey. Juvia, our target is that guy. Grey grabbed Juvia's hand and pointed to the nearest dragon. Yet. Juvia nodded. Get up, don't sleep, Rogue. Stinger said. You guy. Rogue got up and looked at the phantom, and was shocked. With Yefrit and without Yefrit, it feels like two different guilds. Is this fairy tale? Minerva, who had lost her combat effectiveness and retreated outside the city, looked at the phantom of Yefrit, and the hatred in her eyes had disappeared, and turned into depression. Laxus, the strongest spear of the guild, can even defeat Jura at such a young age. Yevlet, the strongest shield of the guild, as long as he is there, the guild has no worries at all. There are also Natsu, Urza, Myra Jane and others. Sword by Tiger First Guild. It really seems like a joke. No wonder Snake Princess Scale doesn't care about the reputation of the First Guild. For many years, Jura and Leo have been too lazy to participate in the great magic battle. Their Sword by Tiger Guild always self-righteously says that Snake Princess Scale is the second guild. In fact, they don't care at all. Because Snake Princess Scale knows what kind of guild is the first guild. Fairy tale. Come on. At this moment, whether it is the wizards who withdrew from the battle or the civilians who were farther away, they all cheered for Fairy Tale. This is Yevlet, the king rubbed his chin with his fingers and said, Francis, that guy, really raised a good kid. Fraud magic is also in him, and it has become an extraordinary magic. He can carry forward the fraud magic, and the Valier family will also rise. The king turned his head to look at the Jade Princess who was comforting the civilians in the distance, and said, Fraud magic, our royal family also wants it. Your Majesty. The confidant on the side, Duke Nancy, looked at the king in surprise. Want fraud magic? This magic is very difficult. The qualifications required are extremely high. The king definitely wants more than just the magic of Francis level. And if you want to ensure the stable production of strong people who can use fraud magic, the best way is naturally. Is it not possible? The king said, Jade and Yevlet are childhood sweethearts. But I heard that Yevlet has a girl he likes, and there are many girls around him. Duke Nancy said. Aren't nobles in our country allowed to marry multiple wives? Ah! Duke Nansadai was stunned, then said, but Her Highness Fei Qi is a princess. She made such a big mistake this time, can she still be a princess? The king asked back. Duke Nansadai kept silent, he dared not answer this question. Look at my other children, the king sighed, which one is worthy of my entrusting the kingdom? Your Majesty. Duke Nansadai was shocked. If it were, their 2 children. The king looked at the phantom in the distance and fell into deep thought. Duke Nansadai hurriedly lowered his head, pretending not to hear like the other nobles around him. The second half of the battle started. All the people from other guilds were teleported away from the battlefield. They did not receive Yevlet's magic potion and no longer had the strength to continue fighting. No matter when, seeing such a guild, even the lazy me will be mobilized and become passionate. A voice came from Yevlet's side. It was the future Yevlet. Yevlet said, aren't you going back yet? I will go back when the eclipse gate is destroyed. Future Yevlet said. Now that it has been changed, what will happen in the future? Yevlet asked, will the world line be corrected? Will you cease to exist relative to us again? No. Future Yevlet shook her head, our world has become a parallel universe. Similar to the relationship between Eslanden and Edruz. Yevlet said. That's right. Future Yevlet nodded. No wonder. Eslanden and Edruz are two parallel worlds. Now, after such an incident, the world that future Yevlet is in will also become two parallel worlds with the present world. They only changed the past world, not their own past. Lucy's injury. Yevlet said. This Lucy refers to the future Lucy. I will be beaten up by her by then. Future Yevlet smiled. Haha, you deserve it. Yevlet laughed. This time, it happened. Actually, it was because Yevlet in another world line was cursed by the gods and did not find out in time, which led to his death and turned into a soul. Yevlet did not like this state, so he directed half of the script. This is very Yevlet. He was there, letting Asa hold off the 10,000 dragons. Of course the 10,000 dragons existed, because that belonged to another guy's script. Then he protected everyone and deceived Lucy, allowing her to travel back, and Yevlet in the state of soul also came back. Then he told his past self about the curse. Only his past self could remove the curse, because his past self was not dead yet, which meant that the curse had not yet fully taken effect, and there was still a chance to remove it. And Yevlet, who had died and turned into a soul, was cursed and could no longer remove it. So the current Yevlet solved the curse and was about to destroy the eclipse gate. From then on, the future Yevlet and the present Yevlet were in two parallel worlds, and there was no intersection. As for the other half of the script, you guys, aren't you going to show up? Both Yevlets asked. Besides Yevlet, who else would do such a Yevlet thing? No one answered. Will he leave? Future Yevlet was a little confused. The door is not broken, why would he leave? Yevlet said. What an impolite guy. Future Yevlet said. Then he was silent. I take it back. What a cautious guy. Future Yevlet said. After all, he couldn't scold himself. Yevlet. Okay. Yevlet said, you two's script is over, now it's my script time. If you have nothing to do, then leave. Okay, goodbye. Future Yevlet took off his hat and saluted Yevlet, lucky guy. After saying that, he took a step back and disappeared. Goodbye, unlucky guy. Yevlet said. Future Yevlet's curse has taken full effect and cannot be solved. He can only use some folk remedies. Unless one day, he is more powerful than God, then he can completely solve it. So he came back to remind the present Yevlet and helped him to break the curse. The present Yevlet is lucky. And he is naturally unlucky. When the future Yevlet left, Yevlet pushed his glasses and whispered, the other guy. Did he not show up just because of bad taste? Or is there something unspeakable? Forget it, don't worry about it, the future will definitely break it, because if that guy doesn't show up to remind me and doesn't change the past, then sooner or later I will do the same thing as him. In fact, there are 3 Yevlets in the same space and time now. Except the present Yevlet. Future Lucy was brought by the future Yevlet. Future Rog was brought by another future Yevlet. Yevlet already knows the script of the former. But the script of the latter, Yevlet doesn't know it yet. Chapter 254, Yevlet, the future is in our hands, and it will be created from now on. Ha-ah-dash. Emily stretched. If the master takes over, then, I can also show off. Emily is not keen on showing off, but she looks at the huge phantom in the distance that shocks outsiders, and she wants to make a good record to let everyone know that she is worthy of the identity of Yevlet's disciple and the identity of a fraud magic user. Yevlet rarely shows how powerful fraud magic is. Emily wants to show it well at this time so that everyone can see it. Fraud magic is the best magic. Buzz. A tall angel, from the state of light phantom, gradually solidifies his body. The face looks like Emily. Emily exhaled and made a gesture of drawing a sword. Yevlet is not keen on tricks, he only likes mechanism and numerical crushing, but Emily, like most wizards, has developed a trick. Infinite. Endless. Moonless. Dreamless / Infinite, endless, moonless, dreamless / Emily combined the fraud magic of infinite fraud, the wish magic of endless wish fulfillment, and the highest secret of moonless flow, moonless/sword art, and then used Aya's computing ability to find the most vulnerable neurons in the enemy's brain, and then attack. First, deceive the five senses, then make a wish to realize the slash channel, and finally send out the strongest slash, or attack the most vulnerable neurons in the enemy's mind. It is equivalent to 100% penetration and 100 times the real damage. This knife is silent. But the 100-meter angel also slashed with a knife, giving it special effects. There was a whiteness between the sky and the earth, and the knife light of the full moon split the entire capital in two. The side of the brain of a giant dragon was hit by this slash. The dragon that was arrogantly attacking Urza and Milage suddenly stiffened. Then the body slowly fell down. There were no wounds. But the breathing had stopped, and the magic power collapsed between heaven and earth. Ai Emily. Everyone was dumbfounded. Everyone knew how difficult it was to deal with the dragon. But this blow. They dared to say that even Yefrit could never do it. Emily laughed, then raised her head and fell. The magic power and physical strength were all exhausted. No wonder the master doesn't like to use big moves. Emily said, this feeling of using up all the magic power and not being able to use fraud magic to control the complex situation outside is really bad. Fraud magic is very unique. First of all, it can ignore any obstacles and directly sense life forms. Secondly, as long as you don't actively attack, it is currently only found that magnetic fields can restrain it. Apart from this, the user can be in a safe environment. These two characteristics allow the user of fraud magic to always be in a state of peace of mind that they are in full control of the actions of the surrounding life forms. The unknown is terrible, and the complexity and unknown of life forms are even more unpredictable, but fraud magic can do the actions of all known life forms, so that users don't have to face the unknown brought by complex life forms. This is the first time that Emily has consumed her magic power and mental power to the point where she can't use fraud magic at all. This big move, after she developed it, except for this time, she has never used it with all her strength before. But now, the uneasy feeling of losing control of the surrounding situation made Emily deeply understand why Yevlet was unwilling to use the big move. Every magician has the deepest and most difficult fear to face, without exception. Until this time, Emily understood what the deepest fear of fraud magic was. We can't fall behind. Emily's knife inspired everyone. Gajeel, just punch with all your strength. Wendy and Charlu, use the roar of the dragon to shout out our power. Arisa and Myra Jane, Efreet, please look at us. Listen, I'm not a sister who only knows how to act like a spoiled child. Stinger and Rogue, brother Natsu/brother Gajeel, please look at us. Laxus, I am Fairy Tale, the strongest wizard. Grey and Juvia, don't underestimate the power of water and ice. Natsu, this is our era, go back to your era. Lucy and Yukino, Fairy Tale, I love it the most. Boom boom boom. Countless dazzling magic special effects dyed the entire capital colorful, as if heaven had come. All these magics hit the dragon. Even the huge body of the dragon could not withstand the full force of everyone's attack. They were beaten back by magic and all retreated to the Eclipse Gate. The shadow of Yevlet, holding the long sword Hani in his right hand, shouted, the future is in our hands. Start creating now. After saying that, he slashed hard. His magic power collided with everyone's magic power, instantly triggering an unprecedented and terrifying magic explosion. Boom! Except for Kuang Yan, the 12 dragons were all blown away by the magic explosion and hit the Eclipse Gate hard. Crack, crack, crack. The physical impact and magic impact came at the same time, even the Eclipse Gate could not resist it, and after a few shattering screams, it completely collapsed. Boom! The Eclipse Gate exploded completely. Half of the capital was destroyed. It's over. Makarov covered his heart, feeling like he was going to have a heart attack. He could only pray that the king would not let them pay for the loss this time, even if it was 1%, they couldn't afford it even if they sold Fairy Tale. So awesome. The other guilds were also dumbfounded. Ka. Yeflet sheathed his knife and put on his glasses again, still with a gentle smile on his face. Natsu Kuang Yan said, in this era, you must live well. I'm leaving. Uncle. Natsu smiled with his big teeth showing, I will. Natsu. Lucy rushed over and hugged Natsu from behind, saying emotionally, thank you for protecting my future. Kuang Yan, who had not completely disappeared, suddenly had a face full of a bump, and said, I will also tell Igneel that you will not be alone anymore. Natsu smiled, turned around, rubbed Lucy's head, and said to Kuang Yan with a straightforward smile, Lucy is a good woman. Everyone looked at Natsu with doubts, but found that he had a pure expression with a clear conscience. You'd better say this from the perspective of companions and friendship. Otherwise, we will suspect that you have been swapped. This is a matter of another time and space. Lucy, Lucy. Hearing the voice calling, Lucy slowly opened her eyes. Natsu? Everyone. She sat up and looked at her arms. Both were intact. She remembered that she had broken her right arm in the battle, and then traveled back and died in the past. Everyone should be dead. Is this heaven? Lucy laughed. It turned out to be heaven. So everyone is here. But it's not bad. If she and Rebecca were the only ones left in the world, she wouldn't have enough courage to continue living. What nonsense are you talking about? You had a nightmare, and no matter how everyone called you, you couldn't wake up. Natsu said. What? Nightmare? Lucy was stunned. Yes, Lucy. Gray said, our guild won first place, and everyone held a celebration party. You were so happy that you drank a lot of wine, and then slept until noon. Just now, the king asked our guild to meet him, but no one came. Everyone came to call you, but you were talking in your sleep. Dream. Lucy was stunned. She said no, the eclipse gate, the 10,000 dragons destroyed the world, everyone died, and I went back to the past and there was also the future rogue. What nonsense are you talking about? Natsu leaned forward and put his forehead against Lucy's forehead, feeling it carefully. Yefrit, did you infect her with the cold? Gray said at this time. That's not the case. Yefrit said. By the way, Yefrit. Lucy pushed Natsu away and looked at Yefrit, finding that he was very healthy, and said, are you okay? Didn't you die from the curse of God? What curse of God? It's just a cold. Yefrit said, why are you cursing me? I don't have a fever. At this time, Natsu said. But. Lucy looked around and was completely confused. Is it really a nightmare? But the dream was so real. It's just a dream. Yevlet said with a smile, okay, don't worry about it, everyone is dead or something. Aren't we all here? Lucy suddenly cried, yes. Everyone is here, just think of it as, I'm having a nightmare. Get up quickly. Gray urged. Okay, you go out first, I want to change clothes. Lucy said. Everyone walked out. But Lucy took advantage of everyone's backs to jump up, threw Yevlet to the ground, suppressed him with a sleeping skill, and then said, Yevlet, you did it, it's not a nightmare, it's your deception. The Eclipse Gate, Wanlong, are all real, but the ones behind. All fake. And the person I saw before I died, it was you. Lucy figured it out. The only note is the moment when Yevlet died. If Yevlet's complete death is a fact, then everything that happened afterwards is reality. But if Yevlet didn't die, then no matter how big the problem was, he could solve it and maintain the current peace. After careful thinking, Lucy determined that the truth of the matter was that the first half was true and the second half was false. At this time, Lucy also found that everyone had walked out of the door and didn't notice that she attacked Yevlet at all. Obviously, the other party used fraud magic. Okay, Yevlet said, actually, this is also a dream. The reality is that Wanlong destroyed the king's capital. Lucy was shocked. But no one was in trouble. I moved everyone away, and then you and I traveled back to the past and let Asa hold on here. Yevlet explained, you have experienced a lot of things. I want to give you a relatively calm dream first to relieve your nervous mood, and then tell you the truth of the whole thing. What about now? How are Wanlong of the Eclipse Gate? Lucy asked. I sent Wanlong back, and the Eclipse Gate was destroyed. I can't repair the capital now. Snap. Yevlet snapped his fingers. Lucy found that everyone was lying in the guild, and she was the only one sitting on the stool, and Yevlet was sitting across the table. I promise, this is reality. Yevlet smiled. You guy. Lucy sighed. Yevlet is really, love and hate. What I love is that he can always protect everyone, and he easily solved the desperate Wanlong by himself. What I hate is, since you can solve Wanlong, why do you want to travel back with me? Lucy asked. The curse of God is real, I am indeed dead, and I can't revive my body directly, so I need to possess you, and you take me back to solve the curse on my past self. As for my curse, it has naturally been solved. Yevlet lied, he could only help his past self solve the curse, and his curse has become a fait accompli. The reason why he has a physical body now is because he has taken that step completely. He has crossed the last step that Zeref, Acknowledge, and Hermes have never reached, opened the door to the kingdom of God, and entered the kingdom of truth. At this time, he has the right to talk to the gods on an equal footing. Although this is not what he wants. Because eternity is a greater curse for him. But he doesn't want to be eternal in the form of a soul. This eternal curse will be lifted later. Enjoy the present first. The battle is over. Rebuilding the capital is also on the agenda. The capital now can't even find a place to hold a celebration banquet. It can basically be said to be a ruin. And at this time, the royal family must also give everyone an explanation. Emerald e Fiori, deprive her of the surname Fiori. Deprive her of her princess status. Degrade her to a commoner and never recall her. And expel her from the capital. Everyone was shocked. Some even wanted to plead for mercy. Because before, Princess Emerald had told everyone about the post-war appeasement, which made everyone see the tangible benefits, and their hatred for her was reduced a lot, and they even felt that, except for this big mistake, she was still a pretty good person. But Princess Emerald shook her head, if you do something wrong, you must be punished. She was also very determined. Because she knew that she could not bear the people's love and acceptance again. The reason why everyone was still willing to keep her was not because of her personal charm, but because the royal family should have compensated everyone, but she just said it. The speaker could be someone else, the king, his brothers, or another princess. She was just a messenger. Those benefits were compensation from the capital to the people, not her personal compensation. The matter of Princess Emerald was dealt with. The king still held a banquet and only invited the wizard guild to attend. With so many wizards present, it would not be difficult to just build a large banquet hall on the spot. Let me do this. Jura stood up. Everyone nodded. He was indeed the most suitable candidate. I'll make the lights. Stinger said. I can sing. Gajeel said. Shut up. Levi directly objected. Let's make decorations. Myra Jane pulled all the female wizards to make decorations together. Soon, a beautiful banquet hall was built. Thank you all for this time. The king raised his glass and said, it is a blessing for the kingdom to have wizards like you. There is no need to say more, cheers. Cheers. Everyone raised their glasses. Chapter 255, Yevlet, about friendship. Banquet hall. Corner. Yevlet. The beautiful girl with green hair came to Yevlet. Yevlet sat on a stool against the wall. He asked Emily to use the magic of wishing to create a small table, on which were placed various desserts and fruits. And he himself held a goblet in his hand, which contained a red liquid with a wine smell. Of course, judging from Yevlet's personality, this must be the drink brewed by Mileage for him. He shook the glass, looking like a nobleman who was good at drinking, with a slightly tipsy look, and his face and lips were slightly red. In fact, he had just been pranked by Emily and ate a small cake stuffed with peppers. What's wrong? Seeing Jadeite coming, Yevlet stretched his hand slightly forward, letting the other party notice that he was holding a wine glass, and then gently shook the wine-red liquid inside. I'm sorry. Jadeite covered her chest and bowed deeply. It's common sense to show your chest when apologizing. Yevlet said casually. Hiss. Suddenly, there was a chill. He turned his head and saw that Arusha, who was sitting next to him, had a scary look in his eyes. Ah! Jadeite was stunned for a moment when she heard what Yevlet said, looked down, and immediately smiled and said, No, I don't want to offend anyone. As she said that, she glanced at Arusha. Arusha immediately shifted her gaze in embarrassment. Okay, what's the matter? Yevlet shook the wine glass and raised her hand slightly. Arusha was speechless. Do you really want to surprise Emerald? Are you drinking? Emerald also said, just praise him, so that he won't deliberately make such a funny move. Emerald did glance at Yevlet's cup, and then found that Yevlet's eyes also fell on it. When he looked up at her again, there was a hint of encouragement. But Emerald didn't talk about this topic. She took out the broken rattle and said, It's broken again. Will you help me fix it? Emerald was very nervous when she said this. She felt that she was too shameless. The first time was fine. The broken rattle was actually a testimony of their friendship. But the second time it broke was when she was stubborn and thought that she could abandon friendship for the sake of justice, so she let Habi break it. This rattle was not ordered by Yevlet to be broken, nor was it broken by Habi. She broke it herself. But the result proved that she was the biggest fool in the world. But even though she made such a big mistake, she knew she had lost her qualifications, but she still wanted to repair this friendship. Even if she was rejected, even if she was treated coldly. She had thought of countless possibilities in advance, most of which were self-humiliating options, but even if there was a 1 in 10,000 chance, she still wanted to. She lost everything, the throne, the princess, and even her own surname, and the only thing she could have was the 1 in 10,000 chance of saving the friendship. She didn't dare to look directly at Yevlet, lowered her head, and waited for a reply. This period of time was very tormenting, as if thousands of years had passed. It was too long, so long that her eyes were blurred, so long that tears fell. Emerald. Yevlet spoke, don't pretend to be pitiful in front of me, you are not pitiful. Hearing this, Emerald's body trembled. Yevlet. Urusha felt that she was going to suffer after hearing this, and hurriedly held his hand, trying to stop him from continuing. Crying. Yevlet asked back, what kind of mood did you cry in? Jade opened her mouth and burst into tears. She didn't know what to say, and she couldn't even speak. She felt like a sour lemon blocked her throat. Tears kept falling like a rainstorm. The noisy environment next to her gradually quieted down. People nearby have noticed the situation here. Lucy, you eat first. Myra Jane patted Lucy's shoulder and walked over slowly. How can I eat more? Lucy quickly stuffed the small cake into her mouth and said incoherently then, he followed Myra Jane. Emily and Wendy also came hand in hand. They were originally talking and laughing, but now they were serious. Yevlet had a calm expression. He was not sad or happy about this matter. He did not care that he made a girl cry. The other party was a former princess. Even if she was demoted to a commoner, if anyone really thought that Jade would really be just an ordinary commoner in the future, it would be too naive. Jade was pinching the rattle. Her small hands were pinching until her knuckles turned white. It was obvious that she was very strong. Yevlet reached out and saved the rattle from Jade. He looked at the broken rattle and said, in fact, the rattle never means anything. It has no meaning. He threw the rattle directly on the ground. Clang! The rattle, which was already very tattered, was completely smashed to pieces, like Jade's tears, broken into pieces and scattered everywhere. Emerald's body trembled suddenly, and this trembling could hardly be stopped. She was about to collapse. Yevlet. Urza frowned and walked over, don't be too. Urza. Myra Jane stopped her in time and covered her mouth, which made Urza look at Myra Jane in confusion. She wanted to say don't go too far, but what did Myra Jane mean by stopping her? Did he acquiesce to Yevlet's excessive behavior? Some people were curious, and some people glared at them. Yevlet didn't care about those people at all. He said, is the rattle important? What if I repaired it? Now the capital is ruined, and you and I are standing on the ruins. You give me the rattle, and I will still give it to you. Will you be happy, proud, and at ease? Every time he said a word, Emerald's body trembled. Everyone couldn't help but worry. Looking at the petite girl with her head down, they were really afraid that she couldn't hold on and would fall down in the next second. When I was 4 years old. Yevlet suddenly changed the subject and said, I passed by a store selling cooked food. The fragrance was so strong that I still remember how greedy I was at that time. But I didn't have enough money. At this time, the owner recognized me as Francis' son, so he gave me a duck leg without asking for money. I was very happy. It turns out that I am so popular in the town. When I got home, my father smiled and let me finish the duck leg, and then spanked me hard. He said, the things you ask for are cheap. Later, when I was older, I realized that the duck leg didn't want my money, but the dignity of me and my father. Later, I knew that sometimes, necessity is greater than dignity. But was I forced at that time? There was silence all around. When you have no choice, many things are more important than dignity. But many times, is it really necessary? Just like that duck leg, no matter how poor Yevlet was when he was a child, could he not afford a duck leg? Some people were confused, some were thinking hard, and some were thoughtful. Yevlet said, I still remember that the first time we met was at a banquet. My father said to me, you can see the princess at the banquet. The most beautiful and dazzling girl is the most beloved and proud Princess Emerald of His Majesty. In the future, I will inherit the title of Viscount and the glory of the Valier family, and perhaps I will be loyal to this princess. As a noble who has enjoyed the honor of the kingdom of Fiori for generations, no matter whether I will be reused when I grow up, as long as the kingdom does not abandon me, I will unconditionally offer my loyalty. Yevlet was a modern person in his previous life. To be honest, it was a bit difficult for him to accept this. But he could not refute Francis, because Francis gave him everything after he came to this world. So, it is more like filial piety to his father than loyalty to the royal family. Yevlet laughed and joked, have you noticed that I am like the owner of the delicatessen? No one laughed. Yevlet continued, in order not to lose face that night, my father sold some furniture and bought a set of custom-made suits for us father and son, but for the nobles attending the banquet, it was still cheap clothes. But he was not at all stage fright, holding his head high, and even talking and laughing happily in front of the Duke, he was setting an example for me. So, I took out the card, from a poor little noble who was despised by everyone when he first entered the door, relying on my magic performance, all the noble young masters who were richer and higher than my family were impressed by me, and everyone, showed admiring eyes. When he said this, Yevlet's eyes were shining, and his smile became as sunny as Natsu. This is the charm of magic. What Yevlet likes is never the process of performing magic, or the superb magic skills, or conquering and developing new magic. To put it simply, he likes the vanity of performing magic and getting praise. Everyone has their own opinions on magic. Francis performs magic because he likes it. His dream when he was a child was to be a magician. Later, his family fell into poverty. After experiencing the hardships of the world, he found that he had no skills and only this was a good way to make money and support his children. Yevlet enjoys the audience's reaction during the magic performance, so his dream has always been a huge venue and thousands of audiences. It was a grand magic show. So it has nothing to do with skills. There are many things that magic cannot do, but fraud magic can do it. Then he would definitely choose fraud magic, just to get more shocked and admiring expressions from the children. Looking at Yevret's flying expression, everyone in the guild smiled. This is Yevret. Sometimes, she can become so cute. The face that always makes people think of treacherous and evil at a glance also becomes very charming at this time. And the girls who have a good impression of Yevret, even their hearts are about to melt. It's so rare to see Yevret like this. Ultia, Alice, and Melty all felt their legs weak. They felt that Yevret was simply a succubus at this time. If it wasn't for the wrong occasion, they would have wanted to pounce on her and bully this man severely. Even the most stable Myra Jane raised a doting smile. Urza also smiled, a proud smile. She looked at Kagura, Mindby, and the others, raised her chin slightly, and silently said, see, this is my proud brother, Yevret. Kagura was speechless, Mindby turned her head, but was so angry that her teeth were about to break. Some young nobles at the scene were also lost in memories. They also attended that banquet, but to be honest, they couldn't remember it clearly. Until Yevret mentioned it, they remembered it and immediately fell into nostalgia. Yevret continued, then, Her Royal Highness Princess came over. My name is Jadeite, what's your name? She told me so generously. I bowed and answered, I am Jadeite de la Valier, my father is Viscount Valier. She said, your magic show is really beautiful, but I was standing over there, far away, and I couldn't see it clearly. Can you perform it again? I said, it's my honor, your Royal Highness Princess. I can see that Her Royal Highness Princess looked very happy at that time. So I performed it seriously again. Then, the princess said happily, Jadeite, you are really amazing, you are different from others, I want you to be my friend. Hearing this, Jadeite took a deep breath, she still remembered this beautiful childhood memory deeply. Yevlet said, I said, well, we are friends from now on. My father is very happy to be friends with the princess, and many nobles have congratulated us. But I don't think this is a pleading to either party. This is equal and equal. The princess took out the courage and gave me the honor of being friends with the princess. I took out the happiness and satisfaction that the princess needs. At that time, It's different from the current situation. Yevlet imitated the tone of Jadeite just now and said, Yevlet, it's broken again, will you help me fix it? Then Yevlet asked, Jadeite, are you buying duck legs from me, or begging me to give you duck legs? Jadeite's shaking body froze. She suddenly realized something, but couldn't say it, confused. The smile on Urza's face became more obvious. As expected of Yevlet, she could think so deeply. Lucy also breathed a sigh of relief. This guy. Grey and others also laughed. Lord Grey, Juvia doesn't quite understand. Juvia asked in a silly way. Grey whispered in her ear, friendship is equal, not begged. Jade is in a complicated mood now. She blames herself for getting into trouble, is confused about the future, and hopes to regain the friendship of Yevlet. Maybe she thinks that is the last thing she has hope of having. So she is very humble. But she can't get the friendship she wants, and Yevlet is helping her get out of the psychological shadow this time. Mr. Yevlet actually. Juvia covered her mouth in shock. No wonder everyone thinks Yevlet is the backbone of the guild. Even if he is not the president, as long as he is there, everyone will feel at ease. This is not only because of his strength, but also because of the trust and even admiration for him that has accumulated over time. Stinger, Roger, and Yukino looked at each other and couldn't help thinking, it's so lucky to be able to join Fairy Tale. If it is you want to ask for this friendship. Yevlet said in a cold tone, but what if I don't agree? It seems that you betrayed the friendship first, right? Then what will you do next? Beg? Sad? Blame yourself? Regret? Emerald pursed her lips tightly. Fortunately, that's just your overthinking. After saying this, Jade blinked and drained the tears that had been accumulated in her eyes for a long time. Snap! Yevlet snapped his fingers and a card appeared in his hand. This card is different from the ones he usually uses. He usually uses black background with gold edges. But this one is covered with mysterious purple lines. He handed the card out so that Princess Jade, who was lowering her head, could also see it. I said, crying can't solve any problems. It's better to do something within your ability. Yevlet said, our friendship has never been represented by a rattle. It is never as fragile as you think, or, it will be easily broken. I asked Tabby to smash the rattle because I guessed that you would insist on your own way. At that time, no one could persuade you, including me. At that time, you became hard-hearted. But I know that you will fail and get into trouble. By then, you will be more confused than now, and you may not even find a breakthrough. So I asked Tabby to smash the rattle, because, in that case, you will definitely realize and then save this friendship that you can only get after you think you have lost everything. But what I want to tell you is, as long as you are willing, you have never lost your friendship with me and Emily. And you should not act like this. That is useless, except for being scolded and being lectured by me in public, it is useless at all. Don't care about the rattle. Take it. As a friend, I gave you a gift. What you need more is this. This can help you regain your confidence and become the Jade who confidently said to me, let me be your friend. Yevlet sighed, you can't have things that you get by giving up your self-esteem. Only when you work hard for it can people admire you, whether it's friendship or everyone's opinion. Yevlet. Jade snatched the card. But before Yevlet could smile, Jade suddenly rushed over, hugged him tightly, and said, thank you. Then she spread her legs, sat on Yevlet's legs, hugged him and burst into tears. The big stone in her heart fell to the ground, and Emerald was completely relieved. Yevlet said crying was useless, but at this moment, she was moved and happy, except for crying while hugging this man, she really couldn't find any other way to vent. In an instant, Yevlet noticed the changes in everyone's face. Some froze, some envied, some watched the show, some blessed, and some gritted their teeth. Yevlet realized, his words were too critical. Chapter 256, Emily, Shame. Emerald untied the knot in her heart, and everyone was relieved. Then it was time for a happy banquet. Man! Elfman took a bottle of wine and planned to fight Pacas. No drinking. Albigelin frowned immediately. But everyone is so happy today, Elfman asked. The alcohol is too strong, it will. Albigelin touched her belly. She had a baby in her belly, and many of Elfman's habits were forced to change. For example, drinking, talking loudly, and being rude. Of course, Elfman was willing to cooperate, but after going through so many things today, he rarely wanted to indulge himself. This seeing Elfman's tangled expression, Albeglin also softened her heart. Forget it, Albeglin. Milage came over to pull her and gave Albeglin a step. It's limited to 1 day. Boys are always energetic, and the vigorous energy can't be accumulated all the time. You have to find a chance to release it. Just limit it to today. Anyway, the hotel has been destroyed. You will sleep with us later. It just so happens that everyone is also curious about the feeling of pregnancy. Okay. Albeglin walked down the steps, patted Elfman on the shoulder, and said, "Don't be too embarrassed." Hee, Albeglin, you are so nice. Elfman scratched the back of his head, very happy. Albeglin smiled. Thank you, Sister Myra. Elfman thanked Mirage again. However, you still have to be careful. There are so many people here, and they are not in our guild. There are many nobles here, including the king, prince, and princess. Don't be too noisy, and don't think about taking off your clothes and fighting when you are drunk. Of course. Elfman nodded cautiously. Mirage and Albeglin left hand in hand. Damn it. I won't lose to you. It's common sense that junior brothers can never beat senior brothers. Ah? Forget it, Leo, you can't beat me no matter what. Gray and Leo were angry. What? Leo was very angry when he heard what Gray said. Gray said, in terms of strength, you lost to me. In terms of body shape, you are better than me. Hey? I just don't want to see you cry like you did when you were a child after losing, so I let you go. Leo said, besides, my body shape is much better than yours. As he said that, he took off his clothes in a whoosh. The gorgeous dress takes a lot of time to put on, but don't doubt the speed of Leo and Gray taking off their clothes. Gray also took off his clothes in an instant. How about it? Mine is better. Two men wearing only panties, facing each other, pushing their hips, pointing at their clearly visible abdominal muscles, bickering and showing off to each other. The scene is hard to describe. For men, it's a bit eye-catching. For girls, well, thank you for the treat. A female wizard had a weird, even a little perverted smile on her face. Gray has the best figure, said a noble lady. I think Leo is better, said another noble lady. Gray-sama, put on your clothes. Leo-sama too. Juvia and Shirley rushed over with clothes in their hands. But Gray hugged Juvia and said, I have a girlfriend. Juvia's body stiffened immediately, and then she was drunk without alcohol. Her body softened and she lay in Gray's arms, confused and unaware of anything. After all, although the relationship between the two was already obvious, Gray had never said it so directly. Old Tsundere. Hey? I have one too. Leo hugged Shirley. Gray was angry for a moment and said, my Juvia is the cutest. My Shirley is the cutest. Leo was unwilling to lose. There is no girl cuter than Juvia in the world. Shirley is the cutest in the world. Ah! The two of them immediately got angry, and at the same time threw away the soft woman in their arms, and came forward, head to head. Enough! Bang bang! Iluza took action, stood directly in the middle, and knocked out the two. Take the two embarrassing guys back. Yet. Juvia and Shirley came to their senses and hurriedly carried Gray and Leo away. Xiaolulu, Xiaolulu. Harpy turned into a human form and signaled Xiaolulu to turn into a human as well. Xiaolulu turned aside. Then two handsome men and beautiful women with cat ears appeared. Follow me. Harpy led Xiaolulu to the side of the stage. When passing by Lily and Speed, he raised his chin proudly. Lily and Speed. Okay, I know you caught up with Xiaolulu. Lily Sr. Speed Sr. Flossie, Rector. Four cats gathered. Flossie and Rector looked at Speed, who was going up and down at this time, and were a little confused. Speed Sr., what are you doing? I'm exercising, doing a single finger push-up with my big toe. Speed replied. He is like this, don't worry about it. Lily said. Really hard work. The two new little guys are not used to it yet. On the other side, Habi has already led Xiaolulu to a piano. Habi, don't tell me you can play. Xiaolulu's face was full of disbelief. Watch it. Hey, don't show off. If it breaks, we may not be able to afford it. Seeing Habi was about to step forward, Xiaolulu hurriedly pulled him back. Don't worry. Habi was full of confidence. He sat on the stool, looking serious, and his left hand quietly reached into his pocket and grabbed a card. Magic activated. Yeflet possessed. Ding ding ding. His fingers slid across the piano keys, playing a simple melody, and Habi's temperament changed instantly, becoming very elegant, just like Yeflet in a serious state, which really made Xiaolulu stunned. Then Habi began to play. Xiaolulu was stunned. Even though she was always proud and thought that Hobbit was a rather rustic type, she could not help but be obsessed with him at this moment. Hobbit actually has such an elegant side? Hobbit actually. Wendy was shocked. It's fake. Emily next to her said, I feel the magic power of the master. It's the master's magic prop. Okay, but Wendy smiled and said, Hobbit is quite handsome at this time. So beautiful. Kagura was shy and wore casual clothes at first. After being persuaded by everyone, she changed into a dress. This surprised everyone. You really can't underestimate Kagura. Jenny said. So beautiful. Simon proudly raised his thumb. Yes, you have an excellent sister. Urza said. I am very proud of Kagura. Simon said with a smile. Kagura blushed, walked to Urza, and said, Urza, can you be my sister? This is what she has always wanted to say. No problem. Urza smiled gently, what a cute girl. Then she hugged Kagura, whose face was flushed. Next, what's next? Tell me, Natsu and I. Natsu and Gajeel were telling Stinger and Rogue what happened in the other world. Both of them enjoyed the admiring eyes of their juniors and were very proud. Yevlet, tell me. Who wants to dance the second dance with you? In the corner. Altair, Melty, and Alice surrounded Yevlet and asked him to make a choice. The first dance was Marajana's, no doubt. The last dance was Emily's, and it was difficult for them to grab it. Toraji sat on the side, eating snacks, not caring at all, and didn't try to grab it. She won by doing nothing, so she was not panicked at all. If you can't make a choice, then choose me. Minerva walked over and said. Get lost. The three of them attacked at the same time, suppressing Minerva and making her go back in disgrace. Then the three of them turned around, staring at Yevlet's eyes with the same force as before. Yevlet closed his eyes, muttered something in his mouth, and pointed his hands randomly. Okay. He opened his eyes and looked in the direction of his finger. It was exactly the gap between Yerusha and Melty, and the person he pointed at was Grandma Oba, the president of Snake Scale. Grandma Oba said shyly, I didn't expect I'm so popular. Yevlet, Yerusha, Melty, Alice, Snake Scale, Ahem. Yevlet quickly changed the subject and said casually, Yerusha. Then Melty, and finally Alice, okay. What about me? Grandma Oba came up to him and asked. Mr. Jura. Yevlet immediately called for help. Sorry. Jura came over and pulled Grandma Oba away. It was getting later and later. Everyone's restless mood gradually calmed down. The lights dimmed and soothing music sounded. Yevlet reached out and pulled Myra Jane into his arms, and then the two of them danced in harmony and spun into the dance floor. Myra Jane leaned over to Yevlet's ear and said with a smile, Mr. Yevlet will have a hard time tonight. Even fighting doesn't have to be so hard. Why do you feel a little sour? Of course. I can't wait to be happy for Mr. Yevlet. He is so charming. Yevlet was silent for a while, then said, What do you want? Myra Jane smiled but said nothing. Yevlet turned around and looked around, and walked slowly to a place where there were few acquaintances while dancing with her. At a certain moment, he avoided the light and put his head forward. Then. Yevlet suddenly wanted to leave. But Myra Jane exerted force and held him still. Woo. Yevlet was anxious. Because he tasted the red wine. But Myra Jane didn't let go. After a few seconds, Yevlet, who was confused, wanted to push his luck. Myra Jane chuckled and let him push his luck. The song was over. Yevlet was led by Mileage and staggered back. Yerusha saw this and rushed over and took Yevlet from Mileage. Mirage was not annoyed and took a tissue from the side and wiped his mouth. Turtledove licked his lips and looked forward to it. Alice's eyes lit up. Mileage, well done. Melty blushed. She was the most innocent one, but at this moment, she was also looking forward to it. Shame on you. Emily said. Emily, don't look. Turtledove suddenly realized that Emily was also there, and quickly covered her eyes, saying, You are not allowed to go to the last dance later. Why? Although I am the last one, I was the first to book it. Emily was dissatisfied. No, no. Turtledove said sternly. Yerusha. Melty. Alice. Finally, Turtledove helped Yevlet, who could no longer walk, back. The girls were stunned and blushed. They all understood what Yevlet was talking about. But why am I a water pump? Alice asked in confusion. You are so embarrassed to ask. You almost made Yevlet suffocate. Turtledove said speechlessly. It's not that exaggerated. Alice was embarrassed. Why are you getting up? Sit down. Turtledove looked at Emily who was about to get up and shouted. Emily, sit down. Okay, I'll sit down. Yevlet said with a smile, then sat on the ground, his head drooped, and there was no movement. The girls, Turtledove squatted down and listened. It was obvious that he was snoring, and then he raised his head and said, he fell asleep. Help him back. Mirage said. I'll go. Alice raised her hand immediately. It's too dangerous for you to go, I'll go. Ultia said. It's not dangerous, what do you think I am? Alice said dissatisfiedly. Emily, send your master back, it's almost time for you to rest today, children can't sleep too late. Mirage said. Oh. Emily nodded, helped Yefrit up and left. Emily, are you going back? Wendy said, I'll go too. Okay. Emily nodded. Natsu. I didn't expect you to dance. Lucy was surprised. No. Natsu shook his head. But you dance so well, I thought you would step on my feet. I just cooperated well with you. Natsu said directly, but Lucy blushed. Simon, I didn't expect you to dance so well, you look very experienced. Haha. Look at me with new eyes, Urza. When I was in prison, I followed a master for a long time. Brother Laxus, you also look very experienced. I know, you learned it in the dance hall, right? No. Guilty. Humph. Why did you step on me? Mistake. Gajeel, slow down your rhythm, I can't keep up. Okay. Stinger, come on. You too. Yukino, can I invite you to dance with me? Yes. Rog, don't you have anyone you want to invite? Miss Lucky. I don't have any men to invite right now. May I have the honor to invite you to dance with me? Of course. The colorful night passed just like this. The next day. Chirp chirp. The sound of birds. Yevlet slowly opened his eyes, then looked out the window, staring at the birds standing on the ruins of the hotel opposite. He tried to recall. Partial amnesia. I seem to remember that I invited Myra Jane to dance, and then... First kiss. It was gone in a daze. Now I can't remember the feeling at all. What a loss. Pa, he licked his lips. Only bitterness remained. Chapter 257, Fairy Tale Dragon Slayers were all defeated. The Fairy Tale Guild returned to Magnolia with glory and new partners. After a series of almost non-stop battles, everyone had a chance to take a breath. As usual, after a long journey, Yevlet was completely depressed. And it lasted for 3 days. He's still at home, not coming downstairs. At the door of Yevlet's house, Myra Jane frowned. Yes, Mr. Yevlet is in his room now, lying in bed reading a book. Turtledove said cautiously. I'll go call him. Myra Jane said. She had something to ask Yevlet today. The children in the orphanage said that there were scary things wandering in the yard at night. She had checked last night and didn't find anything unusual, but the children said this morning that they encountered scary things again last night. Myra Jane was confused now. The key point was that one child said it, but if all the children said it, she couldn't figure out the situation, so she came to Yevlet and asked him to take a look. Of course, Turtledove didn't dare, and she wouldn't stop Myra Jane. She didn't want to get involved in the two people's affairs, so she turned around and went to give Myra Jane a snack. Come to the door. Myra Jane knocked on the door. Knock, knock. Come in. Yevlet's lazy voice came from inside. Yevlet. Mirage pushed the door open and walked in, and saw Yevlet half lying on the bed, leaning against the window, holding a magazine in her hand. She leaned closer and saw that it was the detective story of this issue. Yevlet said, "This issue of detective story is very difficult, but I still solved it within a minute." "Then do you want to submit your work?" Mirage asked as she sat on the edge of the bed. This kind of magazine has some advertisements, voting, articles, jokes, novels, and answers to detective stories. If the answers you submit are correct and selected, you can get some gifts. Yevlet shook her head. "I submitted it before, and the small gift has a small word on it. They are very stingy. What do you want to talk to me about?" Yevlet put down the magazine and looked at Mirage. It was afternoon time, and the light was just right. Mirage, who already had fair and delicate skin, was even a little dazzling at this time. Yevlet looked at Milage's hand, which was so close to him, and couldn't help but take it and knead it casually. This little hand usually makes people silent with one punch, and it can easily break walls and demolish buildings, but at this time, it is soft and boneless, even fragile and extremely delicate. "I took a commission privately, about the orphanage in the town." Milage told Yevlet about this matter. Then he guessed, could it be a demon with strange powers? "You'll know after you see it." Yevlet said, "But since it will happen at night, why don't you come to me at night?" "It's still early now." "That's just one reason. There's another reason. You have to cheer up. You've been lying down for 3 days." As he said, Milage began to exert his strength. The soft little hands that Yevlet had been rubbing in his hands suddenly became like iron pliers. Even if he resisted with all his strength, it was like an ant trying to shake a tree under that powerful force. It was useless. Okay, I'll get up." Yevlet was helpless. "Shall I help you dress?" Milage asked. "You need to change into panties," Yevlet said. "Then I'll call Turtle Dove." Milage immediately got up and went out. Soon, Turtle Dove came with clothes. "Mr. Yevlet, these are clothes that have just been dried." "Okay." Yevlet nodded. Turtle Dove came forward with the clothes. A moment later, Yevlet, dressed neatly, went downstairs. "What do you want to do today?" Milage asked. "Because you have to accompany me to solve the commission tonight, so in return, I can accompany you today." "Then let's go fishing," Yevlet said. As expected. Milage sighed. "Take those newcomers with you," Yevlet said. "Stinger and Roger don't look like people who are good at fishing. After all, they definitely didn't have such a leisurely mentality in the previous guild of Saberbite Tiger." Yevlet laughed as he spoke. "Ha ha ha, I want to give the newcomers a head start." Myra Jane and Turtledove held their foreheads helplessly. When Yevlet arrived at the guild, it was discovered that there were many people around the task board. What happened? Yevlet squeezed to the front and saw Natsu lying on the ground with a cute little girl riding on his back, looking very happy. Lucky explained, Bisksa and the others went to do commissions, and gave Asuka to Natsu to help take care of. Asuka wanted to play a target shooting game with Natsu, and the loser would be ridden as a horse. Natsu has lost 3 times in a row. Asuka is the daughter of Bisksa and Alzuk. Sometimes when the couple goes out to do commissions, they will leave the child to the care of companions in the guild who will not do commissions temporarily. Yevlet looked at the target next to the task board. Asuka is talented. At the age of 6, her target shooting scores are all within the second ring. Compared to her, Natsu missed the target in various ways. Of course, Natsu was not serious. He couldn't let Asuka lose. So this is the current situation. Natsu lay on the ground, and Asuka happily treated him as a horse and rode around the guild, and then came down with a sense of unsatisfaction. "Brother Natsu," Stinger couldn't help but stand up and said, "Little Asuka, let me compete with you." "Hee, okay." Asuka nodded confidently. The two came to a place 10 meters away from the target. "Start!" Lisana announced the start of the game. Bang bang bang. Not surprisingly, Asuka won again. Ha ha ha. The little girl was very happy. She was still young and naturally couldn't tell that everyone was letting her win. Of course, she did have talent. After all, her parents were good at using guns. "Okay, I lost." Stinger also lay down. Asuka rode on his back and walked around, and then became more proud. Who else wants to compete with me? At this time, Roger, with a smile on his face, suddenly stepped forward. Then his smile froze, and he turned his head to look at Stinger behind him. It was he who pushed him hard. Stinger whispered, "Rog, you were laughing so happily just now, weren't you?" "Rog, dot. Will you fight me, Uncle Rog?" Asuka put the cute little pistol back on her shoulder, with an expression of a sharpshooter who would not refuse anyone. "Okay." Rog nodded helplessly. The ending was of course not unexpected. Who else? Asuka put her hands on her waist, even more proud. But the pride of a child is really cute. Everyone was not angry. Stinger and Rog, including Natsu who lost several rounds in a row, were all unconvinced on the surface, but in fact they didn't care at all. If we talk about the gun masters in the guild, there is actually Yefrit. Gajeel said with a wicked smile. "Okay, I accept your challenge," Asuka said, "Uncle Gajeel." "Hey!" Gajeel was confused, how could it be him? "Gajeel, come on." At this time, everyone was already cheering him up. "Wait, didn't you hear me? I was talking about Yefrit." Gajeel said. "What we just heard was that you were going to appear." Gray said, "But since you said you nominated Yefrit, it's understandable that the information we got was inconsistent." "This is natural." Gajeel wanted to see Yefrit lying on the ground, so Yefrit would naturally use deception magic to make everyone think that Gajeel decided to appear. Damn it! Gajeel was helpless. "I can't argue with Asuka, so I have to admit defeat." Naturally. This arrogant iron dragon was also ridden by Asuka in the guild. "Laxus, go!" Yefrit said, "With you, little Asuka will have the achievements of defeating all the dragon slayers of fairy tale." "Laxus, dot. He won't let a little girl ride him like a horse." "Really?" Asuka was excited, "If I can defeat Uncle Laxus, then I will defeat all the dragon slayers in our guild." At this moment, the look in Laxus' eyes when he looked at Yefrit was even more terrifying than the look he had when he looked at the dragon a few days ago. "Ah, Myra, look, are my fingernails a little long?" Yefrit turned around immediately and put his hand in Marajana's hand. Myra Jane knew that he was avoiding Laxus's murderous gaze, and did not refuse to cooperate with him. She raised Yefrit's hand, looked at his fingernails, and said, "Then I'll fix them for you later." "Okay, Miss Myra Jane is so kind and gentle." Yefrit praised. "Uncle Laxus." Asuka looked at Laxus with her big, bright eyes. "Laxus, dot. At worst, I'll let you shoot me." Asuka tried to say. Everyone couldn't hold it back and laughed out loud. It's not that Asuka is ignorant, but provoking Laxus always works. Today, everyone will definitely see Laxus's embarrassed side, which is a rare thing. Even if it's not Yevlet, many people want to take a photo to commemorate it forever. "Come on." Laxus sighed. Then he simply lost. "Ha ha ha ha," Asuka said happily, "I defeated all the dragon slayers." All the dragon slayers smiled dotingly. Laxus hesitated for a moment, and finally lay down. "Don't worry." Yeflet held the camera in his hand and comforted him, "Laxus, don't worry, this is just the first time, there will be many more times in the future. Elfman's child, Natsu's child, Gray's child, my child, and so on." Flit smiled and said, "Don't worry, you will get used to it slowly." Puff, everyone laughed. Yes. It's almost time. Natsu and others are not young anymore, and they all have very clear double arrows. When they are more stable, perhaps the next generation of the guild will come to this world one after another. Laxus's forehead was bulging with blue veins, but in the end he still took into account Asuka sitting on his back and chose not to do it. Riding Laxus back to the starting point, Asuka's excitement faded a little. She held a gun in one hand and covered her stomach with her chubby little hand in the other hand, saying, "I'm hungry. I want to eat delicious cake." Alisana said apologetically, "This is sold out." Asuka looked disappointed. "The guild is sold out, let's go to the store outside to buy some." Natsu said immediately. "Okay." Asuka nodded. Speaking of cakes. Urza suddenly interrupted, "I got a piece of news about being able to make the best cake in Fiori." The best cake? As soon as she said this, everyone was very curious, and Asuka opened her mouth slightly, drooling. "How delicious would the best cake be?" Urza explained, legend has it that golden strawberries only bear fruit once every 10,000 years. If you use them to make cakes, they must be the most delicious cakes. Does that thing really exist? 10,000 years, Lucy said in disbelief. I've got the exact news. Urza said, let's go now. Actually, you want to eat it, Lily complained. Urza was in excitement and did not answer him. So, the troops were divided into two groups. Natsu and Lucy first took Asuka to play on the street, and ate some cakes they bought to fill their stomachs. Arisa took Lily and others to find the golden strawberries to make cakes. Stinger, Roger, do you know how to fish? Yefrit said after the two groups left. Ah! The two were stunned, and then Stinger said, we are not very good at it. Yet. Roger also nodded. Yefrit's face suddenly brightened, and said, do you have work today? No. The two shook their heads. Then let's go fishing. Yefrit immediately invited. Okay. The two also agreed. Gajil, do you want to join us? Yefrit turned around and asked. No, I want to go to the movies with Levi. Gajil said. Laxus. Yefrit looked at Laxus again. No. Lysina leaned out from behind the counter, hugged Laxus' arm, and said, Brother Laxus promised to go shopping with me later. Okay, then there are 3 of us. Yevlet said. 5. Rector and Flossie stood up. You don't count. Yevlet shook her head directly, I don't fish with cats. Everyone, dot. Yevlet emphasized again, you can come, but you are not allowed to bring fishing rods. Yevlet, who has competed with Harpy in fishing many times, knows how professional these cats are in fishing. Okay. Rector and Flossie didn't care. Stinger and Rogue didn't even have fishing rods, so they had to go to the fishing tackle store to buy them. And when Yevlet looked at them and saw that they only bought relatively cheap fishing gear, she couldn't suppress her smile. They are indeed 2 amateurs. Miraja shook her head helplessly. Faced with this kind of thing, Yevlet's IQ is about the same as Natsu's on weekdays. It's not that Yefrit can't fish, but he really doesn't have the talent for it. It's like when he was reincarnated, he added all his skill points to other more practical aspects, but forgot to add even 1 point to his hobbies. Chapter 258, Yefrit, whose general is this? Afternoon time, everyone has their own way of spending it. Arisa's side, the battle is fierce. Natsu's side, warm and sweet, Natsu and Lucy took Asuka to walk around the streets, and many people teased them as a good match, which made Lucy blush. But when she shyly looked at Natsu, she found that the other party had been reduced to the same level as Asuka, and was playing like a real child. This made Lucy feel like she had fed her infatuation to the dog. She wanted to get angry, but she couldn't find a reason. In the end, she could only deliberately let Natsu bump into her, and then kicked him back hard. Natsu smiled and was not angry at all, which made Lucy feel a little guilty. On Yefrit's side, the sky was covered with dark clouds. Ahem. Rog coughed twice. Stinger turned his head in confusion and found that Rog was facing him, but he winked and hinted him to look at Yefrit. Stinger looked past Rog and looked over. Yefrit was staring at the river, and if you looked carefully, you would find that his cheeks were trembling slightly. Next to him was Milage. Before. Yefrit was still lying on the chair, looking relaxed and confident of winning. After Milage washed her hands, she sat next to him and pinched grapes to feed him. It was a scene that made Stinger and Rog, 2 single dogs, want to explode their dragon scales. But gradually as Stinger and Roger caught fish one by one. Yevlet shook his head and refused Milage's feeding, and sat up straight again, ready to go. At this time, Yevlet even had half of his buttocks pressed against the stool, and the whole person was leaning forward, with his neck stretched out, as if a goose monster was about to transform. Current record. Yevlet, 3, all 2 fingers wide. Stinger, 11, all larger than a palm. Roger, 4, but the smallest one was more than 3 caddies, and the largest was 7 caddies. Floozy and Rector, bored just now, caught 2 big fish weighing more than 20 caddies with their tails, and then they deliberately lost the big fish in the eyes of Yevlet, who seemed to want to eat the cat. It was not a pity, it was just a fish of this weight. Anyway, for the 2 cats, it was as easy as catching a small crucian carp. Ah! Mirage sighed softly. Now Yefrit's emotions should be more excited than when he fought Aknologia before. His whole face was red, his fists were clenched, his knuckles were white, and the veins on his neck were bulging. Mirage recalled, and then found that since Lucy joined Fairy Tale, there has not been a battle that can make Yefrit's veins bulge to this extent. Good dong. Stinger swallowed his saliva. He had a feeling. If he didn't do something to save it now, he and Roger might not be able to return to the guild safely. Roger also nodded slightly. Then, hey, Roger began to stretch, and he saw his upper body trying to bend backwards, and then his legs couldn't help stretching forward, and then he accidentally kicked the bucket of fish. Splash! The bucket fell into the river, and the fish inside swam out. Ah! Roger exclaimed, and rushed into the river to save the fish, as if it was very difficult to catch these fish. He shouted, "Ah, my fish, I have been fishing for so many years, and this is the first time I can catch so many." As he said that, he grabbed them randomly in the water. Rog! Stinger also learned it and shouted, "I'll help you." But he also inadvertently kicked over his bucket, and his fish returned to the river. "Ah, my fish!" Stinger also jumped into the river and tried to save. Of course it was in vain. Yevlet turned back suddenly, his eyes widened, full of surprise. Mileage couldn't hold it anymore, covering his mouth, and it was hard to hold back his laughter. The two guys tried too hard. Flossie and Rector were speechless. Stinger, Roger, why didn't I realize that you are so flexible before? Stinger and Roger, nonsense, even if you piss off Natsu and Gajeel, you'll just get hit once at most, but if you piss off this guy, anyone who mentions him will tremble. Even their two fearless idols have repeatedly warned them, don't piss off Yefrit, or you'll regret it the most in your life. What two idiots! Yefrit laughed. He quickly took his bucket farther away to avoid repeating the same mistake. Miraja, dot. Yefrit's IQ on this kind of thing is usually about the same as Natsu's. Seeing Yefrit laugh, Stinger and Roger looked at each other in their struggle. This desperate play can almost be over. So the two of them climbed out of the river in despair, both looking extremely sad. Rog pounded the ground. I regret it, in this way, I will be empty-handed today. Yevlet smiled gloatingly, young people are still inexperienced. Look at me, I just put the bucket farther away. Ah, I don't know anything about this kind of thing. Rog cried, it seems that I have to learn a lot from Mr. Yevlet in the future. Damn it! Stinger pounded his chest and said, I was also in trouble. I was trying to save Rog, but I didn't expect that I would also be empty-handed. So Yevlet laughed, young people are impulsive and don't pay attention to details. Stinger wiped his tears and said, Mr. Yevlet's lesson. What a pity. At this time, seeing Stinger and Rog acting so hard, Yevlet, who had previously looked like a sign before a volcanic eruption, had changed to a happy smile. Flossie and Rector hurriedly said, it seems that Mr. Yevlet won today. Can't wait for Yevlet to react. Stinger and Roger, as well as Rector and Flossie, all looked at Myra Jane at the same time. Their eyes were as pious as if they were looking at a goddess coming down from the sky. Miss Myra Jane, it depends on you in the end. Myra Jane suppressed her smile, hugged Yevlet's arm, and said, it's getting late, the sun is about to set, let's go back and take a rest, you still have to go to the orphanage with me in the evening. Okay. Yevlet nodded. Hey. Stinger and Roger breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. The crisis is over. The two looked at each other and wiped their sweat at the same time. They felt more heart palpitations than when they fought the dragon before. On the other side, Asuka jumped happily. That's enough money. After eating and playing for a while, Asuka wanted to make some money by commissioning. So Happy went to find a few simple commissions. With the help of Natsu and Lucy, it was naturally completed easily. What does Asuka want to buy? Toys? Lucy asked curiously. Not that childish. Asuka said, I'm not a 3-year-old child anymore. Happy complained, you're only 6 years old. La la la. Asuka's chubby little hands tightly grasped the money, humming nursery rhymes, and took Natsu and others to a pawn shop. She leaned on the window and looked at a crystal ball. There were little snowmen, moons, castles and stars in it. 50,000 J. Lucy saw the price. The commission they made was exactly this amount, and Asuka was pretty good at math. I want this. Asuka successfully bought it, and then walked back to the guild holding the crystal ball, feeling very happy. Is there anything special about this? Lucy asked. Asuka replied, because this is the memory of my father and mother. Bisksa and Alzax. Lucy was even more curious, but why is it in the pawn shop? I don't know. Asuka shook her head and said, but when I passed by that store with my parents before, I heard that their precious memory was this. Is that so? Lucy's face was immediately touched, so Asuka wanted to buy this for my parents. Yet. Asuka nodded. The innocent smile of the little girl made Lucy hold her face in her hands, and she screamed in her heart, daughters are so cute. Life. I want to give birth to 1, no, 10 such lovely daughters in the future. Lucy couldn't help but start to fantasize. Sakura-colored hair, looks like her when she was a child, cute, soft and tender little girls, all over the house. Lucy, I'm back. Natsu, wearing a suit, pushed open the door. Let's welcome Dad home. Lucy brought the daughters in the house to the door and welcomed Natsu into the house. I'm back too. At this time, Happy also said, and then walked in from outside the door. Happy held Xiaolulu in his hand, and Xiaolulu held a blue cat, a white cat, a blue cat, a white cat, a blue cat. Wait. It depends on whether it falls asleep. How many did you give birth to, Happy? Lucy complained in shock. Ah. Happy looked at her in confusion. Lucy returned to reality and found that Natsu, Happy, and Asuka were all confused. No, nothing. Lucy shook her head quickly, but her face was red. She had just fallen into delusion. How could she give birth to so many children for Natsu? By the way, Asuka looked at Natsu and Lucy, and said, Lucy, do you want a kiss? Hey! Lucy was stunned. Asuka said, when Mom becomes like this, Dad will kiss her. Natsu, she looked at Natsu and said, why don't you kiss her quickly? You are such an idiot. Hey! Lucy shook her head quickly and said, we are not Mom and Dad. Lucy is also a fool. If you don't kiss, how can you be a mom and dad? Asuka looked at her with contempt, adults don't understand as well as she does. No, 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 that's not what I meant. Lucy explained quickly, we have to become lovers first, get married, and then wait. It's not that Elfman and Alba Green haven't married yet, so it's not necessary, but... As Lucy spoke, her logic became confused, and she didn't know what she was saying. Natsu, Asuka pointed at Natsu and said, I order you to kiss. Happy shouted, Asuka sao. At this moment, it is a paradise for nerds. Natsu said, forget it, it won't lose a piece of meat anyway. Ah. Lucy looked at Natsu in shock. Does he know what he is talking about? Or does he know? But Lucy looked at Natsu's calm expression. She was very unconfident. This idiot, he wouldn't think kissing is holding hands or something. Day. Natsu took a step forward. Wait. Lucy's eyes widened, feeling that her heart rate was about to exceed the dangerous value. She couldn't help but take a step back, her face red. Do you know what this means? Of course I know. Natsu said frankly, if it's Lucy, it doesn't matter. As soon as these words came out, Lucy was stiff. Her brain stopped working instantly, leaving her standing there, watching Natsu getting closer and closer. No. No. In the end, Lucy's pure nature still defeated her desire. Lucy quickly grabbed Happy and wanted to push him up. But at this moment, Happy was suddenly snatched away from the side. Lucy was dumbfounded. The next second, she had already seen Natsu's serious eyes, close to him, so close that she could even count the cilia in his iris. Her lips were. She pushed Natsu away and turned to look at who is the one who snatched the Happy away. Yevlet. It was Yevlet, who stood beside Asuka, holding a camera in one hand and holding the Happy in the other. Beside him, Myra Jane covered Asuka's eyes. There were also Stinger and Rogue, Flossie and Rector, all with smiles on their faces. Pa Lucy heard the sound of smacking lips. She turned her head to look at Natsu, who was constantly licking his lips with his tongue. After sensing Lucy's sight, Natsu said frankly without blushing or panting, Lucy's mouth is like a soft candy, sweet and delicious. As he said that, he smiled and gave a thumbs up. Even if she is innocent and ignorant, there should be a limit. Lucy was even a little angry. That was her first kiss. It was fine if she was teased and lost it, but Natsu, how could you be so indifferent? Natsu, Lucy yelled, do you know what you just did? Natsu said, I know. Do you know what that means? Lucy asked again. I know. Natsu was a little confused and said, "Don't you know? You don't know anything at all." Lucy was about to cry. Natsu looked so calm, as if he really didn't know anything, but he took away her second most precious thing. "Lucy, I think, it's you who doesn't know." Yevlet interrupted at this time. "Calm down, Lucy." Myra Jane also said, "Natsu. Just having a good attitude doesn't mean he's not careful." After hearing the persuasion, Lucy didn't turn her head. She stared at Natsu and said, "Natsu, do you know what kind of people would do this?" "I know." Natsu said, "Bisksa and Alzuk, Alba Green and Elfman, Yefrit and Myra Jane, Gajil and Levi." "Wait, how do you know?" Levi's shocked voice suddenly came from the side. "Brother Gajil, Miss Levi." Stinger and Roger greeted. It turned out that Gajil and Levi came over. When Natsu mentioned their names, they were both very uncomfortable. It was a classic, the man scratched his head and the woman was shy. Natsu continued, "We are the same as them." Lucy was stunned, "You?" She didn't know what to say. "The same as them?" Natsu singled out these people as examples instead of Wakaba and Makeo, Laxus and the Thunder Gods, and the Drive Engine Squad. This shows that he clearly understands the difference between the two. And he actually sees their relationship this way? Yevlet and the others were right. It turns out that he was the one who didn't know all along. But Lucy was puzzled again. She asked, "Since you know, aren't you ashamed?" "Why should I be ashamed?" Natsu was puzzled and said, "It's just this kind of thing. If it were someone else, I would be very angry, but Lucy, it doesn't matter." Lucy, Wait, she really didn't understand Natsu's train of thought, why it didn't matter to her? Lucy is stupid, Natsu is also stupid. Asuka was speechless. Myra Jane couldn't help but shake her head. It's true that the person involved is confused. Although she didn't understand Natsu's train of thought, some things were obvious. Over the years, no matter how close they were to Natsu, such as Yefrit, they couldn't hit Natsu without being hit back by him, but Lucy was in the guild on weekdays. From everyone's point of view, Natsu didn't care about Lucy's domestic violence. Because it's Lucy, it doesn't matter. Maybe this is the proof that Natsu cares about Lucy the most. What happened here? At this time, Listener ran over, followed by several large bags, and Laxus, who looked tired, also dragged his feet. Yefrit looked at Laxus's embarrassed look and smiled. "It's terrible to go shopping with a woman, Laxus. You're not so tired even when you beat Jura. Mind your own business." Laxus snorted coldly. "Brother Yefrit, go shopping with me next time." Listener smiled. "I refuse." Yefrit shook his head quickly. In a family, the attitudes of older sisters and younger sisters are usually different, relative to the general public. Older sisters will take more control and pamper their younger brothers. Younger sisters are more willing to rely on their older brothers. It is a completely different experience for Yefrit to go shopping with Myra Jane and for Listener to go shopping with her. The former will care more about Yefrit, while Listener will know by looking at our strongest dragon slayer in the guild, Largo. The dragon slayer also claims that he has a dragon-like physique, but now he looks exhausted, as if he just came back from the Dragon King festival. "So, what happened?" Listener continued what she had just said. "Lucy and Natsu kissed," Asuka said innocently. Although she was covered by Marajana's hand just now, she is not stupid and of course knows that it did happen. "Ah!" Listener covered her mouth. "I didn't expect Natsu to be faster than Grey." Shua! Suddenly, a black shadow slid past and snatched Asuka's crystal ball away. "Ah!" Asuka was startled and looked back to find a group of flying robbers with triangular wings snatched her crystal ball away. "Ha ha ha!" The robber who stole the crystal ball laughed. "This treasure will belong to our sky pirate's whale bolt. Give it back to me." Asuka ran after him anxiously. "That's the memory of my father and mother." But she watched him getting farther and farther away. "Give it back to me." Asuka quickly took out her pistol and fired wooden bullets. She shot very accurately, but it was not powerful at all. "How can this toy gun work?" The robber laughed. Asuka was dumbfounded. Seeing the robbers flying farther and farther away, she burst into tears. Even Natsu would be driven away if they were hit. "Give me back the memory of my father and mother." Asuka couldn't help crying. "Really?" Yevlet was silent. "I thought Hades was the most courageous, but I didn't expect someone to be more courageous than him." "Whose general is this?" Yevlet didn't raise his gun because there was no need. Natsu, Laxus, Gajeel, Stinger, and Rogue stepped forward, all with serious faces. Wow! Asuka cried loudly, but was suddenly held down by Natsu's hat to cover her eyes. Natsu, I can't see. Asuka said hurriedly. Asuka, shoot, 5 shots in a row. Natsu said. There were exactly 5 enemies. Although Asuka was puzzled, she continued to shoot. At the same time, Natsu and others inhaled at the same time, puffing their cheeks. Not that bad. Lucy was dumbfounded. Next, although the few people did not make any sound, all the non-dragon slayers present instinctively filled in the voices they had long been accustomed to in their minds. Fire dragons dash. Iron dragons dash. Thunder dragons dash. White dragons dash. Shadow dragons dash. Roar. 5 powerful dragon roars directly hit the robbers. 5 guys fell from the sky. Yevlet couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Congratulations to this gang of robbers, they can brag to others when they go down that they were killed by the 5 dragon slayers. I believe Hades and Joseph will give them a cigarette. You did a good job, Asuka. Natsu let go, and Asuka looked up and found that everyone had been killed. She immediately made a surprised sound, hey. All of them were killed. Asuka is amazing. Natsu said. Humph. Asuka suddenly became happy and stopped crying. She wiped her tears and imitated the cowboy's behavior. She blew the muzzle of the gun in a very heroic manner. Of course, the heroic spirit of a child can only make her look more adorable. Natsu is very careful. Listen said in Lucy's ear, don't underestimate him. This was meaningful, and Lucy's face turned red. Damn it. Natsu and others naturally couldn't really kill these people. Just when Lysina went to pick up the crystal ball, the robber raised his gun and was about to point it at Lysina. Hey! Accompanied by a voice, the robber looked over and met Laxus's terrifying eyes, and was immediately scared. He and his accomplices got up and wanted to escape, but they still said, you are lucky today. Watching them run away, no one stopped them. But in fact, this group of robbers had been deceived. They kept running until they thought they had run out of the city. Who? Several people stopped to catch their breath. What bad luck, we actually ran into the fairy tale guys. At this moment, the scene in front of them suddenly changed, and it was inside the law enforcement station. The law enforcement team members were confused. One of them looked at the wanted list on the wall and shouted, catch them, they are the Sky Pirates. Everyone rushed forward. Damn, what is going on? Several robbers were caught with confused faces. Chapter 259, Natsu, I will only do this to Lucy. We are back. Lucy and Lysina, holding Asuka in the middle, stepped into the guild first. You are back just in time. Wendy said, the cake is just ready. Ding 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 ding. Arisa walked out of the kitchen holding a white cake with a golden strawberry on it. Although she was a little reluctant, there was only this one. However, she still said generously, Asuka, come and try it quickly. You're welcome. Asuka couldn't resist the fragrance and took a bite. How is it? Everyone, especially Urza, looked at her expectantly. This is the most delicious cake I've ever eaten. Asuka said happily. Ah, it's no regret to be evaluated like this, even if I can't eat it. Urza couldn't help but say. Everyone laughed. There are many people who like to eat sweets in the guild, from the first president Mavis to the youngest Asuka, including Yefrit, who are also sweet lovers. We are back. As soon as Asuka finished eating the small cake, Bisksa and Arzik came back. Mom and Dad, welcome back. Asuka jumped off the stool and rushed towards the two. Arzik picked Asuka up and said with a smile, are you good today? We brought you a gift. I have a gift for you too. Asuka said proudly. What? The two were stunned. Clang clang. Asuka took out a card from her small bag, rubbed it with her fingers, and it turned into a crystal ball. This was naturally made by Yevlet. This is Bisksa and Alzak were surprised. Asuka said this is an important memory for you, I bought it for you while working part-time today. Lucy said, and then she quickly added, it's not a dangerous job. Haha. Alzak and Bisksa smiled at each other. Bisksa took the crystal ball and said with some nostalgia, this crystal ball was the reward for Alzak and I when we first worked. Then why is it in the pawn shop? Lucy asked curiously. Because. Bisksa briefly told a story. Asuka had fallen ill before, because of a good deed. The couple had little savings and thought they could save more by working, but unexpectedly, Asuka fell ill at this juncture. Emily was not in the guild at the time, and they were embarrassed to borrow money from everyone. Compared to memories, the future of children is more important. So they sold the crystal ball. The money they got was used to cure Asuka. So that's how it is. Everyone understood. You are really stupid. Makeo couldn't help but sigh. Asuka is not only your daughter, but also our child. If there is any difficulty, we will help. There is no need to sell precious memories. Before the Tenro Island group didn't come back, the Magic Council thought they were all dead, so Makeo became the 4th generation president. He didn't expect that such a thing would happen during his management. Sorry. The two apologized. Forget it. Lucy said to smooth things over, the result is good. Yet. The two nodded and said to everyone, thank you all today. It doesn't matter. Everyone shook their heads. Whether Asuka wants to be a wizard in the future or join the fairy tale guild, everyone treats her as their own child. Then we'll go back, Asuka, say goodbye to everyone. Alzak said. Bye-bye. Asuka waved to everyone. Bye-bye. Everyone also waved in response. As the three walked out of the guild, Asuka also shared what she saw today. Natsu and Lucy kissed today. Hey? Lucy is really amazing. Bisksa said with a smile. She immediately determined that it was Lucy who took the initiative. It was impossible for Natsu to be interested in kissing. Then Bisksa also reached her hand behind her back and gave Lucy a thumbs up. Lucy, ... The three of them left the guild, talking and laughing. Guild, ... Silence. Until the Arzak family walked away. The guild suddenly exploded. You two, what's going on? First, Urza, instantly face to face. Hey? That Natsu actually. Wendy was shocked. Happy, what's going on? Xiaolulu immediately went to Happy to ask about the situation. Natsu, the mysterious guy, actually ran away. Gray was even more direct and punched Natsu out. What's it got to do with you, you bastard? Natsu was immediately furious and kicked Gray out. Hey. Juvia was shocked. After a moment, she pushed Urza away with brute force and asked, Lucy, what's going on? Did you do it? Natsu, why are you so angry? It's obviously a good thing. Damn it, you really got a huge benefit. I didn't expect that Natsu would make the fastest progress. What are you yelling about, Wakaba? I also want to kiss a young sister. Disgusting uncle, shut up. Romeo, you don't know anything at all. Hint, Romeo has a girlfriend. Brother Valian. You promised me not to tell anyone. Romeo, you didn't tell Dad about such a big thing. What's the girl's name? What's her surname? What's her status? Commoner? Noble? Merchant? Wizard? Local or foreign? What does he look like? Blonde or red hair? How many books have you read? Gentle or fierce? That's why I don't want to tell you. Gray, Natsu has a flaw, hurry up, right hook. By the way, Natsu's words don't seem likely, there must be something hidden. Of course, Lucy didn't take the initiative, that guy is like a rock, how could he realize it? Lucy, ... I want to cry but I have no tears. Why do everyone think she took the initiative? She was really forced this time. Enough. Natsu kicked Gray over, he was angry, clenched his fists and said, you guys, don't underestimate me. I'm not a fool like Gray. I still know what a kiss means. Today's situation is like this. As he said that, Natsu walked towards Lucy angrily. Pushed Juvia away who was blocking the way. Juvia, she was confused and tripped, about to fall to the ground. Fortunately, Gray reacted quickly and caught her. Natsu dragged Lucy, who was confused, and then confronted her. Crack! In the whole guild, everyone's eyes widened and their jaws were dislocated. Even Laxus, who was always aloof, rubbed his eyes in a funny way. Humph! Natsu snorted angrily, took Lucy and walked out, saying, Lucy, let's go, don't talk to such a group of idiots who look down on me. Lucy was still stuck in what happened just now, and before she could come to her senses, she was pulled out of the door by Natsu. Wait! Natsu, you! Lucy was about to speak, but when she saw Natsu's serious eyes, she immediately held her words in her throat. Perhaps this is not a misunderstanding. Natsu, what do you think? Lucy asked in the end. Natsu was silent for a rare moment, then said, I will only do this to Lucy, and Lucy can only be done this to me. Lucy was stunned. She looked at Natsu, and for the first time found that his always direct eyes were dodging. Yes. Natsu's eyes turned and looked to the side, not looking at Lucy. That Natsu actually. Combined with his words, Lucy suddenly realized. So. It was she who had never understood. It turned out that Natsu was also a shy guy. Natsu was the synonym of a straightforward person, but he was beating around the bush on this matter and did not answer the question directly. Of course he did not answer the question directly. He gave the example of Albagreen and Elfman, but refused to say that it was because they were lovers. He gave the example of Gajeel and Levy, the two of them were ambiguous, and everyone knew it. He even said only he was allowed to do this to Lucy, and only Lucy was allowed to be done this to by him. After all that, he still didn't say that sentence I like Lucy. Is it because he didn't realize it? No. He realized it, but was shy. Natsu. Lucy smiled, a completely relaxed smile. She nodded and said, then, it's a deal. Yet. Natsu smiled with his big teeth, and his smile was innocent and cheerful. Ah then, Lucy sighed again. These guys in the guild are really hard to deal with. Natsu is shy, Gray is slow, Laxus is arrogant, and Yefrit is lazy. Really? Each of them are decisive enough in other aspects. Why are they all twisted in this aspect? After dinner, Yefrit and Myra Jane went to the orphanage in the town. I'm really sorry to bother you. The dean was a little embarrassed. Because the orphanage doesn't have much money, it would be difficult to solve the problem if we directly ask the Wizard Guild to do it. The money is small, but the difficulty is not low. Fortunately, Myra Jane accepted the commission privately and only received some symbolic money. It's okay. Myra Jane smiled and said, I am often taken care of by you on weekdays. In fact, it's not just me. Everyone will help if they know it. I know you fairy tale people are all good children. The dean said, by the way, have you eaten? Or should we start directly? Myra Jane didn't answer in a hurry, but looked at Yevlet. She couldn't think of a solution herself, so the next action depended on what Yevlet did. Just act normally and don't put pressure on the children. Yevlet said, we have eaten, so let's start directly, but we can't use the way of lecture. Leave everything to me next. After speaking, Yevlet raised his hand, and a stack of cards appeared on his palm. Children, does anyone want to see a magic show? Me. Everyone wanted to see a magic show. Yevlet's magic show is really never boring, he never uses fixed magic routines when performing magic with fraud magic, so every time he performs magic, it is always new, so every time the audience will feel surprised. Yevlet is really. The dean couldn't help but say, very popular with children. Yes. Mylaja nodded, with a proud expression on his face. I dare not say others, but Yevlet will definitely be an excellent father. The dean smiled. Mirage smiled but said nothing. Yevlet performed a magic show for the children, which made them watch attentively. Everyone was a little tired, so they lay on the grass. Yevlet took out a lot of snacks for the children, and then lay down himself. Everyone looked at the stars and chatted together. Until then, Yevlet asked, did everyone see a scary monster in the yard? The children were silent for a while, then nodded, yes. Did you see it last night? Yes. What does it look like? A slightly older boy said, it's very tall as the ceiling, dark, like a human, but hunched over, walking very slowly, and has a tail. We can't see it clearly, so we don't know the details, and it makes a woohoo sound like crying. That's really scary. Yevlet asked again, did everyone see it like this last night? Yes. The children nodded. Yevlet said, but Sister Milage didn't see it, was she dozing off, sleeping, or slacking off? When did you see it last night? A child said, not long after the lights were turned off. The lights were turned off at 10:30 p.m. The dean added. Then everyone saw it. Yevlet always looked like he trusted everyone, and then asked, did he just pass by the yard? Did he do anything else? It seems that he didn't do anything else, but he passed by every night, which is scary. A child answered. Indeed. Yevlet nodded, and then asked, then where did it come from and where did it go? The older boy who answered just now pointed in a direction and said, from that direction, I don't know where to go, we dare not follow it. Oh. Yevlet made a surprised voice, northwest direction, didn't it come in from the door? That means it climbed over the wall. Yet. Everyone nodded. What's your name? Yevlet looked at the older boy who had calmly answered his questions several times. My name is Realum. Realum replied. Realum, Yevlet said with a smile, you look like a really smart kid. I like to communicate with smart kids the most. How about you sleep with me tonight? I can tell you a lot of things, as long as you want to know. Realum's expression was full of rejection, and he said weakly, no, no. Why? This is a really disappointing answer for me. Yevlet said with a smile. I'm not used to sleeping with people I'm not familiar with. Realum said. Let's do this. Yevlet said, in order to catch that monster, I will take turns staying up late in the hall with Miss Myra Jane and the Dean. By then, you can always sleep with the Dean by your side. That's it. The Dean suddenly said in a tough tone. Although she didn't know why Yefrit insisted on doing this, she would definitely support Yefrit. Oh, Realum answered with a displeased mood. Chapter 260, Myra Jane, how could I bear it? After chatting for a while, the Dean saw that it was almost time, so he arranged for everyone to go to bed. Yeflet, the Dean, Myra Jane, and Realum were all resting in the hall. The other children were accompanied by several staff members in the courtyard. Time's up. Start turning off the lights. The Dean ordered. The lights in the courtyard were not all turned off at once. First, the lights in the playground, cafeteria, and other places were turned off, and then slowly went to the restroom, and finally the lights were turned off completely at 10:30. Realum said suppressedly, I saw it, it's there. Hearing this, the three adults looked outside, but there was nothing. Except for Yevlet, Milage, and the Dean frowned. You said he wouldn't hurt anyone, so go to sleep, I'll go out and take a look. Yevlet said. Realum obediently lay down in the bed. Yevlet Milage wanted to follow, Yevlet hooked her hand, indicating that she could follow. After leaving the room, Mirage said, actually, there is no such monster, right? If she didn't find it, maybe the monster was really hidden very deep. But Yevlet didn't move at all. If Yevlet couldn't find it, it means it doesn't exist at all. After all, Yevlet's fraud magic directly locks on living bodies, unless the other party is not alive. Well. Yevlet nodded, stretched out his hand, hooked Milage's hand and held it. Where are we going? Milage asked. To those children. Yevlet said. To see their reactions? But you are walking so slowly. Milage was puzzled. If you want to see the children's reactions when they see the monster, you should walk faster, but Yevlet walked too slowly like a stroll. You can't see their reactions in the first place, the children should have fallen asleep. Yevlet said. Then you. Milage suddenly stopped talking, and then said in shock, the lights over there have been turned off for a long time? That's right. Yevlet nodded. Milage was silent for a moment, and then praised, you are worthy of it. You broke the lie in one go. Thank you for your compliment, I will accept it, haha. Yevlet said with a smile. As they walked, he saw a slide in front of him, and pulled Milage over to sit down. Milage was a little confused. Myra, look over there. Yevlet pointed in a direction. Miraja trusted him very much, turned his head to look, but saw nothing, and when he turned back, he saw Yevlet approaching. Miraja's body stiffened for a moment, and then relaxed. It took a long time. Until Milage felt a little tired, he slightly pushed Yevlet away. But he heard Yevlet's resentful voice, that day was my first time, but you got me drunk, and I didn't experience anything. Puff Milage laughed out loud. That's not what happened to me after that. I don't remember it at all. What did you do afterwards? Yevlet asked, and then his hand began to move up dishonestly, and asked at the same time, did you rub it? No. Mirage grabbed his hand that wanted to play a prank, and said, after that, you bullied every girl. Yevlet was shocked, and then began to recall. Then he couldn't remember anything. Suddenly he felt even more wronged. I was the one who was bullied. You poured me a mouthful of red wine, but I didn't know anything. I want you to know nothing. Mirage smiled and said, if you were awake at the time, things would be troublesome, and you would hurt them. Yevlet was silent, and then said, I don't understand you a little bit. Mirage's behavior logic is very strange. Or inconsistent. Mirage smiled and said, your mentality has changed. Mentality? Yevlet asked. Mirage nodded, well, at first, I just wanted to defeat everyone. Then I saw Turtledove. She was stupid and didn't know how to work hard. She was completely threatening. That girl was so stupid that I even wanted to laugh. But her efforts also touched me a little. I thought that since you are a noble, it is normal for a noble to have a little maid, so I agreed. As for the recognition of Turtledove, Yevlet knew Mirage's attitude, so originally Turtledove was not allowed to go up to the second floor. Yevlet attached great importance to his private territory, but now Turtledove can come up at will, and has taken over some of Maiko's work. Later, I saw Sidrina and Anita again. What's wrong with them? Obviously, Yevlet was wrong. Yevlet, compared to. Mirage tilted his head slightly, and then said, jealousy, maybe I have more sympathy. After all, I have completely won. I am the biggest controller. I don't need to be jealous of anyone. At this time, I sympathize with them instead. So. Myra Jane looked directly into Yevlet's eyes and said, I decided to do something. What? Yevlet said. Each of them actually asks for different things, and not much. Myra Jane said, after I understood, I decided to help them. Myra Jane gave an example, Turtledove has never fantasized about being a master. She just wants to be a maid. The most she prays for is that the master can bully her occasionally. Tiffany is very arrogant. She has never thought of becoming a member of the Valier family. She may just want to maintain a relationship with you that is superficially hostile but can help each other. Sidrina will not give up the throne of king. Anita does not like you as a woman, so their request is just to meet occasionally. You saved Arusha, but she still has to atone for the mistakes she made. She doesn't want to implicate anyone, including you. Melty likes you very much, but she won't leave Arusha. Alice's request is similar to that of Turtledove, but she is not as honest as Turtledove, so I have to warn her, but I also have to give her a chance. Actually, think about it carefully, Myra Jane said, when you realize your wish and build a huge Valiel manor, who will be in the house? Only me and 2 maids, and all the time even if there are more beds in the manor, you will sleep with me. When I think that these are all mine alone, I feel very satisfied, and then I sympathize with them. It's very strange, Myra Jane laughed, I actually thought so. Myra. Yevlet was moved. Miraja said with some emotion, how can I be so cruel? Their lifelong happiness is only in my mind. I have thought about it, and I will resist them firmly. But every time I see the flattering smile of the dove, the envious eyes of Ultia, the lonely look of Melty, and the desperate roar of Sidrina that night. I also think of Tiffany who almost gave her life for you several times, especially when she was in the Roya organization. She tried her best to save me, but what did Tiffany ask for? Just ask me to allow her to quarrel with you in the future. As a woman, I really shouldn't forgive them, including you. But... Miraja sighed, how can I bear it? I'm sorry, Myra. Yevlet apologized. Of course you are wrong. Mirage said, but you saved Turtledove's life, you knew Tiffany first, and I came later than you. You saved Urusha and Melty, you helped Sidrina realize the value of life. Even if Mirage sighed, when we first met, I already knew everything that happened later. I will still let you do this. I don't know if I should have this mentality. Mirage said firmly, but I don't regret it. With such a wife, what else can a husband ask for? Yefrit sighed and hugged Mirage in his arms. Mirage's generosity and gentleness are amazing. Then he went up again. What else can I say? Nothing to say, all the emotions touching, shame, amazement, joy, heartache and other emotions, finally turned into made a passionate contact. Yevlet after Milaja catered to Yevlet's passion, she pushed him away slightly and said, there is no need to think too much, just let it go, just follow your heart, it doesn't matter. Or, if you think I'm wronged, you are looking down on me and misunderstanding me. I don't need you to think like that, it will hurt my heart. Yet. But Mileja suddenly became serious. Before me, you are not allowed to touch Banjiu. If you really can't, let Miko help you. Since she has already promised Yevlet's psychological defense will naturally be released. Now Banjiu has become so mixed that he can help Yevlet change clothes and take a bath and rub his back. Think about Banjiu's figure. Wearing a thin bathrobe and getting wet. It would be strange if a man could bear it. But this kind of thing is strictly prohibited. Myra Jane will never back down on this matter. She is the lady, the only lady. There is no reason for anyone to get ahead of her. Yefrit couldn't hold it anymore and said, you underestimate me too much. At this time, words written by magic appeared in the air. It was Miko who conveyed the message to Myra Jane. Don't worry, I'll take care of it. This was Miko's recognition of Myra Jane. She has always liked Turtledove more. She thought that if Myra Jane won, she would take her place. But tonight, Myra Jane not only moved Yefrit, but also moved her. Miko was completely relieved that Myra Jane would never threaten her. Therefore, she was no longer stingy in communicating with Myra Jane. You too. Yefrit was speechless and didn't know what to say. Myra Jane suddenly smiled mischievously and said, if you really can't help it, marry me earlier. Okay. Yefrit nodded. Then we have finished talking about personal matters. Milej stood up and said, let's get on with business matters. Yevlet also stood up. After the two talked, they both relaxed. Especially Yevlet was even happier. Which man doesn't have a dream? But it's just a thought. He used to be a little entangled. But now he doesn't have to be entangled. He was exhausted in his previous life, and he didn't ask for immortality in this life. If he was still frustrated and couldn't enjoy a happy life, it would be a waste of time. He turned his head to look at Milej, and got a response from the other party, a gentle smile, with encouragement in his eyes. Suddenly, a thought came to his mind. The two talked and laughed, and walked to the room where the children rested. Yevlet cast a deception magic, pulled Milej into the room, and checked one by one. What are you looking for? Milej asked curiously. Looking for the main cause of the incident. Yevlet answered. Main cause? There must be the most original and main cause for an action. Yevlet said, especially a relatively large action. The cause must be these children. Most likely it is not a group of people, but a few people in it. How do you tell? Miraj didn't know what Yevlet's basis was. I found it. It's him. Yevlet pointed to a child who was sleeping the quietest. The other party frowned, with tears in the corners of his eyes. He is the main cause. Miraj was surprised. Most likely. Yevlet nodded, and then said, okay, we can go back to sleep. This matter can be closed. Yet. Miraj nodded, looked at the label on the side of the bed, and read, Eddie. The next day. After everyone washed and ate, Yevlet asked the dean to gather everyone in the small playground. Yevlet deliberately arranged Eddie, the little boy who cried and fell asleep last night, and Rilom in the first row. Everyone looked at him curiously, wanting to know whether Yevlet, who had been so confident this morning, had really found out the truth. No more nonsense. Yevlet said, I'll just ask a few questions. Rilom, when did you see the monster last night? Rilom answered confidently, before the lights went out in the hall. Dean, when is the normal time for the lights to go out in the hall? Yevlet asked. Dean replied, according to the order, it is around 10:15. Yevlet asked the children again, did you see the monster last night? Yes, the children replied. When was it? The children answered in unison, and although their words were different, the information they revealed was consistent, before the lights went out in the room. What about the direction of the monster? Yevlet said, according to what you said yesterday, the monster passed by the hall and then went to the vicinity of the dormitory. Was it the same last night? That's right. All the children, including Rilom, nodded. Hee. Yevlet laughed twice and said, someone is lying. The children were suddenly a little nervous, and the originally confident Rilom also took a few quick breaths. There are many people who lied. Yevlet said, one of them is. Everyone held their breath. Dean. Yevlet gave an answer that everyone didn't expect. The dean nodded and said, last night, the lights were turned off in the dormitories first, and then in the hall. As soon as these words came out, the whole place was silent. Chapter 261, Juvia, a special day. No one present was a fool. Yevlet only raised this point and directly broke the children's lies. It was meaningless to try to cover up the lies at this time. Why do you do this? The dean was a little angry and couldn't understand. The children hesitated and refused to say anything. Yevlet said earnestly, there are many troubles in this world, and even adults cannot completely solve them, so there are guilds. For children, most of the troubles cannot be solved, so they must seek help from adults. Although some adults will not help children, but some adults are willing to lend a hand. If you can't seize the opportunity, then when the trouble becomes unmanageable, it will be too late to regret. Yevlet looked at the man named Eddie and said, right, Eddie. Everyone looked at Eddie. It's none of his business. At this time, Riram stood up and said, this is all my idea. I know, but this matter must be related to Eddie in the end. Yevlet determined. The children were silent. The dean saw this and held Eddie in his arms and said, what happened? Eddie, you have always been a good child. Eddie couldn't help crying and said, I just want my parents to come back. The dean was stunned for a moment. She hesitated and comforted, they will be back soon. Okay, now that the matter has been investigated. The dean changed the subject abruptly and said, then let's stop here. Mr. Yevlet, Ms. Mirage, thank you for helping us. As for the reward, please follow me to the office. Okay. Yevlet and Mirage both saw that there was something else going on. The dean was going to tell them, but not in front of the children. The dean dismissed the children, let them move freely, and then took the two to the office. Dong dong. As soon as the three sat down, there was a knock on the door, and a little head poked out. It was Rilamu. What are you doing here, Rilamu? Asked the dean. Dean, can I come and listen? Asked Rilamu. No. The dean refused directly. Okay. Rilom sighed and left. The dean stood up, closed and locked the door of the office, then sat back in his seat and sighed, ah. The child's parents. Won't they? Myra Jane asked cautiously, are they in trouble? Yes. The dean nodded. Eddie is not an abandoned orphan. He originally had a family. His parents are businessmen. 2 years ago, his parents had to go on a business trip. Because they were worried that no one would take care of Eddie, they asked our orphanage to take care of him for a while. Eddie's parents are one of the sponsors of our orphanage, so I agreed. But they have been gone for 2 years. Most likely, something has happened. The dean said. Are there any photos? I can investigate if they are still alive. Yevlet asked. If there are photos, I can investigate. Or find an artist to draw 2 photos. If that doesn't work, ASA can use his ability to deduce Eddie's parents' appearance from his body, which would be much more troublesome. Yes. The dean nodded and said, the couple donated a lot of things to our courtyard. There were photos hanging on the wall, but I was worried that Eddie would miss them when he saw them. After all, he is a child, so I took them down. Wait a minute. The dean got up and went to the cabinet next to him to find the photos of the 2. Yevlet took it, let ASA take a look and put it back. Not long after, ASA replied, Master, I didn't find it. Now there are demons all over the country, and Ace's eyes are everywhere. If ASA can't find it, then there is only one result. Hey, Yevlet sighed and shook his head. The dean smiled reluctantly. This was something he had been mentally prepared for. Dong dong. At this time, the door of the office rang. The dean frowned. It's Rilam. He's listening at the door. The dean exclaimed. Well, let him in. This child behaves very maturely. He can help us. Yevlet said. The dean stood up, opened the door, and saw Rilam with a strong face outside. Come in. The dean took Rilam into the office and closed the door. Eddie's parents died, right? Rilam said. The dean nodded with difficulty. Eddie can't accept this. Rilam said, he is different from us. We didn't have those things from the beginning, but he once had the love from his family. Yevlet was silent. The dean asked, can you explain why you did this? I didn't know Eddie's parents were already. Rilam took a deep breath and said, Eddie has always wanted his parents to come back, but it's been so long and they haven't. A month ago, the dean took us to learn painting outside the city, and some children said that we all had no parents. They actually said that. The dean's face turned red with anger. Mirage reaching out, he took Yevlet's hand to calm down. Yevlet remained silent. Of course, he could understand that there were good and bad children. He often worked as a magician on the street. He could meet good children who were very polite, and he could also meet very impolite children. Rilome said, they said it didn't matter to us. We didn't have parents. But Eddie was very angry. He had parents, so he argued back, but was mocked by those guys, saying that his parents didn't want him anymore. Since then, Eddie has always been sad. So I came up with this idea. Ryram said, I didn't know his parents had. I thought that if something happened in the orphanage, his parents would come to pick him up. So that's it. The dean hugged Ryram in his arms. Yevlet, what should we do? Milage approached Yevlet and asked in a low voice. No way. Yevlet shook his head. But can we just ignore it? Milage said. No one can think of a solution to this kind of thing. You can only get out of it by yourself. Yevlet said, what's more, we don't know Eddie well enough. He looked at the dean, stood up and said, Dean, we can only do this much. Next I think you can discuss it with Rilamu. He is a smart child and knows Eddie better. Okay. The dean nodded, thank you. As for the reward. Don't mention the reward. Milage shook her head, just think of it as our sponsorship of the orphanage. Thank you. The dean said solemnly. Leave the orphanage. Milage still held Yevlet's hand. She asked, Yevlet, do you think the dean will choose to confess in the end, or continue to conceal it until Eddie grows up a little? Yevlet said, they decided to conceal it, but they will help Eddie get out of his current psychological condition. Specifically, they will forge Eddie's parents' handwriting and send a letter to Eddie to let him know that he has not been abandoned until he grows up to accept the truth. Yevlet answered. This is certainly not a guess, but he is also very curious about the final result, so he used magic to pay attention. This plan was proposed by Riram. This is really a smart kid. Early morning. Guild Girls' dormitory. Urza and Wendy were walking and talking in the corridor. A door in front opened and Juvia came out of the room. Good morning everyone, Juvia smiled. Juvia, you are very happy today. Urza smiled. Juvia is very happy every day. Juvia said, because I can see Grey-sama every day and today is a special day. Special day? Wendy asked curiously. Juvia said happily, today is the 10th anniversary of my prayer to God to give me the most perfect love. That is really a special day. Urza said. Juvia is a bit in love. When she was still a girl, she envied others for having sweet love, but she didn't, so she asked the gods to give her a sweet love. Later, she met Grey and was very sure that this was a gift destined by fate. Urza asked curiously, so, are we going to celebrate? No. Juvia shook her head and said, for me, it's a festival of Thanksgiving, so I won't celebrate it myself, but I'm going to give Grey-sama a gift. It's just that. Juvia said a little distressed, I don't know what to give. Here is the time to test the power of women. Xiaolulu said. Women's power. Urza was a little excited when she heard it. Urza, who is always regarded as a close friend by boys and is often not aware of it, is actually a little tender, although it is very rare. But just like she wants to wear a wedding dress, this kind of thing can always touch the softest part of her heart. Wendy said, Miss Juvia has a lot of femininity, so there's no need to worry. After all, Juvia is the most romantic person in the guild. For Grey, she has been constantly evolving, especially with all the skills that can reflect femininity, cooking, cleaning, sewing, handicrafts, etc., all of which are max level strong, making most girls far behind. Is there? Juvia suddenly felt embarrassed. What about me, Wendy? Urza asked hurriedly. Miss Urza is also very good. Wendy didn't dare to say that Urza's femininity was obviously insufficient. After all, it was a women's tea party. Even she and Emily could chat at the table. Only Urza, to put it mildly, she had a special liking for the cakes on the table. But Juvia said, I really don't know what to give to Grey-sama. She was tangled, and her thoughts went astray. Then Wendy and Xiaolulu looked at Juvia in silence and suddenly she laughed foolishly. Ah, Grey-sama wants a child as a gift. It doesn't matter, because he is Grey-sama, so 8 or 10 will give him a child. Rei-sama's child, he. Obviously, Juvia was fantasizing and running wild. But Urza said seriously, I don't recommend giving the child to Grey. I'm worried that he may not be ready to be a father now, so I should change him. She thought for a moment and gave an example, how about armor? Grey will take it off in a second. Xiaolulu complained. Juvia came back to her senses and said, yes, Grey-sama will definitely not get used to it. She actually felt that Urza was not very reliable in this regard, and would rather ask the younger Wendy. In fact, Wendy is not young anymore. Although she looks petite, her current age is the same as when Lucy and Juvia joined Fairy Tale. Wendy, let's go to the Fairy Tale. Wendy thought for a while and said, some commemorative necklaces, rings, etc. Mr. Grey has always worn a necklace. Juvia said, will it bother him if I give him a necklace? Grey has always worn a necklace. Juvia guessed that this should be very important to Grey. If she gave him another necklace, Grey would have to choose one of the two. She didn't want Grey to be bothered by it. As for the ring, I can consider it. Juvia immediately began to fantasize and run wild, saying foolishly, Lord Grey, this is the ring Juvia gave you. Hey? It's not an engagement ring, but if Lord Grey wants it, Juvia will buy it right away. Urza and Wendy both smiled at Juvia's fantasizing and ran wild, and did not stop her. I've gotten used to it. In the guild, it's not just the boys who have their own problems. Girls are the same. From a boy's perspective, looking at some of the boys' behaviors, you will think that the other party is a fool. For example, Natsu gets carsick, Grey takes off his clothes, and Yefrit is stubborn. But from a girl's perspective, looking at these boys' behaviors, anyway, Lucy thinks that Natsu who gets carsick is a bit troublesome, but still very cute. At this time, Natsu is not as tough as usual, and he won't do all kinds of stupid things. Instead, he is soft, and his weak appearance really pokes Lucy's cuteness. Although Juvia always rushed over with clothes when Grey was taking off his clothes, she actually always thought that Grey looked very handsome when he took off his clothes, but she didn't want more people to see this side of Grey. As for Yevlet's stubbornness, not to mention Myra Jane, even Urza would laugh it off. Urza, who was always serious, never taught Yevlet to be honest. You know, Urza has even been committed to making Natsu and Grey so close that it's disgusting. And the girls are the same. It seems difficult to understand from a girl's perspective, but for boys, it hits the XP. Grey is the guy who hides the most. Most people don't know, but Yevlet, who is good at observation, knows it. Every time Juvia wants to go berserk, Grey can't hold back the corners of his mouth. Although he looks indifferent or even impatient on the surface, he is actually very happy in his heart. Juvia, who wants to go berserk, is actually hitting Grey's cute spot. Chapter 262, The Girl's Plan. Give a gift. As Juvia dragged the girls in the guild around to ask, their interest was aroused. How about I give Gajeel something too? Levi said. Gajeel seems to like singing very much, how about a new guitar? A very cool one, the one I read in the magazine recently. Urza was interrupted by Levi before she finished speaking. No. If you give that guy a guitar, wouldn't it be equivalent to encouraging him to write songs? I don't want to listen to his songs all day long. That's true. Everyone nodded. Gajeel is such an ignorant guy, and his singing is like scraping iron. As for Natsu, how about a wristband? Lucy asked. It feels good. Then I'll give a wristband too. Levi said. The girls discussed this matter enthusiastically. In the guild. Hey. Makeo asked in confusion, it feels like there are fewer people today. Yet. There's a strong sense of disharmony. Wakaba nodded. Because Lucy and the others are not here today. Romeo said. Yet. The men in the guild just realized that there was no girl in the guild today. Emily and the others were not in the guild most of the time but outside, because there were people waiting to be rescued at all times, so they lived a busy and fulfilling life. Unless there was something important, they would always be on the road traveling. It's strange that Kana and Bisksa are not here. Everyone discussed. Today, Asuka went to school, and Alzak sat alone in the guild. The couple always went in pairs, but today, they were separated, which was rare. Because Bisksa also joined the discussion of Juvia and others. Kana did not join in. Although she had a relationship, it was not true love, and she was not interested in going to great lengths to give gifts. At this time, Kana was drinking in a bar in the city because there was a discount. Where did they go? Something seems a little strange. Yeflet, do you know? As soon as Yeflet entered the guild, he was asked by everyone. He raised the shopping bag in his hand and said, I don't know either. Just now, Turtledove collected after receiving a letter, he left in a hurry after breakfast. Yeflet sat down next to Natsu and opened the shopping bag, which contained a cake. At this time, Natsu was playing chess with Stinger, and next to him were Rogue and Gajeel. These two were very competitive. Although they regarded Natsu and Gajeel as idols, they also wanted to surpass them all the time. But now they couldn't fight for the time being, so they thought about winning a little from other places, such as playing chess. Mage Guild Chess, a popular chess game among wizards, mainly involves two wizards playing chess. The game will be played against each other, equipped with chess pieces such as the President, S-class wizard and A-class wizard. There is a restraint relationship between the chess pieces. In the end, the chess piece will be moved to the grid representing the opponent's guild to be regarded as victory. At this time, the four were sweating profusely. While eating dessert, Yefrit looked at the situation Natsu and Gajeel were going to lose. After all, under normal circumstances, Stinger and Rogue's intelligence points are higher when fighting, it will be the other way around, and the gap is huge. Yefrit, don't you care? Elfman walked over and said. What's there to care about? Yefrit waved his hand and said, it's not a dangerous thing. Maybe it's a large tea party or something. Even Albagreen went. Elfman frowned and said, I said I had to take care of my body recently. Albagreen is not a weak girl, and she just got pregnant, and she hasn't shown her pregnancy yet. Now we have Myra and Urza with us. They know how to take care of Albagreen better than you do. What are you worried about? Yefrit said without looking back. Okay. Elfman muttered, I have some time. I haven't watched the marble competition for a long time. Do you want to watch it? No, there are no players I like today. Yefrit said. Okay. Elfman turned and left. Wait, Elfman, let's go together. Someone followed him. Marble competition. Gray said, this time, Jerry's is basically sure to win the championship. Jerry's you support? Natsu looked up and asked. Why, no. Gray said. Jerry's will definitely lose to Tom. Natsu said. Hey? That young man has only participated in 2 competitions and was eliminated in the top 16 in the last competition. You actually think he is good? Gray said it was ridiculous. That's right, Natsu, if you invest in him, you'll be in trouble. Gajeel said, he's going to face the 3-time champion Sens in the next game. Sens, hey. That was a long time ago. Laxus on the 2nd floor sneered, now Dis is the favorite to win the championship. Dis? A kid who just came of age, just a little bit of a bright performance, Laxus is betting on a dark horse, there's no need to pick such a dark one. Gajeel said. Hey. Oh? As they talked, they got angry. Pa. When Makarov, the guild leader who had just walked into the guild, saw this scene, he couldn't help but slap his forehead. These guys are so old, and they are still fighting over a marble competition held in a toy store. Even Laxus and Yevlet are angry. Sometimes boys and girls are really different. Of course. They both make him worry. Fortunately, he has submitted the resignation application of the guild leader. In a short time, these will give Laxus a headache. Ahem. Makarov jumped onto the table, coughed twice, and said, everyone put down what you are doing and listen to me. Now issue a commission that everyone present must participate in. When everyone heard this, they couldn't help but feel confused. What's going on? A giant dragon is coming? Makarov recalled what Urza and the others had said before, sorted out his thoughts, and then said, the client is a mysterious businessman. He found our guild and asked us to find a rare treasure in the forest outside the city. Rare treasure. Everyone was excited. Where's the reward, President? Wakaba asked. Makarov said, the reward is very generous, don't worry, it will definitely satisfy everyone. Can I quit? Yefrit raised his hand and said, I'm going to the park to perform magic later. No. Makarov glared at him. I'm not too. Laxus didn't finish his words, but Makarov glared at him with a scary look. I repeat again, everyone must participate. Makarov said. But the girls, Gray said. They have already left. Makarov said unnaturally. Okay. Makarov said in a tough tone, now, there is no urgent matter, let's go. On the way out of the city. Gray said, Yevlet, something is wrong. When he spoke, he looked at Elfman. Even Elfman who left the guild was found back. And the girls disappeared again this morning. Gray always felt that these two things were what connection. Yefrit took off his hat, turned it into a card, stuffed it into his pocket, and said, there's no danger anyway. If they want to play, they can play. The winter sun is not scorching, and it feels warm and comfortable to bask in it. They. Gray caught the keywords in Yefrit's words. Relax. Yefrit patted Gray's shoulder and said, just treat it as a special event. Gray was still frowning and thinking. Suddenly a scream came from the side. Gray and Natsu on the other side looked between the two of them speechlessly. Yefrit was lying on the ground. He fell down in an awkward posture. Natsu picked up Yefrit and Gray patted the snow off his body. I want to go home and change clothes. Yefrit said. After saying that, he turned around, but was blocked by Laxus who was walking behind him. Laxus crossed his arms, blocked his way, and said, don't try to be lazy. Yefrit turned around speechlessly. Everyone reached the edge of the forest. President Makarov said, there is only one treasure, so let's go our separate ways. Yes. So everyone went their separate ways. Yefrit leaned on his cane and walked slowly forward, not looking for the treasure at all. Yefrit, you won't find the treasure if you are so careless. Maiko reminded. Treasure. Yefrit said, there is no such thing. He said halfway, and suddenly shut up as if he thought of something. Yefrit. Maiko was puzzled. There seems to be a sound of fighting ahead. Yevlet said, there's no need to say the following words. I'll go see if they need help. Yevlet took out Teal, used the wind magic, and flew over at low altitude. In fact, Yevlet's help was not needed. Boom! A beautiful white-haired woman knocked down a monster with one punch. She turned around and looked. A breeze blew by, and Yevlet was stunned. At this moment, the sunlight had a shape, and the wind had a smell. Maraja was wearing a white winter dress. Unlike her previous simple style, she was dressed like a noble lady today. Her clothing was gorgeous and full of charm. The winter sun shone on her, making her whole body glow. The wind sent her fragrance to Yevlet's nose. Myra. Yevlet walked over with a smile. Looking closer, she felt even more beautiful, and her heart was moved. He couldn't help but reach out, but he didn't know what to do. He even felt guilty, as if no matter what he did, he would desecrate the purity and nobility of the goddess in front of him. What's wrong? Myra Jane laughed. She looked down and said, it turns out that Mr. Yevlet likes this style. Yes. Yevlet admitted generously. In fact, he always thought that he was just a pervert. But now he found that he still had obvious preferences. For example, Myra Jane now. In the future, please try this style more. Yevlet said. That won't do. Myra Jane shook his head and joked, if you always dress like this, Mr. Yevlet will turn into a wolf on the night of the full moon. Haha. Yevlet laughed. He stretched out his hand, and Myra Jane saw this and wanted to take off his gloves. No need. Yevlet interlocked his fingers with hers and stuffed them in his pocket. What should we do next? Yefrit asked. It's up to you, said Myra Jane. Yefrit thought for a moment, raised his cane and pointed, saying, how about that direction? He remembered that direction led to the cliff, where one could see the most perfect sunset and sunset glow. All right. Myra Jane nodded. So the two of them walked leisurely in the forest. Yefrit was not in a hurry to find any rare treasures. Myra Jane knew that she couldn't fool him, but Yefrit didn't expose her directly, so she planned to continue. That's right. This is a play. It was all a play planned by the girls to give gifts. President Makarov was their helper. Now no one has guessed it, and Natsu and others are still looking for it with great interest. But Myra Jane knew that Yefrit would not be fooled. She had been prepared for this and was not disappointed that her and others' careful arrangement was discovered in advance. After all, Myra Jane knew that it was very difficult to completely deceive Yevlet. The two walked. Chatted. Yevlet seemed very unstable and dishonest today. He even approached Myra Jane slightly and took a breath of fragrance very addictive. Myra Jane smiled. She thought she knew Yevlet better, but she didn't know that Yevlet's interest was actually this style. Obviously, even Yevlet herself didn't expect it. When Yevlet approached again, Myra Jane simply took off her scarf and wrapped it around Yevlet's neck, saying, "It seems that I am very charming today." "Yes, there is no part of my body that is not charming," Yevlet said. "I didn't expect to receive such sincere praise." Myra Jane blushed slightly. In the past, Yevlet often praised her for her beauty and kindness, but that kind of praise was different from what she said at this time. Compared to that, sincerity is far inferior. Yevlet turned his head and glanced at Myla's snow-white neck that was exposed because there was no scarf to cover it. He took out a card and turned it into a scarf, saying, "Unfortunately, my scarf doesn't match your style, but let's just make do with it for now." "Yet." Myla smiled. She thought that Yevlet would calm down, but she found that he would always look at her lips from time to time she put on makeup and lipstick today. Mirage couldn't suppress his smile at all. To be honest, it was the first time that Yevlet paid so much attention to her. It seemed that I really hit his XP today. "Myra." Mirage closed her eyes as soon as Yevlet called out her name. Unable to help it, Yevlet impulsively stepped forward to align the granularity. Another place. Natsu walked alone, and even Happy separated from him because Happy planned to find the treasure first, and then get a generous reward, and use it to buy gifts for Xiaolulu. Suddenly, Natsu's nose twitched and said, "The smell of Lucy." He immediately took action and ran in a certain direction. Soon, he found Lucy squatting behind a bush. Chapter 263, Closer. "Lucy!" Natsu shouted. "Ah!" Lucy turned around, holding cosmetics in her hand. "What are you eating?" Natsu asked. "Lucy, turn around and wait for me quietly," Lucy said bluntly. "What is she eating? How can there be such a fool? It's rare for me to put on makeup, for whom, but for this idiot, but he thinks I'm cheating." Yet. Natsu was a little confused, but he turned around obediently. Lucy speeded up her makeup and soon finished, and her anger subsided. She collected all the tools, stood up and patted Natsu on the shoulder. Natsu turned around, and Lucy put her hands on her waist, with a smug expression waiting for praise, and said, "How is it?" Natsu wrinkled his nose and said, "Lucy, the smell has changed." "Because I sprayed perfume." Lucy said, "This is a high-end product that I saved up for a while to buy." As Lucy was talking, she saw Natsu approaching, which made her face red immediately, thinking, "Could this idiot want to?" "Ah cut!" Natsu, who had just approached and smelled it carefully, suddenly turned his head and sneezed loudly. Natsu covered his nose and took 2 steps back, with a disgusted expression on his face. "Hard." Lucy's fist hardened. But then Natsu said, "The smell of perfume is so pungent, not as good as Lucy's. The Dragon Slayer's sense of smell is far superior to that of ordinary people." The expensive perfume Lucy sprayed was disliked by Natsu. This time, Lucy really didn't know whether to be angry or happy. If she was angry, Natsu was complimenting her. If she was happy, the perfume she bought with hard work and frugality had a side effect on Natsu. In the end, Lucy was still spoiled and said, "Bear it." Natsu nodded reluctantly. Lucy asked again, "How is it?" Lucy turned around. This was a new dress, a new model in the store, and the price was expensive, which made her feel distressed for a while. Natsu looked at it and said naturally, "I don't see any injuries." Lucy gritted her teeth and was about to be angry to death. She swore that this was the last breath she could bear. Lucy said, "I'm talking about my outfit, how well it matches, does it look good?" Natsu suddenly realized, covered his nose, and looked closely, his eyes from Lucy's hairband, to the necklace on her neck, to her clothes and skirt. She looked too carefully, she could even feel Natsu's eyes sweeping across her face, the numb feeling almost made her put her hands in front of her chest in a defensive posture. "How is it?" Lucy asked. Natsu gave a thumbs up and smiled, "It looks good." "What else?" Lucy asked. Natsu was immediately stumped. Lucy slapped her forehead, forget it, let it be. Sometimes, don't force things that are not born. For example, Yevlet doesn't have such a thing as fishing luck, so don't ask him to do it at the critical moment. Natsu also let it go, even if he was angry, Natsu felt that it was embarrassing for him. Natsu looked at Lucy, who was a little depressed, with doubt. His IQ began to rise, but then it turned a corner at a certain place, and then turned around, and went to some unknown place. Hey, Lucy looked at the stunned Natsu and sighed. She felt very powerless. She even doubted whether he knew about giving birth if she was really with Natsu. But at this moment, Natsu's brain suddenly connected to a certain memory. It was a quiet afternoon. He, Yevlet, and Grey were watching a movie. There was a scene in the movie where the heroine was angry, and then the hero kissed her, and then the two reconciled. At that time, Natsu wondered, why did they reconcile? They obviously didn't resolve the conflict. Yevlet said, sometimes the contradiction itself is not that important. Natsu suddenly glared, revealing a strong confidence in his eyes, and then approached Lucy, who was a little distracted. Lucy was completely dumbfounded. After a long time, Natsu took a step back, licked his lips, and said, Lucy, don't be angry. Who taught you to apologize like this? Lucy was really embarrassed, happy, and angry. In the end, all the strong emotions were concentrated on her fists, and she punched Natsu. Boom! Natsu was directly hit and flew several meters away. Of course he was fine. After getting up, he found that Lucy's expression was mostly smiling. Natsu also relaxed, scratched the back of his head, and smiled and praised, Lucy's fist is really powerful. Listening to this praise, Lucy really didn't know what kind of mood to face it. But in the end, she was happy. She walked over and stretched out her hand. Natsu grabbed her hand and was pulled up by her. Then Lucy said directly, in the future, ask me first for such things. Is it not possible? Natsu tilted his head. It's not impossible. Why did Lucy think it was impossible? It's just that Natsu always gave her surprises suddenly, which made her heart a little unbearable. Then it's possible. Natsu said confidently, that's what Yefrit said. Lucy said speechlessly, I advise you and Grey not to trust Yefrit too much. He is very smart. Natsu said. No, sometimes he is also a fool, and Lucy looked into Natsu's eyes seriously and said, although we are all companions, Natsu, you should also know that you and Yefrit are different to me. I understand. Natsu nodded. That's good. Lucy nodded with a smile. Juvia. Grey looked at Juvia, who came out from behind a big tree, a little confused and a little surprised. It can be seen that Juvia has been dressed up carefully. Compared to the usual girlish style, she is now a mature lady. Her long hair is tied up with an exquisite hairpin. She has makeup on her face. Usually, the girls in the guild don't wear much makeup. After all, they are all pretty. Now that they put on makeup, their charm value is really crazy up. Even Grey is very moved. But he turned his head to the side with a little pride. Lord Grey. Juvia was delighted when she saw Grey's arrogant and shy look. She jumped in front of him and was about to speak, but her foot twisted. Grey reacted quickly and reached out to grab her, but happened to pull Juvia into his arms. Lord Grey. Looking at Juvia's eyes, there was no reluctance, only full of expectations. Grey took action. After a long time, Grey straightened Juvia's body and said, it's obviously a task assigned by the president, why are you dressed like this? In fact, Grey already knew that the girls must have a joint plan, and Juvia must be in it. But he didn't expose it. After all, the other party would not harm him, so he pretended to know nothing and see what they wanted to do. Juvia pinched the corner of her skirt, still savoring it, and said with a red face, I just want to change my style occasionally, Lord Grey, doesn't Juvia look good now? Grey said arrogantly, not bad, it's okay to be like this occasionally. Well. Juvia was immediately excited after getting Grey's affirmation. You two, you really do everything together. Yukino and Lucky walked out from behind the tree somewhat helplessly. Stinger and Roger were not surprised. As dragon slayers, they had already smelled their scent, although it was mixed with a stronger perfume. When did you two become so close? Roger was also puzzled. Hasn't Yukino always had a better relationship with Lucy? But now, she is often with Lucky. Yukino blushed slightly, not knowing what to say. Lucky is a master of theory, and has a much more cheerful personality. She said, my relationship with Yukino is like that with Lucy and Juvia. We will naturally have a good relationship. Stinger and Roger were stunned. Their IQs were higher than Natsu's on weekdays, and they immediately understood what Lucky meant. The relationship between Lucy and Juvia cannot be said to be better than others, but it is very special. The special thing is that one of them likes Natsu and the other likes Gray. As we all know, the relationship between these two guys seems to be confrontational, but in fact they are closer than brothers. Then the relationship between Lucy and Juvia can also be said to be a sister-in-law relationship. Stinger glanced at Yukino and could accept it. When he was in the Sword-Bite Tiger, the relationship between him and Yukino was relatively flat, at least when Yukino was in the Sword-Bite Tiger when he was insulted, he didn't have any feelings of love. But later, after both of them arrived at Fairy Tale, out of a kind of hometown feeling that is hard to describe, the distance between the two began to get closer. It was similar to the feeling of going to a completely unfamiliar new class and fortunately meeting classmates from the old class. The relationship between the two began to heat up. These two people are not Natsu and Lucy, so the progress bar is rising very quickly, and it is basically on the eve of confirming the relationship. On the other side, Rog's reaction was slower. He met Lucky after joining Fairy Tale, and then Lucky took the initiative to approach him. The reason is, Rog looks very similar to Lucky. The second male lead in a comic she had read before, she liked that comic and that character very much. This actually made Roger a little resistant, he didn't want to be a substitute for someone else. It was difficult for Lucky herself to explain her feelings clearly. But at this time, let's ignore this matter for the time being. Because Stinger looked at Suino and Lucky who were dressed up carefully, and then said, sorry, Roger, I have to go first. After that, he took Suino away. Left Roger and Lucky looking at each other. Roger, to be honest. Lucky said, I really can't tell my feelings. Roger pursed his lips slightly. But, Lucky said, you are indeed the first boy who makes me worry about you and is willing to completely change myself for a strange feeling. Lucky likes to read books very much, and occasionally reads indecent books, so he is a little second year, a little difficult to understand, and even often says some difficult to understand words. For example, sleep is pronounced as unguarded time, eat is pronounced as feed the stomach, etc. But the appearance of Rog broke through the barriers between the two-dimensional and three-dimensional worlds. The so-called barrier is that the two-dimensional world is my favorite, and the three-dimensional world is the best. Yes, Lucky used to be I think the three-dimensional world is dirty, even if it is the handsome guys in the guild, Laxus, Yevlet, Gray, as long as she thinks of love, kissing, and licking the other's gums with her tongue, she can't accept it. She therefore thought that she only yearned for love in novels or comics, until Rog appeared and directly broke her pessimistic defense line. Lucky found that she didn't object to getting close to Rog. After listening to Lugga's words, Rog still resisted. He didn't hate Lugga, and Lugga even had a little bit of Bayueguang in his heart. But Rog, who had a strong self-esteem, was unwilling to accept false love. Seeing this, Lucky said, it's a bit willful to say this, but, Rog. She took a step forward, blushing, and mustered up the courage to say, take me from that guy. That guy refers to a non-existent character. It's easy to forget someone, just fall in love with another person. Lucky stared at Rog, her eyes full of sincerity. Rog smiled. This sentence he was very satisfied. It can even be said that this is the answer. It's like tossing a coin to decide the choice. In fact, when the coin is tossed, one's heart has already made a choice. Lucky's words actually mean that she chose Rog. Rog therefore stretched out his hand, and Lucky placed her little hand on his palm. Rog exerted force and pulled her over. Turtledove. After Yevlet and Mileage walked for a while, they saw Turtledove waiting here. Turtledove changed into a gorgeous kimono and stood up. She is a rare tall but plump girl. She is wearing a loose kimono, and her graceful figure cannot be hidden. Mr. Yevlet. Turtledove is a little shy and expectant. Since Mileage and Yevlet confessed, Turtledove knew that she was not far from the plot of climbing onto the bed of the noble master in the novel. She was excited and expectant. Besides, with Mileage's guarantee, she was not afraid of being targeted because of attracting Yevlet's attention. Miss Mileage eats meat, but she can drink soup. This makes Turtledove very proud. She is really wise and foolish. Although she is always regarded as a fool in love, who knows that she won by lying like this? Mirage smiled and looked at Turtle Dove, and nodded. There is a reason why Yevlet admires Turtle Dove. This figure is really very good. Yevlet glanced at Myra Jane, who smiled with encouragement in his eyes. Myra, you are really gentle. Yevlet said. Because there is no need to care. Myra Jane said with a smile. Today. Yevlet looked up at the turtle dove that was slowly approaching and said, very beautiful, turtle dove. Thank you. The turtle dove nodded happily. Chapter 264, Yevlet's Heirloom. That's found it. Happy pulled Xiaolulu and flew forward excitedly. There was a box that looked gorgeous in front. Happy picked it up and said happily, Xiaolulu, wait for me to give it to the president, and I will buy you a gift after getting the commission. Xiaolulu smiled and said, okay, let's go back this way. As she said that, she pulled Happy to another direction. Haha. Natsu said happily, we have the best luck. He ran over happily and picked up a beautiful box. Lucy followed and said, yes, it's the blessing of the Goddess of Beauty. Goddess of Beauty. Natsu was puzzled, what does it have to do with her? Lucy smiled and didn't answer. The Goddess of Beauty, according to legend, is the god in charge of love and romance. This box is not a gift from the god of luck, but the blessing of the Goddess of Beauty. Not only Natsu, but all boys, everyone will receive this gift today. It seems we are the luckiest. Lysina ran and jumped to pick up the box in front. Laxus walked over slowly, looking down at Lysina, knowing that it was probably Lysina who put it there. But he didn't expose her. Lysina tilted her head slightly, pouted her lips, and looked a little unhappy. Laxus turned his head a little unnaturally, so cute. Today, Lysina also changed her style and put on makeup. She is also a big beauty. She usually dresses casually. Today, she dressed up specially. According to her petite body data that can't hide the big thunder, she simply wore a tight top and very short shorts. Today it's so hot, completely overturning the previous sister type role, plus makeup and some decorations, she looks a lot more mature. This is also the reason why Laxus has been cold since he met Lysina. The arrogant guy doesn't want Lysina to see that he is moved. He doesn't even know how to look at Lysina. Look at the face, it's so cute. Heartbeat. Look at the upper body, and you can't help but move your eyes to the big thunder excitement. Look at the slender waist with a faint vest line emotion. Look at the big hips in the lower body, the long legs that are so white that they are dazzling throbbing. Laxus didn't know where to put his eyes. Lysina was slightly stunned, looked down at herself, and finally realized that Laxus was shy. Hee. So you are this kind of Laxus. Lysina's shyness is much less than other girls. After all, in the past, she was a strong man who punched Yefrit and kicked Laxus and still received the doting smiles of the two. Shyness has long disappeared without a trace with countless physical contacts. In this love, Lysina is the absolute leader. Lysina pounced on him directly, which made Laxus' body stiff and he didn't know where to put his hands. Lysina omitted the word brother. She approached Laxus, exhaled hot air from her mouth, blew on Laxus' chin, and said, when will you realize that I am not a child anymore? Laxus said in a somewhat stiff tone, it is precisely because I am not a child that I have to be reserved. I can learn from Sister Myra, but the premise is that your performance can surpass Natsu, at least catch up with Grey. Laxus was silent. Everyone just dares not discuss it. Lysina said, in fact, Laxus is not as good as Natsu. This is really Natsu has made great progress now, but Laxus is still playing the trick of the wooden man. Humph. Laxus snorted coldly, but didn't say anything. Lysina sighed. She had a hunch that she might be the last one. She laughed at Lucy before, but now it seems that the tsundere is not even as good as a fool. Yevlet weighed the two boxes in his hand, one was white and gold, the other was pink. It was obvious that the former was prepared by Mileage, and the latter was prepared by Turtledove. Yevlet smiled and said, it seems I am lucky. Miraja and Turtledove smiled. I mean, Yevlet said, I am honored that someone would carefully prepare such a thing for me. Miraja smiled, you deserve it. That's right. Turtledove said quickly. Are you going back now? Yevlet asked. Yes. Mileage nodded. So Yevlet put the two boxes into the card, and then turned his wrist, and the card disappeared. By the way, can you stop hugging me? Yevlet said. Miraja and Turtledove both hugged his arms, which made him very uncomfortable. He was more used to walking by himself, or leaning on a cane. Then Miss Mila. Turtledove immediately let go of his hand sensibly. If she had to choose between the two, she would definitely give in. Besides, there was no need to care more about such a small matter. Anyway, Myra Jane had already nodded. She spent more time with Yevlet in her daily life. As long as she didn't touch Miss Mirajana's bottom line, she could be as unbridled as she wanted on weekdays, provided that Yevlet didn't mind. Myra Jane also let go of her hand. She pulled Banjiu over, and the two women held hands. Then she said, Mr. Yevlet, you still have to learn to get used to it. It's okay if you don't learn it. Yevlet waved her hand. He was not a person who liked to force himself. He also knew that Myra Jane and Banjiu were both generous and would not make them angry just because he refused to hug their arms. Yevlet shook his shoulders. No matter what, it was more relaxed and comfortable this way. Walked for a while. Yevlet. Gray and Juvia came out from the other side. The two held hands. Seeing Yevlet appear, Gray instinctively moved his arm. He was also a proud guy, but he finally suppressed it. Gray, how is it? Did you find it? Yevlet asked. Of course. Gray nodded. He also figured it out. Everyone must have one. The two teams met up and walked together. It was getting darker and darker. More people also met up. Seeing that everyone had a box in their hands, even the dumbest guy, like Natsu, reacted. Yevlet didn't, but everyone knew that he definitely had it, but he just didn't hold it in his hand. According to his habit, he should have put it in the card. In order to fit in, Yevlet still separated Turtledove and Milage, and then stood between the two with a teasing smile. Mirage and Turtledove hugged Yevret's arms again, but they knew that Yevlet was not very comfortable at this time, so they didn't get too close. Unlike Juvia on the side, who was hanging on Gray. It hurts. At this time, Wakaba and Makeo came out of the woods on one side. They were each pinched by their wives. Asshole, Wakaba's wife scolded, why do you look disappointed when you see me? I am also dressed up seriously. That's right, Makeo, are you looking forward to a young girl? Hey! Makeo's wife was also very dissatisfied. Of course, the two of them are indeed a bit older, and they always dress in an old-fashioned way. But when they were invited by Lucy and the others, they, like aunties, also fantasized about being able to experience the feeling of being young again. So, they rarely accompanied these young girls to play around. They used the money they saved on weekdays and were reluctant to buy expensive clothes. They just bought new clothes and then dressed up carefully. They thought they would be a surprise to their husbands, but they didn't expect to be a shock. The two bastards were full of disgust. This made them angry all of a sudden, and when they saw these young people again, they were all very sweet, which made them completely unable to stabilize their mentality. Facing his wife's anger, Wakaba hurriedly said, No, I'm not disappointed, I'm surprised, you look so good today, it reminds me of my youth. Macau also hurriedly said, Yes, I am also very surprised, really, I swear. Looking at the two couples. The young people present all laughed. Will this be their future relationship? Bisksa turned to look at her husband Arzik and said, When I'm 40, will you dislike me? Absolutely not. Arzik said quickly. Brother Laxus. Lysina whispered, Will you have such an expression towards me in the future? No. Laxus said with a cold face. If I do, I'll ask Brother Yevlet to beat you up. Lysina laughed. Him? Ha! Laxus sneered. Xiaolulu, don't worry, no matter what you become in the future, I will always smile at you. Habi said. Xiaolulu snorted coldly and said nothing. Juvia will always stay beautiful for Gray-sama. Juvia said. It has nothing to do with this. Gray shook his head. Yes, the wives of Wakaba and Makeo are not good looking. They are fat and fierce. They are scary and even make people want to sigh. Is this what love looks like after reaching the end? So, the girls are a little worried. Now they are still young and beautiful. Many girls today have felt the fiery gaze of each other, which makes them very happy and proud. But there will be a day when their faces will age. When they are 40 or 50 years old and become aunts, will they still be cherished? Will the other party they care about be like Wakaba, always talking about young girls and sneaking in and out of the dance hall, or will they be like Makao, often finding excuses to go in and out of the Blue Pegasus with many beauties? Gray looked at Juvia, who seemed to be somewhat involved. He pinched her face and said, people grow old. Women get ugly, and men get ugly too. When Juvia is 40, I will be a 40-year-old uncle. I believe that by then, no other girl will like me except Juvia. Gray said, I will always cherish Juvia. Lord Grey. Juvia's eyes turned red after hearing this. This is too touching. The people around heard it. The atmosphere suddenly became wrong. The girls turned their heads to look at the men around them, and their eyes were even a little coercive. Gray said this, don't you have anything to say? The men suddenly felt pressured. It was Yevlet who spoke first. He said, it doesn't matter. We are all wizards. We will stay young longer. When we are 40, we will not become old men or old women. By then, we will still be charming. Yevlet. Lucy said speechlessly, I don't think Miss Myra and Miss Dove want to hear this. All the girls nodded. Yevlet was silent for a while and said, then I can develop a magic to keep everyone young. You really ruin the atmosphere. Levi was helpless. Is this what everyone cares about? It's obviously a boy's promise. What the hell is developing magic? Although if it can be done, everyone will definitely support it. But now can't you honestly say what Gray said, saying that you will always cherish each other? It's really a bit unexpected. Myra Jane smiled, Mr. Yefrit actually has a very high Tsundere attribute. Yefrit simply leaned close to Marajana's ear and said a few words. Myra Jane was stunned, and then laughed. Yefrit said the same thing to Banjiu's ear, and Banjiu's face suddenly turned red. Looking at the two of them, they should be satisfied. Levi looked at Gajeel silently. Gajeel directly took out an iron rod and said very hardcore, if there is a day when I make you dissatisfied, just hit me directly. Not that bad, not that bad. Levi said quickly, but took the iron rod. Gajeel. Since it has started. Now everyone has to say a few words to pass. At a certain moment, Natsu's brainwaves suddenly matched everyone's. Lucy next to him was actually mentally prepared. Natsu, this guy, might not be able to say anything, and he might not even realize it. But suddenly, Natsu put his hands on her shoulders, stared into her eyes, and said seriously, no matter how old I am, I will go on adventures with Lucy. Lucy laughed, she was very satisfied with this answer. Makarov sighed, he was very happy to see the atmosphere in the guild, but he also felt a little emotional, he recalled his own things. He no longer had the opportunity to say such similar words. It was completely dark. There was a fire in front. Everyone came here, it turned out to be a bonfire that had been prepared long ago. Hey, everyone! Sitting by the bonfire was Urza, who had never appeared. Behind her, there were many boxes. She said, today, every boy will receive a gift that belongs to him. As soon as these words came out, many singles present were very moved. From just now, they were a little disappointed and envious, even though they had known for a long time that they would not receive gifts. But unexpectedly Arisa had already prepared it. Fried. Urza stood up and gave everyone a gift. Ahem. Makarov jumped onto the woodpile and said, sorry, everyone, even I joined this deception plan. It's okay, President. The boys all said. Then the bonfire carnival, let's start. Makarov released a meteor magic. Suddenly the stars in the sky turned into falling meteors. Of course, they were not real meteors, but they formed a beautiful and romantic atmosphere. Iluza held a tray and handed everyone a glass of wine, including Yefrit. The red wine he gave was processed with a special method to a very low concentration. For the first time, Yefrit did not refuse to take the wine. Makarov silently stepped aside, and Mavis appeared from the darkness. The two presidents looked at those young children with great emotion. President Mavis Makarov said, my era has ended, and a new era has arrived. Makarov, you've worked hard. Mavis touched Makarov's head. Fairy tale Makarov smiled, it will always be so lively. Of course. Mavis laughed, she said, fairy tale is the most shining treasure I left in this world. Lysina jumped onto the firewood, holding up the wine glass and shouting, fairy tale Sago. Cheers. Everyone shouted, and then drank it all. Hee, I'm not drunk. Everett has been holding Myra Jane and Turtledove since he drank half a glass of red wine, and his head is nudging in their arms. There is no way, the two can only end tonight's activities early and send him home. Gift dash. Everett muttered. Then he opened 2 boxes in a daze. A set of tea sets, given by Turtledove. A new hat, given by Mileage. Yevlet was very satisfied, he said with a smile, Wait. Where are you going? Turtledove wanted to help him, but he pushed him away. The two could only look at Yevlet worriedly, holding on to the wall and heading to the warehouse. There was a sound of rummaging through boxes and cabinets inside. Soon, Yevlet staggered out again. He held 2 small boxes in his hands. What is this? The 2 women were surprised. The box looked like a jewelry box. Yevlet explained vaguely, although I haven't met it, this is what my mother left me. It is a family heirloom of the Valier family, and now it is handed over to you. He handed the 2 boxes to Mileage and Turtledove. The 2 opened the box, and inside was a pair of exquisite earrings. Isn't there only 1 pair? Turtledove wondered. How come both of them have it? I used magic. Yevlet said, I copied the earrings, so you all have them. This has a special meaning. Myra Jane took off her earrings, looked at the earrings Yevlet gave her, and found a string of magic spells printed on the back. It seems so. Yevlet thought for a while and said, it can open the treasure of the Valier family. It must wait until the family faces the crisis of extinction before it can be opened. When the 2 girls heard it, they immediately showed respect. But Yevlet said, I didn't get any treasure or information. My father said it was just a legend. Don't take it too seriously. Mr. Flit, I want to wear it. Said Turtledove. It's for you. Wear it if you want it. Yefrit turned around and dragged heavy steps upstairs. Miss Myra. After Turtledove put on the earrings, she turned her head and looked at Myra Jane, who was also wearing earrings. She burst into tears and threw herself into Marajana's arms, saying, I never thought that I would have such an honor one day. Myra Jane smiled and comforted her, yet, I didn't expect it either. After letting Turtledove cry for a while, Myra Jane said goodbye to her and went back to her home. Along the way, she couldn't help touching the earrings from time to time. Finally, when she arrived at the door of her house, she finally laughed. She touched the earrings again and whispered, It's amazing, Myra Jane Valier. On the other side. Take a shower. I want to take a shower, said Yefrit. Turtledove said quickly, Sir, you are drunk, don't move, let me take care of it. Turtledove forgot that what Yevlet drank was not anything else, but red wine. Mike looked at it curiously, thinking that he should learn from experience. Turtledove's exclamation came from the bathroom, Ah, Mr. Yevlet, no. Ah. Yevlet said, Aren't you my Turtledove? Yes, but I don't dare. What's there to be afraid of? You've come to my door, I won't let you go. But Miss Myra. Let's change the way. Okay, I'll try my best. Chapter 265, The Anticipated Guild Event. It was early in the morning, and the sun hadn't even risen yet. Lucy was sleeping soundly. She smacked her lips, and was having a strange dream at this moment, mumbling, A girl named Haru is not cute at all. I can't count on Natsu for naming. Natsu, I want to eat something sour. I heard that sour boys and spicy girls are good. If it's a son, I'll call him Lucy. Natsu suddenly jumped from the street outside to the window of Lucy's house, pushed the window open and shouted. Lucy. Lucy opened her eyes confusedly, still immersed in the dream just now, and questioned Natsu, Isn't this a girl's name? Did you really name your child carefully? Ah? Natsu was confused. Where did he get the child? Suddenly, Lucy woke up, and in an instant, her face turned red like a red-hot iron block. She immediately hid in the quilt at the fastest speed in her life, wrapped in it like a turtle. Nana, Naz. Lucy's trembling voice came from the quilt, When did you come? Just came. Natsu said. Puff Happy covered his mouth and laughed. You dare to laugh? Lucy was ashamed and angry. She lifted the quilt and saw that Natsu was confused, and it was Happy who was holding back his laughter. Pa! A steel hand grabbed Happy's head. Ah, Lucy! Happy panicked. Lucy, wearing a mecha, was no weaker than Natsu. Happy shouted quickly, I was just laughing happily because I remembered today's guild activities. Don't get me wrong. Harpy's explanation was really a cover-up, but Lucy couldn't really do anything to Harpy, so she could only go down the stairs and ask, activity. Natsu immediately answered happily, saying, Lucy, get up quickly, we are here to inform you to participate in the event. After that, Natsu complained again, really, Lucy can sleep through an event like this today, what a fool. Lucy, Lucy glanced at the sky outside, the sun hadn't come out yet, she almost thought she was sleepy and thought it was night, and said, is it afternoon now? Of course it's morning, Lucy. Harpy said, to be precise, it's early morning, the sun will come out in a while. The sun hasn't come out yet. Lucy couldn't control her anger, she roared, it's so early, even if there is an event in the guild, it won't start so early. Today's event is very fun, of course we have to prepare in advance. Natsu said, Happy and I practiced all night without sleeping. If Happy hadn't stopped me from coming, I would have come to see you last night. Lucy turned her head calmly, looked at Happy, and smiled. Happy was frightened and raised his cat paw, saying, Lucy, I didn't say anything. No, I have to thank you, Happy. Lucy said, then turned to look at Natsu and said, Natsu, take off your shoes. What are you going to do? Natsu complained while taking off his shoes, it's so troublesome. Get up quickly. As soon as Natsu took off his shoes, he was captured by Lucy with a very skilled ground technique. The powerful cross lock completely locked Natsu. While Lucy exerted force, she shouted, do you know how important it is to get a good night's sleep for girls, bastard? If you dare to force me to practice that activity all night, I will beat you to death, I swear I will. Happy hid in the corner and trembled. If he had known, he would have found an excuse not to follow. Lucy, spare me, spare me. Natsu wanted to beg for mercy, but he didn't finish his words. Crack. Natsu fainted directly. Lucy was so angry that she loosened her posture with a whoosh, and then she glared at Happy. Happy rolled out of the window. Lucy closed the window with a crash. Standing on the balcony, Happy wiped a cold sweat. Lucy's morning mood was terrible. Having been woken up, Lucy couldn't go back to sleep. She glanced at the unconscious Natsu and got out of bed to change clothes. But she didn't know that Natsu's physique was different from that of ordinary people, and he woke up quickly, just in time to see Lucy taking off her clothes. Natsu didn't move, but his eyes were fixed. Lucy planned to take a shower first, so she turned to the table to get the soap she bought a few days ago, but she happened to look at Natsu. Natsu smiled and said, Lucy, beautiful. Go to hell. Starting at 0 frame, Lucy directly raised her leg and chopped it down, hitting Natsu's face with her foot, releasing a powerful force and breaking the bed. Boom. The Happy on the balcony trembled. Really, Lucy? Natsu rubbed his face and sat up, saying, why do you always beat people today? I didn't do anything wrong. Turn around. Lucy yelled. Natsu turned his back obediently, but he was swaying, scratching his head or tapping his feet, with a lot of small movements. Lucy angrily went to find a plate, put it on top of Natsu's head, and said, if you fall, I will ignore you for 10 days, I mean it. Natsu immediately sat upright and dared not move. Only then did Lucy go to take a bath with peace of mind. 10 minutes later. The lights in the room turned on. Natsu and Happy knelt on the ground. In front of them Lucy, who was dressed, had wet hair and exuded a hot and humid fragrance. She sat on a stool, crossed her legs, and her toes were less than 30 centimeters away from Natsu's nose, swaying back and forth. Lucy crossed her arms, her eyes cold, and said, tell me, what's going on? That's it, Natsu explained. I see. Every year, the guild holds an event called Guess Who I Am on this day. The content is, everyone uses transformation magic to become another person. There is no limit to who they can become, but they cannot remain themselves. Then everyone has to guess the true identity of others, and then send the answer to the mailbox at the entrance of the guild. The mailbox will automatically detect whether it is correct or not. When everyone transforms, it will be recorded in the mailbox. If you guess wrong, you will deduct 1 point. If you guess right, you will add 2 points. If you are guessed wrong, you will add 2 points. If you are guessed right, you will deduct 1 point. In addition, for every hour you persist without being exposed, you can automatically add 1 point. If you have not been exposed once until the end of the event, you will directly add 15 points. The event time is from 9 AM to 9 PM. The event location is the entire Magnolia town. Don't worry about the area being too large. All participants can only transform into companions in the guild, so it is easy to find each other. Finally, the points are counted and the top 3 are ranked to get rich prizes. The newcomers in the guild, including Lucy, are playing for the first time. Although Lucy has joined Fairy Tale for a long time, it is not long in reality. Before the end of the first year, she encountered a black dragon and was attacked and went to another world. Because of the lack of people in the other world, the event was not held. After returning, there were many things to do. For the Fairy Tale Guild, this event was held again after a lapse of 7 years. It seems very interesting, Lucy said. No wonder Natsu and Happy are so excited and practiced all night. I just don't know who the 2 guys want to play. Lucy's eyes moved a few times and she said, is that so? No wonder you are so excited and practiced all night. Who are you going to play? Lucy thought she could easily control the 2 idiots, but she saw Natsu and Happy retreating 1 meter away at the same time, looking at her warily, and said, this kind of thing is a secret. You can't even tell me. Lucy was disappointed, and she looked like she was about to cry because she was not trusted. But Natsu and Happy shook their heads and said, even Lucy can't tell. You 2 guys. Lucy was immediately annoyed and said, we are companions. Even so, Natsu said firmly, we have to abide by the rules of the game. But you and Happy colluded, Lucy said aggrievedly. No. Natsu shook his head and said, last night, Happy practiced at home and I practiced in the forest. We didn't tell each other. Lucy was immediately silent. These 2 guys were so serious. Okay. Lucy had no choice but to compromise and began to think about who she should become. Since she wanted to avoid being noticed, she must not only transform like the real person, but also make sure that no one could find any flaws in her words and deeds. By the way, Lucy suddenly remembered, I don't know how to transform. It doesn't matter. Natsu said, Yefrit will give everyone a transformation card at that time, and the mailbox is bound to the transformation card. But, Lucy worriedly said, in this way, Yefrit will be able to easily know everyone's true identity. Natsu said, Yefrit will not do such a boring thing. Lucy was stunned, then reacted, that's right. Yefrit is not a person who would cheat like this. Just like fishing. He just can't catch fish, it doesn't mean he can't catch fish. He could use deception magic to make all the fish in the river jump onto the shore, and he could pick as many as he wanted and pick whatever he wanted. But he wouldn't do that. No matter how bad the battle record was, he wouldn't use deception magic, even to trick a small fish into biting the hook. 8 o'clock in the morning. Everyone gathered at the guild. Laxus presided over it this year. Makarov had submitted an application for abdication, but the Magic Council had some concerns, so it had not yet approved it. After all, Makarov was still mature and cautious. But Laxus had a bit of a temper. But even if the Magic Council was allowed to choose, it would be difficult for them to choose a favorite candidate to be the president of the first guild. In their eyes, the wizards of Fairy Tale were all a group of problem children, including Yefrit. If they could, they would like Emily to be the president, but Emily has little experience, and the whole country will not agree to it. It would be best if Emily traveled around to save people, and no one wanted her to be tied up in Magnolia Town. Laxus doesn't like to talk nonsense. After counting the number of people, he briefly introduced the rules and then announced the top 3 rewards. Third place reward 700,000 J. 700,000 J, it's really simple and crude. Lucy's eyes lit up at once, this is her 10-month rent. Although her father is very rich and is now even striving to become the richest man in the country, she is a very independent girl, and she doesn't want to rely on her father for things she can do by herself. Second place reward this year's S-Class Wizard Contestant Selection will greatly increase the initial score. This reward is richer. There was no S-Class Wizard Contestant Selection competition before, but the civil war in Laxus was planned by Yevlet as a selection competition. Through this competition, the number of S-Class Wizard contestants was determined. Laxus said that he would greatly increase the initial score, so he must be serious. In other words, in this selection competition, even if the performance is not good enough, or even not too bad, you can basically get a place. Of course, if the selection competition has a confrontation attribute, and you kneel down at the beginning, then there is nothing you can do. This reward is extremely generous for the strong people close to S class. Natsu, Gray, Gajeel, Stinger, Rogue, and others all have bright eyes at this time. For them, this is equivalent to getting this year's quota. Gudong Kana took a sip of wine. She didn't care. She knew that she had lost the opportunity. Even if she now has a powerful second magic, she really can't catch up with Natsu and others. First place reward dash. Laxus paused for a moment, then said, Fairy Tales 4 Super Magic dash. The 3 super magics created by the first President Mavis: Fairy Law, Fairy Glory, Fairy Ball. And Yefrit's Fraud Magic. And Gildarts's Super Advanced Magic Crushing Magic. And President Makarov's Advanced Magic Gigantic Magic. You can choose any one of them to learn. His dash. At this point, the whole audience took a breath. Stinger and others who had just joined the guild not long ago found it even more unbelievable. These magics are the foundation of a guild and the absolute core. Just like the 3 super magics, only the president can learn them. Excluding the fraud magic, that is too difficult. Everyone has a chance to learn the 3 super magics. The president's gigantic magic, although he is old and it is very laborious to use, but everyone present is young and can afford it. People like Makeo have also seen the invincible figure of the president who was not yet old using gigantic magic. And Gildarts's crushing magic, as a super advanced magic, is one step away from super magic, which can be said to be terrifyingly powerful. You can choose any of these magics to learn. Compared to the last event, the first place only had 600,000 J. This time the reward is really generous. Rog whispered, secure the second place and fight for the first place. Stinger, we have to cooperate. I know. Stinger nodded, we are not as strong as Nazgo and others, but we may not lose to them in this game. Besides, we have been in this guild for a while, just be careful. Rog also nodded. Yukino looked indifferent. She felt that she had no chance of winning, so she didn't have the desire to win. Stinger has already started to fantasize, if I have to choose, I heard that the fairy law has the power to destroy everything. It is also a light attributed magic. If I learn it, I will definitely be able to release very powerful magic. Rog said, I want to learn crushing magic. Many people are fantasizing. Hey! Gajeel smiled and said, I want to learn gigantism. I think Gildarts's crushing magic is more suitable for you. Levi said. Freed, I want to learn the fairy ball. I will prove that I, Freed, am the most suitable person to stand beside Laxus. Lysina smiled but said nothing. Yeflet listened to the discussion of the crowd. On, sighed, and said loudly, is there no one who wants to learn fraud magic? The scene was silent, and everyone looked at him with strange eyes. How difficult it is to get started with fraud magic, don't you know? Even Stinger and Roger have never thought about learning fraud magic. Really? Yevlet said, if that's the case, then I'll get the first place. Stop bragging, Yevlet. That's right. I practiced all night. I've been preparing for it a few days in advance. Your characteristics are the most obvious, Yevlet, you haven't won the first place in the past few years, don't pretend to be the king of this game. Everyone laughed. Damn it. Yevlet said angrily, just wait and see. Chapter 266, Yevlet is not good at deception. Time, 8:40. The magic transformation cards made by Yevlet were distributed to everyone. The mailbox at the door was also erected. Laxus said, next, leave in batches. Natsu, Gray, Gajeel, Urza, Lucky. The 5 people left the guild immediately, looked at each other at the door, and chose different directions. When they walked away, Laxus continued to read, Makeo, Bisksa, Kana, Rogue, Happy. Groups of people left. In the end, only 2 people were left. You did it on purpose, didn't you? Yefrit glared at him. Laxus said, I stayed at the end too. Because you are the one who will be the president. Yefrit said. You are still the vice president. Our guild doesn't have a vice president. If I say there is one, then there is one. Okay, don't waste time. Laxus left. Yefrit also ran to the back of the guild and looked around to see that there was no one around. He activated the transformation card, and pictures of everyone in the guild appeared on it. After thinking for a while, he clicked on the picture of Kana. Suddenly, someone who looked exactly like Kana appeared. Yevlet looked around, and his hand began to reach out to his chest, grabbing the heavy place. But in the end, he stopped. He kept saying, I am Kana now, Kana, Kana. Kana would not use such a strange action to grab her chest. He couldn't show any flaws. Yevlet recalled Kana's walking posture and walked into the town confidently and ostentatiously. Along the way, he received all kinds of hot eyes, all looking at his chest and waist, some looking at his hips and legs, and even moving his eyes down to the limit to look at the pair of feet wearing high-heeled sandals. These eyes made Yevlet feel regretful that he shouldn't play Kana. Kana's dressing style attracted audiences, which was completely different from the audiences attracted by Yevlet's performance. But now there is no way to change it, so he can only bite the bullet and continue. After walking for a while, Yevlet's eyes lit up. Found it! Tavern! Yevlet quickly found a corner, took out 2 paper balls, and stuffed them into his nose. Then he entered the tavern. Good morning, Kana. The clerk greeted with a smile. Morning. Yevlet responded lazily. What do you want to drink today? How much? The clerk smiled. I got some wine from my friend, just give me a glass. Yevlet said. Okay. The clerk handed him the glass. Yevlet sat at the table against the wall and poured the wine-flavored drink brewed by Myra Jane into the glass. Then he took out a magazine and read it while drinking. It was a weekday morning, and not many people came to disturb him. Yevlet thought his plan was perfect. Who would have guessed that he was playing Kana in the tavern? Swish! At this time, the door was pushed open. Natsu and Stinger walked into the tavern arm in arm. Ah, Kana! Natsu greeted with a smile. Yevlet pretended not to hear and immediately made a drunken expression. The person who came must not be the idiot Natsu, and Stinger must be someone else. He had to pretend to be drunk so that he would make fewer mistakes. Natsu and Stinger looked at each other and turned to leave. Yevlet breathed a sigh of relief. As soon as he went out, Natsu said, Stinger, since you can't guess me, I can't guess you, why don't we stop being deadlocked and separate first? Stinger said, okay. The two separated, but turned towards the direction of the guild at the same time. The two were startled and looked at each other. It was like hearing the starting gun of track and field, and they ran out suddenly. Why are you running, Natsu? Stinger shouted. I don't care. Natsu shouted. Don't run. Catch a guy who is the easiest to expose. Whoever gets to the guild first can get these 2 points. Natsu, Stinger, and Lucy and Myra Jane walked out of the cake shop. None of your business. Natsu shouted. Lucy and Myra Jane saw this and chased after him. Myra Jane said tentatively, Natsu, you are actually Romeo, because you admire Natsu the most, and you will definitely be the first to play him. Natsu did not answer. Stinger next to him moved his eyes slightly. At this time, a team of Natsu and Happy walked out in front. The two Natsus met. Natsu, the latecomer, was stunned. Get out of the way. Natsu, the first comer, attacked directly and punched Natsu, the latecomer. However, Natsu, the latecomer, dodged easily. He tilted his head slightly, and suddenly realized, saying, Happy, I know who he is. Natsu and Happy, the latecomers, turned and ran. Ms. Myra Jane, I can't tell them apart. Lucy said. If you can't tell, Miss Lucy, you can go up and try it yourself. Myra Jane said with a smile. Hearing this, Lucy looked at Myra Jane, her eyes flickered, and said, I know who you are. Myra Jane was startled, but did not show any fear, and smiled, I know who you are too. Then we'll see. The group ran. Natsu and Happy, the latecomers, ran in the front, and they confirmed the true identity of Natsu, the first comer. In the middle were Natsu and Stinger, the first comers, who were also confident of getting 2 points. Finally, it was Myra Jane and Lucy. Myra Jane didn't know Lucy's true identity, but it seemed that Lucy was very sure of her true identity. Just as they were approaching the guild, Yevlet and Laxus walked out slowly and blocked everyone's way. Do you have an answer so soon? Laxus said. Everyone looked at each other and had a guess in their hearts. Yevlet said, I have something to do, so I'll leave first. I'll leave first too. Laxus said. Everyone hurried to the mailbox, where there was a table with many envelopes on it. Each of them took 1 or 2 envelopes, and then hid away from each other and wrote. The first one to come, Natsu, wrote, Natsu Wakaba. He was very sure that the old man's punch that he easily dodged must have been thrown by Wakaba. Happy looked at Natsu, who had teamed up with him in the distance, and also wrote, Natsu, Romeo. The first Natsu and Stinger were competing in hand speed, and both wrote at the same time, Kana, Yefrit. Because it was too obvious. How could Kana not have a barrel around her, not smell of strong alcohol, but look drunk? In the guild, except for children like Asuka, only Yefrit didn't understand alcohol, so he would make such a common-sense mistake. Yefrit must think that his decision was very smart, but in fact it was full of loopholes. After all, he really didn't know anything about alcohol and fishing. After writing, Natsu and Stinger rushed to the mailbox at the same time, but in the end, Natsu was still faster. At this time, Natsu, who came later, had his eyes lit up and immediately added, Stinger, Makeo. The one who could be slower than Uncle Wakaba must be his father Makeo. After writing, Natsu and Happy, who came later, stuffed the envelope into the mailbox at the same time. On the other side, Lucy and Myra Jane also stuffed the envelope into the mailbox. Lucy looked at Myra Jane confidently, and Myra Jane was not to be outdone. Tavern. 3 Laxuses walked into the tavern. Then, Speed and Lysina also walked in. Speed sat down in front of Yevlet and said, I guessed you would come here. Haha, Yuri here, Speed, do you want to drink? Yevlet said in a cheerful manner. Don't pretend, Yevlet. A Laxus said. Yevlet's hand froze suddenly. I am Yevlet? Haha, Yevlet laughed and said, if you are so confident, go and expose it quickly. Too late. Speed shook his head. What's late? Yevlet was halfway through his words when he suddenly felt the card in his pocket vibrate, and then his voice became his own voice. The magic is lifted. He looked at everyone in bewilderment. What an idiot, brother Yefrit. A Laxus said that he was exposed, but no one said anything. Then he continued, Kana won't get drunk after drinking a little wine. At least she will be a little drunk after knocking down the whole bar. Your flaw is too obvious. Then how could you guess it was me, Lysina, and Laxus? Yefrit also recognized it. The Laxus who spoke was Lysina, and Speed in front of him was Laxus. Of course it's because, Lysina said, there is only one person in the whole guild who gets the common sense about Kana and wine wrong. Laxus said, besides, being too smart is foolish. I guessed that you would become Kana. Yefrit got up and left. Stop this guy. Laxus said, it's very costly to find him. We are all exposed. Laxus. The 3 Laxuses were shocked and stopped Yevlet at the same time. Lysina, Speed, Freed, it's you 3, right? Yevlet said. He looked at Lysina who had been silent and said, as for you, I haven't guessed it yet. Lysina was slightly proud and even snorted twice, humph. I understand, Lucy. Unexpectedly, Yevlet said instantly. Lucy was stunned. Lucy, your expression is easy to guess. Yevlet said. I'll tell you, I can't hide it from him. Laxus said, let's talk. Talk about what? Yefrit said. Laxus said, next, we won't expose you, and you won't expose us. Although Yefrit's acting ability is very poor. But the ability to expose is very strong. This is why Laxus will find Yefrit first. He doesn't want to be exposed by Yefrit at a critical moment and lose all his previous efforts. Okay. Yefrit nodded in agreement. There is no harm to him. As for whether Laxus will become the first by this, he doesn't think so. Laxus's characteristics are also very obvious and can be easily seen through. Then, he used the transformation card to become Lysina and walked out. This time, he learned his lesson and decided to nest dolls. For example, pretend that it is Natsu who plays Lysina. At this time, Lucy came out from the street next to her and greeted Yevlet when she saw her, Yevlet. Yevlet was stunned and thought that there was something wrong with his transformation, but he looked around and found that there was no problem. Stupid, put down the stick. Speed and others couldn't help but remind Yevlet when they passed by him. Yevlet realized that he had been holding a cane in his hand. Lysina, do you like this cane? At this time, an old man next to him asked. No, I don't like it. Yevlet quickly returned the cane to the other party. Gan, I am used to picking up the cane. Ha ha ha, what a fool. Lucy burst into laughter. Natsu. Yevlet said silently. Lucy froze immediately. Shua. Yevlet ran. Stop. Natsu hurriedly chased after him. Two idiots. Laxus couldn't help but shook his head. At the mailbox. Shua. Mirage was exposed. It's you, Wendy. Lucy said proudly. Wu Wendy cried out, but then, she looked at Lucy's expression and immediately recognized her. She quickly wrote on the envelope, Lucy Yukino. When she put it into the mailbox, with a flash of white light, Lucy's transformation was lifted, and it was Yukino. Wendy, how did you know that? Yukino exclaimed. Wendy said proudly, the intuition of the Dragon Slayer. In fact, this was her analysis. From Lucy's running posture, Wendy could be sure that she was a girl. Secondly, those who can play Lucy must have enough understanding of Lucy and have enough confidence. The scope is once again narrowed down to Urza, Lysina, Mirage, Levi, Juvia and others. Finally, Yukino's smug smile was exposed. Urza would tilt her back when she was proud, Levi would push up her glasses, Myra Jane rarely smiled, and Lysina's movements were much more generous. As for Juvia, she would probably choose to play grey directly. So the scope was narrowed again. Wendy took a gamble and guessed it right. Damn it, Yukino was helpless. At this time, I saw Lysina and Lucy running all the way over, fighting as they walked. That's Yefrit. It must be him. The people who stayed here immediately judged. Because these two. In the battle between Lysina and Lucy, Lysina didn't have much fighting skills, while Lucy was obviously very skilled, but she was holding back. It's hard to guess who Lucy is. Grey, Natsu, and Elfman are all possible, but who is not good at hand-to-hand combat, so why guess? Yefrit. Does he really have no talent for acting? Speaking of which, Mr. Yefrit is so good at using fraud magic to deceive people, but he has no talent for acting. Yukino said in surprise. Romeo, who was exposed by Happy and restored to his true form, said, Emily said that when using fraud magic to deceive familiar people, you only need to give a trigger to let everyone deceive themselves, thus saving magic power and energy. Only when facing strangers will it be much more troublesome. I see. Everyone nodded. Chapter 267, Top 3. Time passed by minute. Soon it was time for the event to end. Everyone then turned back to their original form and gathered in the guild, waiting for Lysina to count everyone's points. It didn't take long. Lysina handed a list to Laxus. Laxus looked at the list and was silent for a while. The scene was quiet. The third place is. Laxus paused for a moment, then said loudly, Mirage. Ah, everyone sighed. Ah. Myra Jane was a little surprised, and then went on stage to receive the third place award, 700,000 J. Please teach us a little secret, Miss Myra Jane. Wakaba said unwillingly. Secret? Myra Jane was slightly stunned, and then said, no. Ahem. Listen, reminded, let me remind you, all day today, Miss Myra Jane has only become one person, and has not been exposed. Who is it? Everyone was shocked. Arisa. Lysina. Said. Hey. So that Urza is you. How strange. I didn't find anything wrong with it. Urza said in surprise. She had also become Myra Jane before, and met an Urza halfway through. The other party had no flaws at all, which made her doubt that it was her yesterday. And the Myra Jane she played was quickly exposed, because she saw Natsu and Grey fighting, and instinctively went up to stop them, but was naturally discovered. After all, only Urza would do such a thing. Myra Jane smiled and said, because I'm lucky. Everyone was silent for a while, not quite understanding it, especially today many people had met Urza played by Myra Jane, but they just didn't guess it. Lysina laughed softly. These guys really forgot that Sister Myra and Urza were mortal enemies before, so naturally she knew Urza better than anyone else. Okay, Laxus shook the list, indicating that everyone should pay attention to the second person next. The second place is Dash. Gajeel. Hey. Everyone was even more surprised and looked at Gajeel. This thick-browed, big-eyed, straight man, actually has such a careful side? Humph. Facing the shocked and unbelievable eyes of everyone, Gajeel snorted with dissatisfaction and complacency, and then walked onto the stage. Lysina said, Gajeel was exposed twice today. Once he played Juvia and persisted for 3 hours, once he played Natsu and persisted for 2 hours, and finally he played Stinger and was not exposed, and he has identified 15 people in a row. So amazing, everyone was even more surprised. By the way, Juvia said, playing me? That Gajeel? Persisting for 3 hours. Romeo suddenly shuddered. When he played Grey today, he met Juvia, and then the other party came close to him, and there was no difference between him and the real Juvia. It turned out that it was Gajeel. No wonder he guessed for a long time but didn't get it right. Who would have thought that Gajeel had such a trick? The second place prize is this year's S-Class Wizard contestant selection, which greatly increases the initial score. With Gajeel's strength, he can be considered to have secured a place in this year's S-Class contestant. Humph, lucky guy. Natsu was dissatisfied, but there was nothing he could do. The first place is... This time, Laxus dragged out his voice. Lily. Hey! The whole audience exclaimed. Lily walked onto the stage slowly, his face calm, but everyone knew that this guy was already very happy. Lisana said, Lily played Litis today and was not discovered at all. Hey? Wait. Wakaba said, the Litis today is you? The Litis who draws well. Lily nodded and said, it's me. You can draw. Everyone was shocked. Is this strange? Lily said lightly. Gajeel. Everyone looked at Gajeel. Gajeel nodded. He knew that Lily could draw and played the role of Litis. But Lily was his cat, so he didn't need to expose it. He didn't expect that Lily actually won the first place with this. How does that sentence go? Lily said, with a tiger in your heart, you can smell the roses. This guy is pretending. Habi said with gritted teeth. Okay, Habi. Xiaolulu comforted him. Lily, what magic do you want to learn? Laxus asked. The reward for the first place is to learn the 3 super magics created by the first President Mavis, Yevlet's fraud magic, the President's gigantic magic, and Gildarts's crushing magic. Each of these is very powerful. Lily said, I want to learn gigantic magic. The threshold for the 3 super magics is not low, especially the magic power required is very high. Lily is indeed an outlier among the transcendents, but his magic power is only at the level of a superior wizard. But which of these 3 super magics does not require at least Ursus level of magic power to play a sufficient role? Fraud magic is naturally not worth considering. Gildarts's crushing magic is indeed powerful, but Gildarts alone is enough. No matter how hard Lily tries, he can't catch up with Gildarts. Magic cannot decide everything, it all depends on people. But the gigantic magic of President Makarov is very much in line with Lily's wishes. Makarov is old, and no one will use gigantic control in the future. Then, let Lily stand up. The transcendents are all short, but Lily is very big. He has been accustomed to this feeling of being like a giant. Now that he can learn gigantic magic, Lily can find the pleasure of suppressing with size and power again. Yet, Makarov nodded and said, Giant has never been a difficult magic to learn, at least compared to the previous ones, but it is very hard, even painful, you have to be mentally prepared. I'm not afraid. Lily said. Okay, come to me tomorrow. Thank you, President. Lily said excitedly. To be honest, he was really excited. Because at the beginning, he was obviously the strongest among the 4 cats. However, the weakest Xiaolulu learned synchronization magic, and once fighting, she had the same strength as Wendy. The penultimate harpy was even more excited because of the contract. A magical beast, gained a powerful ability to save the situation, and became a god-level assistant. Speed has caught up with him through his own training efforts, but Speed's real strength is to assist Laxus. He can raise the upper limit of Laxus' strength, and even increase it by multiples. Only him, very embarrassed. Strength can only be considered third-rate. Superstandard Yefrit, Laxus, Gildarts. Top Urza, Emily, Natsu. First-rate Grey, Stinger, Myra Jane, Turtledove, and many others. Second-rate Lucy, Juvia, and others. Insufficient strength, no ability to assist. Lily is a proud cat. Since he agreed to cooperate with Gajeel, he wants to help him as much as possible. But now Lily can not only not help Gajeel, but will even seriously hinder him. So he is eager to increase his strength. In a blink of an eye, a period of peace and stability has passed. During this time, everyone is addicted to bathing. Every night, when I have nothing to do, I come to the guild to take a bath. Of course, men and women are separated. Ah! Yevlet stretched, sat down next to Romeo, and turned his head to look at him. Romeo immediately closed his legs shyly. Ha! Yevlet sneered, little boy. Romeo's face turned red. But he didn't know what to say, so he could only wash his hair silently. Oh? Yevlet, according to you, Macau said, you are not a young boy. He decided to save his son's face. Although it is true that Romeo has a relationship, the other party is also conservative, so the two of them are just holding hands now. As for breaking through that step, there is still a long way to go. Macau spoke a little loudly, attracting everyone's attention. Even the girls next door heard the sound. Such gossip is worth them shutting up and listening attentively. Kana looked at Myra Jane and found that he looked calm, then she looked at Turtledove thoughtfully. Turtledove blushed and sank silently into the water, finally sinking all the parts below the eyes into the water, and the breath from the nose made the water in front of it bubble. Seeing this scene, the girls immediately understood that they had never eaten pork, but they had never seen pigs run. At this time, they heard Yevlet confidently say next door, "Of course I am not." In the men's bath, Yevlet straightened his back, looking like he could accept any doubts. Macau was frustrated. Yevlet was not a young boy, and everyone's first impression was Myra Jane, but then they guessed that it should be Turtledove. How could he be repaired? Wakaba bit the towel and almost tore it. He said, "You are too lucky." He was jealous and crazy. Yevlet went home and faced Turtledove, a beautiful Japanese-style beauty with an excellent figure. When he returned home, he faced an old wife whose arms were thicker than his legs. She would beat him, scold him, and exploit him at every turn. She also asked him to hand over his salary, and she would nag him about all kinds of trivial matters and troubles in life, and she would talk to him until bedtime. "This is charm," Yevlet said. He turned his head to look at Romeo and said, "Little boy, come and help me rub my back. I can teach you how to raise a child." "Forget it." Romeo calmed down and said sarcastically, "Brother Yevlet, don't embarrass yourself with your so-called love experience. You obviously didn't do anything. You just met someone who would like you." "That's right," Macau said quickly, "if I learn from you, I'm done. Besides, my Romeo has a girlfriend. According to the situation of the two, it's not certain who will marry first, him or you." "Yevlet, dot. Ha ha ha," the men laughed. And on the other side, looking at the gossiping eyes of everyone, Banjiu sensed that something was wrong and said quickly, "I'm done, I'll leave first." Just as she was about to stand up, Kana grabbed her shoulders and pushed her back into the water. "Don't be in a hurry to leave, tell me, what stage has it reached? To be honest, if it's the last step, I really don't believe that someone will not agree." Kana glanced at Myra Jane. Myra Jane looked silly. She was the only one who didn't gossip at all. She was leisurely soaking at this time, as if she didn't want to get involved. Lucy, Juvia, Levi and others all gathered around. Banjiu was squeezed in the middle by the crowd and couldn't escape. "Tell me," Kana said. "It's nothing." Banjiu blushed and whispered, "And everyone can't listen, after all." She thought that most of the girls present had no experience. Lucy was a little embarrassed, including her. But when Lucy turned to look at the others, she found out. Kana said, "Don't worry, Lucy is the only innocent one here." Everyone was shocked instantly. Kana said, "Juvia has already studied Gray's book." Lucy looked at her in shock. "Sister, are you so brave? It's no secret that there is a book under Gray's bed. Yevlet and Natsu know it, but Juvia went to study Gray.Lay's hobby." This shocked Lucy a little. Juvia smiled proudly and explained, "I am trying to make Gray-sama happy." Recently, Juvia's dressing style really pokes Gray's cuteness. Lucy thought that Gray's defense was lowered. It turned out that Juvia learned it secretly. Kana said again, "Levi. You thought you were hiding it very well, but you have actually done it, that kind of thing." Levi was embarrassed immediately. Lucy looked over again in shock. "No, sisters, do you have a group in private? Why am I excluded?" "Lucky. You and Roger are developing very fast," Kana said. Lucky smiled and did not answer. "Isn't there Lysina?" Lucy said. "Iluza and Wendy are not here today." Lysina smiled. The same expression again, such a confident expression. Lucy was speechless. How could Lisana have the same expression as Lucky and Yukino? Kana said, in Lisana's situation, you must have more courage. So Kana said, only Lucy fell behind, but... Lucy, do you want to stay? Lucy nodded quickly. She fell behind, and she couldn't miss any tutoring opportunities. Actually, it's nothing. Turtledove could only speak. Of course she wouldn't reveal the details. She would only tell Myra Jane about Yevlet's privacy. So it was nothing more than some sweet things after the further transformation of the relationship between men and women. Yevlet's attitude towards her was different from that towards Myra Jane. He treated Myra Jane with the kind of first love white moonlight cherishment, and was cautious about true love. He was much more casual with her, but she was not jealous, but very happy. After all, she could eat meat 3 times a day. Could she still complain that it was not made by the chef? Lucy blushed when she heard it. Don't blame Turtledove, blame Lucy herself. When they heard that Turtledove was bullied by Yevlet for cooking, everyone's eyes sparkled and they wanted to go back and try it, but she blushed. The girls were whispering. On the other side, Yevlet's arrogance made everyone unhappy, but there was nothing they could do. Laxus, let me rub your back. Fried said attentively. Thank you. Laxus nodded lightly. Help me later. Begusro said. Do it yourself. Fried directly rejected him coldly. Begusro went back aggrieved. Laxus, your shoulders are a little stiff. Fried said, can I massage them for you? Yes. Laxus nodded. Fried's face was immediately full of joy. Am I overthinking? Wallian said, Fried looks very happy. Max next to him said, his face is so red. Isn't it normal for Fried to be like this? Lidus said. That's right. Everyone nodded. Swish, swish, swish. A wooden barrel flew over from the women's bath and hit Fried directly. Fried's head tilted and he fainted. Lisana yelled, let go of that Laxus. Laxus. The girls looked at Lisana, who looked tough. She sat down angrily and said, really, we have to guard not only against girls, but also boys. Lisana has worked hard. Lucy comforted her. No, Lucy, you have worked harder. Lisana smiled mischievously and broke Lucy's defense in an instant. Chapter 268, A Commission from the 10 Holy Mages. Lucy, it's not like there's no progress. Kana came to the rescue. Natsu has kissed Lucy several times in public, not to mention in private. Her words aroused everyone's strong curiosity. After all, Natsu, who seemed to have no brains in this regard, actually kissed Lucy, which really made people feel like a miracle. Just like Yevlet never gets drunk, Grey dresses appropriately. Everyone is very curious about the real progress of the two. Lucy suddenly became shy. Tell me, Lucy, has Natsu done anything more excessive to you in private? Levi bumped Lucy's shoulder with her shoulder. Hey? No, Lucy said with a red face. Her denial was completely unconvincing. Just when everyone was about to force Lucy more, Banjia suddenly looked at the corner and shouted angrily, who? Everyone was shocked and looked over. A red-haired woman came out from the dark corner. It was not Urza. This woman was very beautiful, but her face was full of sickly expression. She walked into the pool naked, and said in a strange tone, blonde. Freya. Freya of Raven's Tail. This person was one of the opponents in the previous great magic fighting exercise, the Raven's Tail Guild founded by Lax's father Ivan. Lucy had a deep memory of her. What are you doing here? Everyone was a little wary, but did not attack directly. Because Freya also helped Lucy during the Dragon King festival before. So, everyone was wary of her, but the hostility was not high. The men's bath next door. Everyone also heard the angry roar of the pigeon just now, and then heard the girls shouting Freya. Freya? Raven's Tail. Why come to our guild? Everyone was confused, but did not act rashly. After all, the situation is special now. There are many strong men in the women's bath, and Myra Jane is also there. Freya alone cannot threaten everyone. In the women's bath, Freya said with a bit of shyness in her sickly look, Lucy, let me help you wash your body and hair. No need. Lucy said hurriedly, but the other party's expression was not right. Yes, Freya was a little disappointed. You haven't told me why you came here. Lucy asked. Freya said shyly, after the dissolution of the Raven's Tail, I have nowhere to go. Lucy immediately said, why don't you come to our fairy tale guild? I'll go and ask the president. Blonde. Freya was a little moved and said, I'll think about it. Okay. Lucy nodded. Freya's arrival brought some vitality outside the guild. The girls chatted around Freya for a while until she said she was leaving. Everyone felt that they had soaked enough, so they changed their clothes and went home. Lucy walked along the river and said to herself, the big bathhouse is really good. My bathtub is too small. It would be great if I could change it, but I can't ask my father for money. By the way, I haven't paid the rent this month. Well, Natsu has been gone for a few days. The team he formed with Grey hasn't completed the commission yet. Come back quickly, at least before being asked to pay the rent, you have to do a commission. Lucy chattered and returned to the door of her house unknowingly. She opened the door with caution. After all, she often saw her room light on and messy when she opened the door, and then Natsu and Happy were exercising in their room. The lights were still on today, but the room was not messy because it was not Natsu who came. Welcome home. It was Urza who was sitting on the sofa. She greeted calmly. Sorry, we are disturbing you. Wendy was a little embarrassed. Did you come back after completing the commission? Lucy asked. Urza and Wendy went to do the commission before. Urza nodded, I got some desserts as rewards, too much to eat. I'm losing weight recently, Lucy said with some embarrassment. Recently, I often take a bath, and then the devil like Lysina put a scale in the dressing room. This makes many girls have to face the bleak reality. Lucy is one of them. These days, when she stood on it and watched the pointer soaring, her heart rate also soared. Really? What a pity. Urza opened the box, and a sweet fragrance that was hard to resist made Lucy's saliva flow out. Well, I'll just have a taste. Lucy gritted her teeth and said, at worst, I can skip dinner today. It's all right. Iluza said with a smile. Ah, Wendy sighed, looking at Lucy's chest with some envy. She also wanted to gain weight. Lucy scooped a spoonful, held it in her mouth, and her face was full of happiness. Then, she sat down and said, we will lose weight tomorrow. Iluza smiled and said, after eating, call Yefrit and set off. Set off? Where to? Lucy was stunned. Iluza said, I heard it was a simple task, but those two guys took action and didn't come back for 3 days. Wendy said, we are worried about accidents. That's right. Lucy nodded, hoping that Natsu would not have an accident. She was worried, and felt that the cake was not sweet. Turtledove, are you at home? Half an hour later. Lucy and the others came to Yevlet's house, and seeing that no one was on the first floor, they called out to Turtledove. Wait a minute. Turtledove's somewhat flustered response came from upstairs. Soon afterwards, Turtledove hurried downstairs. Lucy looked at Turtledove's clothes a little messy. Turtledove pulled her collar awkwardly. She had just returned home after taking a bath, and because of the fragrance all over her body, perhaps it had touched Yevlet's point, so he pulled her upstairs. But the game had just ended, and Lucy and the others came, so Turtledove had no time to rest, and was afraid of being suspected, so he hurried downstairs. Wendy also realized something, and her face flushed immediately, and Xiaolulu also turned her head to look aside, with an uncomfortable expression. Only Urza, who didn't realize anything at all, said, Is Yevlet at home? I have something to do with him. Yes, Mr. Yefrit is here. I'll go call him, but you know he's slow to go out. Said Turtledove. She wanted to buy some time for Yefrit. After all, Wendy is a dragon slayer and has a keen nose. Okay, we'll wait for him here. Urza nodded. After a while, Yefrit and Turtledove, dressed neatly, came down. Yefrit, Natsu, and Grey went to do a commission and haven't come back for a few days. I'm a little worried about them. Let's go and see them. Urza said directly. Okay. Yefrit nodded. In fact, he was not worried. Now everyone in the guild has the bottom line of life protection, but he didn't say it. Pack up, let's go. Urza said, by the way, I brought you desserts. I'm on the way, eat it up. Yefrit said. The place where Natsu and Grey were doing the commission was not far away. Soon, the group found the body of a long-dead monster. Isn't this the commission of Natsu and his team? Lucy said in surprise. It seems that Natsu and his team have killed this guy 3 days ago. Urza said. Boom boom boom. The sound of fighting came from the front. Quick! Urza immediately chased after him. As a result, as soon as he ran to the place where the battle took place, he was speechless. Happy was grilling fish under a tree, very leisurely. In front of him, there was a huge basin, and below, Natsu and Grey were both bruised and swollen, fighting each other. Stop it, you simple-minded guy, always acting self-righteously and disrupting my plan. Grey roared. I should say this, you dead pervert, always procrastinating. Natsu also roared back. I can't stand you anymore, we have to decide the winner today. Grey roared. That's what I meant. Natsu also roared. Above the basin. So. Xiaolulu asked Habi, they fought like this for 3 days. You still have to eat and sleep, and the rest of the time will be like this. Habi was very calm, sprinkled some salt on the fish, handed it to Xiaolulu, and said, Xiaolulu, do you want to eat? I just. Xiaolulu was about to say that she had just eaten a lot of desserts and wanted to refuse, but seeing Habi's expectant eyes, she still didn't say no. She nodded, took the grilled fish, took a bite, and said, thank you. Hee hee. Habi's face was immediately full of pride and joy. You eat too. Xiaolulu rubbed her stomach and found it difficult to eat the fish completely, so she had to pass it to Habib. Habib was even happier, eating the same fish with Xiaolulu. Xiaolulu was really kind-hearted, sharing such a delicious grilled fish with herself. It's so nice to have her as my girlfriend. Xiaolulu hasn't agreed to Habib yet, but even if Habib is a fool, he can understand Xiaolulu's intentions. It's just that Yevlet said that there is still a chance, and he doesn't know what the chance is, so Habib shouldn't worry too much and just let it go. While Xiaolulu and Habib were talking, Urza had already jumped into the basin. She walked towards the two confidently, wanting them to stop fighting. That's enough, just stop here, we brought you desserts. Urza said kindly. Shut up. Natsu and Grey, who were on top, turned around and punched Urza in the face at the same time, knocking her to the ground. Ah! Lucy and Wendy were so scared that they turned into a black and white version of the scream. Ah! Natsu and Grey just reacted and were stunned. Urza's fear is deeply rooted in people's hearts. Ai. Urza. Natsu, who is fearless, trembled in his voice. Why are you here? Grey took 2 steps back, raised his hands to beg for mercy, and said, don't be impulsive. Hee hee. Arisa stood up, stretched out her hand, and a sawtooth giant blade appeared in her hand. Natsu and Grey hugged each other and screamed. Boom! The earth shook. The terrible hurricane almost blew Lucy and Wendy away, and Happy and Xiaolulu were really blown away. Fortunately, Happy reacted quickly and directly pulled Xiaolulu away. After returning to the guild, Natsu and Grey were still arguing. Everyone was used to it. Here is a designated commission. A postman came to the door. Thank you for your hard work. Yukino, who happened to be at the door, took it. Mirage and Lysina came over, looked at the commission list, and were suddenly a little surprised. What's wrong? Everyone looked at them curiously. President. Miraja took the commission and went to Makarov. Makarov really had to make the decision on this matter. Makarov took the commission and was shocked. Natsu, Grey, this is another commission for you. Since the Great Magic Tournament, Fairy Tail has prospered again. Let alone Fairy Tail's outstanding performance in the Great Magic Tournament and the Dragon King Festival, even the core members of the previously ranked First Sword Bite Tiger, Stinger, and Rogue, have joined Fairy Tail, which makes people trust this guild. And at present, except for Snake Princess Scale and Jura, there is really no guild that can barely catch up with Fairy Tail. What's more, Laxus also defeated Jura. Therefore, there have been many commissions during this period, especially for people like Natsu who are very popular. I don't want to do commissions with this guy anymore. Natsu said. Me too. Grey said. This time Makarov became serious, you are not allowed to refuse. Old man. Laxus was a little confused. Yeflet, you have to go too, and take it seriously. And Urza, you have to suppress these two guys to prevent them from being rude. Makarov said seriously. Is it that serious? Lucy expressed doubt. Makarov said, the client this time is Valraj Shinkan. Who is that? Many people don't know him, Wendy asked in confusion. Laxus said seriously, that person is called the 4 Kings of Ishgar, are ranked in the top 4 of the 10 holy wizards. Hiss! Everyone couldn't help but take a deep breath. Jura ranked 5th and was called the peak of humanity. Because of the mysterious top 4, everyone has believed that they have surpassed the limits of humanity. Yes, and Makarov added, that person is also one of the founders of our fairy tale. Walad. At this time, Mavis came out of the kitchen at the back and said with some nostalgia, "It's been a long time since I last saw you." Mavis tilted her head slightly. Is he in trouble? If that's the case. Mavis looked at Natsu and Grey and smiled. Since you are designated, I believe that you will reconcile and help my old friend, right? Yes. What else could Natsu and Grey say when they heard Mavis say that? They immediately put their arms around each other's shoulders, as if their relationship had been restored to its original state. Under Makarov's order, Yefrit, Urza, Natsu, Grey, Lucy, Wendy, as well as Happy and Charlu, set out early the next morning. However, after leaving the guild, Natsu and Grey quarreled again. Neither of them noticed that Urza's brows were getting more and more furrowed, and she was about to have another outburst. Chapter 269, The Frozen Village, The Sun Village. The path is rugged, the place is remote, and transportation is inconvenient. Fortunately, everyone is a wizard, so walking on the mountain road is not a big deal. Except for Yevlet, he has the physical strength and no intention. He rode on a horse, swaying, admiring the blue sky and white clouds, very leisurely. After Habi pulled Xiaolulu into human form, he used the convenience of his magic to teleport to various places. He borrowed a camera from Yevlet and took a lot of photos of himself and Xiaolulu. Film. Urza pulled her luggage cart and walked side by side with Lucy and Wendy, chatting as they walked. Behind them, Natsu and Grey were fighting all the way. The two of them were head to head, and Yefrit would look back from time to time. At this distance, they were either going to fight or kiss, but these two guys walked dozens of miles on the mountain road and still kept this posture. You two should choose one, it makes people very concerned. The more they fought, the angrier they got. Natsu said, "You bastard, let Urza eat you." Grey hit back, "You should be trampled on by Urza as a carpet." Click. The third red cross appeared on Urza's forehead. Lucy and Wendy silently moved aside a little. Natsu and Grey were still arguing. Urza dropped the rope for pulling the cart, clenched her fists, and rushed towards the two. Bang bang. After a while, the two men with bruised faces and noses became obedient. The client, Vlad, lived in a remote mountain. Even above the clouds. It took a lot of time for everyone to finally reach the destination. There was a small house on the top of the mountain, built with stone bricks, with moss and various grass plants growing on the surface, and vines entwined, and even trees climbing on the walls. A very environmentally friendly house. Everyone came to the door. Wendy knocked on the door and said, "Excuse me." Unexpectedly, the door slowly opened by itself. It was a little dark inside. Although there was some light coming in from the window, it was not as bright as the lighting. Wendy was afraid that she and others would be attacked as intruders. The other party was the former Four Holy Ten, not a simple character. She hurriedly explained loudly, "We are wizards of the Fairy Tale Guild and accepted the commission of Mr. Vlad." The room was very quiet. Everyone looked around. So many plants. Xiaolulu couldn't help but sigh. Lucy looked to the left and found a tall and thin figure. She said, "Excuse me, is this Mr. Vlad?" "Shh, be quiet." The figure made a voice to shut up, and the tone didn't sound like he was easy to get along with. The figure said, "Plants like silence the most. If you understand, shut up your annoying mouths." Everyone was shocked. President Mavis and President Makarov both said that Mr. Vlad was a humorous and friendly person, but why did he seem to be a bit aggressive? Arisa took a half step back, preparing to exert her strength, and she became a little alert. Lucy felt that she and the others might have really offended the other party, and she covered her mouth in fear. Hee. Just as the situation was getting more and more tense, the other party suddenly laughed. "I was kidding you." Swish. The skylight on the roof opened. The sun shone down, and all kinds of colorful buds bloomed. Then everyone could see the figure clearly. It was an old man with broccoli on his head who was watering the plants. "Wait a minute. That hair doesn't seem to be just a hairstyle. Wendy took a half step to the side and grabbed the corner of Yevlet's clothes. She was a little scared. With the excellent vision of the Dragon Slayer, she could see clearly that the old man's skin was like a dry tree. He didn't look like a pure human, but a tree demon incarnation. The old man laughed and said, "I'm kidding. I like human voices more than plants and flowers." This is such a cheerful old man, laughing non-stop. Everyone was a little confused. Yevlet glanced at Wendy and comforted everyone by voice transmission, "This is Mr. Vlad, his magic is very strong, I may have been assimilated, he has no ill intentions. Magic does have a certain impact on oneself, sometimes biased, sometimes bad." Everyone was relieved after hearing what Yevlet said. Vlad laughed for a while and said, "Welcome, children of fairy tale. Who among you is Natsu and who is Grey?" he asked. Natsu and Grey stepped forward. Who knew that Vlad picked up Habi and Charlu, who had turned back into cats, and laughed, "You two are more like cats than I thought." Everyone was silent for a while. Haha, just kidding. Vlad laughed again and said, "I still know you two." He walked around Natsu and Grey, grabbed Yefrit and Wendy's hands, and said, "I heard that you don't have a good relationship, but as companions in the guild, you should get along well, right, Natsu, Grey?" Everyone, Ha ha ha. Vlad seemed to think his joke was very funny, so he laughed again. "Old man is really..." Lucy whispered to Urza, very interested. "Because I haven't chatted with people for a long time." Vlad laughed. He took 2 steps back, and his expression became a little more serious. Urza felt that she had to get to the point, and said, "We are the wizards of fairy tale. I am Urza, the leader. We accepted Mr. Vlad's commission." "Excuse me, are you Mr. Vlad?" "I am Vlad Shinkan." Vlad nodded, looking serious. But then, he smiled and said, "No way. Everyone, Ha ha ha." Vlad laughed again, "I was just joking. Ha ha." Everyone reluctantly responded with a fake laugh. Lucy, "It seems that the old man is really in high spirits. Come out and chat." Vlad said with a smile. He led everyone to the yard, poured tea for everyone, and then said, "Anyway, you have come from afar, and it's hard for you, because of some of my willfulness as an old man. It's my duty." Iluza said seriously. "Well," Vlad nodded and said, "since I retired, I have been committed to greening the desert. My natural magic must do something for the world, but just a few days ago." Finally getting to the point, everyone listened attentively. Vlad stopped making jokes and told his story. Some time ago, Vlad found a strange village somewhere in the desert. According to historical records, it was called the Village of the Sunday. This village worships the eternally burning flame as its patron saint. But strangely, the village was frozen. The Village of the Sun, which believes in the eternally burning flame, was actually frozen. Lucy said in surprise. "That's right." Vlad nodded, "I can't tell whether it was a natural disaster or a man-made disaster. In that village, whether it was people, animals, plants, buildings, rivers, or even the eternal fire that protected the village, they were all frozen. The flames are frozen." Lucy looked at Grey thoughtfully. Of course, she didn't doubt Grey, but Grey had done this before, when he fought with Natsu, he could even freeze Natsu's flames. Fortunately, Vlad said, "The people in that village are still alive after being frozen into ice. I can't ignore this, so I hope you can save that village. Fairy Tale is a guild that can create miracles. Please. Leave it to us." Natsu and Grey became excited. Natsu said, "I will definitely use fire to melt the ice. I am the best at melting ice." Grey. If the timing was not right, he would definitely freeze Natsu. "The ice is not simple, so we need an expert in using ice." Vlad looked at Grey. "I will try my best." Grey said. "And you, Yefrit?" Vlad looked at Yefrit and said, "I am very surprised by your arrival." Yefrit smiled modestly and said, "It is my honor to be praised by you, Lord Vlad." Urza said, "Please forgive me for being frank." Natsu and Grey were excited, Lucy and Wendy were puzzled, and Yefrit was calm. But Urza frowned slightly. She was more worried about everyone's safety than the commission. In her opinion, even such a powerful existence, an old strong man who has lived for more than 100 years, the top 4 of the 10 holy wizards, could not solve the problem, but came to them. Is there any hidden secret in this? Regarding such a big thing and the safety of her companions, Urza decided to take the liberty to ask clearly. Vlad made a puzzled sound. Arisa said, for a powerful wizard like you, it should be easy to solve this kind of thing. You must have some misunderstandings. Vlad was not angry, but admired it. He thought Urza's cautious and responsible character was good, the elders all like calm children. So, Vlad smiled and said, even if it is the 10 holy wizards, it is not omnipotent. Even if we are in the top 4, it is just a false name. Just like the star idols you young people like, we are just a few lucky ones selected by the council as representatives. We cannot represent the top of magic. It is even better to say that there are countless magicians who are more powerful than me on this continent. If I leave this continent, I will be an even smaller existence. In fact, I almost don't know how to attack magic. Even if I fight against young people, I have no chance of winning. This everyone was reluctant to believe. At this time, Vlad said, you should also pay attention. I know that recently, your guild and you have been in the limelight, the great magic fighting martial arts and the Dragon King festival, you have all shown super combat power, but this is far from enough. Don't be proud, don't think you are acting alone, help each other, learn from each other's strengths and weaknesses, this is the meaning of the guild. Vlad smiled and looked at everyone, there are still many difficulties waiting for you ahead, so don't slack off. Yes. Everyone answered quickly. Okay, Vlad said, you have understood the commission. Of course. Everyone nodded. Xiaolulu asked, but where is the Sun Village? From here, go south, about 2,000 kilometers. Vlad said. So far. Everyone was shocked. Lucy said, it will take a long time to get there. Don't worry. Vlad said, leave the matter of rushing to me. He pointed to a place and said, take your gifts, we are about to set off. Everyone gathered together and took the gifts. Yeflet said, Mr. Vlad, I will give you this horse. Thank you very much, I will take good care of it. Vlad smiled and waved his cane. The terrifying magic power stunned everyone. Vlad said, go, young people of fairy tale, I hope you can unite, overcome all difficulties, and go further than we did back then. Boom! The thick vines broke through the ground, with lush leaves growing on the tip, carrying everyone and flying south at a very fast speed. Lucy and Wendy were both startled, grabbing the branches below and not daring to let go. So exciting! Natsu seemed very excited, he was not carsick. So strong! Gray said in shock. Sure enough. Although that person is very humble, the magic he released casually is shocking. It really lives up to his reputation. Urza said. The speed of this vine surpassed several mountains in an instant, which is comparable to Laxus's lightning speed. It's gone. On the top of the mountain. Vlad stroked the horse left by Yefrit, and couldn't help showing a nostalgic look. What energetic children they are. It has been 105 years since then. Mavis. Your will is still well inherited by the young people. Fairy tale is just as you said. It is a guild that is always vigorous, happy, and warm. But... A trace of worry flashed across Warlord's face again, that child named Yefrit. I always feel that. He has the same temperament as Ziref, and there is that ominous aura in his eyes. Forget it. Walad shook his head, what Makarov doesn't worry about, why should I worry about it? Boom. The vines connected to the ground. 2,000 kilometers, we're here. Lucy was simply stunned. Is this how Laxus feels on a daily basis? Happy said with envy. In the guild, only Laxus can hide in the clouds at any time, transform into lightning, and travel at super fast speed. But, Natsu is fine, it's a means of transportation. Lucy said in surprise. Wu Natsu, who was fine just now, was about to vomit on the spot when he heard this. You've already got off the car, why are you still dizzy? Gray couldn't help but say. Yeflet smiled and said, maybe it's because the speed was too fast just now, Natsu didn't have time to get dizzy. Lucy said speechlessly, Dragon Slayer magic is really idealistic, in every sense. It's really frozen. Wendy squatted down and looked at the ice on the ground. A typical man-made disaster. Yeflet said. Do you have any clues? Gray asked. No. Yeflet shook his head and said, but if it was a natural disaster, such as a demon, it would not have preserved this place so intact. Indeed. Urza nodded. In front of them is the world of ice. Have you noticed that the buildings here seem to be particularly tall? Xiaolulu said. Indeed. Everyone nodded. The buildings here are too tall, just like a village where giants live. Chapter 270, Lowly Urza. So big. Natsu's funny attribute broke out, shouting. Yes, so big. Happy also shouted in cooperation. Xiaolulu looked at Happy and smiled lightly, but just when Happy was about to turn his head, she immediately showed her disgust. Being cold doesn't mean she doesn't think Happy is cute. Although she really didn't like Happy in the past and felt that he was stupid. But this silly boy fought for her countless times and successfully entered her heart. Although Happy has many shortcomings, sometimes he is smart, but sometimes he is stupid and always does stupid things. Before he became a god-level assistant, he was completely different from the White Cat Prince that Xiaolulu imagined. In contrast, Happy has countless shortcomings. But Xiaolulu didn't wait for the White Cat Prince, she waited for the Blue Cat Knight. Some princesses will hang on to the knight and turn the other party into a willing licking dog until she waits for the prince. But Xiaolulu won't wait any longer. In fact, if you think about it carefully, what is she? She is not a princess either. She is only a princess at certain times, that is when Happy is by her side. She is Happy's princess. So, Happy's previous behaviors were very unpleasant to her, and Lucy didn't quite understand Natsu's behavior. But now, they all think this couple is very cute. However, Lucy is not a tsundere character, so she openly appreciates Natsu and Happy's exaggerated antics and laughs. And Xiaolulu looked disgusted, but actually her eyes were always on Happy. Happy so cute. So big dash. So big dash. Natsu looked around, and Happy was the same as him, just like the sunflowers planted on the same day, with a 100% synchronization rate, one person and one cat looking around everywhere. Until they saw Lucy. So big. Natsu and Happy shouted at the same time. Lucy was stunned, what are they talking about? Natsu and Happy saw Wendy again, so small. Wendy, dot. So fierce. Natsu and Happy looked at Urza again, and found that the other party had a cold face, so they immediately held back all the words that followed. The two guys didn't dare to make fun of it anymore. Lucy blushed, Natsu was talking about her, right? This guy, I didn't expect him to be. On the other side, Wendy asked with a face full of grief and anger, that. Did you say anything when you looked at me just now? Natsu and Happy didn't dare to answer. I said you were cute. Yevlet stepped forward and put his hand on Wendy's head. Mr. Yevlet. Wendy was about to cry and said, this is not a comfort at all. The girls in the guild were all praised for being beautiful and sexy, but she was cute. Even Emily was said to be a girl who changed a lot when she grew up. Yevlet smiled and said, but for me, cuteness is the highest compliment. Ah, it turns out to be like this. Wendy was a little happy again. Gray, have you found anything? Urza looked at Gray, who was squatting in a corner studying, but his face was a little silent. Gray shook his head and said, nothing, just remembered some past events. Everyone fell silent. Gray's master used a large range of freezing and sacrificed himself. Perhaps this frozen world made him feel a little sad. Everyone be careful. Urza said, since someone is playing tricks, you may encounter enemies. Yes. Everyone nodded. Let's go. Everyone entered the village. There are huge things everywhere. Not only are people huge, normal people are only as tall as others' ankles, even dogs are as tall as monsters. Natsu, give it a try. Urza said. Natsu, be careful and increase the firepower slowly. Gray reminded. I understand. Natsu nodded, he still understood. Hey! Natsu's hand lit up with fire, and he came to the foot of a giant and began to melt the ice. But after a long time of output, the ice did not move. He began to increase the firepower. The flames became hotter and hotter, but there was still no effect. If this is an ice wizard, the opponent's strength is very dangerous to us. Gray said with a sullen face. It is impossible for Gray to make normal Natsu output close to full power, but unable to melt the ice, unless he uses absolute ice. If the opponent did not use absolute ice that sacrificed his life, then the opponent's strength as an ice wizard would be very terrifying. No. Natsu shook his head and said, I can use the power of dragon, but I'm worried that they can't bear it. Let me try. Gray said, I'll push back. But when he put his hand on the ice and tried it, he shook his head and said, I'm not sure, but this magic power makes me feel familiar. Yet. Urza nodded. Who is it? Wendy turned her head sharply to look. Ah, I've been discovered, little girl, you're really sensitive. Several guys who looked malicious came out from behind the pillar. Little girl. Wendy was stunned. There were 3 people, one carrying a sword, one holding a long sniper, and one carrying a hand-shaped giant hammer. The guy with the sword looked at everyone and said contemptuously, a fool, a pervert, 2 women, a child, and 2 cats. He said, you have already eliminated. If you don't want to die, leave here immediately. The treasure here belongs to our treasure hunter guild, the Wind Spirit Labyrinth. As soon as he said this, he angered everyone. Natsu, who are you calling a fool? Gray, who are you calling a pervert? Wendy, I'm not a child. Lucy added in a low voice, Gray, clothes. Ah. Gray just realized that he had thrown his clothes away before he knew it. Iluza asked calmly, the treasure here. That's right. The guy with the sword said, the eternal flame, the treasure here is the dream fire that has been burning for hundreds of years. It is recognized as a super treasure of super S level among us treasure hunters. But, there has always been a giant guarding here, and we can't get close. But for some reason, these guys are frozen, so now is the best time to seize the eternal fire. We will never allow any accidents to happen. We will not show mercy to anyone who wants to stop us. The tone of this guy is terrible, making people believe that they will really kill for this. But, Gray said, the eternal fire is also frozen, how can you take it away? Hehe, of course we have a way. The guy with the sword took out a bottle with some liquid in it, and he said proudly, Drop of the moon, with this treasure, melting the ice here is no problem. Drop of the moon. Everyone was shocked, only Wendy was confused. Moon drops. Before, Natsu and Happy made a mistake and stole an S-level commission, taking Lucy and Gray to Karna Island. At that time, Gray's senior brother Leo was collecting moon drops to revive Deliera. This thing, but it can melt absolute ice. It is said that it has the power to unlock all magic. I didn't expect these guys who have never heard of it to be able to take out such a treasure. It really deserves to be a treasure hunter. Iluza, if you get that thing, you can restore the village to its original state. Gray said. Yet. Urza nodded. I don't know where that guy Yefrid has gone again. Gray said. Don't worry about him, he will show up when needed. Urza said. Damn, these guys want to steal things. The guy with the sword discovered everyone's intention. Don't rush, let's get into the rhythm that's most comfortable for us first. Said the guy with the gun. Okay. The 3 turned and ran. Stop. Natsu and Gray chased after him. Arisa didn't chase after him, and just left the 3 guys to Natsu and the others. She always felt that things were not simple, so she planned to investigate the situation first. A one-eyed monster was flying in the sky. There were 3 people on the monster. A strong man, a woman with a good figure, and a man with purple hair. Sensing the breath, so flying up to take a look, Yevlet looked at the woman in surprise. Mine Baba, why was she here? Mine Baba and her teammate the man didn't notice Yevlet's existence, including the bird below. Yevlet listened to their conspiracy. The man said, treasure hunters and wizards are really troublesome, but for the sake of work, they still have to be killed. Don't underestimate those wizards, they are from fairy tale. Minerva said. Fairy tale? Never heard of it. The man said. You are really ignorant. Minerva sneered. I know nothing about the world of light magic. Minerva chuckled, is this something to be proud of? The man said, because you don't need to care about those ants. Minerva couldn't hold it anymore, turned her head and looked aside, saying, you should be glad that the guy who used fraud magic didn't come. Yevlet, dot. Sorry, it's a pity that he came. Let's do it, newcomer. The man stood up. Call me miss. Miniba said proudly. The battle between Natsu and Gray was deafening, but it did not affect Urza. She was not worried that the 2 guys would fail, so there was no need to care about that. She analyzed the situation, everyone was facing one direction, holding weapons, and judging from their expressions, they were on guard against something. They must have encountered an enemy, but in an instant, they were frozen. The enemy must be very powerful. I don't know if he is still in the village. This is why Urza agreed that Yefrit should be invisible before the group battle. It is impossible for the villain to hide in the dark and attack every time. Fortunately, they have Yefrit, who hides deeper than the villain. Such a little drop of the moon may not be able to thaw the ice of the whole village. We still have to find another way. Urza analyzed, let's go to the eternal flame first. It should be behind the protection of these giants. Soon, Urza found a mountain like a flame. Maybe it's on the mountain. She ran up the mountain to look for the flames were frozen. But after searching around, they didn't find anything. How could it be? Did I misjudge? Urza looked at herself reflected in the ice and saw her frowning brows. Suddenly, her armor fell off, not on her own initiative, but because it couldn't hold on to her body. Urza watched herself turn into a little girl. Her armor fell off, and she was only wearing the clothes inside, but because her body was reduced in size, it looked like a dress, so at least she didn't show any exposure. What's going on? Urza looked at herself in the ice mirror and was shocked. Boom boom boom. The battlefield of Natsu and others. Okay, Natsu, don't play anymore, let's end the battle. Gray said. Okay. Natsu nodded. After the two of them tried to test each other, they knew the approximate strength of the other party and also thought of a way to deal with it. What, you two arrogant guys, do you really think you can defeat the strongest team of our Fiori First Treasure Hunter Guild? The enemy was very dissatisfied with Natsu and Gray's confidence. Natsu! Gray shouted. The roar of the fire dragon. Natsu spit out flames. It's useless. Such a straight attack can't hit us at all. The enemy said. Idiot! Gray released magic. Behind the two of them, a curved ice surface was directly created. Natsu's flames hit the ice surface and returned along the curve. Boom! The backs of both of them were hit. At the same time, Lucy put on the mecha, flew to the mountain, and knocked the guy who was shooting secretly unconscious with one punch. Boom! The two enemies were blown away and then fell to the ground. Okay, hand over the moon drop. Gray went over to get the trophy. But when he pulled up the guy with the sword, he was silent all of a sudden. Under him, the bottle containing the moon drop had broken. The moon drops all flowed to the ground. Although it did melt some of the ice, it was only the size of a palm. For the whole village, this was a drop in the bucket. What a pity! Wendy couldn't help but say. Do you still have moon drops? Gray held the other party and said viciously. How can there be so many treasures like that? Said the guy with the sword. Gray was about to say something, but saw Natsu asking him not to make any sound. What's wrong, Natsu? Lucy asked in a low voice. It seems. I can hear something. Natsu lay on the ground, his ear pressed against the place where the ice was melted. Someone seems to be calling something. Natsu said. Listen carefully, don't worry. Gray said. I can't hear clearly. Natsu shook his head and said, I have to get closer. He suddenly ran in one direction. Natsu has a clue, follow me. Gray said. Natsu is always inexplicably reliable at critical moments, although he is often very metaphysical. For example, during the Dragon King festival, in such a desperate scene, Natsu was able to recognize a relative. Who is it? Urza, who was planning to meet up with Natsu and others, suddenly looked at the pillar beside her with caution. Oh, really a pleasant scene. Minerva walked out from behind the pillar. Minerva. Urza was shocked. Why are you here? Urza was very confused. She didn't like Minerva very much. But at least she was a wizard of the Guild of Light, at least not a treacherous and evil person. But now, this woman exudes a strange and ominous aura. This is not a friendly party, but an enemy. Urza took out a long sword. Although the fight was very difficult with her shrunken body now, she would not surrender. Chapter 271, Strange Magic. You want to fight me with this body? Minerva laughed. Minerva, tell me what happened. Urza's face was cold, even if she was smaller, her face was scary. She looked at Minerva's exposed belly, the emblem on it was not the saber-biting tiger at all, she realized that things were in trouble. This was the emblem of the Eye of Dreams. This is a dark guild that does all kinds of evil. You joined the dark guild? Urza asked. Why? Minerva smiled and said, my dream is to reign in the strongest guild. Light and darkness have nothing to do with it, the most important thing is to be able to strengthen myself, stand among the strong, and overlook the world. Is the eye of dreams that kind of guild? Urza said, it's not even as good as the saber-biting tiger. That was before Minerva said, if Stinger and the others didn't leave. Stinger was driven away by you. Urza said immediately. It's as if Stinger and the others were lured over by the fairy tale guild. Of course I know. Minerva smiled, but this matter has nothing to do with me. The saber-bite tiger is lonely and there is no possibility anymore. Of course I have to think about myself. As for the dream demon eye, it is indeed very strong, but it is just a stepping stone after all. Urza sneered, you have to be careful. If you are not strong enough, you will become a victim. Hee hee. Minerva laughed twice, then you don't have to worry about it. Okay. Minerva began to adjust her posture and turned into the state before attacking, saying, just chatting, that's it. Let's fight again. Although Minerva smiled, you will only get beaten if you are like this. Urza suddenly reacted and said, is this the magic of your companion? Yes. Minerva smiled. Then this matter is very simple. Urza said, find that guy and defeat him. Ha ha ha. Minerva laughed, just you? Urza did not answer. The answer in her mind was Natsu and Grey. As long as the enemy appeared, they would definitely be defeated. If it doesn't work, there is still Yefrit. Since it is man-made, it must be unable to escape the fraud magic. Maybe Yefrit is now in control of the situation. Hey? What the hell? Natsu was running and suddenly stopped, feeling something was wrong with his body. Then his body began to shrink. Day. A masked strong man walked out of the building next to him and said, go back to the distant memory. Is it you who is doing this? Natsu, who turned into a child, looked at the other party. Yes, it will be easy to deal with after turning you into a child. The enemy said. Natsu frowned slightly and said, you are not one of the thieves. Of course I am not one of those bastards. The enemy said, stop talking nonsense. The enemy rushed towards Natsu. The roar of the fire dragon. Natsu wanted to use magic, but he spit out a small flame. Damn, I could use magic when I was a child. Natsu was puzzled. Because my degeneration magic can also greatly reduce the enemy's ability. The enemy said. Trouble. Natsu was not stubborn. In this situation where there was no chance of winning, he still knew to run away. He looked up at the sky and said in shock, what is that? Hey! The enemy also looked up instinctively. Natsu seized the opportunity and turned around and ran into the forest. Little brat, you dare to play tricks on me. The enemy immediately chased him angrily. Ha ha ha, idiot idiot. Natsu was not afraid of being stacked with blood anger, and mocked loudly. Arisa was in great crisis. Mini-boss strength standard was S level. If it was normal, Urza would definitely beat her, but now she was in big trouble. She couldn't even take out the armor that fit her. Mini-Ba didn't show mercy, she was just torturing Urza. Ahem. After Urza was blown away again, it was difficult for her to continue fighting. Her limited magic power was almost consumed. That's it, Fairy Queen. Minerva laughed, after I deal with you, I really don't know what kind of reports the magic world will have about me. I'm really looking forward to it. After that, Minerva planned to kill her. Red hair. Suddenly, a curl of red hair hit Minerva. Hey! Minerva reacted quickly, jumped back immediately, and looked at the attacker. It's you, Freya. Urza said in surprise. I won't let you attack Lucy's friends. Freya said. Just you. Minerva laughed, ants of the guild that were defeated by Laxus alone. Urza sneered, what are you laughing at? Didn't Natsu also break through your guild? Mine Baba's smile froze on her face, and she angrily said, you're looking for death. Then, she attacked Urza. This was actually her plan. She knew Freya's magic, using hair to attack and defend. Such magic has too many weaknesses. Especially when the opponent is not strong. As Mine Baba expected, Freya quickly protected Urza. No, Freya, you have to protect yourself. Urza saw through Mine Baba's plan, but it was too late. Shua. Mine Baba seized the opportunity and knocked Freya out with one blow. With such strength, you dare to interfere. Mine Baba smiled and stepped on Freya's chest. Tianlong's hook claw. Wendy suddenly appeared and kicked Minerva's foot away. At the same time, Happy attacked and directly moved Freya and Urza behind Lucy. Minerva. Lucy looked at the other party. She really didn't expect this woman to become an opponent. This is difficult. Minerva is very strong. However, she and Wendy and Xiaolulu and Happy may not lose to the other party. Minerva frowned. This is really difficult. Shua. Lucy put on the mecha directly. Happy and Xiaolulu also turned into human appearance at the same time. Happy held 2 frames in his hands and turned into a god-level assistant on the spot. After Wendy retreated, Xiaolulu stood side by side with her. The 2 girls joined forces. Even Natsu couldn't take them down in a short time. Natsu? Gray caught up with Natsu, but he was confused when he saw the child version of Natsu. Gray, be careful, that guy's magic. Natsu didn't finish his words before he saw Gray become smaller. Ah, this. Gray, dot. Natsu, idiot. Gray, you guys should speak faster. The heavy footsteps of Da sounded in the ears of the 2. The enemy has caught up. Dot. Natsu and Gray looked at each other without saying anything, but they already had a battle plan. But just when Gray was about to act, he suddenly screamed, ah! Gray was controlled by the extremely clear memory of the past. In front of him, there appeared Deliura, who destroyed the town and the scene of Uru's sacrifice. He tried to control it rationally, but the memory kept pouring into his brain, and it was extremely clear. Gray, what's wrong with you? Natsu exclaimed. The enemy laughed and said, sometimes, there will be such a situation. When you were a child, you will recall the unbearable things in the past. What is that? Natsu looked up at the sky again. But this time he failed. Boom! The enemy kicked Natsu away with 1 kick. Ahem! Natsu broke a tree. If he was in normal condition, this would not be a problem at all. But this kick made him feel unbearable pain and even unable to fight. Snap! The enemy stretched out his hand and grabbed Gray's head. Damn it, Gray! Natsu struggled to get up, he buried his head and hit the enemy, roaring, don't be blinded by the sadness of the past, bastard, haven't you been happy enough in the past 20 years? Juvia is still waiting for you. Gray's body trembled. Lord Gray. All his memories were shattered by Juvia's call. Then the memory before leaving the guild came to his mind. It was a conversation between him and Juvia. Juvia, I can't take you with me this time. I understand, Gray-sama, go early and come back early, Juvia will be waiting for you at home. I will bring you a gift when I come back. Gray-sama's return is the best gift for Juvia. Juvia, have you changed your lipstick? Ah? Gray-sama, Juvia didn't use lipstick today. Ugh. Crack. The sound of freezing. The enemy suddenly found that his hands and feet were frozen. Just at this time, Natsu rushed over and knocked the enemy over. It hurts. Natsu rolled on the ground holding his head. Don't act like a spoiled child, Natsu, get up and fight quickly, this guy's ability is too weird, don't give him a chance to breathe. Gray said. Gray, you recovered. Natsu said in surprise. Of course, it's just some past memories, how can it defeat me? Gray nodded and said, Natsu, do you remember the first time we defeated the giant stone monster? Of course. Natsu immediately understood Gray's battle plan. 2 little devils. The enemy roared and rushed towards the 2. He was very upset to be defeated by 2 people he thought were weak. Natsu and Gray turned and ran separately. The enemy hesitated for a moment and rushed towards Natsu. And at this time, Gray released magic. Plop! The enemy slipped and fell to the ground. Natsu turned around and sprayed a small fireball on the enemy's head. The enemy slapped his head angrily to put out the flames. The damage was not great, but it was extremely insulting. The enemy immediately stood up and turned around to chase Gray again. He thought this little devil was smarter and wanted to take him down first. But just as he was about to catch up, I'll fight. Natsu threw a burning branch. Asshole! The enemy turned and rushed towards Natsu again. He thought this kid was even more annoying. Seeing that this enemy was so easily angered, Gray laughed immediately. He didn't know which guild this guy came from. He had absolutely zero combat experience. He must have relied on magic to bully others on weekdays. But, no matter how powerful the magic is, it is not invincible. The powerful one is a human. This enemy seemed to have a mental problem. Gray and Natsu were obviously not strong, but they just walked him around like a dog. On the other side, the situation reversed. Minerva was beaten by Lucy and Wendy and Xiaolulu. She overestimated herself and underestimated these three people. Lucy now summoned the celestial spirits for assistance, and then she wore a mecha and rushed up to fight like Natsu. It can be said that she was very fierce. Lucy is now a melee fighter, while Wendy and Xiaolulu are using magic on both sides, making Minerva miserable. Damn it! Minerva cursed, hasn't that Deliatai guy been dealt with yet? What a waste! Ah, two stinky brats! The enemy was completely annoyed by Natsu and Gray. The magic power was surging all over his body, and his breath was completely out of control. He pulled off his mask and revealed his inhuman mouth. Demon! Natsu and Gray recognized him. Roar! You have angered me! The enemy said angrily, I am a demon Deliatai. Deliatai's body expanded rapidly, and it was recovering its huge size. This feeling. Gray felt that the other party's breath was very similar to Deliara. Natsu, he is Ziref's demon. Gray prompted. I can see that too. Natsu replied. Roar! Deliatai, who turned into a giant demon, roared, and the magic was fully released. Damn it! Natsu and Gray felt that they were suppressed, and it was even harder to fight. On the other side. Hey! Lucy and others who were attacking Minerva found that their strength was shrinking rapidly. Not only strength, but also body. What's going on? Lucy, Wendy, Xiaolulu, Happy, Freya, all turned into children. Ha ha ha! Minerva, the only one who was immune to teammates' damage, laughed wildly, that waste is still useful. This is troublesome. Urza couldn't help but say. They have all changed. Then it is estimated that Natsu and Gray can't fight. It seems. There is only the last resort. What should I do now? Natsu and Gray were both confused. Call someone. Gray said, call that peeping guy out to help. Yefrit. Natsu raised his head and shouted. Stop shouting, my ears are going to be deafened. Yefrit's voice rang beside Natsu. You've always been with us. Gray said speechlessly. He looked at Yefrit and found that he had also become smaller. He said, even you are affected by magic. How can we fight you? Hey! Yefrit pushed his glasses, which had become particularly loose because of his smaller body, and then said, it doesn't affect me. This is true. Yefrit's first stage deception magic reached its peak when he was a child. He can't see you? Gray looked at Deliatai. Deliatai was turning his head to look in another direction, preparing to launch an attack. Correction, he can't see us. Yevlet said, he was deceived. After saying that, Yevlet took out a card, turned his wrist, and turned it into a gun. He raised Teal and began to charge and flash. Deliatai turned his head in confusion. How could he feel the fluctuation of magic power? Miniba, seeing that Miniba was about to take action, at this critical moment, Lucy shouted, an old friend wants to see you. Who? Miniba frowned. Yevlet. Lucy said. He Miniba laughed and said, do you think you can scare me? He didn't come at all. No, I've always been by your side. Why does this sound a bit wrong? Beside Minerva, the adult form of Yefrit appeared. He pushed his glasses and said, I have to say, your bird doesn't taste very good. Minerva's breathing completely stopped. Chapter 272, Meeting the Parents, Being Recognized. In fact, the Yefrit beside Minerva is fake, just a fraud. The real Yefrit is with Natsu and Gray. However, even so, maybe the psychological shadow is too big. Minerva was scared and stiff. It's like that kind of small animal, after encountering a terrible thing, it will directly freeze to death. On the other side, even if the giant demon Deliatai felt the fluctuation of magic power, he chose to believe his eyes at this time. Avoid or not? Buzz. A virtual flash directly killed it. Natsu and Gray's bodies returned to normal. Yefrit looked at the two, put his hand to his mouth to make a microphone, and read, ah, there is a pervert here. Shut up, you always slacking off. Gray and Natsu rushed up angrily, one on each side, and put their arms around Yefrit's neck to suppress him. Sorry. Yefrit apologized quickly. Oh, that voice. Natsu jumped up suddenly, remembered his original purpose, turned around immediately, and ran over in a hurry. Natsu, wait, Gray shouted. Don't worry, our destination is the same. Yefrit said. How are Lucy and the others? Since Yefrit said so, Gray would naturally not be anxious anymore, and turned to ask about Lucy and the others. In his opinion, Urza definitely didn't need to worry. Well, they encountered a little trouble, and they were also affected by magic, but this guy has been killed, so it's okay. Yefrit nodded. Then let's go too. Gray said. On the other side. Yeflit said, Gray and I are on our way. As soon as these words came out, Urza and the others immediately knew that the Yefrit standing next to Minerva was not a real person. They were about to relax, but immediately became cautious again. But Minerva didn't know what Yefrit meant, so she didn't have such a tacit understanding. Okay, Minerva, you are arrested. Urza said. After all, Minerva was once a member of the Saber-Bite Tiger. Something must have happened to her to turn her into a dark wizard. It's only been a short time, and Minerva probably didn't have the chance to make a big mistake. Even if she made a big mistake, she should be judged by the Magic Council. Minerva was unwilling to be arrested, and she attacked Freya, the weakest one, fiercely. This attack was blocked by Lucy and Wendy, and then she turned and ran. Urza was about to chase, but Yefrit waved his hand, indicating not to chase. Why? Urza was confused. Yevlit saw that Minerva had already run away, and explained, let's assume that what Minerva said is true, then the Eye of Dreams is indeed not the guild she wants to join, but just a stepping stone for her. Then the Dark Guild behind the Eye of Dreams, since it is favored by Minerva, at least its strength is stronger than the original Saber-Bite Tiger, and it can even fight against us. What do you mean? Urza understood. Let her run. Yevlit smiled and pushed his glasses, this is her greatest value. Yevlit, Urza said, guarantee Minerva's safety. Yevlit smiled and said, as you say, Your Highness the Fairy Queen. Wu Urza blushed suddenly. Your Highness or something. Urza. Gray ran over, and Yevlit beside him slowly dissipated. At this moment, the real body and fake body were switched. Have the enemies been driven away? Gray ran over and saw traces of fighting, but no enemies, so he asked. It was Minerva. I don't know what that guy is doing. Urza said. She. Gray said, I'm not surprised. Gray looked at Freya and said in surprise, isn't this the one with the tail of the crow? Black hair. Freya hid behind Lucy. By the way, Freya, why are you here? Urza asked in confusion. My home is here. Freya said shyly. Are you a villager here? Everyone was shocked. Then do you know what happened? Wendy asked hurriedly. I don't know. When I left, everyone was fine. Freya cried as she said that. Anyone who has a fine family before leaving will feel uncomfortable when they come back to find that their family members have been frozen into ice sculptures and their lives are unknown. Don't worry, Freya. Lucy turned around, hugged Freya and comforted her. We have Gray, an expert in ice, Natsu, a fire dragon slayer, and Yefrit, who is well versed in alchemy. Everyone in the village is still alive. They will definitely find a way to save everyone. Thank you. Freya nodded while crying. Let's go find the eternal flame. It's so strange. I searched the whole village and couldn't find it. Urza said. The eternal flame is over there. Freya pointed to the mountain in the distance and said. It's not there. I've looked for it. Urza shook her head. No, Freya said, that mountain is the burning eternal flame. It's true that even the flames were frozen and became the shape of a mountain. Lucy recalled Vlad's words and was shocked. Natsu also ran in that direction. Gray said. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw flames erupting on the mountain over there. That impulsive idiot. Urza shouted anxiously, let's go. The group hurried down the mountain. They found that Natsu was heating up the flame. Natsu, wait, let me try. Gray said. You. Natsu was puzzled. Gray said, I have always felt that I have the ability to remove it. He walked to the front of the mountain, put his hand on the ice, and explained, I feel that this magic power can be used by me, but it's a bit troublesome. Wait a moment, I'll try transform this ice into my magic power. When entering the village, Gray felt very confused. It seems that he can do this, absorb the magic power of other people's ice into his body, and then release it back, so as to turn other people's eyes into his own. But this is very dangerous. Introducing other people's magic power into your own body is seeking death. The Dragon Slayer can only devour magic power of the same attribute. So, at first, Gray didn't want to use this method. But when he was fighting the demon just now, Gray absorbed a little bit to enhance his fighting power as much as possible, and nothing happened. Only at this time did he dare to experiment boldly. It's okay. Anyway, he has Yevlet, even if something happens, he believes that Yevlet will be able to protect him. Crack, crack, crack. As Gray transformed, the ice surface really began to melt. And Gray didn't feel any discomfort. So he gradually increased the conversion efficiency. Until full power. It's coming. Gray reminded, and then directly overclocked. Boom. Almost in the blink of an eye, the whole mountain was melted. But then, everyone was dumbfounded. The mountain was melted, but there was still no flame. It was as if this was just an ordinary ice cube, and there was no flame frozen in it. How could it be? Freya sat limply on the ground, unable to accept this fact. What should I do now? Lucy was also panicked. Urza had a gloomy face. Sniff. Natsu sniffed, feeling something was wrong. Did I fail? Gray was a little skeptical about his life. Yevlet patted his shoulder and said, no, it's successful. He walked into the depths, and everyone hurriedly followed. Lucy and Wendy also hurriedly helped Freya up. Yevlet said it was successful, so it must be successful. There is a flame. Natsu shouted at this time, and then he suddenly surpassed everyone and ran over. There was an altar in front. Although it was not big, there was indeed a small flame on the altar. A gust of cold wind blew, making everyone nervous, but the flame did not go out and was still burning tenaciously. Natsu Yefrit reminded, in the end, it depends on you. Hee. Natsu turned his back to everyone, raised his arms, clenched his fists, and put his other hand on the bulging muscles. He smiled and said, leave it to me. Fire Dragon! Roar! Boom! The terrifying fire dragon roared and hit the altar. The small flame on the altar expanded instantly, and a mountain of fire formed here again. Gray quickly took out an ice shield and protected everyone as they retreated to the back. Natsu walked out of the flames slowly, unscathed, grinning triumphantly, it's lit. He walked towards the crowd, and Lucy was simply stunned by Natsu's handsomeness. She rushed over and said, Natsu, you are awesome. Ha ha ha. Natsu put his arm around Lucy's shoulders and laughed triumphantly. Hey! Natsu suddenly turned around again, and then said in surprise, Uncle. No wonder I feel familiar. The flame gradually condensed into the image of a flame dragon. It's been 400 years since Ignil's son. The dragon of fire laughed. Isn't this Natsu's uncle? Lucy said in surprise. Natsu temporarily recognized an uncle at the Dragon King festival, and some people who didn't believe it completely believed that Natsu and his friends were really raised by dragons. Otherwise, how could they be relatives? But this is indeed a bit strange. After all, dragons are already 400 years old. Except for Aknologia. It's not that long ago for me, uncle, are you okay? Natsu asked with a smile. Well, there is no good or bad for me. The fire dragon laughed, I have been dead for a long time, and now I am just a remnant soul. The Hellfire Dragon, Atlas Flame, known as Kuang Yan, fought side by side with Natsu in the Dragon King festival. Although Natsu was a human, he still recognized him as the son of Ignir. Natsu suddenly felt a little sad. Not long ago, he had fought side by side with this uncle. Kuang Yan looked at Lucy, laughed, and said, what a lovely girl. Although she looks weak, she is also very strong. I recognize her. Lucy blushed immediately. Does this count as meeting the parents? And she was recognized. Of course, Lucy is very strong. Natsu didn't know whether he really didn't understand or pretended not to understand. He had no shyness and hugged Lucy hard, with a proud expression on his face. My time is running out. Kuang Yan said. Wait, Wendy said, I have magic that can help you stay here longer. If that's the case, that's great. Kuang Yan thanked, and then asked, do you also have a familiar aura? My mother is the celestial dragon Grantine. No wonder. That irritable guy actually has a well-behaved daughter like you. Kuang Yan said in surprise. Wendy smiled a little embarrassedly, and then she began to release magic. The Dragon Slayer's secret art galaxy can awaken the dead soul and communicate. Now, it can stabilize Kuang Yan's residual soul and give him more time. Pa! Yevlet suddenly clapped his hands. What's wrong? Gray turned his head to look at him and found that the other party was full of pride. Nothing. Yevlet smiled and said, parting must be for reunion. Yevlet suddenly figured out something just now. During the Dragon King festival, what exactly did he come back for in the more distant future? The other party arranged for Rog to open the Eclipse Gate, but did not communicate with him. It was Yevlet as well. Why? Yevlet had been unable to figure it out until this moment, when an idea popped up in his mind. Then he thought about realizing this idea. Then he suddenly realized the purpose of the guy who had never communicated with them. Wendy released magic, allowing Kuang Yan to stay for a little longer. My memory is missing, the ice. Kuang Yan had a headache. Speaking of ice, Freya hurriedly asked, Guardian, do you remember what happened in the village? Kuang Yan thought carefully, but there were too many missing memories, so he could only extract some fragments. The memories that he could still remember, it was a man who mistook me for a demon, and in order to eliminate me, he froze this place. Is it the Ice Mage? Gray was shocked, he can do such a thing. As an Ice Mage, he could hardly imagine how powerful the other party was. That's not an ordinary wizard, Kuang Yan said, he is a demon-killing wizard. This is the first time I've heard of a demon-killing wizard. Everyone was shocked. From his behavior and name, he is a demon killer. Urza said. Kuang Yan's body began to flicker. No. Wendy shook her head, my magic has reached its limit. Guardian. Freya cried sadly. Child, don't cry, Kuang Yan said gently, there are still people who accompany you. Companions. And family. Kuang Yan raised his head, raising the last bit of arrogance. I am the Hellfire Dragon, the founder and guardian of this village. The village's misfortune is my pain. He looked at Natsu and said, Son of Igneel, I entrust the embers of my soul to you. Please use the flame inherited from Igneel to save this village. No problem. Natsu nodded. The flames of Quanjun burst out, and Natsu also burst out at the same time. One man and one dragon formed two mountains of fire. The crowd retreated under Gray's protection. The last memory. Quanjun said, in the Book of Zeref, the most vicious and ultimate demon end. That will be your enemy. 400 years ago, Igneel failed to destroy him. You should be careful. Chapter 273, Quanghua, the Gate of Hades. Buzz. The manic flame energy thawed the ice in the entire village. But Kuang Yan's body was also dissipating. Natsu. Finally, Kuang Yan said, no matter what happens in the future, we must rely on our companions, believe in our companions, and keep going. I know, uncle. Natsu responded with a smile, not wanting the other party to discover his sadness. As a gust of wind blew, the eternal fire flickered for a moment, and when everyone looked again, Kuang Yan had completely disappeared. What happened? The village has been thawed, and the giants in the village have all awakened. That we are not enemies. Lucy waved her hand and explained. Freya. The giants looked at Freya in surprise. Freya was a little worried, because she left the village without permission, so she was afraid that everyone would be angry. Welcome home. The giants laughed. Freya was stunned. Lucy looked at Freya's appearance and remembered that she also sneaked away from home for the first time, forcing her father to even spend money to find a ghost to tie her back. Although she was still angry when she thought about that behavior until now. But Lucy knew that her father's love for his daughter must include tolerance. So Lucy pulled Freya out from behind her and said, It's okay, Freya, everyone welcomes you. Freya said guiltily, Everyone, I'm back. Everyone is relieved to see you come back safely. The giants laughed. One of them asked curiously, Is the outside world interesting? Freya thought for a moment and shook her head, I met some interesting things, some interesting people, and an interesting guild, but before that, I suffered a lot. Ha ha ha, the giants laughed and said, Life is like this, sadness and happiness always go hand in hand, and everyone will experience the ups and downs. In general, Freya said, now very happy. Ha ha ha, the giants laughed, just be happy. One of the giants said, Then, all the giants said in unison, our daughter, welcome home. I'm back. Freya cried. Next, a banquet was held in the village. Everyone also exchanged information. There was actually not much useful information in the village. Because they were killed instantly, they were all frozen in an instant, and their understanding of information was not as good as that of fairy tale. Day. 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 Mindbai walked in the dark and damp passage, her face was angry. If it weren't for Yefrit, she would have killed Urza and the others. Actually, there was another person beside her, but Mindbai didn't notice it. Yefrit was walking beside Mindbai with his cane, and he was also thinking. He could sense that Mindbai had another kind of magic, it was not something she learned, but something similar to a curse. Mindbai should have been affected by that magic. It's a bit interesting, it's also an emotional magic. Although he could crack it, he didn't do it now. He only promised Urza to ensure Mindbai's safety, and observe the rest first. As they walked, Mindbai found traces of fighting, and she frowned slightly. Going further, she found collapsed walls, broken seats, and paper people all over the floor. Mindbai was a little panicked. The eye of the nightmare was attacked, she could see it. Is the enemy still there? She was ready to fight and escape. Slow reaction. A charming female voice sounded. A female demon walked out of the darkness. She had a good figure, even very sexy. A drop of sweat left a drop on Minerva's forehead, and she said, "Did you do all this?" "Yes." The female demon said, "My magic can strengthen people, but unfortunately these are weak people who have no value for strengthening, so they will become like this." Minerva then realized that the small pieces of paper on the ground were the wizards of the original Eye of the Nightmare. She looked at the demon vigilantly and said, "Who are you? Why are you doing this?" The female demon said, "I am Kuang Hua, is the gate of Hades, one of the 9 ghost gates." The gate of Hades. Minerva was shocked. She did think about entering the gate of Hades, but it definitely did not include the way of being caught and punished for failing the mission. Minerva wanted to run, so she needed to create an opportunity. She decided to use the information of fairy tale to exchange for this opportunity. The failure of this mission is not because we didn't try hard enough. Going to that village are the wizards of fairy tale. Fairy Queen Urza, Fire Dragon Slayer Wizard Natsu, Ice Slayer Wizard Grey who defeated the former strongest model Wizard Rufus, and the only current Star Spirit Wizard Lucy, Sky Dragon Slayer Wizard Wendy, and even the founder of Super Magic, the Master of Saint Emily, the user of Fraud Magic, the world's strongest deception magic Yeflit. Faced with such a lineup, no one can guarantee that they can complete the mission. What are you talking about? Quanghua tilted his head slightly. Miniba was stunned. What does that have to do with me? Quanghua said, in the near future, a large-scale war will be launched. I came here just to recruit soldiers. But you killed those people. Miniba said. Because they are too weak. Quanghua said, so I strengthened them, but they are not even worth this. What about you? Quanghua smiled, Miniba, I am very optimistic about you. Minba was startled, knowing that she couldn't wait any longer, and was about to release magic. But Quanghua was faster than her, and rushed forward in an instant, taking Minba down directly. Yefula took a step back to avoid being touched. 9 ghost gates? Gate of Hades? Demon? You just jumped out at this time. Sorry, Yefula wanted to laugh. Now the whole world is occupied by the demons he created. The demons of the Book of Ziref are just coming out to show their presence. Isn't it a little slow to react? Even the concept of demons has been reinterpreted by Yefulit. What are these trash doing now? Master. Asa said, do you want me to get rid of them? Now Asa definitely has the strength to do so. Yefulit smiled and said, there are a lot of experience packs. Do you want to eat them? Can you fight the black dragon after eating them? Asa was silent for a moment, and after a few seconds, he said, I may not be unable to do it either. You don't need that much. Yefrit waved his hand, just supervise him first. He finally showed up. You can't lose him. That will never happen. Asa said quickly. Okay, I'll leave it to you next. Send me back. Yefrit said. After he finished speaking, he raised his head. Ha ha ha, drink. Natsu was drinking with the giants. Cheers, little brother. At this time, a giant came over with a wine bowl. No! Gray shouted quickly. But it was too late. Plop! The giants were dumbfounded. Sorry. He might be too sleepy. Urza got up helplessly, came to Yefrit and sat down, put his head on her thigh, then took off Yefrit's glasses, and covered his eyes with her palm. Purple hair. There are times when you can't be trusted. Freya was surprised. Yeah, Lucy nodded. Lucy, about joining your guild. Freya was very entangled. How about, ask everyone's opinions? Lucy suggested with a smile. Yeah, Freya nodded. Chirp chirp. The sound of a bird. Yeah, Lucy made a strange sound and slowly opened her eyes. My head hurts. I don't know how long I drank last night. Scarf? Lucy turned her head and laughed. She was lying on a tablecloth, and Natsu was lying on his side beside her, his mouth slightly open, saliva flowing out, wetting the tablecloth. And Lucy's hair was just pressed by Natsu's face. This. Lucy wanted to be angry, but she held back. After all, Natsu fell asleep and didn't know what he had done wrong. She sat up. I realized what happened last night. Everyone was drunk, so they fell asleep, and the giants did the same, sleeping all over the ground. She and Natsu lay on a tablecloth. On the other side, Happy knew how to find a place, and he and Charlo lay on a dog's belly, sleeping soundly. Gray lay on the grass with his head up, with a bottle of wine in his mouth. He could actually sleep in this position. Urza slept against a big tree, her legs spread open, with each thigh resting on a person, Yefrit and Wendy. Lucy carefully saved her hair from Natsu's saliva waterfall and planned to find some water to wash her hair. But she heard a faint chat. One voice was Freya's, and the other was the village chief's. Freya, what do you think? Asked the village chief. Freya hesitated. Actually, I think you already know the answer, don't you? The village chief said, you are still young, you should see the outside world, instead of living with a group of isolated giants like us. But I just came back, said Freya. So what? The village chief said, we will always be here waiting for you. Freya was silent. Lucy didn't go over to say anything. Well, go wash your hair silently. Lucy. At this time, Freya came over and said with a sickly face, I will help you. Wash your hair. Then please. Lucy nodded. Freya finally decided to join Fairy Tale and return with everyone. After saying goodbye to the giants, everyone left. It was easy when we came here, but when we go back. Habib was a little upset, it's so far. There's nothing we can do about it. Urza said, it's too remote here, there's not even a train. When we came here, Vlad sent everyone here, but now, everyone can only go back through mountains and rivers. He's not awake yet. Freya looked at Urza's back. Urza carried Yefrit on her back, and she didn't even change people all the way, wading through rivers and climbing mountains. Urza, if you're tired, switch with us. Lucy said. It's okay, I'm not tired. Urza shook her head and said, doesn't Yefrit always complain that I don't have enough time to carry him? This time, I'll make up for it all. Urza turned her head and looked at Yefrit, who was sleeping peacefully, with a doting smile on her face. This guy has been working hard in places that no one can see. But he is very strong and doesn't like others to care about him. Only at this time will he be very fragile. Obviously occasionally, you should behave like a younger brother, so that your sister will have a chance to care about you. Miss Urza is such a good sister. Wendy couldn't help but say. However, there is another very important point. Urza said, at least you can't let Yefrit be carried by those two unstable guys. Lucy looked at Natsu and Gray and was speechless. Natsu and Gray, these two guys are secretly hostile again. Lucy discovered a pattern, when there is no external enemy, the main energy of these two guys is to fight with each other. Unless the external enemy appears, they will become extremely tacit. Lucy couldn't help but put herself in Urza's position, and then shook her head, two brothers like this are really hard to manage. No wonder Urza personally carried Yefrit so far, not only because of her love for Yefrit, but also because she was worried about these two unreliable guys. If these two guys really let Yefrit carry him, they might get angry and throw him to the ground at any time. Just when Lucy thought about this, Natsu and Gray had already escalated from a quarrel to a fight. Lucy, go, punch each of them and make them behave. Urza frowned. Got it. Lucy put on the mecha directly, walked over and punched each of them, hitting 2 big bumps on the head. The 2 energetic guys, seeing Urza's gloomy face, instantly became obedient. In the afternoon, Yefrit woke up, but he was too lazy to come down. After all, Urza recalled that the reason Yefrit didn't let her carry her last time was because she was wearing armor, so this time Urza only wore casual clothes, and sure enough, Yefrit didn't refuse again. You really like to act like a spoiled child, Yefrit. Natsu and Grey laughed. Yefrit ignored the ridicule of these 2 guys. After a long journey, everyone finally returned to Volad's residence. Seeing that everyone came back exhausted, Volad arranged for everyone to take a hot spring bath to wash away their fatigue. Then they started to talk about business. Of course, there were some humorous jokes from the old man. Then, Natsu asked the question he wanted to ask the most, Grandpa Volad, do you know about the Ent demon? Because this demon involved his father Ignil, and Kuang Yan also warned them to be careful of this demon. In Natsu's eyes, Ignil is the greatest and most powerful demon that he cannot solve. If he appears in this era, will he bring great disaster to the world like Ziref and Aknologia? And? I don't know. Volad shook his head. How much do you know about Hades Gate? Urza asked. The Eye of the Nightmare is a subordinate of Hades Gate, but the Fairy Tale Guild defeated the 6 demon generals and the Heart of the Devil, 2 of the Balam Alliance, but Hades Gate is still very mysterious and has never been encountered. Urza has a hunch that they will soon have an intersection with this guild. Chapter 274, Infiltrate, Gate of Hades. Gate of Hades. Volad fell into deep thought for a while, then said, this is a mysterious dark guild. Over the years, their location is unknown, the number of people is unknown, and even what they did is unknown. The outside world only knows that they are a group of powerful and mysterious guys, that's all. I do know more, but it's just the tip of the iceberg. There were several wizards who happened to witness their gatherings from afar. I communicated with these people and came to similar conclusions. They are worshipping demons. Not the natural demons that we see every day, which can be contracted and are not very harmful. But the demons created by Ziref. We, the 4 heavenly kings of Ishgar, speculate that they should have the ability to control the demons of original sin in the book of Ziref. Hermes aggregated the magic power of nature to make it intelligent. This kind of demon is called the original demon, also called the original demon, the natural demon, or the natural demon god. All these demons have been buried by Yefrit. As for Ensa and Timon, they are all based on Hermes' research and have turned themselves into demons. However, they do not have the talent of Hermes after all, and cannot completely enter the ultimate. At most, they are half of the ultimate. The demons created by Yefrit are based on the biology of this era, creating demons with real flesh. However, because this kind of demon is essentially a person who looks different from humans, or in other words, a subhuman, generally not very aggressive, so in the current world, in order to distinguish it from Jelal's demon, it is identified as a natural demon, or a contract demon. This kind of demon is very popular in the magic world. They are not strong in themselves, but they have a contract and become a magic device and the power to inspire people's magic. And is now loved by wizards. The demons created by Ziref are usually extremely aggressive and emotional, like walking natural disasters. Since the birth of these demons, people have had a disgusting and hateful impression of them. Therefore, people call this kind of demon original sin demon. Their birth and existence are themselves an indelible sin. So, if it is said that the power of controlling natural demons is controlled, everyone will not care. Some smart people in the guild have even guessed that natural demons are what Yefrit created. But the original sin demon. This only makes everyone think of things like Deliura and Lurabai. They are all huge in size and extremely harmful to humans. As long as they appear, they will definitely kill people and destroy cities. Iluza said with a gloomy face, so, the ultimate demon and that even dragons are afraid of may be controlled by them. Grey said, in the previous battle, we were all cursed by magic and became smaller, and the one who used magic was a demon. Lurabai has the power to curse all those who hear its flute. Deliura is an immortal demon. My master used absolute ice with his life to seal it. And the demon in the Sun Village, belonging to the Eye of the Nightmare, also has the power to secretly turn people into children. It can be seen. Grey's tone was solemn. Unlike the weak natural demons, the original sin demons all have extremely powerful magic that even touches the rules. At least. Super advanced magic. Everyone's heart tightened. Gray's analysis showed that the Hades Gate was very scary. It touched the rule system, at least it was super advanced magic. If there were many such guys, it would be a very scary guild. The demon in the Sun Village was not strong in combat, and it was not difficult for those present to defeat him head-on, but the opponent's strange curse magic almost made everyone fall over. According to Gray, even Yevlet was hit, which could be said to be a forced curse within the range. Such a demon did not belong to the Hades Gate, but its subordinate organization, the Eye of the Nightmare. What kind of terrible magic did the demon of the Hades Gate control? In this world, the level of magic does not determine everything. Weak magic, in the hands of a strong person, can also defeat a weak person who uses powerful magic. The most classic one is Kakuga. As a pure magician, she is extremely weak, but her magic is weak, which does not mean that she is weak. She is also a standard S-level strength, of course not the S-level of the Fairy Tail Guild. Now the S-level of the Fairy Tail Guild has started at the President level, and the upper limit is the 5th level of the Holy 10, because Laxus defeated Jura. However, the higher the level of magic, the more terrible it is, especially in the hands of a strong person. At present, the magic of Fairy Tail, including Grey, Javia and other strong people, is also ordinary level. The President's gigantism is only superior, which is stronger than ordinary magic. Gildarts's crushing is super superior. And the super magic above is the 3 magics of the fairy, all of which touch the rule system. Yevlet's fraud magic is now also recognized as super magic. Its degree of perversion has been recognized by the whole world along the way. Indiscriminate control of the 5 senses and time to kill. This strength is different from ordinary magic and is very beyond the standard. In addition, there are super magics such as Star Map, History Plane Strike, Soul Time, and Space Transmission, Nirvana transformation of good and evil. As for Dragon Slayer magic, because it can fight, the magic replenishment feature makes it considered as a super advanced magic, but it cannot become a super magic. It has touched the rules, but has not yet achieved a higher level of performance. Laxus' victory over Jura is not enough. It has not shown the destructive power of the rules system. It is just that Laxus is stronger. So, when I think of the fact that Hades Gate controls a lot of super advanced magic, such as Deliura, there are many demons. Even the current fairy tale is scary to think about. Of course, excluding Yefrit, no one can guess how many cards this guy has. Perhaps it is not surprising that he has the strength to defeat Hades Gate alone. In short, Lucy said, Yevlet, do you think we can win if we fight against the Hades Gate? Yes. Yevlet nodded easily. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Oh my! There is a guarantee. Yevlet smiled immediately, and looked at Wendy, who had clenched her fists and looked serious. Now she let out a long breath and loosened her fists. Her current action was very cute, so he couldn't help but reach out and rub her head, saying, even so, I won't easily interfere in the battle that belongs to everyone. Of course. Everyone nodded. During the Dragon King festival, everyone had a hard time. Especially Lucy, since she joined the guild, she has been experiencing battles with Yefrit as a guarantee. The Dragon King festival suddenly disappeared, and she was really panicked. This time, there won't be any accidents. Gate of Hades. Book of Zeref. At least super advanced magic. After everyone returned to the guild, they informed Makarov of the information. Makarov couldn't help but be solemn. I've always heard about the Book of Zeref, what exactly is it? Lily asked curiously. After all, he was not born in Eslanden, and he didn't love reading. Libby explained, Zeph, the most evil black wizard in history, created many powerful demons such as Deliura and Lurabai, and wrote the methods of summoning them in the book. Each demon corresponds to a book. It is said that as long as the Book of Zeref is found, the demons in the book can be revived. Yevlet said, in fact, to put it simply, it is the experimental log of each demon. Everyone understood what he said. After all, Yevlet also studies demons, and he also has the Book of Yevlet. Levi continued, then, the demon named End should be the strongest demon under Zeref, after all, he is called the End by Zeref. The End, it must be a demon that makes Zeref so satisfied that he thinks he doesn't need to study it anymore. Maybe, it has power close to Zeref, maybe. Gray said. How does it compare to Ansa? Lucy asked. Ansa can be said to have impressed everyone. Being able to dislocate Yevlet's arm is enough to show its strength. No one gave her an answer, and everyone could only look at the expert, Yevlet. Yevlet said, "It must be stronger than Ansa. Ansa does not have the power of rules, but is simply physically strong. I don't believe that Ziref will stop studying demons only to the point where they become physically strong." Now, everyone is a little worried again. It feels like there haven't been many peaceful days in recent years. At this time, Natsu said, "My father, Igneel, once wanted to destroy End, but failed. This shows that End is at least stronger than dragons." Gray said. Dragon, everyone recalled the Dragon King festival, which was also a headache. Bang! Just then, the door of the guild was pushed open. Doliel and Sarasuk of the drive engine team ran into the guild in a panic, holding the newspaper tightly in their hands. "Oh no, this is a big news!" they shouted. "Calm down, what happened?" Laxus said with a sullen face. "The Magic Council was attacked by," Doliel shouted. "Attacked? What?" Everyone was shocked. "It is said that it was done by Hades Gate." The second piece of news was even more shocking. The attack on the Magic Council established by the Light Magic World, the strongest guild in the Dark Magic World, Hades Gate, could be seen as a declaration of war by the Dark Magic World against the Light Magic World. Just right. While everyone was watching the news and discussing it enthusiastically, Yevlet also got the news from ASA. "I'll go take a look." Yevlet left a fake body and left. A huge and majestic castle. Powerful wizards, with a large number of troops, entered the castle. An ordinary soldier, wearing a helmet, with his eyes hidden under goggles. He had never noticed the difference in his goggles. A door to another world opened in the goggles, and then a figure was teleported out of it. After Yevlet came out, he saw an acquaintance, Quanghua. This very shy female demon, swinging her waist, walked very heroically and full of some kind of charm. Yevlet walked over. Quanghua did not notice him, but looked ahead calmly, even though Yevlet was walking towards her in front of her. When Quanghua was about to arrive, Yevlet took a half step to the side, then followed Quanghua and entered the castle with her. In the corridor of the castle, a handsome middle-aged man was waiting. "Long time no see, Yin," Quanghua said lightly. "It's Sister Quanghua, still so sexy," Yin replied. "Yin." Yevlet moved closer and looked carefully. "This guy looks like Grey. And the icy magic on his body." Yevlet knew that he was the one who created the Sun Village. "That's interesting, this guy is in the underworld full of demons serving in the gate of the mansion, but he is a guy who hates demons. By the way, this guy didn't attack the natural demons, which means he was only targeting the demons of the Book of Ziref. Looking at his vicissitudes, is he another man whose everything was taken away by the original Sin Demon?" Quanghua and Yin chatted while entering a secret room. Yevlet also followed in. Quanghua glanced and said, "Franmars, Jackal and Storm are not here." The demon called Franmars replied, "They are all on mission." "Has the war started?" Quanghua smiled. She had no fear of declaring war on the light magic world. The demons here also said excitedly, "Let those pampered guys see the power of the underworld." Pampered? Yevlet couldn't help but tilt his head. These guys are really such a big guild, such a big castle. They really don't read newspapers at all. Why don't these guys on the dark side like to watch the news? Including the Heart of the Devil. These guys hide in their own territory every day, and no one knows what evil plans they are making. They don't care about the outside world at all, thinking that they will be invincible when they grow up. It's like a doghead who only knows how to lead the line, burying his head and ignoring the situation. When he finally stacked 800 layers and wanted to have fun, he found that the enemy was attacking the crystal. "I remember it." Yevlet walked towards a demon. This is a female demon with a beautiful face and a very amazing figure. He didn't know much about the Gate of Hades, but he was deeply impressed by this demon. In his previous life, he watched a lot of clips, all of which featured this demon. After receiving this demon, mileage also had a different flavor. When he thought of this, Yevlet, who had already eaten meat, was a little excited. These demons were gathering, and Yevlet learned some information from their chat. But more of them were speechless. These guys didn't know what was going on. Just chat properly, but they kept bragging, saying things like "Let the world feel the horror of hell, raise the devil's hammer on humans, let me kill all humans, from now on, human history will end," etc. 9 out of 10 sentences were nonsense, and the remaining one was some information of low value. Yeflet put his arm on Sira's shoulder. This beautiful female demon, who was favored by him, was still saying humans are arrogant and weak a few seconds ago, but now she didn't know that a human put his arm on her shoulder and stared into the abyss from time to time. Chapter 275, The Storm Attack of the 9 Ghost Gates. All 9 counselors died, and the total number of casualties was 119. It's really a ruthless dark guild. Yajima sighed while looking at the newspaper. Fortunately, Mr. Yajima, you have withdrawn from the council. Fried said. Idiot. Yajima scolded, don't say such irresponsible words. Yes, I made a slip of the tongue. Fried quickly apologized. In the future, Yajima sighed, what will happen? Bigusro said, it will definitely be rebuilt. I wonder what kind of handling style the new council will have. Fried said, although there are often some dissatisfaction, overall, they have maintained peace in the magic world. Yajima said, the Magic Council is an organization that manages many wizards. Sometimes, in order to correct some general directions, they will indeed make mistakes in some things. Yajima shook his head, in fact, I have always disagreed with this point of view. Obviously, some mistakes are inevitable, but they always like to use such reasons to raise the banner of justice and stubbornly implement decisions that hurt others. They resourceful, but a little cold-blooded. Yajima looked at the portrait of his former colleague in the newspaper and said, I have tried my best, but I am really a declining person. I am very selfish and don't want to waste the few remaining lives of my life in this organization, so I resigned and opened this restaurant. When I was a counselor. Yajima's expression was a little complicated, I was very dissatisfied with them, obviously sometimes, it is not necessary to do that. But now I know about their death. Yajima's tone was sad, and he said, I feel sorry for the loss of these people in the magic world. Listening to Yajima's sigh, Fried and Bigusro had nothing to say. Everyone has a different standpoint and a different view on the same thing. In fact, from the perspective of fairy tale, although the council often creates some troubles for them, they are actually the beneficiaries. It's like a bad student in a class. The teacher scolds and criticizes him every day, but the teacher never gives up on him. The same is true for fairy tale and the council. It is often only when the trouble is too big that it will be punished slightly. Every day, there are a lot of complaints about fairy tale, and the Magic Council will at most throw it to Makarov and criticize him. No matter how big the trouble fairy tale makes, such as Natsu burning half of the town at the beginning, the Magic Council has never cancelled his official wizard status. Of course. Fried and Bigusro understand that all this is not it was because the members of the Magic Council were all very friendly to them like Mr. Yajima. In the final analysis, fairy tale was strong enough. Unless those members were fools or undercover agents of the dark magic world, no one would want to force fairy tale to the opposite side of themselves. Ah! Yajima sighed, it's really a troubled time. The dragon just left and the devil came again. Yes. Fried nodded. Okay. Yajima suddenly shouted, cheer up, life still has to go on. Yes. Fried and Bigusro were working here at Yajima. They didn't think there was any danger here, so they all wore aprons and neglected to be on guard. Alba Green didn't come. She is now at home to take care of her baby. Danger suddenly came. Swoosh, a man's voice came from somewhere. Before Fried and Bigusro could react, they were attacked. Boom! The whole restaurant was smashed to pieces by a sudden gust of wind. In a hurry, Bigusro protected Yajima. Who is it? Fried drew his sword and looked at the tall figure in the smoke with vigilance. Swish! It was that strange sound again. Suddenly, the smoke dispersed, and the man turned into a gust of wind, knocked down Fried at a very fast speed, and went straight to Yajima. Bigusro blocked Yajima behind him, but was blown away by the other side's gust of wind. Don't look at Bigusro's big body, he is actually a mage. This man knocked down Fried and Bigusro in the blink of an eye, then rushed to Yajima, grabbed him, and pinched his skinny neck. Who are you? Yajima asked calmly. He has lived a long life and has experienced many storms. He could die, but, facing this sudden enemy, he had to ask these children as much information as possible. The Gate of Hades, I am one of the 9 ghost gates, called Disaster Storm. Storm said. The Gate of Hades. Fried was shocked. Then, he reacted and said angrily, don't you even let go of the retired counselors. Storm exerted force and pinched Yajima so hard that he couldn't breathe. He said lightly, the gate of Hades has been opened, and humans will be punished. It's just a matter of dying early or late. Damn it! Seeing that Yajima was about to be killed, Fried tried to stand up. At this time, a female voice shouted. Cut off the flood fist. Boom! The hand that Storm grabbed Yajima was directly smashed, but Yajima was unharmed. Then, a green chain entangled Yajima, pulled him back, and sent him to Fried. Mr. Yajima, are you okay? Fried hurriedly said. Yajima was once a wizard of fairy tale and their predecessor. After entering the council, he also helped fairy tale many times. Therefore, his safety made Fried very concerned. Ahem, it's okay, I'm not that fragile yet. Yajima said. Who is it? Storm asked angrily. Fried and Bigusro turned their heads to look. A tall and stunning beauty came from the corner of the street. 2 pointed ears like an elf, emerald green eyes, and hair that changes from white to green, which is very recognizable. The elf goddess Tiffania elf. Compared with 7 years ago, she has not changed in appearance at all. Maybe she is really an elf with eternal beauty. Of course Fried knows her. This is Fried's enemy. Tiffany said as she walked, I heard that Mr. Yajima opened a shop here. I was free and wanted to come and support him. I didn't expect to encounter such a thing. She clenched her fists and said arrogantly, I don't care who you are. If you want to attack me, be prepared to break bones all over your body. Miss Tiffany. Fried shouted hurriedly, don't be careless, he is a strong man from the gate of Hades. As soon as Fried finished speaking, he saw Storm flying towards Tiffany at a high speed. Storm understood that he could not kill Yajima without killing this woman. Green vine chains broke out from the ground, climbed up along Tiffany's thighs, and finally wrapped around her fists and arms. Tiffany punched. Boom! It was just like Ansa hitting Ada Yevlet back then. This punch dispelled the strong wind, and even the terrain of the town, which had been destroyed, was once again devastated. One punch cleared a 400-meter fan-shaped area. Fortunately, Fried and others were not within the attack range. When they saw this exaggerated attack, they hurriedly took Yajima away. No wonder Fried doesn't like her. Fried wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. This punch is more powerful than Mileage. He had fought with Mileage before, and he had a personal experience of the other's violence. But Mileage's main output is magic, but Tiffany said that she is an elf, but she is really violent in battle. 400 meters away. The rebel-moved Storm crawled out of the ruins. His body was in tatters and he looked extremely embarrassed. Snap! Tiffany stretched out her hand and pulled up a long chain of cocky rock locks from the ground. Tiffany's magic is chain magic, which can extract various substances to form long chains and manipulate them. Depending on the different substances, the properties of the chains are also different. In addition to the common grass, soil, rocks, etc., there is also the strongest chain made of one's own blood, the red line lock. Among the red line locks, there is also a most special marriage lock. Tiffany's marriage lock binds Yevlet, and even Yevlet's fraud magic cannot affect her. After binding, the two can borrow each other's magic. Yevlet can use Tiffany's magic, but unfortunately, fraud magic is difficult to get started, and Tiffany has no intention to study and learn it. But even if she can't use deception magic, Tiffany's strength has always been compared with Urza and Myra Jane. Pa! The rock chain hit the ground, and even deep grooves were drawn. What puzzled Yevlet was that although Tiffany looked delicate, she was extremely violent in battle. The power burst out of her slender arms was no less than that of a demon. Tiffany more like a power fighter than a wizard. Storm's face was solemn. This woman was so strong. What? You're so good at bragging, but that's all you can do. Tiffany said. Damn it! Storm broke out. Tear off her clothes and exposed her true face. Not a human. Fried was shocked. It's a demon. Not a human. Tiffany pinched her pointed ears and said, it just so happens that I'm not a human either. Feel dash. The elf's fist of justice. Tiffany suddenly jumped and rushed towards Storm. Seeing this, Storm quickly released magic. Tiffany smashed the rock chain hard. Boom. The rock chain almost smashed Storm's magic, but it was finally blocked by the opponent. You can't hold it. Tiffany had already rushed in front and punched. Destruction Forest Fire Fist. Boom. One punch. The world was quiet. Storm's body became tattered, and he slowly fell down, his face full of shock. Humans actually have such a powerful wizard. However, there are not many people with such strength in this world, most of them are already the best. In that case, then I'll destroy you. No matter how strong you are, human. But we demons will always be your natural enemies. Storm said, it's a pity to defeat you in this way. But dash. Boom. Storm exploded suddenly, and a large amount of black smoke covered the entire town. What is that? Everyone covered their mouths and noses. Storm's body had disappeared, but his proud voice came, this is a magic barrier particle, which has the ability to pollute the air. As long as it comes into contact with it, it will cause magic deficiency and magic barrier disease. This is a disease that will kill wizards. You will die here. Damn it. Fried and others panicked, we have to leave here quickly. Inhale. Tiffany took a deep breath. Miss Tiffany, are you going to die? You dare to absorb it? Seeing this, Fried was shocked. There are still many people in the town. Tiffany said. She slowly opened her arms. Nature. It can accommodate everything. Crack, crack, crack. The floor tiles in collapsed buildings were destroyed, and countless green vine chains broke out of the ground. They grew very large, each one was 3 or 4 meters thick and hundreds of meters long. The whole town was covered with such vine chains. From the sky, it looked like it was covered with green hair. These green vines were not useless. As Tiffany took a deep breath, they also sucked in the magic barrier particles. The black fog disappeared, and the sky became clear again. All the vine chains withered and collapsed. Tiffany's body shook, and she turned to Fried and smiled, notify Emily at the end. Plop. Tiffany fell down. Fried and others couldn't hold on either. After all, they were poisoned and fell down. The Fairy Tale Guild soon learned the news. Ordinary hospitals couldn't solve such a thing, so they took everyone back to the guild. Makarov immediately wrote a letter to the Elf Guild where Tiffany was, telling them not to worry, Tiffany would be cured in Fairy Tale. Her last words were, inform Emily at the end. Fried, lying on the bed, said with difficulty. After all, he was less poisoned and had woken up. What does this mean? Everyone was confused, and then looked at Yevlet. Yevlet stood with his back against the wall, arms folded, without a hat or glasses. This is rare. Although Yevlet is not nearsighted, everyone is still used to his image of wearing glasses. Now that they can directly see his clear eyes, it really makes everyone feel very novel. After learning the news of Tiffany and others, Yevlet came quickly. Although he kept saying he was looking at Tiffany, but everyone knew that he cared about Tiffany, just like Natsu and Gray. Being watched by everyone, Yevlet said, we, or I, must know the news first, so that we can suppress the furious Emily. This is what Tiffany meant. Emily was not in the guild all year round, traveling around with Yerusha, Alice, and Melty to cure diseases and save people. She was called a saint and an angel, but she was not easy to bully. During those 7 years, Tiffany was also a member of Emily's travel group. If Emily knew that Tiffany was injured by the Hades Gate, she would be furious and rush to the Hades Gate to avenge Tiffany. Therefore, Yevlet needs to know first, and then he can suppress Emily. Chapter 276, Demon Hunting. Bang! Natsu punched hard and smashed a table. Everyone looked over and was silent. The furious Emily was suppressed by Yefrit, but what about the furious Natsu? Lucy was about to reach out her hand, but in the end, she stood silently behind Natsu. Whatever Natsu wanted to do, she would follow him, even if he went to the gate of Hades alone, she would follow him to the end. Even Lucy had this attitude, who else could comfort Natsu who was angry? Makarov remained silent. Laxus stepped forward and said, Natsu, calm down. Laxus' words ignited Natsu's powder keg, let's fight, Laxus. The flames exploded on his body, and the terrifying high temperature forced everyone back. Crack! Suddenly, the ice froze Natsu, and it was Gray who took action. Gray, you guy! Natsu broke the ice and was about to speak when he heard Gray angrily say, shut up. Natsu was stunned for a moment. Gray said, what use is your fire now, except for burning Lucy and her companions? Do you know where the gate to Hades is? Do you know their personnel? You don't know anything. Do you want everyone to die? Yeffulet knows. At this time, Urza said. Everyone looked at Yeffulet. Yeffulet came to sit beside Tiffany's bed, picked up a towel, and wiped the sweat from her forehead. His movements were slow and gentle, and he didn't speak during the period. Everyone also waited quietly. After Yefulet wiped Tiffany's sweat, he said, "This violent female gorilla, arrogant guy, suffered a loss after all." Everyone listened to him in silence. Yefulet said, "It's a rare thing. Logically, I should be gloating. But I'm not happy." Everyone was shocked. Yefulet rarely said such words, and once he said such words, it meant that the matter was very serious. Fried and Vigusro are two idiots. Yevlet continued, "They beat me in the marble tournament a week ago. We agreed to compete again this week. But the Hades Gate prevented them from keeping the appointment. I'm very unhappy." As soon as the second unhappy came out, even Natsu felt that his anger was suppressed. Yevlet looked at Laxus. Laxus put down his arms and said, start a war on the Hades Gate." He shouted, "Let those rats in the dark return to the hell that belongs to them with regret." "Oh!" Everyone raised their hands and roared. Yevlet took out two cards, one turned into a hat and the other turned into glasses. He put on the glasses, then the hat, and then pushed the hat down to cover most of his face. He said, "I'll be back for lunch." After saying that, he took a step, as if he had entered a time travel gate, and instantly disappeared from everyone's sight. All members of Fairy Tale gathered at the guild. It was not yet noon. Yefrit came back with information about the next move of Hades Gate. They will attack the former counselors, and we can wait and see. These are the information of all members. Yefrit took out a lot of information. Everyone gathered around to check. Gray was slightly stunned when he saw one of the information. After reading the information, Laxus said, "Let's kill all their claws first." "Yes." Everyone responded. Then Laxus began to divide into groups based on the information. And Yefrit walked towards the hospital. "Have you got the antidote, Yefrit?" Porosika asked. "Yes." Yevlet took out a card and said, "But it can only cure this disease. It is impossible to restore combat power immediately. It takes time to restore magic power." "Of course." Polishika nodded, took the card, and went to the hospital to treat everyone. Soon, Polishika came to report the good news to everyone. Tiffany's disease was cured, but they just needed to recuperate temporarily. Everyone was delighted and hurried to visit. "Don't worry, Fried, I will definitely beat those people to the ground and avenge you," Natsu said. "Take good care of yourself. We will come back before the day of the marble tournament. This time, I will win the final victory," Gray said. "I won't let you succeed." Fried forced a smile. On the other side, Tiffany looked at Yevlet with dissatisfaction, and said weakly but stubbornly, "I won't eat the apples you peeled." Mirage and Turtledove smiled. Yevlet didn't answer, silently peeled the apple, and then smiled, "It's not for you to eat." Then he took a big bite. "You guy!" Tiffany's face flushed with anger, and she raised her hand to hit someone, but she had no strength after recovering from a serious illness, and finally just gently placed her palm on Yevlet's arm. She was silent for a long time, turned her head, grabbed Yevlet's hand, and exerted a little force. She said, "Beat them for me." "I obey." Yevlet handed over the intact apple. Former counselors, Michelangelo's family. Natsu, Lucy, Stinger, Yukino, and Happy came here as a group. Lucy wanted to return the key to Yukino, but was rejected by Yukino. She has found a new way of magic, refraction magic, which is the magic she has just learned. With the previous foundation, Yukino's current strength will not be a drag, and after cooperating with Stinger, it has a miraculous effect. "Don't worry, we will protect you," Lucy said to the aging former counselor Michelangelo. "No need." Michelangelo rejected them bluntly and said, "Your fairy tale has always been the most troublesome guild. I have been in seclusion here, but you found me and got me into trouble." After looking at the personnel configuration, he said, "It's protection, but you just treat me as bait. If you really fight, you will definitely not care about an old man like me." Natsu was a little unhappy, and Stinger said, "Whether we come or not, the gate of hell will find you. You are still picky about this kind of life-threatening matter. If you think our fairy tale..." Stinger. Yukino quickly pulled Stinger to prevent him from saying more unpleasant words. Michelangelo's face was already quite bad. Natsu said at this time, "I don't want to waste time with you. We promised to protect you, and we will definitely do it. Natsu. Lucy hurriedly pulled him, and then smiled at Michelangelo and said, please don't mind. The tempers of their Dragon Slayer wizards are not very good, but Natsu and Stinger are right. The Gate of Hades will definitely find here. We are here to protect you and your family. However, this is not just for you alone, but also to stop the evil plan of the Gate of Hades. There is still some time now, but I think it is meaningless to argue about these things. Please think carefully about why the Gate of Hades will target the counselors, and even your retired counselors. Mr. Yajima has been attacked and injured. You don't want to be the next one. Michelangelo fell silent. Who would not be afraid of death? Although he really doesn't like fairy tale, if he has to choose someone in the guild to protect him, except for Jura of Snake Princess Scale, the wizards of fairy tale are really the most trustworthy. Michelangelo began to ponder. Natsu suddenly raised his head, and then Stinger also raised his head. Enemy attack, everyone be careful. Natsu shouted fiercely, Stinger, protect them. After shouting, Natsu roared towards the outside, Fire Dragon's Roar. Stinger also immediately took action, White Dragon's Holy Light Rain. Yukino waved her hand, Refract. Countless irregular lenses appeared in the space. The countless rays of light burst out, shining on the lenses, and then refracted. Boom! Natsu's roar broke through the roof. At the same time, Stinger and Yukino's combined attack skills turned an original attack magic into a defensive magic. After many refractions, countless light rains were infinitely refracted to form a light ball, protecting everyone in the light ball, and any attack from the outside would be defeated when it touched the light ball. Boom! Natsu's preemptive attack still failed, and the whole house exploded. Fortunately, Natsu was able to resist, and the others were covered by Stinger and Yukino's magic and were not attacked. The mirror was shattered, and the rain of light scattered. Lucy followed Natsu vigilantly, looking at the strange man standing on the ruins. What a pity! The enemy said, I thought I could blow you away, but you two guys are not slow to react. I smell the breath of beasts on you. I'm not a beast. Natsu said, I am the wizard of fairy tale Natsu. I am the wizard of fairy tale Stinger. Stinger also said. That kind of thing doesn't matter. The enemy shook his head, anyway, you will be blown to pieces without leaving any residue. Hat. Natsu sneered, let's start, demon hunting. The enemy's eyelids twitched slightly, and he was seen through. In the desert. 2 monsters were galloping. 2 people were sitting on each monster. Gray and Juvia, Kana and Wendy. Boom boom. The sound of fighting came from the front. Buildings were chopped up like tofu. It seems the enemy has arrived. Gray said, we have to speed up and never let Mr. Hagu get into trouble. We are late. Gajil's face looked a little ugly. They were in a group, including Gajil and Levi, Roger and Lucky. Originally, they were going to protect former Counselor Belluno, but Belluno had been killed. There were no signs of fighting here, so it should be an assassination that killed him in one blow. Chapter 277, Stinger, I don't need to come out. Hey! The enemy smiled triumphantly, then took a horse stance, and waved his hands like a windmill. A gust of wind blew. Natsu and Stinger quickly protected Lucy and the others behind them. But the attack did not come. At the same time, huge explosions occurred all over the town. Listening to the screams in the city, everyone was angry. Why attack someone who has nothing to do with you? Lucy asked angrily. Ah! The enemy laughed, does the devil need a reason to attack humans? You bastard! Natsu jumped up with flames all over his body. Stinger, wait! Seeing that Stinger was about to attack, Lucy calmly stopped him. Miss Lucy? Stinger was puzzled. Don't forget the plan. Lucy said. Yes. Stinger calmed down. He looked at Lucy in surprise. He didn't expect Lucy to be so calm. In this situation, she didn't panic. Instead, he almost made a mistake. Yes, a plan. Of course there is, but Lucy didn't expect that this guy would be so crazy. But, because of this, we must act according to the plan and never give the other party a chance to escape. Boom! Seeing Natsu's face, the enemy stretched out his hand and shouted, explode! Boom! Natsu was blown away by the explosion. The enemy laughed triumphantly, you impulsive guy, if you get hit by this move, your body will be blown to pieces. Wait. Before he finished speaking, he saw the flames of the explosion shrinking rapidly and disappearing in the blink of an eye. Not disappearing. It was absorbed. Lucy was not panicked at all. The fire magic had little damage to Natsu, and it would also become a means for Natsu to replenish his magic. It's just so-so. Natsu wiped his mouth and rushed towards the enemy again. You can actually swallow fire. The enemy said in panic. Seeing that Natsu was approaching, the enemy could no longer pretend and quickly jumped down from the wall in a panic. Boom! Natsu punched in the air, and the terrifying magic power was released. What a monster! The enemy was horrified and said, this powerful magic is like facing a demon of a higher level than me, just like Ansa or Taman. I'm not a demon. Natsu jumped down, and the enemy dodged in time. He punched the ground and made a lava pit. I am the son of a dragon. The dragon's enemy reacted, you are a dragon slayer. No wonder. The enemy dared not be careless anymore and quickly distanced himself. Natsu chased the enemy. Michelle was behind Stinger, and was dumbfounded. He said in surprise, I have always known that the wizards of fairy tale are very strong, but it is really exaggerated when you look at them up close. This is the first time I have seen the battle of their guild members. It is called the First Guild, and it is indeed a reputation that is not false. Okay, I admit that you are a bit interesting. The enemy fled in a panic. Explosion? Natsu eats whatever explodes. Just ask how you fight. Compared to those trash in the council, you are very strong. As the enemy said this, Natsu was stunned, and finally gave the other party a chance to breathe. Lucy asked, did you attack the council? Yes. The enemy nodded, I thought that as an institution that manages the magic world, there would be some strong people, but it turned out to be all trash. It's a small guild like yours that can actually produce strong people. Small guild. Everyone was speechless. It was really as Yevlitz said. These guys were more arrogant than each other. You, the enemy looked into Natsu's eyes and said arrogantly, you are qualified to know my name, Fireball Boy, go to hell to spread my reputation. I am the Gate of Hades, one of the 9 ghost gates. I am Jackal. The Iron Fist of the Fire Dragon. Natsu punched the enemy in the face without waiting for him to finish, knocking him to the ground. Then he punched him several more times, all in the face. Seeing that the enemy seemed to have fainted, Natsu said, so weak. Boom. Suddenly, a burst of magic power erupted, and Natsu cautiously stepped back a few steps. Weak? The enemy's angry voice came. He got up, suppressed his anger and said, you self-righteous guy, you don't really think I can't deal with you, do you? You backward wizards don't understand. Touch the power of the rules. Look at your hand, Fireball Boy. Natsu looked down and saw that his hand was emitting a strong and dazzling light. He asked, what is this? You just how many punches did you hit me with? The enemy said proudly, my spell is to turn everything it touches into a bomb. The enemy put his hands in his pockets, leaned slightly, and said, can you absorb such an explosive power? ZZ. Natsu's hands were getting hotter and hotter. BA. Boom. Before the enemy finished speaking, he was suddenly punched away by Stinger. It's useless. The explosion will tear your companion's body to pieces. The enemy got up and shook his head and sighed. Tear it to pieces. Natsu smiled and tilted his head, hey. Let's go. Happy, who came to his senses, took out the teleportation frame and teleported away with Lucy and others. The punch just now by Stinger was to delay time for Happy and others. Boom. The huge explosion even set off a mushroom cloud. I thought it would be okay. The enemy was panicking just now, but when he saw the explosion, he relaxed. But at this time, Stinger slowly walked out of the flames, his body covered with dragon scales, although a little embarrassed and scarred, but there was no worry about his life. Scales? The enemy was stunned. Such an explosion, even I am not afraid, let alone brother Natsu. Stinger said. Boom. Natsu walked out of the flames, and he didn't look embarrassed at all with his dragon scales exploded. Is this all you can do? Natsu said, it's rare that we take it so seriously. This taunt instantly made the enemy blush. You bastard! The enemy roared, you angered me. His body began to change, getting bigger, and his magic power was still rising. Finally, the enemy turned into a yellow jackal. My name is Roar of the Fire Dragon. The enemy had no time to speak. Natsu attacked. Asshole! The enemy broke through the flames and punched Natsu. A wrestling match between a demon and a dragon. Natsu did not give in and punched him. Boom! 50-50. How is it possible? The enemy was shocked. He was a high-ranking demon, a demon who was almost able to enter the ultimate realm, but he was actually not as powerful as a human. Explode! He roared. But the flames of the explosion were no threat to Natsu, who was exploding dragon scales. At this time, Natsu's fire resistance was full. A mere human being actually wants to be superior to a demon. The enemy roared, but in this wrestling match, no matter how hard he tried, he could not defeat the opponent. Even the Dragon Slayer is just using cheap magic. The enemy blushed and roared. The spell we use is the greatest power in this world. Great! Natsu pushed the opponent back with force. The Dragon Son won this wrestling match. It's not magic that's great. It's not a certain race. It's a certain life. Most people in the world can't do anything that can be called great. But that doesn't matter. Just live honestly, love your family, cherish your companions, and don't hurt innocent people. It doesn't matter if it's not great. People like that. They are also worthy of respect. You bastards, you always like to say some messed up words, and then hurt others, and you look like it's a matter of course. It makes people feel sick just by listening to it. Obviously. Natsu's body was burning with flames, so weak. Dragon Slayer secret. Red Lotus Blade. 2 sharp blades of fire directly knocked the enemy away. The terrifying magic power was completely released. The opponent had no power to resist and was defeated on the spot. In fact, there is no need for me to appear. Stinger said. The original plan was. Natsu took the lead first, and Stinger looked for an opportunity to kill with one blow. Because the opponent's magic was not so harmful to Natsu, who had high resistance to fire. Everyone was still very cautious, fearing that the opponent's output was too high and Stinger would be killed in seconds. Fried and Bigusro were too careless. As a result, the real fight started. That's it. Stinger felt that Natsu didn't even need to make a move, he could beat the opponent. Damn! The enemy lay on the ground, feeling that he couldn't move his whole body. His body began to glow. I didn't expect there are such strong people in this world. The enemy simply couldn't believe it. What a frog in the well! Natsu shook his head. If it weren't for Yefrit's personality, people like you, not to mention 9, even if it was 900, you would have been killed a few days ago. Hehe, the enemy laughed. How could he believe it? He said, forget it. I'll use this life to take this city and you. The magic power was boiling wildly. The enemy's whole body released a dazzling golden light. Explode. Natsu still looked calm. You can't avoid it. The enemy said proudly, the whole city will be buried with my life. Hide. Natsu tilted his head and said, happy. Love. Happy. Took out a small camera and said, I want to take a big firework for Xiaolulu. After saying that, he waved his hand. A frame appeared on the ground, directly teleporting the immobile enemy away. The next second, it was in the sky. Damn dash boom dash. The enemy's unwilling voice was covered by the explosion. Above the city, the dangerous magic explosion, which could have taken away the people in the entire city, was now just as Happy said, a beautiful firework. Just as Yevlitz said. After taking the photo, Happy sighed, beautiful, but also dangerous. What a mess. Natsu turned his head and smiled, don't always believe Yevlitz's crooked logic. Happy asked back, Lucy. Natsu was stunned and fell into hesitation. You guy. Lucy was immediately furious, rushed over and punched Natsu. He actually dared to hesitate. Although Lucy didn't know whether she was expecting Natsu to admit that she was beautiful but dangerous, or not admit that she was beautiful in order not to say that she was dangerous. It seemed that she couldn't accept either of them. Lucy didn't know what answer she wanted, so she could only punch Natsu again. The dragon scale Natsu, who couldn't be defeated by the enemy, was knocked to the ground by Lucy's punch. Stinger whispered, it seems that this sentence is very true, beautiful is also dangerous. Hey! Lucy turned her head and looked at him, her eyes were particularly scary. Stinger was so scared that he trembled all over, as if he fell into an ice cellar. He thought to himself, Could it be that Lucy is the nemesis of the Dragon Slayer wizard? Why did he feel a sense of fear and powerlessness when facing a natural enemy? Sorry, Lucy. Yukino hurried over and pulled Stinger behind her. This child is ignorant. No, Lucy was embarrassed immediately. The child Stinger looked at the hairline on the top of Yukino's head speechlessly. He was much taller than her. As a result, the next second, his toes hurt. It was Yukino who took a half step back and stepped on him with her heel. Stinger looked at Natsu, who was sitting on the ground, covering his head. At this moment, he suddenly understood something. Think about Gajeel, and even the proud Laxus, facing Lysina. Is this the fate of the Dragon Slayer? Stinger was panicked. He didn't want to be like Elfman, a guy who couldn't even afford to participate in a marble competition. Who can come to save me? Former council member Hagu desperately begged for help. No one will come to save you, but don't worry, a tall demon said, there will be this city to accompany you to hell. This is a blue demon with 4 arms and 8 octopus-like legs. He is very powerful and has magic that can cut any object. Of course, they call it a spell. The demon raised his arm high, and only needed to wave it down slightly, and the mission would be completed. Water flow restraint. Suddenly, a water ball enveloped the demon. Ice-shaped lancer. Several ice spears hit the water ball, instantly solidifying it and freezing it into an ice ball. The 2 attacks were less than a second apart, and the demon was instantly frozen before he could react. Tianlong's roar. A gust of wind blew the ice ball away. Who is it? Hagu saw that the demon was temporarily repelled, and he looked over excitedly. Fairy Tail. He said excitedly. That's right. Gray and others walked over quickly. We are the wizards of Fairy Tail. Gray. Juvia. Wendy. Kana. Charlu. Gray said, Mr. Hagu, we are here to protect your safety. Great. Hagu breathed a sigh of relief, but you have to be careful, that demon is very powerful, he defeated the wizards of the entire city. We expected it, don't worry. Gray and Juvia walked towards the demon. Wendy and Kana stayed to protect Hagu. At the same time, Charlu also turned into a human. She has a power infinitely close to Wendy. With the power of Wendy's second magic, the 2 of them have the same output as Natsu at full power. Don't underestimate their fighting power just because they look like weak and cute girls. Chapter 278, Faith. Crack. The ice broke. Who is looking for death again? The weird-looking enemy broke the ice and walked over unscathed. He walked over impatiently. I found that you humans still have advantages. That is, there are many people and you are not afraid of death. You are obviously a group of weak guys, but you always fearlessly attack the strong. Just like. The enemy lowered his head suddenly and sneered, like flies. Hee hee. Gray laughed twice, and was not affected by the other party's words. Fairy Tail, Gray. Fairy Tail, Juvia. The 2 said. The enemy said, the gate of Hades, one of the 9 ghost gates, Djikir Esser. Boom. The battle started suddenly. Gray now cooperates with Juvia very well, and all kinds of combo skills are at his fingertips. Originally, Gray's strength is about the same as Natsu. Add Juvia, even if Natsu is normal, he will be beaten. Not to mention this demon. At the beginning of the battle, an ice-shape magic, a water-shape magic, is full of imagination and flexible. Moreover, water can turn into ice, and ice can turn into water. Plus, the tacit understanding between the 2 is full. So, not long after the battle, Ethel was sweating. Damn, how can these 2 humans be so powerful? Compared with other ants, the gap is like heaven and earth. Gray and Juvia from Fairy Tail. The former counselor Hagu, who escaped death, was relieved when he saw this scene. Everything is afraid of comparison. Just now, all the wizards in the city couldn't stop Ethel from going wild. But now, Gray and Juvia took action and beat each other. The violent rhythm made the opponent unable to fight back, as if they were here to be sandbags. As expected of a famous guild. Hagu said, as long as you defeat this demon, I will ask for credit for you. Although I have already left the council, I still have many connections. Thank you very much. Kana thanked perfunctorily. Ask for credit? How much credit has Fairy Tail contributed? They made great efforts to destroy the Dark Guild, especially the Demon's Heart, which they took down alone. Are there any rewards? No. These words are all empty. In addition to the fact that the council seems to let it go because the guild is strong, no benefits have been seen in these years. Of course, this is also due to the guild. In short, what Hagu said, not to mention Kana, even Wendy didn't take it to heart. Seeing this, Hagu also shut up. He was also excited just now. Now that he thought about it seriously, he realized that rewarding fairy tale was impossible. Everyone would not agree. While thinking about this, Ethel, who had been beaten all the time, got angry. Assholes, 2 arrogant humans, you forced me to do this. The 5 swords of the world, Jujumaru. Ethel can use this move to launch a powerful slash. Juvia. Gray pushed Juvia away from the dangerous slash, and then he said, use that. Yes, Lord Gray. The 2 of them slapped the ground at the same time. Ice spring. Boom boom. 2 ice pillars sealed Ethel at the same time. At this time, Wendy and Xiaolulu roared at the same time, Tianlong's roar. The strong wind weakened the power of Ethel's slash. Kana stretched out her hand, crush. Ethel's slash was directly shattered. How? How is it possible? Ethel was dumbfounded. That's a spell, a power that touches the rules. Unfortunately. Kana said, my magic is also a power that touches the rules. Really? Ethel's mentality completely collapsed and he didn't want to fight anymore. Then what about this? Ethel's magic power began to expand. Kana. Gray shouted. We must not let the other party explode like this. It's not that they will be killed, but they don't want to cause greater damage to the city. Send me away, Wendy. Kana said. Okay. Wendy blew a gust of wind and sent Kana over. Smash. Kana stretched out her hand and clapped. Ethel was shattered into countless pieces on the spot. Wendy blew harder. These fragments were blown into the sky. Gray and Juvia launched magic at the same time and built a huge ice bowl under Ethel. Boom. Esser exploded, but the power was blocked by the ice bowl and could not reach the town below. Solved. Everyone clapped their hands. Hagu was completely relieved. In the guild, everyone was summarizing the battle report. Listen as said, Natsu defeated the enemy and protected Mr. Michel. Gray defeated Esser and protected Mr. Hagu. Gajil and others were too late, Mr. Belluno has been killed. Finally, it's Mr. Yuri. Yefrit and Turtledove haven't sent back any news. Listena's voice had just fallen. The communication crystal was connected. We are late. Turtledove said, Mr. Yuri has been killed, and we didn't encounter any enemies. That's a pity. Makarov sighed. President, there is good news. Valian used telepathic magic to transmit, we have contacted 16 former counselors, and other guilds have already taken action to protect them. That's great. Everyone said happily. The battle with Hades Gate is not a battle of Fairy Tail alone, but a battle of all members of the light magic world. Fairy Tail went to the battle this time not just for justice, but also because a companion was injured, which is a personal revenge. But for other guilds, such as the Scales of the Snake Princess, the Blue Pegasus and other guilds, this is to save the reputation of the light magic world and the regular guild alliance. It is impossible for a fairy tale guild that is taking revenge to steal the limelight. The residence of the former speaker has also been found, and Mr. Jura of the Scales of the Snake Princess is on the way. That's great, if that Jura goes, there will be no problem. Makarov said. Old man, we have information here. At this time, Natsu also connected the communication crystal. What's wrong, Natsu? Makarov asked. We have determined the target of the Gate of Hades. Natsu said, Mr. Michelangelo knows. This Michelangelo was also forced to do nothing. From just now, Lucy had been questioning him very hard, asking him to consider the overall situation. As a former member of parliament, he must know something. Michelangelo did want to conceal it, but under Lucy's persuasion, he finally realized how serious the matter was this time, and decided to speak out his guess. They may be here for faith. Faith. Everyone was puzzled. Michelangelo said with difficulty, faith is a powerful weapon mastered by the council. In order to manage the magic world, the magic council has forged several weapons, and decides whether to use them based on the degree of danger of the disaster. For example, the magic spirit power is a super magic cannon with a range of the entire continent. Its power can destroy a country. Therefore, it requires the approval of at least 9 counselors before it can be launched. But this is nothing compared to phase. Everyone was shocked. The magic spirit power that can destroy a country is far less dangerous than phase? Michel hesitated, but in the end, he still said, the power of phase is to destroy all the magic power in the entire continent and eliminate the wizards from the root. Boom! Makarov was so angry that he stretched out his arm and smashed the table with a punch. He roared, why did the council create such a dangerous thing? Aren't you managers elected by the regular guild alliance? You are not the king of the magic world. What right do you have to do this? Who do you want to use it against? Not only Makarov, everyone was furious. When on Tianlang Island, the Devil's Heart said that he would destroy most of the wizards and only build a paradise for a small number of wizards. But in terms of severity, the ultimate goal of the Devil's Heart is not even as good as the fez created by the Magic Council. Michel sighed and was speechless. His name will be infamous for thousands of years. Lucy suddenly reacted and said, the guys from Hades Gate said that they used spells, not magic, which means. Lysina added, if they succeed, it will be a world where only they, Hades Gate, can use power. If such a group of guys become the only group with power in this world, what they will do is simply unthinkable. Don't be silly. At this time, Yevlet said, if that time really comes, spells can't be used. It's funny, Zeref uses magic, they brag so much that they believe it themselves. Ah! Everyone was stunned, is that so? However, fifth should indeed be destroyed, no one is qualified to master such a thing. Yevlet said. Yes. Natsu immediately turned around and asked, where is that fifth? Mr. Michelangelo, please don't hide it, even if Yevlet said so, the guys at the Gate of Hades don't know about it, and his words will not change the current situation. Lucy added. I don't know. Michelangelo shook his head, I only know that the method of sealing fifth is to seal the 3 former counselors with a living link, but except for the former speaker, no one knows who the 3 people are, including themselves. Bind the lives of the 3 people to the activation of fifth. Laxus said contemptuously, what a stupid decision. No wonder. Gray said, they don't need to investigate at all, just kill all the counselors. Then the safety of the former speaker is particularly important. It's best if we can get information from him first. Makarov said. Mr. Jura has gone to protect the former speaker. Lysina said, with him, it should be fine. Do we need to go to other places for support? Wendy asked. Yevlet, what do you say? Laxus asked. Since other guilds have helped, we don't need to do anything else, otherwise it would be very rude. Yevlet said. After all, everyone is trying their best to protect the former counselors. You, Fairy Tale, come to ask if you need support. You, a guild, support 16 places. Aren't you looking down on everyone? Chapter 279, Warhwalala, the sound of pouring tea. Since I retired, I started growing tea. An obese old man said. Jura took the tea, took a sip, and said, it's really good, Mr. Crawford, this tea is really sweet and has a long aftertaste. It is considered to be a very good tea I have ever drunk. I am very happy to be praised by Mr. Jura. Crawford said. The former chairman of the council, Crawford Shim, looks like a very kind old man. Jura was the first to rush over after hearing the news. When the other guilds heard that he was here, they all trusted him like Fairy Tale. Although he lost to Laxus in the great magic fighting exercise before. But it depends on who you are competing with. Just Jura alone it's easy to defeat the Swordbite Tiger, let alone other guilds. Although Jura is an old man, his talent is very high. Of course, Guildarts, Laxus, and others from Fairy Tale cannot be called geniuses, but more appropriate to say evildoers. Have another drink. Watching Jura drink a glass, Crawford smiled happily. Of course, his face was very deceptive. At this time, he smiled very kindly, and even few people could smile more kindly and trustworthy than him. Then I'll trouble you. Jura nodded. After all, you came a long way to protect me, it's hard work. Crawford said. It's my duty. Jura said modestly. Seeing Crawford pour him another glass, he took it, took a sip, and said, although I'm sorry, Mr. Crawford, we have something to ask you. About faith? Crawford said. Yes. Jura nodded and said, because of the matter of faith, many people have been injured or even died. Without the control of the council, the entire bright magic world is now in chaos, and everyone can only fight on their own. But even so, those rampant demons still hurt many people. Those original sin demons take pleasure in destroying cities and hurting humans. We must stop them. Faith, let alone their use. So, please don't hide it, Mr. Crawford. Jura's eyes were firm. He was polite, but he was more determined. This matter is very important, and even related to the survival of the world. Yeflet said that after launching Faith, the Gate of Hades could not use magic, which was not good news to be thankful for. The civilization of Ishgar was built on magic. Most of what people have now is brought by magic. Magic is not only a convenience, but also the cornerstone of civilization. And, the people of Eslanden are different from those of Edras. The people of Edras have no magic power in their bodies, they use magic in tools. But the people of Eslanden all have magic power. But if Faith is launched, it will be magic exhaustion. I don't know how many people will die, or even how many people can survive. Crawford was silent for a long time, and said regretfully, I'm sorry. Mr. Crawford. Even with Jura's state of mind, he couldn't help it. Crawford shook his head and said, this is not concealed because of confidential information. In fact, Faith is an abandoned weapon. Its existence is already a taboo. Even I, and the former counselor who was sealed as a key, don't have the authority to know. Jura stood up and said, is there any place to look for it? That kind of thing, I don't know either. Crawford said with shame. Here they come. Jura suddenly sensed the enemy's breath and said, Mr. Crawford, you are in the room, don't leave, I won't let the enemy enter this room. As he said that, he rushed out the door. Outside the door, standing there was a female demon and a group of ordinary demon soldiers. 9 ghost gates, Sira. Sira looked at Jura and was a little shocked. This person's magic power was really exaggerated. This was already the strongest person at the peak of human beings. Snake Queen Scale, Jura. Jura said coldly, Gate of Hades, I have nothing to say to you. Since you have decided to start this war, then no matter what the consequences are, you should eat them honestly. After that, Jura slapped him. Boom! A big palm emerged from the ground. This big palm was fast, hard enough, and its magic power was extremely exaggerated. In an instant, except for Sira who barely avoided it, all the miscellaneous soldiers were instantly killed by this palm. Sira couldn't help but take a deep breath. Hearing that this Jura was the 5th of the 10 saints, he was mentally prepared, but was his strength so exaggerated? But fortunately. What, demon, don't you want to make a move? Jura took a step forward, intending to kill the opponent in one move, but he was an upright man after all, and he felt a little guilty about killing the enemy who had no resistance. Sira smiled, there's no need to do that. She said, I'm not here to fight you to the death. Calculate the time, it's time. What? Suddenly, Jura's body shook. Then he felt a strong sense of dizziness and sleepiness, which surged into his heart. Crawford traitor. Jura only had time to say these few words before he fell down. Sorry. The door opened, and Crawford walked out of the house. Mr. Jura, our Hades Gate needs talents like you. He is indeed a perfect material. Sira said. Jura is in trouble. A message came from Snake Princess Scale, we can't contact Jura. What a powerful enemy. Fairy Tale frowned immediately. Even Laxus and Gildarts can't kill Jura in such a short time. There is a traitor. Grey said, after all, Faith is how could the Hades Gate guys who don't even know Fairy Tale know such important and private information? Yes, this is not in line with common sense. From several contacts with the leaders of Hades Gate, they don't know anything about the outside world, anyway. They don't investigate Fairy Tale's information at all. When the real fight comes, 1 or 2 boasts loudly, but they come to get beaten. But such a stupid organization knows such secret things as Faith. This is unreasonable. Then there must be an insider. Crawford. Natsu shouted fiercely, he plotted against Jura, otherwise Jura would not have been taken down. Asshole. Grandma Appa of Snake Princess Scale was angry. Fairy Tale, do you want to take action against those who dare to plot against our Snake Princess Scale? If not, even if we are the only guild, we will go to Hades Gate and deal with those guys. Of course we will take action. Makarov said quickly. In that case, Laxus said, then we don't need to beat around the bush with them. Since they dare to provoke our light magic world so much, then fight. Laxus said aggressively, it's just a Hades gate. We have more than 500 regular guilds in Ishgar. We can take this opportunity to directly wipe out the Hades gate, including those in the darkness, in one wave. Let me make a suggestion. Yevlet said. What? Granny Oba was puzzled. Yevlet said, this battle, no, this war, will be commanded by our fairy tale, no problem. Of course, our guild is the main force in attacking the Hades gate, and we will never harm the wizards of our brother guilds. Snake Princess Scale, agree. Grandma Oba said. After losing Jura, Snake Princess Scales had no way to compete with Fairy Tail for command. Even if you are not convinced, you have to admit that Fairy Tail is indeed a stronger existence. Although this guild is noisy on weekdays, it must be said that its record is very luxurious. Even once killed the heart of the devil on Tianlang Island and survived the attack of the Black Dragon, and the subsequent Dragon King festival was also led by Fairy Tail. It can be said that Fairy Tail has strength and qualifications, and there is nothing to be dissatisfied with. President, please contact those presidents. Yefrit said. Although I have retired, but the council has not approved it yet, I still have some faith. Makarov said, however, this is your era after all, and this war will be led by you after all. Makarov looked at Laxus with emotion and said, Laxus, nothing will happen until you are fully prepared. Grandpa, I'm ready. Laxus said seriously. This is the last time. After this time, even if the council is delayed, but Makarov encouraged, you are the president of Fairy Tail. Yes. Come with me, you and I will contact those presidents together. Makarov took Laxus aside. This is equivalent to passing the phone book to Laxus, and these presidents will be contacted by Laxus in the future. The council has been stuck with Makarov's resignation application and Laxus's application for president, and even stuck until the council was blown up. After this incident, everything will start again. Fairy Tail will also change dynasties with the establishment of the new council. President Mavis. Yevlet looked at Mavis. She was sitting on the counter, daydreaming. What's wrong, Yevlet? Mavis came back to her senses and said. I don't have the ability to command a large-scale war. Yevlet said honestly. He really hadn't studied this aspect. At most, he could command one or a few guilds, but now there are 500 guilds, and it is a revenge war of the entire light magic world against the dark magic world. This is a bit too difficult. I know. Mavis smiled and nodded. She jumped down from the counter. Even though she was shorter than anyone present, at this moment, her figure was extremely tall. Chapter 280, Unexpected Help. President Mavis. Everyone looked at her excitedly. Mavis said confidently, leave it all to me. In this war, I will definitely lead everyone to victory. Yes. Everyone was very excited. Mavis's command ability is second to none in the world. Now, I need a map, as well as the locations and personnel configurations of all guilds. Mavis immediately got into the state. Seeing this, Yevlet quietly left the scene. He came to the hospital. Tiffany was sitting on the bed by the window. She had a butterfly in her hand, but it didn't fly up. It was like her pet, very docile. But as Yevlet approached, the butterfly flew up and flew directly out of the window, far away from here. Tiffany didn't even look back, and said jokingly, some people's breath, even such a beautiful little life, is disgusted. Yevlet also sarcastically said, after all, I didn't grow out of a flower. Tiffany said she was an elf, and in the legend of this world, elves were born from flowers, plants, and trees. You guy. Tiffany said as expected, she was irritated. Yevlet came to sit beside her bed. Stay away from me, it stinks. Tiffany said, covering her nose. You smell like sweat, too, so sour. Yevlet also retorted immediately. No. Tiffany said, my clothes are all dry. Really? I don't believe it. Yevlet said, and then reached out to grab Tiffany's chest. Myra. Tiffany shouted immediately. Why are you calling her? Yevlet's hand trembled, and then he took his hand back. Of course, he didn't want to grab it, it was just a joke. Humph. Tiffany snorted lightly and said, what's the matter? You should be very busy now, and you still come here. See how you are. Yevlet said. I recover quickly, maybe I can take revenge before the end of this war. Tiffany's voice softened when she saw Yevlet's attitude. She turned her head and said proudly, "Don't worry, just focus on your work. This is a comprehensive battle between light and darkness, don't be careless. The gate of Hades does not represent darkness." Yevlet said, "A group of cockroaches driven away by a regular guild will not be able to achieve anything. But don't be careless, those guys have very strange magic, and, the background should not be simple." Tiffany said, "Their magic is very destructive to nature." She hesitated for a moment, then said, "I just have magic exhaustion, my body is still very healthy, if you get into trouble, use my magic." "Yet." Yevlet nodded, stretched out his hand, took out a card, turned his wrist, and it turned into a flower pot with a flower bud on it. He put the flower pot down and said, "When the flower blooms, it's over. I hope to see this flower blooming beautifully and with the most beautiful smile." Humph! Tiffany couldn't help it, and the corners of her mouth curled up, saying, "Put it there." Yevlet put the flower pot down and turned to go out. Suddenly, Tiffany shouted, "Yevlet! Hey!" Yevlet turned around in confusion. "Watch this!" Tiffany suddenly jumped over, pressed down Yevlet's head, and pressed her lips against him, but before Yevlet could react, they had already separated, and then Tiffany rubbed his hair hard, laughing and saying, "Ha ha ha, mess up your hair." After that, she jumped back on the bed, covered the quilt, and shouted, "The prank is done, satisfied, go to sleep." It seemed that it was just a prank just now, and there was no contact. Yevlet touched his lips blankly, smiled, turned around and left, closing the door. The door closed. Tiffany poked her head out of the quilt, her face as red as an apple. "I thought you would be very weak, but you still have the energy to bully my master." Suddenly, a voice came from the window. Tiffany was startled and looked outside. Emily was squatting here, smiling. "Emily, you are back," Tiffany said shyly and guilty. "Yes." Emily jumped down from the windowsill and said, "We hurried back when we learned that you were in trouble." As Emily entered the house, Arusha, Melty, Alice, and Mirito all entered the house. Everyone looked concerned. Tiffany hurriedly said, "It's nothing. There were indeed some troubles before, but it's all right now. I'm just replenishing my magic power now." "That's good." Arusha sat on the bed and said, "When we learned the news before, Emily was very angry and almost took us to the gate of Hades. Fortunately, Yevlet spoke." "I guessed it." Tiffany said, "That's why I said, tell Yevlet first." "Humph." Emily crossed her arms and said proudly, "I'm not completely impulsive. I just want to catch a guy and ask for some information. Besides, Master did the same. I can sense his remaining magic power. In this world, excluding the research results of the Roya organization magnetic perception, only Emily and Tiffany can clearly grasp Yevlet's whereabouts. Tiffany is because the two of them are bound by a marriage lock, which is equivalent to showing the location of friends on the small map. Emily can sense Yevlet's magic because of her special magic, and Yevlet can sense hers, so the two people's deception magic cannot deceive each other. Therefore, after Yevlet went to the gate of Hades, Emily could sense the remaining magic, and knew that Yevlet had also been there. "He is different from you," Tiffany comforted. "He has Miss Miko, not to mention the gate of Hades, he can also go to Jalal, but you are different." "I also have Aya," Emily said. "Okay, let's not talk about this topic." Arusha said, "We will also listen to the arrangements of the guild when we come back this time. Tiffany, you just stay well, rest up, and wait for us to twist off those guys' heads and kick them around for you to vent your anger." "Goodbye." Tiffany smiled and waved her hand, "I'm not interested in that. It's good enough that this matter can be resolved smoothly." Everyone was very happy that Emily returned to the guild. It was like a daughter who had been working away from home for a year finally returned home. Everyone was very excited. Even at such a critical moment, everyone surrounded Emily and cared about her recent situation enthusiastically. Emily roughly talked about what she had done recently. They were all stories about saving people and beating bad guys, and there was no danger. Emily definitely had the strength of Fairy Tale S level, plus Ultia and others. Such a group, even though it was a girl group, who would dare to provoke ordinary people? What's more, Emily was a big star in Ishgar, everyone knew her, and there were a group of die-hard fans wherever she went. It would be troublesome for her. It didn't take long. Laxus clapped his hands. All guilds have been contacted, and Mavis has also made a battle plan. Most guilds plan to jointly encircle and suppress the surrounding dark guilds. And powerful guilds such as Snake Princess Scale and Blue Pegasus will cooperate with Fairy Tail's actions, and then they will fight together to give Hades Gate a just group fight. 9 Ghost Gates? 9 leaders? Don't think that only villains will fight. When the time comes, all the Dragon Slayers will fight one, and if they don't beat the opponent to shit, he will be considered a clean one. Let's go. After assigning the combat mission, Fairy Tail only left a small number of people including Makarov. Everyone was ready for battle and strode out of the guild. Is it you? But Grey, who was at the front, saw 3 people standing at the door as soon as he went out. A one-eyed strong man, a gloomy blue-haired man, and an arrogant red-haired man. Simon, Jalal. Urza said in surprise. Cobra. Natsu said. Yes. Simon nodded, looking at Urza who was coming over, and said seriously, although the council and the council are gone, our sins will not disappear because of the collapse of the regulatory agency. We are here to help you. Thank you. Urza walked up to Simon and said, I am very grateful for your help, but, Simon, you are not suitable to be at the forefront. Simon's strength is really hard to describe. Although his personality charm can even conquer Jura, his strength is indeed his weakness. I know myself, Urza. Simon was very frank and did not feel ashamed. He said, I will just try my best to do what I can, even if it is just to give everyone who is tired of fighting a glass of water. Very good. Urza smiled. Cobra looked into the guild and said with some stammering, I hope that one day, I can tell her openly that we can continue to be together. Oh, everyone made a strange teasing sound. Janana. Lucy and other girls turned around and looked at the purple-haired girl standing next to the president. Janana, an employee of the Fairy Tail Guild, always looked like she was easy to bully. She is actually Cobra's snake, the flying snake that teamed up with Cobra to fight against Natsu and Happy during the 6 Demon Generals period. She is actually a human, not a snake. She was turned into a snake by a dark wizard when she was a child. After Cobra was captured, she met President Makarov. Makarov, a Holy 10, has no difficulty in removing curse magic as long as it is not very remote and unpopular. But Janana temporarily forgot her memory of being a snake. Later, during the Dragon King festival, she picked up Cobra and slowly recalled it. But the two did not live happily together. Simon did not allow such a thing to happen. Cobra, who had committed a serious mistake, was able to survive. It was the mercy of the council. He must be responsible for his actions. The people he had hurt, or even killed, had already lost their lives. Why should Cobra reunite with his beloved woman and live happily? Because there is no such thing as compensation for the dead in this world, then we can only ask Gerard and Cobra to use everything they have to help those in need. It is called atonement, but the sins are always there and cannot be redeemed. However, since they are alive, they need a reason to live, that is, they still have contributions to the living. At the beginning, Gerard was reluctant. He didn't want to do tedious little things and thought he could do big things to atone for his sins, and Cobra had no idea of atonement. All of these were forced to be corrected by Simon. For Gerard, he said, even when he saw someone in need of help, he could bear not to help, and even kindness and sympathy were if you can't understand it, how can you accomplish great good? How thick-skinned are you to think that you have become a good person when you are unwilling to help others? From then on, Gerard never refuted Simon's decision. To Cobra, he said, people who only hurt others have no value in life. For most people, your current state is more valuable to die than to live, but there is still one person who thinks your value lies in being alive. You can only choose between disappointing the expectations of the whole world and disappointing the expectations of one person. Cobra chose to disappoint the expectations of the whole world, and wanted to respond to that one person. People's expectations, that is Janana. Fairy Tail will never allow a criminal to take Janana away from the guild. Cobra has only one way, the only way to be with Janana is to atone. Cobra has accepted this and now listens to Simon's advice honestly. Aerosol looked at Jalal and Cobra, then looked at Simon, with eyes full of admiration. Simon! He is worthy of being the most trustworthy person. Let's go, we must teach those stinky demons who dare to provoke our Snake Princess Scales a lesson. Grandma Oba shouted and mobilized the entire guild. That at this time, a voice said cautiously, can I join you? Everyone looked over. 6 demon generals. Suddenly, everyone became alert. No, 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 that was a long time ago. The tall man said quickly, I have turned over a new leaf, and I have been atonement since then. Well. Leo said, Hita Ai, you want to come with us to save Mr. Jura? This man is Hita Ai of the 6 demon generals. Yes, I admire Mr. Jura's character. I have drunk with Mr. Jura and Mr. Simon before. He is in trouble now. As a friend, how can I sit back and do nothing? Then let's go together. Lia Shui said. Leo Grandma Obama was a little reluctant. It's okay, President. Leo said, I believe in this guy. Thank you very much, Mr. Leo. Hita Ai said gratefully. Chapter 281, Attack. A strange terrain, a huge block, stands on the ground. There is a wide land and magnificent buildings on it. The underworld island, where the gate of the underworld is located. It has the ability to fly everywhere, but it is very quiet at this time, and it does not know the impending doom. Natsu took a step forward. Fire dragons. Thunder dragons. Sky dragons. Iron dragons. White dragons. Shadow dragons. Poison dragons. Roar. The terrifying dragon's roar directly evaporated a piece of the continent on the cube. And the underworld island was also hit hard, completely stopped operating, and lost the ability to continue moving, blocking its possibility of escape. This roar is a signal flare. When these 7 terrifying light beams were emitted, everyone also took action. Fairy Tale Guild Urza shouted, Attack! For Jura, for the magic world, the Snake Princess Scale Guild attack! Leo shouted. Yi Yi said, when people live in the world, there are always some righteous deeds that they have to do. The Blue Pegasus Guild, attack! Ha ha ha, how can our 4-headed hound guild miss such a big battle? Attack, attack! Paucus shouted. Don't underestimate girls. Although our Mermaid Heel is an all-female guild, it is definitely not inferior to humans. Mermaid Heel Kagura shouted, attack! Charge! Nearly 500 wizards, all elites of various guilds, launched an attack on the Gate of Hades. Assholes, humans, you are so brave! A roar sounded at the Gate of Hades. I'll take the first prize. Laxus said. He turned into lightning and instantly appeared in front of the demon and grabbed him. The other party didn't have time to react and was thrown into the sky by Laxus. The thunder dragon's roar. The demon was annihilated in the beam of light, leaving no trace. Grey, let's see who kills the most. Leo shouted. Then I will definitely win. Grey said proudly, because I have Juvia to help me. My Shirley is also very powerful. Leo said. But my Juvia and I have a very good understanding. Grey said. Can there be a better understanding than Shirley and I? I have been married to her. Leo said anxiously. Grey was dumbfounded and stopped. If Juvia hadn't pulled him, he would have almost fallen to the ground. You guy, you didn't even get married, but you attacked someone. Grey said angrily, scumbag. I have proposed to you, but you haven't, little Chew man. Leo mocked, and then took Shirley's hand, and sure enough, she was wearing a ring. How can I repair it? Grey was speechless. These two people, everyone was speechless. Be careful. Suddenly, Leo reminded Grey, who was a little absent-minded. Grey suddenly came back to his senses and found that there was an ice block with terrifying magic power attacking him and Leo. The color of the ice block. Grey was very familiar with it. That was the ice block used by the culprit who froze the Sun Village. Grey and Juvia quickly used magic to block it. Leo and Shirley also attacked at the same time. The 4 of them attacked, but they were actually at a disadvantage. This enemy is mine. Leo found a gap, dodged the opponent's attack, and couldn't wait to find the person who released the magic. Master Leo, wait for me! Shirley shouted and chased after him. Go up! Stupid, Leo, this guy is not a simple guy. Grey and Juvia also hurriedly chased after him. This guy who uses ice is not simple, not an ordinary demon. He is afraid that Leo will suffer a big loss if he is careless. During the time that Grey and Leo were delayed, the vanguard has already launched an attack on the Gate of Hades, and the battle has started completely. While Fairy Tale launched a general attack on the Gate of Hades. Regular guilds in various places, more than 500 regular guilds, unified to clear all dark guilds in their jurisdiction. It's dark. A dark wizard said angrily. For ordinary people, this is a great thing. The Light Guild has been unable to bear the excessive provocation of the Gate of Hades and directly issued an action to eliminate darkness. This is the light shining down. But for the dark magic world, it's like the sky is falling. The dark magic world, on weekdays, everyone is too lazy to care about it. The main issue is cost. Each regular guild has its own difficulties and interests. It is generally difficult to form a complete alliance. Even if the headquarters, the council was destroyed, the strategy adopted by most guilds is to stay put. But it is the bottom line of all wizards. It is the regular guild alliance, the bright magic world, and the bottom line of all wizards who want to make a living by magic. As the saying goes, when you see a cockroach that is particularly arrogant, there are already many in the corners of the room that you can't see. A gate to the underworld jumped out. Are there more gates to the underworld? If you continue to leave it alone, there will be more cockroaches. It's a rare opportunity. Then, let's clean it up thoroughly. The Dark Guild has been jumping for so many years, let them see the power of justice today. In the underground stone chamber, a huge pillar slowly rose from the ground, and on the top of the pillar, there was a human face, Faith. He, go ahead and make some noise. Once Faith is activated, everything will be reversed. A proud voice sounded. Then a demon came here. It was one of the 9 ghost gates that had injured Tiffany and others before, Disaster Storm. He had been reborn. And the task he received was to activate Faith. You are the guy who hurt Tiffany, Freed, and Begusro. Suddenly, a girl's voice sounded. Who is it? Storm was startled. At some point, a beautiful human woman stood in front of him. She stood quietly with a cold expression. Bayo was not afraid of her and said, Did I hurt someone you know? So what? I have hurt so many people. He said disdainfully, humans are fragile and low-level species, just like insects and ants. Even if you step on a few of them, who will remember it? Hat. Emily sneered and shook her head, what a pathetic demon. Are you advanced? It's just a life created by a human wizard who went astray. A group of self-righteous guys who sit in a well and look at the sky. The sad thing is that you have spent most of your life hiding in the dark gutter, never enjoying the warmth of the sun, smelling the fragrance of flowers and plants, eating delicious food, and never seeing a beautiful smile. For an unrealistic, hurting others' goal. Give everything you have, time, and even life. You say humans are bugs. In the short 180 years of human beings, most of the beautiful things in this world have been enjoyed. But what about you? You are like bugs and ants. Apart from eating and sleeping, you are busy all your life without a moment's rest. You must have felt the most pain in your life, I guarantee it. Shut up. Storm was a little upset, and he roared, You lowly human, since you dare to come here alone, then let me step on you to death. Alone? Emily smiled, pathetic demon, you are really weak. Beside them, Arusha and others who were shielded looked at each other. Melty whispered, Emily is here again, Yevlet mode. After all, they are master and apprentice. Arusha smiled. It is very common for children to imitate adults. Emily has this habit, sometimes she behaves like Yevlet, and is called Yevlet mode by everyone. Forget it, just think so. Emily smiled and said, Seeing you, my anger has dissipated a lot. After all, I am not a person who is good at torturing enemies. Emily held her hand on the hilt and said, Devil, what is your magic? Humph, if you want to know, just experience it yourself. A tornado appeared in Storm's hand. Emily said lightly, My magic is to realize magic. As long as I say it, it can be realized. I heard that your magic, spell, has touched the rules. Then, let me show you what is the power that really touches the rules. I say. Emily bent down slightly. Storm couldn't help but be cautious. Although he was arrogant, he was not stupid. Last time he was slapped in the face by Tiffany, he also realized the truth that there are people beyond people and heaven beyond heaven. Humans are not fools. However, this woman dared to come here alone and was so confident, so she must have something. Making magic? Just say it and it will come true. It is really troublesome to touch the power of rules like this. I don't know what the other party will say. Bai Yufeng stared at Emily, alert to her magic. Emily said lightly, I can cut you in half with this knife. Hee hee. Bei Yufeng sneered twice, and then saw the knife flash. He hurriedly tried to dodge. But... puff! From the top of his head to the middle of his legs, Bei Yufeng felt a chill, followed by a sharp pain. He lowered his head in disbelief and saw that his body was cut in half symmetrically on the left and right, and then fell to both sides. Good. So strong. This was Bei Yufeng's last thought. Before he died, he heard a very distant voice. Emily's deception magic is as terrible as Yevlet's. That's right. Yevlet's deception magic can kill at the right time. Emily's deception magic can also complete a miraculous attack. Storm completely lost consciousness. Outside. Emily stood calmly. She didn't bend down or draw her sword. She didn't do anything. And in front of her, Storm was split in half. This is Emily's attack method. Compared to Yevlet's magic itself, which has no lethality, Emily's deception magic combined with wishing magic has terrifying lethality. First, it is completely deceptive and creates a false attack. If you don't believe it, it's okay. But if you believe it, then the wishing magic will be activated and this attack will become a reality. Just now, Emily didn't do anything, but made Storm have a nightmare of being cut in half. Storm really believed it. Since you believe it, it can be realized. So in reality, Emily didn't make a move, but Storm was really cut in half. Chapter 282, Battle 1. Underworld Island. Because the island is very large and there are many enemies, the coalition forces are inevitably scattered. Except for Storm, who has been killed, the 9 ghosts are also fighting against this strong attack. Damn humans, how dare you disobey us? The jackal roared, we are God's creation, and we are the practitioners of the new era. How dare you, these dirty, filthy and weak humans, resist us, resist the new era that is bound to come, and resist God's will. Shut up. Natsu rushed over, I didn't kill you last time, this time, I will definitely kill you. Brother Natsu, I'm with you. Stinger said. Fire dragons. Iron fist. Natsu punched. Explode. The jackal used a spell, but unfortunately, it didn't have much effect on Natsu, who had maxed out his fire resistance. Moreover, this was the second battle, and his power had been mastered by Natsu, so there was no possibility of first kill. Now, there was only a numerical comparison, but in terms of output, even Laxus could hardly be said to have a stable numerical pressure over Natsu. Adding Stinger's following, the jackal was beaten even worse this time than the last time. Boom! Mirage punched an enemy and flew him away, and suddenly felt the breath of powerful magic. Who is it? She shouted angrily. Day. A beautiful woman slowly walked out of the passage. 9 ghost gates, Sira. Sira said lightly, humans are really strange. We didn't fight you, but you dared to fight us. Looking at this situation, can you still say such a thing? Myra Jane felt ridiculous. Your body. Sira looked at Mirajana's demon body when she was fighting, and said in surprise, it's really interesting. You are obviously a human, but you have the power of a demon. But, you don't know, this is all a gift from Ziref. Yes. Shut up. Myra Jane interrupted her rudely. Myra Jane, who was in combat and in the enemy state, was not the cute and gentle look she usually had. She was much more irritable than Urza. What nonsense are you talking about? Now when we meet, there is only one word, fight. You are so rude. Sira shook her head. Rude. At this time, a voice came from the side. Takagi was holding a long sword, and there were Kana and Lisana beside him. Several people walked slowly. Akariga said, you are really a bunch of hopeless bastards. There is no need to preach to such guys, just kill them directly. Akariga turned back and said to Kana. I agree. Boom. The battle broke out suddenly. Miraja was already very powerful, and with Akariga, Kana, and Lisana, even Laxus would have a headache if these 3 joined forces, and Jiram might not dare to say that he could win. Sira was naturally suppressed. Fairy Queen. Urza heard someone calling her, stopped and turned around to look. 9 ghost gates, Quanghua. Quanghua said, let me end you here. Then let's try. Urza said. Sister Urza, don't eat alone. Kagura, who followed behind, said. You. Guangua smiled, don't worry, I won't leave you out. Come out to meet your old friend. Guangua turned her head and said. A woman walked out slowly. Mine Baba. Urza and Kagura were shocked. They are not my friends, but the people I want to challenge. Mine Baba said lightly, the meaning of their existence is to be defeated by me and help me become a stronger self. And today is the most appropriate time. What an arrogant guy. Kagura said, Sister Urza, leave her to me. You have to be careful, Mine Baba is not weak. Urza said. Minerva's own strength is S-class. Although she is not as good as Urza, the gap with Kagura is not too big. Now she has turned into a devil's ghost. She should have been strengthened. Although Urza herself is still confident that she can defeat the opponent, Kagura is not necessarily. Okay. Kagura nodded. She was as obedient as a sister in front of Urza. Boom. Suddenly, a powerful magic output knocked Yi and others who were chasing the devil away. Damn, so strong. Several main forces of the Blue Pegasus lay on the ground, shocked by the terrifying magic output. Because this is the power of the man who is closest to the abyss of the magic, hee. A voice sounded, and then a white-bearded old man came over. Hades. Wendy, who had just come to support, was stunned. Hades. Yi was puzzled. Hades, the president of the Devil's Heart, we killed him on Tenro Island before, but I didn't expect to meet him here. Wendy said. Wendy, this guy is very troublesome. Xiaolulu said cautiously. There happened to be only her and Xiaolulu around here. Facing Hades, they really felt guilty. Wendy took a deep breath and said, but, we are no longer the same as we were back then, Xiaolulu. We have become stronger and can fight side by side. That's right. Xiaolulu turned into a human form and stood with Wendy. Both of them were wearing girl sailor suits. They really looked like a pair of twin sisters. Xiaolulu looked much more mature than Wendy. She was the elder sister. What's more, although the size was not big, Xiaolulu had breasts, it was obvious. Xiaolulu said, an enemy that was once invincible does not mean that it will never be defeated. Everyone is making progress, and we can't fall behind. And Wendy said, this may be the first time that the two of us have really faced such a wonderful battle. After returning from Tianlang Island, Xiaolulu and Wendy rarely encountered enemies that made them use their full strength. Of course, there was nothing we could do about the Dragon King festival. We encountered a giant dragon and were almost crushed. There was nothing to say. It was like playing a game. Either the opponent was super or we were super. Without a fair fight, there was not much interest in fighting. Buzz 6 halos appeared around Wendy. This was the maximum output of her contract magic, which increased her magic power to 6 times the original. Adding Xiaolulu, it was also 6 times. The combination of the two magics increased the power by 12 times. The two girls were very confident that with 12 times the power, if Kana came, she could slap Gildarts with one palm. Speaking of Gildarts, he also received the news. But he came back later than Emily and the others. He had just arrived. Hertfried and the others. Gildarts looked up at the underworld island and jumped up suddenly. The gate of the underworld. Gildarts walked slowly. The Demon's Guild, so I don't need to hold back. Gildarts slapped a palm through the air, smashing several demons to pieces. Chapter 283, Battle 2. Fist Storage. Emily took out a pink card, turned her wrist, and it turned into a piece of cloth. She spread the cloth and knelt on it. Emily. Arusha looked at her in confusion. I can guard this place alone. Emily said, Sister Arusha, you can go to the gate of Hades to help your companions. As she spoke, Emily took out a vase and a bunch of various flowers and plants. She planned to make a flower arrangement and give it to Tiffany. Anyway, she had free time now and nothing to do. As for Arusha and others, there was no need to stay here. Emily was confident that with her guarding here, not even a fly could fly in. This was really not a lie, the fraud magic was to lock the individual life. Well, you should be careful and don't be too careless. Arusha said. Of course. Emily nodded. So Arusha and others hurried to the underworld island to support everyone. Oh? You actually came to our territory, you are really unlucky. Hearing the enemy's voice, Simon, Gerald, and Cobra stopped running. 6 people came out in front. Who are you? Simon was puzzled. The former devil's heart, 4 of the 7 followers of purgatory. 4 of them said, but now, they are just those who obey the gate of Hades and crawled out of hell. Here are Azuma, Rastylos, Huayuan, and Zankro. As for the other 2, they are Kavas and Yumas who were defeated by Gajil. Devil's Heart Simon was shocked. Isn't that the guild that was killed by Fairy Tale on Tenro Island? Obeying the gate of Hades? Devil crawling out of hell? These guys don't look like pure humans, but have some demonic characteristics. Could it be that it's a big trouble? Gellard said, if Hades' gate has the ability to turn corpses into demons and control them, then President Hades, A&D. Jura. Simon said in a trembling voice. This possibility cannot be ruled out. Jura was betrayed by an insider due to his carelessness, and then was captured here by the guys from Hades' gate. Is it possible that Jura was captured just to kill him? That is definitely impossible. Then there is another possibility. Jura was killed and turned into a demon that can be controlled by Hades' gate. That would be a big trouble. The War of Wizards actually values personal strength. To be frank, the strongest ones present are Laxus and Yefrit. Simon and others did not know that Gildarts had already driven here we are. Laxus, who has the highest output, barely beat Jura in the Great Magic Tournament. If Jura is transformed and thus exceeds his previous strength, then the demon Jura can at least stop Laxus and a large group of wizards. Besides, there is Hades, who is even more powerful. Hades was once the president of Fairy Tale, and later stepped into darkness, becoming even stronger, and now he has become a demon. No need to waste time, we will defeat you here. Azuma said. Hee. Cobra sneered twice, I used to be one of the 6 demon generals. In the Balam Alliance, our 6 demon generals have always been at the bottom, not as good as your demon heart, but, I may not be inferior to your 7 followers of purgatory. Simon, be careful, your role is not in fighting. Jalal said. I know, you should be careful too. Simon nodded, and then stepped back. He looked at Gerald and Cobra with some worry. 2 people have to deal with 6 people, the famous Devil's Heart, and each person has the strength not weaker than the Saint 10. Excuse me, do you need help? At this time, a man came from behind. Mr. Gildarts. Simon said in surprise. The man is Gildarts. Gildarts. Several people of the 7 dependents of Purgatory stared at Gildarts, very vigilant. This guy's strength is very scary. Ah! It's you, are you alive again? Let guys like you return to the world, the gate of Hades is really... Gildarts scratched his head, and in an instant, he changed from a careless look to a serious look, unforgivable sin. The 7 followers of Purgatory were stunned. In fact, they were not the real resurrected, but puppets controlled by the Black Monk. Therefore, the murderous intent that Gildarts exuded, rushing straight to the gate of Hades, shocked them. This guy is much stronger than 7 years ago. Perhaps he is not weaker than Jura. Gildarts walked over slowly and said, let's get started quickly. I am worried about my daughter in this chaotic battlefield. I am looking for her and don't have time to waste with you guys. Arrogant. Kavaz was angry and then launched an attack. Heavy rain of eggs. Gildarts slapped out a palm and completely crushed the attack, and pushed it back, instantly crushing Kavaz. Do it. Jalal also said, and then he and Cobra followed Gildarts and rushed up. Laxus was mowing the grass in a matchless manner. He did not team up with anyone, relying on his strong strength and extremely fast speed, he rushed all the way to the deepest part with speed. No one could stop him. Asshole, stop. A demon jumped out. He had 4 arms and 8 octopus-like legs, and it was the Boyki Essel, one of the 9 ghost gates. Weak. Laxus snorted coldly, exploded the dragon scales directly, and then punched. Deception Thunder. Dragon Slaying Secret. Ming Yu Lei. This punch was golden with purple magic wrapped around it, it was Yefrit's magic. Natsu had a move before, which was to combine Yefrit's magic to control and increase true damage with one punch. Laxus also learned it later. This punch went out. Ethel was about to take it, but she ran into a deception magic first. In an instant, her 5 senses were completely deceived, and her brain went through a lifetime in the blink of an eye, and then all kinds of complicated emotions came to her heart. Ethel was stunned in place, being controlled to death, unable to resist or escape at all. Boom! Laxus's punch hit Ethel's face hard, knocking him out. Then Ethel lay in the ruins and slept peacefully. Sure enough. At this time, a voice came. A familiar, steady voice. But Laxus's face changed slightly. Day. The sound of wooden clogs stepping on the ground. Jura. Laxus turned his head to look at the person who came. Seeing the scales of the devil on the other person's body, he said with some sadness and anger, "Are you dead?" "They don't want me to die." Jura said, "The strength of a living body transformed into a demon and a dead body transformed into a demon is very different." "That's good." Laxus breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Jura, I will save you." "It's useless." Jura shook his head, "Laxus, I am very strong now." "What a pity. You are late." Jura's voice just fell. "Mr. Jura." A surprised shout came. It was Hetai, he said happily, "Have you been rescued?" Jura turned his head to look. Laxus was startled, and hurriedly shouted, "Run!" "What?" Hetai was stunned. Boom! The next second, he was slapped away by Jura's rock magic. Puff! Hitai also lay in the ruins, spitting out a large mouthful of blood, and it was unknown whether he was alive or dead. Hitai, who used to fight Jura for many rounds, couldn't even catch a palm from the current demon Jura. Hitai has not wasted his strength over the years, and is also a standard saint level 10. The current Jura is indeed as powerful as he said. Laxus said in his heart. "I lost to you in the great demon fighting, Laxus." Jura said, "But I have entered a new realm. This time, Laxus, you will lose to me." Sure enough, Laxus laughed, "You are not the Jura I know." He broke his fingers, swung the coat behind him, and completely entered the combat mode. He almost broke through the underworld island, but now he was really serious. Laxus roared, "Jura, last time, for myself, for the guild, I was able to defeat you. This time, for the glory of the guild, and for you, Jura, I will defeat you again. I have sworn. As the president of Fairy Tale, I will not lose any battle again. Even if you are stronger than before." Boom! Laxus's magic power surged. Buzz buzz buzz. The entire underworld island was shaking, and the terrifying magic power was felt by everyone. Laxus! This exaggerated magic! Is this the Thunder Dragon? It's really scary. Humans can be so powerful. First, that Saint Tenjura, even our 9 ghost gates are slightly inferior. Then this Laxus is even more powerful than Jura at that time. Both friendly and enemy forces were shocked by the power of Laxus's magic. "As expected of you, Laxus," Jura said. Then, boom! A more terrifying magic than Laxus also erupted. The whole island was wailing in the earthquake. "This is Jura's magic." The Snake Princess Scales' grandmother Oba recognized it. "Oh no!" Yi's face changed. "Jura has also been transformed into a demon. They were careless before and were killed by the resurrected Hades in seconds. They had already guessed that the gate of the underworld had the power to turn people into demons and control them. Now even Jura has become a demon. Could it be that Jura was killed? That would definitely be a huge loss to the magic world. Jura's importance even exceeds Makarov. Because he is younger, he still has at least 30 or even 40 years of peak period. No one knows what height he will eventually reach. But Gate of Hades. Grandma Oba also came back to her senses. She roared, waved her hand, and turned hundreds of enemies into spinning tops. She also thought of Jura's murder. After all, Jura's magic power is now against Laxus. Jura will not become a traitor or betray, and he will never give up integrity to survive. Almost everyone guessed it. Jura is dead. Asshole. Leo and others were also furious. It seems that that person is very important to you. At this time, a magnetic voice sounded. Leo, come back to your senses. Gray hurriedly reminded. The enemy is coming. A handsome middle-aged man walked out from the corner. There was a huge scar on his face, and there was a strong murderous aura all over his body. He also had an extremely confident temperament, just like Gildart's, and even Laxus had not cultivated this momentum. This requires years of being at the peak and having no enemies. It can even be said that no one can be considered an enemy. Only in this state can such a lazy but extremely terrifying momentum be nurtured. Gray narrowed his eyes, feeling the cold magic power on the other party, and said, Village of the Sun, that thing was done by you, right? Yes. The enemy nodded slightly. Strange. Leo calmed down, looked at the other party, and then looked at Grey. Why did he feel that the two looked a bit alike? Jura, Jura, give me back my Jura. The angry Granny Orba is very scary. Although she did not burst out with powerful magic power, nor did she release powerful magic, she only used a magic trick of spinning around, but she really relied on this trick to be almost invincible. No matter who it is, no matter what they look like, huge or burly, they are like puppets controlled by her at will. With a casual finger, they will turn into electric drills. At that speed, they can even drill a hole in the floor. I'm afraid that brains can be thrown out of the ears. Granny Orba is very old after all. She looks about the same as Makarov. She has been the president of the guild for decades. How can she not be a top-level strongman? Stop, you old woman! A roar, and then a powerful demon rushed over. Who are you? Granny Orba looked at the other party, a little alert. This person's strength is not simple. The other party is burly and wears a mask on his face. I don't know why, his figure gives Granny Orba a very familiar feeling. You are not worthy of knowing who I am. The masked demon said, Old woman, this is not your era anymore. Just like Makarov, leave. As he said that, the opponent punched him. Boom. Oba Grandma dodged in time, but the power of the opponent's punch was really terrifying. President. The wizards of the Snake Princess Scales were coming to support. Get out of here, you are not qualified to participate in such a battle. Oba Grandma roared. The opponent's output is too strong, and the weak ones will be killed in one blow. What about me? At this time, a voice sounded. Then a fat demon came over and kicked the masked demon. Bob. The masked demon punched out. Boom. The terrifying shock wave was released, and the two fought a tie. Chapter 284, Battle 3. You little brats dare to challenge me. Hades said proudly. It's not a challenge. Wendy shook her head and said, it's a fight. There is no choice in fighting. Since we have met, we can only defeat the enemy and then move forward. No matter who I meet, as a wizard of fairy tale, I will not retreat, but will do my best to defeat the opponent. Hades, who is closest to the magic abyss? Wendy clenched her fists. Fairy Tale's wizard Wendy, declare war on you. Boom. Wendy and Xiaolulu's magic burst out at the same time. Hee hee. Hades saw that Wendy was serious, but he didn't take her too seriously. Although Wendy is also very strong in the eyes of others, normal Wendy has reached A level, and with Xiaolulu an enhanced buff, Wendy has reached the strength of Fairy Tale S level, which is also the president level. However, this is still just the threshold to fight Hades. Hades waved his hand casually, dark chain. The magic chain grabbed Wendy and Xiaolulu. Such chains have strong penetrating ability and can easily penetrate and cut the human body. They can also be detonated, with good power, and can be fired like bullets, with extremely fast attack speed. Just this one magic can be regarded as the main magic of a wizard, but for Hades, it is just a flat attack. Wendy, be careful. Yi and others reminded worriedly. Wendy and Xiaolulu did not avoid it. They cooperated tacitly and roared at the same time. The roar of the dragon. Boom! The roar of the terrifying dragon that was amplified instantly destroyed the chain, and the powerful magic bombardment continued to attack Hades. Hey! Hades was a little surprised, and then released magic again, dark wave. Boom! A terrifying dark sphere offset this powerful roar. The power of the collision of the two magics blew Yi and others away. So strong. Fairy Tale's Wendy. Everyone was shocked. They always felt that the Fairy Tale Guild was not in the same dimension as other guilds. Any one of them was S level or even the president level of other guilds. Black Bullet. Hades was not affected by the shock wave. He fired hundreds of dark bullets at random, and when saturated, they covered and hit the positions of Wendy and Xiaolulu. Tianlong's wing attack. Wendy and Xiaolulu rolled their hands, and 4 gusts of wind formed a barrier, and it was a crazy rotating sander. This move was originally a very offensive magic with a strong ability to knock back. Wendy often used it as a finishing move. But at this time, the Tianlong's wing attack, which had been amplified, had a wind speed 6 times the original and a range twice the original. It suddenly became a huge rotating sander, not only knocking back, but also grinding any magic directly when it touched it. Even Hades' magic bullets were completely defended by this attack and were all crushed. Hey! Hades finally made a puzzled sound. He was a little surprised that this little girl could actually block 2 of his moves. 7 years ago, I was not qualified to fight with you. Wendy said, but people grow up, so I won't fall behind everyone. Xiaolulu. Yes, Wendy. The two decided not to fight passively anymore. Instead of a turn-based system, they wanted to rely on the tacit understanding of both sides to directly engage in hand-to-hand combat. Dragon Slayers are not just mages, they are more proficient in hand-to-hand combat. Even Wendy is no exception. It's just that the intensity of the previous battles was too high, so she rarely showed her ability in this aspect. After all, when fighting in a group, Wendy and Yevlet usually have the same position assistant. But at this time, she was facing Hades. In order to protect Yi and others, and the lives of friendly guild members, and this was a war in which only one side could win, Wendy had to show her fangs. She is the daughter of a dragon slayer, and a holder of powerful magic, not just an assistant. Xiaolulu needs no further explanation. If Wendy wants to go, she will not abandon Wendy. The 2 girls rushed towards Hades at the same time. Are you so arrogant now? Hades laughed, you only took 2 of my moves, but you think you can fight me on equal terms? You really don't know how to live or die. Hades suddenly opened his right eye, and the blood-red right eye burst out with a powerful deterrent. Hades' magic power was fully released. Buzz! Another burst of top-level holy 10-level magic power shook the island and made people from all sides feel the situation here. That magic power is Hades. Gildarts said in surprise. Yes, it's President Hades, he has also returned from hell. Azuma said, your companions have met President Hades, so they are definitely dead. The one fighting Hades is Wendy. Gildarts was not scared by the other party, but said confidently, that is a very strong dragon slayer. Hades' magic power. The other one, is it Wendy? Urza was a little worried. Trust Wendy. Even if she encounters Hades, she will definitely be able to hold on. Kana said. Harpy? Where is Harpy? Lucy shouted nervously. Yevlet is on the scene. Don't worry. Even if Harpy is too late, Yevlet can protect Wendy. Leaky said. Hey, Grey, the little girl in your guild seems to be in trouble. Leo said. Trust Wendy. Grey just said. He added in his heart, trust Yevlet. Although Yevlet has not appeared since the war began. But it is precisely because Yevlet did not appear that everyone was relieved. This is the most familiar battle mode of Yevlet. Since he did not appear, it means that everything is under control. The terrifying deterrent force did not scare Wendy, who had a big heart. Tianlong's hook claw. Wendy and Xiaolulu kicked Hades at the same time. Hades did not dodge. Although he was not a melee mage, he relied on the magic of immortality rather than his own strength when fighting Fairy Tail before. This time, his body was transformed into a demon, and he also had a high defense, so he was not afraid of a head-on confrontation. Hades raised his hand and caught the flying kicks of Wendy and Xiaolulu. Boom! The powerful force released pushed Hades dozens of meters away. His legs plowed deep grooves on the ground, and finally his legs sank into the ground, deep to the knees. But Hades did not show any sign of defeat. He jumped out easily, rubbed his aching wrist, and smiled, you are worthy of being a dragon slayer. Even if you are just a little girl, you have such powerful strength. If it was when I was alive and had not yet stepped into the darkness, I would not dare to take such a kick. But Hades lowered his head slightly and said murderously, I will continue to improve, not just you young people. After that, Hades stretched out his hand and pinched. Amaterasu 28 styles. The triple magic circle surrounded Wendy and Xiaolulu. Feeling the terrifying power in it, Wendy and Xiaolulu hurriedly wanted to fly out of the range of the magic attack. How can I let you escape so easily? Hades stretched out his other hand and pulled hard. Clang! The ground below broke open, and something broke out of the ground, which was the dark chain. The dark chains that stretched out from the ground were completely unexpected for Wendy and Xiaolulu. In addition, they were already a little panicked, so they were careless and were caught by the dark chains at their ankles and dragged back into the magic circle. Explode! Hades said proudly. Boom! The huge explosion was about the same power as the collision of the two magics just now. Hey! But when the explosion ended, the smoke and dust suddenly dispersed, and Hades frowned. At the center of the explosion Wendy and Xiaolulu interlocked their fingers, and the two girls were standing in horse stance, and were not hurt by the power of the explosion at all. How is this possible? Hades was very surprised. Even he didn't want to withstand such an explosion. He wouldn't die, but he would be injured. But these two girls with thin arms and legs were actually unscathed. Dark wave. Hades stretched out his hand and launched an attack. The black sphere blasted towards Wendy and Xiaolulu. This time Hades saw clearly that the attack actually went straight through their bodies. What happened? Hades was a little confused. Wendy and Xiaolulu would not tell each other, and while Hades was stunned, they launched another attack. Boom boom boom. The two girls' attack speed was fully stacked, and the four little pink fists looked very weak, but in fact, each punch could penetrate the wall, and the attack speed is almost the same as Natsu's Red Lotus Fire Dragon Fist. Hades was a little tired of parrying, and quickly used magic, Eternal Dark Shadow. The black barrier completely absorbed and dissolved the attacks of Wendy and Xiaolulu. Then Hades threw a dark chain. This time, the attack passed through Wendy and Xiaolulu's bodies again. What's going on? Hades didn't have time to explore. An attack suddenly came from behind. Tianlong's hook claw. 2 feet kicked Hades' waist hard, kicking Hades, who was defenseless behind, directly out. Boom. Hades fell in the ruins. Wendy and Xiaolulu didn't dare to be careless, and directly avoided the attack with a prediction. Sure enough. Just as he dodged, a black beam of light shot out from the smoke and dust. It didn't hit the target. Boom. Hades rushed out, holding the dark ball in both hands. He seemed to be chasing Wendy, but he was actually targeting Xiaolulu. It was difficult for Wendy to deal with Hades alone, so she could only retreat. And Xiaolulu hurried over to support him. But at this time, Hades suddenly stopped his fierce pursuit and attack on Wendy, and turned around and roared at Xiaolulu. Boom! A black beam of light spurted out from Hades' mouth, like the roar in the dragon-killing magic. Xiaolulu was careless and was blown away directly. For Hades' level, he used dark magic to the extreme, and it was natural for him to create magic casually. Anyone who thinks that Hades only has those fixed skills really underestimates him. Xiaolulu! Wendy shouted worriedly. You should worry about yourself. Hades said proudly. His target changed several times, moving according to the situation. This time, it was back to Wendy. Xiaolulu was blown away, leaving Wendy alone to deal with Hades, which was naturally difficult to support. Soon. After a few combos, Wendy was blown away by Hades. But the Dragon Slayer was thick-skinned after all, so Wendy turned over and stood up again. But at this time, a magic came, and when Wendy saw it, it was less than half a meter away from her. This time, Wendy didn't have time to use the word magic just now. She could only barely raise her arms to block it. Boom! Wendy was blown away. Wendy! Xiaolulu just flew over from a distance at this time. She was worried about Wendy's situation, so she was a little careless. Voila! Hades took this opportunity to swing the chain, put Xiaolulu's neck, and then smashed it down hard. Boom! Xiaolulu was smashed to the ground. Explode! Boom! A huge explosion blew a white cat away. It was Xiaolulu who had returned to her original form. How dare you hurt Xiaolulu! After learning that Wendy and Xiaolulu had encountered Hades, Harpy rushed all the way and finally arrived at the scene. But as soon as he arrived, he saw his girlfriend being blown away. Xiaolulu's always beautiful and clean white fur was burned by the flames. Xiaolulu was seriously injured. Harpy was angry. Boom! A burst of flames broke out, Harpy turned into a human form, and attacked Hades. Your magic power is weaker than theirs, and you actually have the courage to attack me. Hades said disdainfully. Because you hurt the person I cherish most. Harpy said angrily, punching Hades, Fire Dragon's Iron Fist. Harpy turned into a human form because he shared Natsu's magic power. So, naturally, he can also use Natsu's magic. However, these are all low-end versions. He is not like Xiaolulu, who can perfectly match Wendy's magic strength. The main thing is that Harpy does not have this talent, and he does not need to do this. He has a fighting style that suits him. Hades looked at Harpy's angry look and said, what a foolish person. When you understand the abyss of magic, you will find that these external things can be discarded at any time. It is better to say that these feelings are completely a burden. After saying that, Hades threw out a chain. He was full of confidence. This guy was very slow, far inferior to the white-haired girl. He would definitely be caught up by the dark chain. But things were beyond Hades's expectations. At the moment when the dark chain was about to attack Harpy, Harpy took out the teleportation box that had been prepared long ago, slapped the dark chain, and teleported it away directly. Such a close distance. While Hades was surprised, Harpy punched him. Boom! Hades was knocked out. Interesting. But this did not cause more damage to Hades. Harpy said, in terms of the abyss of magic, Yefrit went deeper than you, but he is not like you. You are just a pathetic weakling. Hades would not be broken by such words. He raised his hand and launched several magic attacks. Chapter 285 Wendy's New Form. Facing Hades' attack, Harpy was actually more comfortable than the average wizard of the same level. He took out the teleportation box and confiscated his magic. Space magic. Hades was surprised. You are a kitten, a weak and pitiful guy, but you can control such magic, and it is not ordinary space magic. Harpy's space magic is much stronger than ordinary space magic. The consumption of magic power is within an acceptable range, the speed of use is fast, and there is no limit. It is definitely a T0 level auxiliary. In many previous battles, Harpy can be said to be the MVP of the auxiliary position. And now, Harpy is fighting, and the teleportation box also shows its excellent combat ability. No matter what attack you make, as long as it is a visible actual attack, it can be teleported away. This surprised Hades. However, that's all. Since the long-range magic has lost its effect, Hades immediately flew to Harpy. Harpy doesn't have the same physical strength as Natsu. If he really goes head-to-head with Hades, he will definitely be smashed. Harpy decided to outsmart him, and his mission was not to defeat Hades, but to hold Hades back until Wendy and Xiaolulu recovered. Although Harpy was angry, he still had enough reason. Xiaolulu used Wendy's physical fitness to resist the attack, and then was injured by the aftermath of the explosion after the magic was removed. Despite this, she was still seriously injured, but not fatally. As for Wendy, the situation is much better. As long as Wendy can take Xiaolulu away, Harpy can teleport away by himself. It is said that space magic is rare and powerful. This is a particularly rogue magic. The Hades Gate boasts that it touches the rules and is a spell higher than magic. In terms of the actual application of the rules, it may not be higher than Harpy's teleportation magic. At least, in terms of assistance, they are inferior. Hades was already close. As the strongest person who was closest to the magic abyss, his oppression was indeed terrifying. Even though Harpy was always carefree, he felt his hair stand on end and almost had a stress reaction. It was hard to imagine how strong Xiaolulu's psychological quality was when she attacked Hades head-on. Harpy took out a teleportation box. Is that a real thing? Hades said, then stretched out his hand and grabbed it, and a dark hand grabbed the box. Shua. Unfortunately, he missed it. Unfortunately, it seems you guessed wrong. Harpy said proudly, and then swung it violently. This box was not for escaping. Suddenly, a huge pillar was thrown out of the teleportation box. This was naturally not something Harpy could do by force, but he could create a box on the ground, let the pillar fall into it, and then teleport out through the box on his side. So, to be precise, this is a fallen pillar. This pillar certainly won't threaten Hades' safety, and Harpy also knows this, so this is not all his attacks. Boom! Hades slapped out his palm, and the dark hand smashed the pillar, but suddenly he felt the sky darken. He looked up and saw countless pieces of buildings falling from the sky. Boom boom boom! It rained building ruins from the sky, burying Hades underneath. Harpy looked at Wendy and Xiaolulu. Xiaolulu could hardly stand up, and Wendy hurried to hug her. You guys go. Harpy said, next, I'll deal with Hades. Wendy and Xiaolulu were stunned. Especially Xiaolulu, looking at Harpy's back, tears flashed in her eyes. This idiot. Every time he would challenge enemies who were countless times stronger than him for her, even though he was so scared. At this moment, countless scenes flashed back in Xiaolulu's mind. At the beginning, it was when the guild coalition fought the 6 demon generals. That was the first time she met Harpy. That idiot said he liked her and so on. She didn't care about Harpy at all, and even felt a little disgusted with him. However, Happy followed her tirelessly, and just when she was about to explode, the enemy came. Xiaolulu was very scared. Although she always looked arrogant, she knew that she was a scumbag, at most a little stronger than an ordinary wizard. Facing a real strong man, she had no power to resist. Of course, Happy was also very scared. Xiaolulu still remembered that she looked at Happy's trembling legs with disgust and felt that he had no future. She was already thinking that when encountering such a desperate situation, the only thing that could be compared was who ran faster than his companions. The slower one would be killed. This is the law of herbivores. You just need to run faster than others. But let's run separately, said Happy, and then, when Xiaolulu ran away, he rushed towards the enemy. This is Happy. Countless times since they met, Happy faced danger for her countless times, sacrificed his life for her, and wanted to protect her. Happy looks very ordinary, and his behavior is deeply influenced by Natsu. Before he obtained the teleportation magic, he had no talent and was a scumbag. But he is Xiaolulu's hero. Xiaolulu. Wendy pulled Xiaolulu, but found that she didn't move. Yeflet, you are watching, right? Xiaolulu said, I want to stand up, give me the strength to fight side by side with Harpy. You can leave first, Harpy is confident that he can escape, and I will protect Harpy, at least I won't let him be killed. Yeflet didn't appear, but the voice came. No. Xiaolulu shook her head, if you want to run, run together, if you don't run, fight together, I have sworn that I will never leave Harpy again. As soon as the voice fell, Xiaolulu saw a bottle of magic potion in front of her. Without any hesitation, she picked it up and drank it. The injuries on her body were not healed, but a magical power supported Xiaolulu to stand up by her own strength. Wendy, sorry, lend me your strength again and leave. Xiaolulu said, even if I fail again, even if it's embarrassing to be saved by Yevlet. Xiaolulu said firmly, I want to stand by Happy. Xiaolulu. Wendy smiled gently and firmly, what polite words are you saying? Wendy looked at Happy and said, let's fight side by side with Happy. You guys. Happy was also very moved. After this battle, let's get married. Happy blurted out these words with his heart moved. Wendy blushed on the spot. Yi and others who were lying on the ground in the distance also made a teasing sound of oh. Xiaolulu blushed immediately, and then she scolded arrogantly, what nonsense are you talking about at this time? That's right. Happy also came back to his senses, smiled awkwardly, and said, sorry, I remember that Yefrit said that before the battle, you must never talk about getting married. It's really a good show. Hades' voice came from under the ruins. Boom. The ruins exploded, and Hades waved his hand to disperse the smoke and dust. There was no injury on his oppressive burly body. He said calmly, love? It's been a long time since I last saw it. I really miss it. But, it's something that can be abandoned. You're so pitiful. Happy mocked, you abandoned everything. As the former president of Fairy Tale, you abandoned your dreams and beliefs, friendship and family affection, everything. You're dead. Preshedo. Hades would not be broken by such a little mockery. He said, that's why you are so weak, that's why you can't step into the abyss of magic. Even if you don't abandon these, you can step into the abyss of magic. Happy shook his head and said. Besides, there are many more important things than that. You how pitiful. I'm not just saying that you gave up everything in the past and yourself in order to become stronger. But even if you gave up these, your so-called stepping into the abyss of magic is just far behind our companions. Who are you talking about? Hades asked. Yeflet. That fraudulent magic kid? He has some strength, but that's it. Although Hades was killed by Yeflet last time, he was not convinced. If his heart hadn't been damaged, he would have been a little troublesome to fight that fraudulent kid, but he would never fail. But as Hades said this, everyone present couldn't hold back. Really, a weak and pitiful person. Happy shook his head. Yi and others also believed that Yeflet could defeat Hades, while Happy and others understood the horror of fraudulent magic better. Kill him when the time comes. I'm afraid that except for Zeref and Aknologia, no one in the world can fight a protracted war with Yefrit. Buzz. Both sides think that the other is a fool. Hades' patience has been exhausted. The light of magic is on his hand. Next, it is a violent attack. Your body will be torn to pieces. Boom. Hades finally stopped attacking one move at a time, but as he said, a series of violent attacks. Boom boom boom. He is worthy of being called the man closest to the magic abyss in name, and he is worthy of being recognized by the gate of Hades, and even thinks it is an honor to use his body. After Hades got serious, the pressure faced by the three harpies was really full. Especially Wendy and Xiaolulu, who were in the front, it was like charging forward with their heads against hail. Soon, Wendy and Xiaolulu couldn't stand it anymore. Use your special moves while you still have some strength. Wendy said. Okay. Xiaolulu nodded. They have already accepted the defeat of this battle. Hades is like a mountain, and it is really difficult for the three of them to climb over it. They can only hope that the special moves they have studied can cause great damage to Hades, so that the next companion will have a chance to defeat him when they meet him. Hey! Wendy and Xiaolulu, who were transferred to a distance by the harpy, held hands with their fingers interlocked, and then exhaled at the same time. Hades looked at them calmly, wanting to see what tricks they could play. Wendy said, since Mr. Natsu and the others have borrowed other people's magic power to form their own after I changed my new form, I was still hesitating about whose power to borrow. Natsu has used 2 forms so far. Borrowing Laxus's lightning magic, he used the Thunder Dragon mode. Borrowing Yefrit's deception magic, he used the Purple Dragon mode. Gajiel borrowed Rogue's magic and used the Iron Shadow Dragon mode. Stinger and Rogue can borrow from each other and used the White Shadow Dragon mode. Cobra. He is a bit unpopular. Since they can do it, Wendy thinks that she can do it too. But who should I borrow from? Yefrit? But Natsu's magic is very damaging. By borrowing Yevlet's magic, he can make the opponent stiff when attacking, and then break the armor and do real damage. Wendy's magic does not have such a high-intensity attack. She needs magic that can enhance her damage and can also be used in some other situations. Finally, she chose Emily. Buzz. Wendy's body burst out with white and purple magic that intertwined with each other. At the same time, it was also shared with Xiaolulu. This is our first official show, Xiaolulu. Wendy said. Yes. Xiaolulu nodded. In fact, they had used it several times just now. When they were avoiding Hades' attack, they created deception. They couldn't use deception magic, but they could let Emily inject some deception magic into them in advance, and they just needed to open the skill when using it. And now, it's the same. Purple Dragon mode. Wendy and Xiaolulu shouted at the same time. Then the two raised their arms, holding them high, with 2 kinds of magic power circling their fists. Dragon Slayer Secret. Purple Wind. Shine Through. Sky Piercing. Boom. A wind barrier directly locked Hades inside. Hades was startled, feeling the exaggerated fluctuations of magic power, even he couldn't help but be cautious. 3 Pillar Gods. 3 giant magic pillars rose up, protecting Hades inside. Buzz. The wind barrier suddenly compressed. Wendy said, compared with ordinary sky piercing, the purple wind sky piercing is the power of rules. Make it happen. Emily's blessing. Crush everything in the barrier. The original sky piercer was an attack of magical power. But after adding Emily's magic, it touched the power of rules. Emily's magic has the power to turn belief into reality. So at this time, Wendy believed that her sky piercer could crush Hades. Then this purple wind is not just the rotating wind that cuts, but the rules that cut. Buzz. The wind is getting smaller and smaller. Finally disappeared. Everyone looked at the smoke and dust expectantly. Ahem. As the smoke and dust gradually dissipated and became thinner, the figure inside appeared. It was Hades. He was half squatting, and the figure looked extremely embarrassed. Even such an attack can't kill him. Xiaolulu sighed. Hey! A gust of wind blew, and Hades appeared in front of everyone. He was in a very sorry state, with his body in tatters. This was not a metaphor, but a description. His body was like being stabbed thousands of times by a master with superb skills, but it was able to ensure that there was still a trace of connection between the flesh and the flesh. These pieces of meat were like bursting fish scales, scattered outwards and stuck to the body. Blood was flowing. Hades was seriously injured, but he was still alive. Chapter 286, Wendy. Ho ho ho. Everyone was panting. Couldn't they kill Hades even like this? Cough cough. Hades coughed twice and said hoarsely, "You are really capable. But He slowly stood up and said proudly, "It's a pity, it seems that this is your full strength." "Little girl." Hades looked at Wendy and said, "I, Hades, recognize your strength, but it stops here." Hades raised his hand, and Wendy and Xiaolulu no longer had the strength to continue fighting. "I can still fight," Habi said, but just as he was about to move, he suddenly felt his feet tighten. Boom! A dark hand suddenly grabbed Habi's feet and threw him up. "Your magic is indeed very strong." Hades glanced at Habi, then shook his head, "But do you think I didn't do anything just now?" Boom! Suddenly, two dark hands stretched out from the ground and hit Habi, who had just taken out the teleportation box, in the air. Puff! Habi spit out a mouthful of blood on the spot and fell down. It can only be said that Hades is worthy of being a veteran strongman, and his combat experience is really too rich. Ho ho ho! Habi fell from the air. Habi! Xiaolulu used her last breath of strength to fly over and catch the harpy. "What a pair of desperate lovers!" Hades said coldly, and then he raised his hand and sent out a dark wave. "Stop!" Wendy wanted to step forward to stop him, but the move just now had drained her magic power, and she could only watch the dark wave hit Habi and Xiaolulu. Boom! The two cats were blown away by the dark wave. Wendy stayed where she was. She had just launched an aggressive attack on Hades, but she didn't expect that she would fail so miserably, and she couldn't even protect Xiaolulu. Day! 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 Hades slowly walked towards Wendy, and his heavy footsteps struck everyone's heart. "Wendy, run!" Yi and others of the Blue Pegasus struggled to get up. They were accidentally killed by Hades just now and were seriously injured, but at this time, they still rushed towards Hades without hesitation. "A group of pathetic ants," Hades said lightly. "Stop!" Yi and others all hung on Hades, trying to stop him from moving forward. Hades grabbed Lian's hand and slammed him to the ground. Puff! Lian spat out a mouthful of blood and lay in the pit, his eyes lost their spirit. "Lian!" Xiang exclaimed. "Don't worry." Hades grabbed Xiang's hair again, pressed him to the ground, and punched him. Boom! Xiang was also quiet. "Damn, you guy!" Yi bit Hades angrily. Hades grabbed Yi's face with one hand, as easy as grabbing a chicken, watching him struggle weakly with indifferent eyes. "Let go of Mr. Yi." Yvonne punched Hades in the face, but did not cause any harm. Hades grabbed Yvonne with his other hand and threw him to the ground, then raised his foot. "No!" Wendy cried. Hades glanced at her, without stopping, and stepped on her hard. Boom! Ivan's body arched into a shrimp shape, and then his body lay limp on the ground. "Blue Pegasus! Never give up!" Yi said intermittently. "Blue Pegasus, you have guts," but Hades clenched his fist and said, "You are too weak." Boom! Hades punched Yi in the stomach. Yi's cheeks bulged, and he should have spurted out blood, but he forced himself to hold it back. Hades let go of his hand, and Yi fell to the ground. He was unable to turn his head and could only look at the blue sky, saying, "Quick! Run away! Wendy!" Hades stepped over Yi and slowly walked towards Wendy. Wendy's eyes had lost focus, tears kept pouring out of her eyes, and she looked at Hades approaching blankly. The will to fight has completely collapsed. Hades shook his head, "The world will lose a dragon slayer." He raised his hand, and a deep ball of darkness was condensing in his palm. Blue sky. Darkness. Wendy looked at what was happening in front of her. Compared with the clear sky, the darkness in Hades's hand was so weak. Yes. The clear sky is so vast. Wendy dash. Suddenly, Wendy heard a familiar voice, with a gentle tone. "You are the daughter of the Sky Dragon. You are the princess of wind and freedom. You are the witch who can communicate with the sky. Let go of your mind and embrace the magic of the air with your heart as broad as the sky. You can do it." Wendy suddenly came back to her senses. "I can do it, mother." Boom! A terrifying magic force pushed Hades away directly. "What?" Hades was a little shocked. Buzz! The huge amount of magic power pressed down the entire island, as if the sky was falling, and the earth was wailing. This is not an exaggeration, but a description. That's Wendy's magic power. How exaggerated! Even Jura and Laxus don't have this much magic power. It's not thick, but it's vast, just like the sky. Among the dragon slayers, the one with the strongest magic power is Wendy. Facing Hades, did she awaken the power of the dragon in desperation? Everyone was talking about it, because Wendy's action was really too shocking. After Wendy awakened the power of the dragon, she entered the same realm as the other 6 dragon slayers, and her specialty was finally revealed. Wendy actually has the most powerful magic power. Even Laxus and Natsu can't compare to her. In this way, the magic characteristics of the 7 dragon slayers have been determined. Laxus has the fastest speed and the strongest burst. Natsu has the highest damage and the most destruction. Gajeel has the highest physical damage and the strongest defense. Stinger's magic has the strongest penetration. Rogue's magic is very strange. Cobra's magic is poisonous and corrosive. Wendy has the most magic power, and has skills such as healing and adding buff. Even if her offensiveness is slightly lower than others, she has the assistance of the second magic. At this moment, Wendy completely got the label and pride that belonged to the Dragon Slayer. So Wendy is so strong. Rogue couldn't help but say. It's an exaggerated magic. Stinger said in shock, Wendy, I'm afraid she is the only one among the Dragon Slayers who really won't consume all the magic. Other mages can no longer fight after their magic is exhausted. Even if no matter how powerful a person is, even Jura, this is the case. But a Dragon Slayer can recover magic power and physical strength while fighting. Of course, compared with fierce battles, this kind of recovery is definitely not enough. But from this moment on, Wendy is an exception. Before, the Dragon Slayer had a time when his strength was exhausted, but this time was much stronger than others, so the Dragon Slayer's endurance was far beyond that of ordinary people. But now, Wendy's magic power and physical strength, and continuous combat ability, can far exceed the Dragon Slayer. She may really be able to continue fighting, not tired, not running out of magic power, and always maintaining the peak state. This is too exaggerated. Of course. In fact, everyone knows that this is only an ideal situation. As a Dragon Slayer, you know that in a battle, you can't use the dragon power too much. If the dragon power is used for a long time, the body will become dragonized, and it will become more and more obvious. This process is irreversible, and this dragon transformation will continue to accumulate. The end of the Dragon Slayer is that the Dragon Slayer becomes a dragon. This is the lesson of the strongest Dragon Slayer Akunology 400 years ago. However, at least it has nothing to do with Wendy at this time. At this time, Wendy's magic power shocked Hades, who was as deep as the sea, because the sea has a shore after all, but the sky does not. Buzz buzz buzz. Wendy's hair danced wildly in the wind. At this time, her blue hair turned pink and white, and feathers grew on her arms and feet. Grantine is a bird dragon, and its appearance is like Archaeopteryx, not covered with scales, but with feathers all over the body. Wendy also inherited the dragon scales that are like feathers. At this time, Wendy, with the blessing of dragon power, huge magic power and skyrocketing strength, looks particularly heroic. Buzz. Suddenly, 6 rings appeared behind Wendy. 6 rings, like her wings, floated behind her, releasing dangerous magic fluctuations. Hades. Wendy said firmly, let's start the second stage. The roar of the dragon. Wendy opened her mouth and spit out a roar. Hades estimated the power and felt that he could block it without dodging. Eternal dark shadow. A black barrier appeared in front of Hades. Boom. Wendy's roar hit the barrier but did not break it. The situation was maintained. Hades breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out that he could defend it. The strength of this little girl has indeed increased a little, but it is not a drastic change. Her magic power has not exceeded his expectations. But then, Hades' face changed a little. Something is wrong. Buzz buzz buzz. Strong winds hit the magic barrier one after another. Hades counted in his heart. 10 seconds. 15 seconds. 20 seconds. A dragon's breath lasted for 20 seconds. This far exceeded the limit of the dragon-killing magic dragon's roar. But Wendy continued. 30 seconds. 40 seconds. People in the distance were simply stunned. The dragon's breath lasted for a minute. But Wendy seemed to be able to do it with ease. That's right. Stinger exclaimed, this is the magic after Wendy awakened the power of the dragon. The endless magic power, the physical energy that will never be exhausted, and the peak state will always be maintained. Such a manic output, Dragon's roar. There will be no end at all. Rog was also shocked and said, it's like a gust of wind between heaven and earth, which can blow from the southern continent to the northern continent. This is Cobra narrowed his eyes slightly, Sky Dragon killing magic. Wendy is still outputting. Hades felt that he was gradually unable to hold on. In this magic competition, he had to admit that he lost to Wendy. What a terrible potential. Endless magic and physical strength. Hades was shocked. I actually had the idea of not fighting against her like this. Yes, Hades had the idea of removing the magic barrier, no longer resisting Wendy's roar, and then avoiding it. As soon as this idea came up, Hades himself was shocked. A strong man like him had sufficient confidence, but now he had to change his fighting habits in order to defeat Wendy. He hesitated for 3 seconds. Hades finally removed the magic barrier and dodged to the side. Wendy didn't stop output, turned her head, and the dragon's breath, like a giant pillar sweeping across the world, followed Hades. This roar did not catch up with Hades, but destroyed everything along the way. Fortunately, Wendy was aiming at the direction deep in the gate of Hades. In front of her, there were only Laxus, Natsu, and others, who could avoid this roar. But the situation at the gate of Hades was terrible. For a moment, countless enemies were affected by the roar and withdrew from the battle on the spot. You are too arrogant. Hades said angrily, raised his hand and cast a spell. Dark Wave. Wendy then closed her mouth and raised her hand to defend. Sky Dragon's wing attack. She bled with the wind in her hands, her 2 little feet tapped the ground quickly, making her spin wildly. A spinning wind ball frosted everything around it, making a harsh sound. Boom! The dark ball with powerful destructive power was actually bounced off by this wind ball. Wendy stopped spinning, jumped hundreds of meters high, spread her hands, and the wind wrapped in her arms spread out at the same time. Everyone stared at this scene in a daze. The huge wind wings were like a sky dragon coming. Wendy flapped at Hades fiercely. Sky Dragons. Wing Strike. The wings of the sky dragon have the power to smash the enemy's skull. 2 wind wings slapped Hades on the ground fiercely. Hades frowned, he had to defend, he couldn't resist. 3 Pillar Gods. Hades clapped his hands, and 3 pillars rose around him. This is Hades' strongest defense, and also his special trick. Boom! The dragon's wings slammed hard on the 3 pillars. When the pillars broke, the wind also dissipated. But Hades didn't have time to relax. Wendy was like the wind. Her attack was long and fast. The wind had no pauses or intervals. Boom! The terrifying wind energy burst out from behind Wendy, pushing her towards Hades. Skies. Hook. The wind hook of nearly 100 meters stepped hard on Hades. Wendy. So scary. Lucy couldn't help but say. This is the Sky Dragon Slayer magic. It's so powerful. Jovia said. Wendy finally bloomed her flower. Urza said with relief. After this battle, Wendy will be very popular. Kagura said. She is much stronger than me now. I have to work hard to catch up with her. Shelia said with emotion. As the Sky Destroyer, she couldn't fall behind. Wendy's outburst also provided her with a way to advance. On sight. Hades was frightened by Wendy's kick. She could smash his 3 pillars with a flap of wings. If she stepped down with this kick, he would sink with the island. Must dodge. Hades turned into a dark shadow and hid to the side. There is no darkness under the sky. Wendy said coldly. She found Hades' position and stepped on Hades accurately with that kick. Boom! A huge footprint appeared on the ground, which seemed to be about the same as Jura's attack range. Chapter 287, Demon Hades. Wendy landed lightly without making any sound, like a weak wind, gently blowing across the ground. Voila! Hades pushed the broken pillar away and crawled out from inside. You are very powerful to force me to this extent. Hades sighed, I didn't want to use this form. This represents humiliation. Hades' injuries were recovering quickly, and his body was also changing rapidly. His body was changing into a demon. Although it is more powerful, I feel disgusted by such impure power. Hades said, but you forced me to use this power. Although he admired the Abyss of Zeref and the Magic Guide, it did not mean that Hades was satisfied with the Hades Gate transforming him into a demon and controlling him. Becoming a demon was secondary. The key was that the Hades Gate enslaved him. This made the extremely arrogant Hades unbearable, but now he was forced by Wendy to use this power, which was stronger but meant that he was controlled and transformed by others. As Hades turned into a demon, the murderous aura came to his face. Wendy frowned, and just as she took a step forward, she felt a hand on her shoulder. "That's enough, Wendy," Arusha said, "there are still us." Arusha, Melty and Alice arrived. Arusha. Melty. Hades half squinted his eyes and looked at the two of them, his face not looking good. "Did you betray me? I have never been loyal, so how can I talk about betrayal?" Arusha said. "At the beginning, I only cared about Arusha, and now it's just a few more people." Melty also said. "Okay." Hades nodded slightly. Suddenly, the next moment, he appeared in front of everyone, slapped him with a palm, and at the same time he roared, "Since you traitors are gathered together, it's just right for me to deal with you all at once." The Claw of the Dragon. Wendy kicked Hades. Glory of the Gods. Arusha summoned countless crystal balls and fired magic to attack Hades. Sword of Sin. Melty also fired the Sword of Darkness. Boom boom boom. Hades took all of them. Retreat. Seeing this, Alice grew a tail behind her, then grabbed one with each hand, wrapped her tail around Wendy, and led the three of them back. Boom. Hades slapped out this palm, and the violently vented darkness dyed half of the sky black. Gudong. At this moment, no matter the enemy or us, the fairy tale coalition, the gate of hell also good, everyone swallowed their saliva. The situation has reversed again. Hades now has exceeded the limit of human wizards. Damn it, damn it, damn it. The jackal roared. He was beaten up by Natsu and Stinger. Stinger, don't waste time, Wendy needs support. Natsu said. I know, Natsu. Stinger nodded. Then let's finish him off all at once. Natsu took a half step back, formed a bow stance, and then roared, Purple Flame Dragon Mode. Stinger did not dare to hide his skills, and quickly used his ultimate move, and also roared, White Shadow Dragon Mode. Dragon Slayer Secret Technique. Dragon Slayer Secret Technique. Miracle Fire Type. Red Lotus Fire Dragon Fist Revised. Reincarnation Red Lotus Fire Dragon Fist. Holy Shadow Dragon Fang Flash. Under the micromanipulation of the second magic, Natsu's attack can hit 16 combos. And at this moment, Natsu hit 50 or 60 punches, making up 1,000 combos. In front of Natsu, a huge purple-red disc appeared. It had the magic of Yefrit, which could deceive the 5 senses and emotions of the creatures present, so that they could see the world on the disc, as if there was a whole world living on the disc. The disc was pushed by Natsu and rolled towards the jackal. At the same time, Stinger's magic reached the destination earlier. The combined magic power of the White Dragon and the Shadow Dragon was terrifying. The jackal could not resist at all and was knocked out. At this time, the purple disc also arrived. The jackal had no time to react. The moment he touched the disc, his mind experienced 1,000 reincarnations, and all kinds of complex emotions surged wildly, and then the moment he was hit, they were completely released. Boom. No surprise. The jackal was blown away without leaving any residue. He couldn't even say a harsh word. Go. Natsu didn't delay, turned his head and looked at Hades in the distance, his scarf fluttering in the wind. Boom. The next second, he turned into a fire phoenix and rushed straight to Hades. Brother Natsu, wait for me. Stinger also turned into a ray of light and chased after him. But halfway. Boom. Suddenly a magic intercepted Stinger and knocked him out. Stinger. Natsu stopped. Stinger hurriedly said, Brother Natsu, don't worry about me, go help Wendy first. Natsu took a look at the enemy who came and left without worry, this enemy is not Hades. I didn't expect it. Stinger looked at the enemy who attacked him. I didn't expect that there would be a day when I could get rid of you, a traitor, with my own hands. The newcomer was tall and looked very powerful. But the previous record was very poor. Yes, this person is the former president of the Swordbite Tiger, Germain. At this time, Germain, compared with before, is even bigger and more burly, and his whole body is full of the evil spirit of black magic. It seems that he has also been transformed and resurrected. Germain said calmly, You have improved your strength by defeating one of the 9 ghost gates. But he stepped forward and released a terrifying pressure, now I am just like Hades, and I am far more powerful than the 9 ghost gates. Stinger. Roger appeared silently beside Stinger. Roger, aren't you following Gajeel? Stinger asked in confusion. Gajeel has gone to fight Hades, and he asked me to support you. Germain is not simple now. Roger said. Okay, let's fight together and let Natsu and Gajeel see that we have grown a lot. Stinger nodded. You two guys. Germain was very angry. He saw the emblems on Stinger and Roger, which were the emblems of Fairy Tail. He roared, have you joined Fairy Tail? Compared to the Saber-bite Tiger, it's not even a guild. Stinger said, we chose Fairy Tail, a place that can be called home. Asshole. Germain was extremely angry. His dream of the strongest guild was shattered by Fairy Tail. His invincible guild was pierced by the fire dragon, and his lofty dignity was also destroyed by the magician. Everything he had was taken away by Fairy Tail. But the two men he was most proud of at the time actually joined Fairy Tail. Forget it. Germain laughed in anger and said, anyway, today, you and Fairy Tail, know the entire Ishgar, all the weak guilds, will be destroyed. Chapter 288, Stinger's Enlightenment. Stop talking so much. Stinger said, countless people have said this to Fairy Tail, but no one has ever been able to do it. You are just a stone that will be crushed by the wheels. Defeat us first. Humph, you don't understand how powerful I am now. Germain snorted coldly, thinking that the two people in front of him were just frogs in the well. Did they really think he was the human Germain who was killed in seconds due to carelessness before? Now, he is recognized by the leaders of the 9 demon gates as a demon that has surpassed the 9 demon gates. Germain said, I have stepped into the abyss of magic just like Hades. You will see my power comparable to that of a god. He then said with some emotion, in the past, I was really stupid. I actually believed in building the strongest guild. However, a guild is made up of a group of people. There will always be strong ones and useless ones. People, those trash, will be a drag and a weakness, so there will never be a strong guild. I already understand. There has never been a strongest guild, only the strongest individuals. Nonsense! Rog shouted angrily. Mr. Yevlet said so. Stinger also started the sentence pattern of Yevlet said so. He said, individual strength is always false and fragile, and the strength of a guild is not all strong, but it is to care for everyone and make everyone feel at ease. Power erupts from love and courage, not from accepting any transformation. What's more, the abyss of magic. A guy who has lost love can never really step into that realm. You. German, a ruthless transformed, what nonsense are you talking about? We will use our actions to prove your weakness and pity. Stinger said it calmly and confidently. At the beginning, he joined Fairy Tail with the mentality of Saber-bite Tiger, thinking that he joined Fairy Tail as a strong man, so he must practice hard, work hard to do commissions, and work hard to push the status of this guild higher, so that he can fully demonstrate his value. But then he found that everyone never cared about this kind of thing. Work hard to practice. Except for Mr. Yevlet who has never seen practice, everyone is indeed working hard, but the purpose is different from his. Work hard to practice, not to do more difficult commissions, or to make a name for yourself, but to protect companions, to protect the guild, and even to protect your home and family. Push the status of the guild higher? No, few members of Fairy Tail think this way. Of course, everyone does have glory for the guild, but this kind of thing is always just by the way. Fairy Tail, his idol Natsu, never defeated Eliguri, Jalal, Spectre, 6 demon generals, Devil's Heart and Blade-bite Tiger to prove the glory of the guild. He was protecting his companions, and the glory after defeating those guilds was just a trivial reward after each battle. Yes, the glory that all members of Blade-bite Tiger wanted so much and fought so hard to get was never as important as the safety of their companions for Fairy Tail. Blade-bite Tiger was wrong. In a guild where only the strong can survive, the weak will be bullied, except for the lucky one who picked up Sting. The few people of Grey can't develop at all. Stinger finally understood why Snake Scales signed up for the previous Grand Magic Fighting Martial Arts, but didn't bother to ask Jura and Leo to participate. Leo has the strength to tie Grey, even if he lost to Grey by only one move in every battle, but Grey only took 27 seconds to beat Rufus, who was in the top 5 of their guild. Stinger and Roger didn't think they could beat Grey in a single fight. Leo alone could stop their guild, let alone Jura, who could easily defeat their guild. When Stinger was in Sword-bite Tiger, he didn't understand why Snake Scales didn't send Jura and Leo to participate in the grand magic fighting martial arts, but now he understands, because it's not important. For these guilds, there are too many important things in life, and defeating their sword-bite tiger is an insignificant matter. They don't even have the qualifications to be Jura's opponent, so why would they come to participate in the great magic fighting exercise? A guild that pursues power everywhere is never looked at or recognized by others. A guild with a bad reputation that never deliberately pursues glory and power can organize this revenge war of 500 guilds when the Magic Council was destroyed and the entire magic world was leaderless. What is real power? Stinger and Roger already have the answer. Then the words that Germain said may have been able to confuse them, but now Stinger and Roger think it's ridiculous. As Mr. Yevlet said, it's really a pitiful and weak person. Stinger and Roger sighed, and then launched an attack on Germain. You are still far from the abyss of magic, Germain. Boom boom boom. The two demon women were attacking each other frantically. I never thought that you look like a delicate human, but you are so frantic in battle. Sira said in amazement. When they first met, she wanted to ask which gentle lady had come to the battlefield. But when they really fought, Mileage was even crazier than the demon. Fist to the flesh, that's the romance of a female magician, isn't it? Mileage crossed her arms and had a very proud expression. On weekdays, she was always very gentle, the kind of person who would not be surprised if she fell while walking, but when she fought, she was extremely arrogant, and a set of fighting combos made people miserable. You are indeed very strong, I recognize you. Sira said, but, there is a dimensional gap between my existence and yours. I am tired of hearing this, you demons really have no self-awareness at all. Myra Jane said, however, choosing me as your opponent is your biggest mistake, and also your greatest honor. Because my magic is received by demons. Magic. Full body reception. Demon God Hafiz. This form is currently the second most powerful form of Myra Jane, with incredible speed and magic power, and overwhelming power. Once destroyed a city with one blow. That was the famous Sin City in the past 100 years, with all kinds of dark wizards and wanted criminals in it. Because of their darkness and sin, Myra Jane was furious. Myra Jane smashed down a nuclear bomb-level magic and destroyed the city, and then was locked up for a few days. Makarov sternly warned Myra Jane not to use this trick, just like telling Laxus not to use the law of fairies, because he was worried that every time he used it, it would cause irreversible consequences. However, Sira's strength was respected by Myra Jane, so she decided to take out this second strongest form to fight against it. Chapter 289, Myra Jane. What an exaggerated magic power! Looking at Myra Jane in Hafiz's state, Sira couldn't help but marvel. In terms of magic power alone, I'm afraid that in the entire 9 ghost gates, only the leader can match it. Fortunately, this kind of natural demon does not use spells and cannot use the power that touches the rules, otherwise, Sira really can't be as calm as she is now. Spells? It is the confidence of the Gate of Hades. They are the demons closest to the abyss of magic, and they have the power obtained from the abyss of magic. Compared with ordinary natural demons and human wizards, there is a difference in the level of power. It is obvious until now, the demons still proudly believe that their life level is higher than that of humans and other demons. How can you fool people like this? Yefrit couldn't help but shake his head and sighed, Zerf is really sinful. Whether he intended it or not, countless disasters in the past 400 years must be attributed to him. But Sira said, what I am best at is not a rough fight with you. My spell. Sira raised her hand, commands can give absolute orders to others. Although it has no effect on you, but how can you defeat the countless heroes of your human race who have appeared on this land? Sira spread her hands, and the darkness behind her became more and more solid, and then a figure walked out of it. A man dressed as a hunter appeared from the darkness, holding a big knife in his hand and carrying a bow and arrow. Sira said, the strongest human hunter in the past, who hunted countless monsters during his lifetime and was called the strongest hunter in history. Another tall figure walked out of the darkness. He had 4 arms and was covered with tattoos. Sira said, the existence of 200 years ago, a figure in history books, a sage who used 4 different magic circles to fight at the same time. Phallus. One after another, the existences that left a great reputation in history walked out of the darkness. Thanks to Hermes' alchemical knowledge. Sira said, we once found part of Hermes' ruins and obtained her legacy. Do you think that we, the Hades Gate, have only such a small number of people, dare to declare war on the magic world. Do you think that there is no difference in strength between us 9 ghost gates, and everyone is as weak as jackals? No. There is also a gap between the 9 ghost gates. Mirage, this is your name, the Queen of Demons, let these great figures in history test your strength. Sira was very confident. Mirage snapped her fingers. A great figure in history? Interesting. Boom boom boom. The second round of the battle began. Mirage's exaggerated strength made everyone look at him sideways. Although there was a gap between Hades, Jura, and Laxus, his powerful posture still amazed many people. Where did this guild recruit so many geniuses? Wizards from other guilds couldn't help but sigh. Other guilds would be amazing if they had 1 or 2. Fairy Tail has so many talents that you can't count them with one hand. Moreover, Urza is as famous as Mirage, and she hasn't shown her sense of oppression yet. However, these long-dead strong men are indeed very powerful, and each of them has the strength of the 10 saints. Even Mirage, facing the siege of so many people at the same time, it would be difficult to cope with it for a long time. It seems that today's battle, Sira said proudly, you are doomed to lose. Boom. Mirage was careless and was shot in the shoulder by a lino with a bow and arrow. The powerful force knocked her out and knocked down several walls before she was covered by the ruins. Boom. Mirage pushed the wall on her body with one hand, and her body was shaking. She looked up at Sira, and her eyes were a little blurry. She unconsciously recalled some things, about the past. After being driven out of the village, she wandered with her brothers and sisters for a long time. It was not until she met Makarov, the president of Fairy Tail, that she had a home. But, there was still some emptiness in her heart that could not be filled. Fairy Tail is a big family, but for her, she longed for a small family. She was not born a hot pepper, nor a hot hedgehog. That was the character she developed when she was wandering. A beautiful little loli, wandering with 2 younger guys, can be imagined how dangerous it is. She must develop only with such a character can she protect herself and her younger brothers and sisters. Even after joining the guild, such a character has become her instinct. But in the dead of night, she knew that she was not that strong. An illusion appeared in front of her. Your name is Milage. A noble boy looked at her curiously, and then said, you are so beautiful. Milage punched him, but missed. So violent. The boy said, you are obviously not such a person, don't force yourself to do this. The boy took off his hat, stretched out his hand, and said, my name is Yefrit, a new member of the guild, please give me more advice in the future. Milage did not stretch out his hand to hold him, because she was very inferior. This boy was different from everyone in the guild. He was like a prince who had fallen into the slums. Everyone was rude and had memories of the past that were difficult to let go. Especially this group of children, they all had their own childhood shadows, which created some strange personalities. But he didn't. A guy whose magic was so dark, released the most dazzling light. He was the son of a noble, he had a rich family, and he received the most orthodox education. Yeflet. How could such a guy join this guild? And what qualifications did she have to play and joke with him? She had no culture, she was a user of demon magic, she was rude, she was confused, she was dark, she was flat-chested. What qualifications did she have to be friends with Yefrit? Even become a family with him? In the evening, Miraja was cooking in the public kitchen of the apartment. She was still living in the girls' dormitory at this time. It smells so good. The boy stood up suddenly from under the window, and Miraja's hand trembled in fear, and she almost hit him with a spatula. You are really good at cooking, can I have a meal? He said with a smile. Miraja rejected him again. Why? He was puzzled. Myra Jane looked down at the food and said nothing. How could the food of ordinary people be enough to entertain him? That boy was really a persistent person. Myra Jane was distressed but also moved. She gradually cared more and more about him, guessed his heart, and was curious about his thoughts. However, he was not only kind to Myra Jane, but also to everyone. Natsu and Gray soon became good friends with him. Even Lisana admired him very much, and Urza gradually accepted him. Only Myra Jane and Laxus did not accept him. Laxus thought he was a big liar who always played tricks on everyone. Although everyone didn't care, Laxus couldn't stand him. Hey, do you think it's fun? Laxus said dissatisfiedly. I think it's fun. Don't be too arrogant in Fairy Tail. Laxus fought with him. The final result was that Laxus was defeated. This surprised Myra Jane. That guy actually defeated Laxus. But this battle made Myra Jane see something different. His clothes, which were always clean and new, were made dirty and torn. He was hit by Laxus's punches several times, and his face was swollen. His glasses, which looked very expensive, were also broken. But he didn't mind at all and stretched out his hand to Laxus. I damaged your clothes. Sorry, I'll compensate you. Laxus said after the battle. Ah? It's nothing important. He said with a smile, it's just clothes. But it looks expensive. Laxus said. So what? My family damaged my clothes. Should I get angry? He said with a smile, don't care about such trivial matters. My name is Yefrit, and I'm a wizard of fairy tale. Laxus smiled and punched him. From then on, the two were best friends until Lysina disappeared. Myra Jane understood a little. Maybe he really wouldn't mind. Ms. Mileage, you are dressed very beautifully today. Yevlet always likes to praise her like this. Mileage looked at her clothes, which were just ordinary daily clothes, and she had only worn them once a week ago. She said a little embarrassedly, it's just ordinary clothes. Mr. Yevlet only wore it very beautifully today. Ha 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 ha. Yevlet laughed and handed over a card, saying, I praise your gentleness. This is a little gift. Please accept it. Mileage took it and it turned out to be a supermarket coupon. She was stunned, recalling that a week ago, she hurriedly left the guild and went to the supermarket to catch up with the food discount, but she was one step late. From then on, Mileage never ran to buy discounted vegetables again, because Yevlet could always take out various coupons. She was really curious about where Yevlet got it from. Ah? That. Yevlet laughed, keep it a secret. Until now, Myra Jane still didn't know why Yevlet could always get various coupons from the supermarket. Yevlet. Marajana's eyes gradually became clear, and she saw a person standing in front of her, smiled gently and asked, do you need help, beautiful Miss Myra? Maraja smiled and said, yes. She supported herself on a broken pillar and barely stabilized her body. Maraja looked forward, confused. Why did she suddenly remember so many things in the past, clearly in the process of fighting? Is it because I want to borrow the power of Yevlet? Yevlet has been lending her power. Whether it is to become her inner pillar, so that she can relax and restore her gentle nature, or actually lending power to her. Maraja took a deep breath, and her magic power began to expand. Yevlet, Miss Maiko. She whispered, let me use this form. In front of Maraja. Yevlet looked at her quietly with a smile on his face, and Maiko stood behind him with forearms folded. Hearing Marajana's words, Maiko lowered her proud chin, stretched out a hand, and said, use it, Myra. Boom. Suddenly, the ground suddenly split into 7 or 8 pieces. An extremely exaggerated magic power, far exceeding Wendy's, burst out from Myra Jane. Receive with the whole body. Hermes's right hand. Myra Jane returned to human form, with only one right hand, which was the hand of the devil. All the demons looked here in shock, including Sira, who had just looked relaxed, and almost fell to the ground. She had been talking about the gap in dimensions and the gap in life levels, but at this moment, she really felt it, the gap in life levels. Receive with the whole body? Hermes? Hermes? As soon as this name came out, all the demons were dumbfounded. Even though they didn't believe in Hermes, even though they were Zeref's creations, they knew. The ultimate devil, the name of Hermes. This Myra Jane. At this moment, Sira felt an immense fear. She could actually receive Hermes, isn't that a legend more distant than Zeref? Boom. Myra Jane swung her palm and directly blew up a powerful man. Myra. What kind of demon did she receive? Even Ansa wouldn't be so exaggerated. Who is Hermes? Isn't she the one behind Yefrit? That one isn't very shy, ahem. But that's Myra. That's right, if there's anyone else in this world who can get help from that one, it's only Myra. It's really terrifying. This magic power is stronger than Hades, Jura, and Laxus. Even Wendy, who has opened the dragon power, can't match this magic power. Myra. Urza laughed, her flowers have begun to bloom, and I can't fall behind. Urza decided to resolve the battle as soon as possible. The next moment, her magic power also exploded, although it was far less than Mirajana's. However, this still made Quanghua feel frightened. It turned out that this woman hadn't used her full strength until just now. No. Urza shook her head. I have been using my full strength just now, but, magic is the power of the heart. I want to care for my companions, I want to protect my companions, so I will become stronger. Quanghua, you can't defeat me. Your fighting will is too weak. Quanghua was speechless, because even she felt that Urza was very dazzling at this time. The Fairy Queen is also a difficult character to deal with. It seems that I have to show my trump card. Boom boom boom. Miraja slapped the difficult enemies just now. What surprised her was not this terrible power, one hand was far more powerful than Hafa's. What really surprised her was that her heart was affected. It was a kind of arrogance that looked down on everything in the world, an extreme care for one person. Miraja knew that this was Maiko's mentality. Damn it! Sira roared, why would such an existence recognize you? Any demon will have a mental breakdown. The ultimate devil didn't help them, but helped a human woman. Is Hermes a fool? Chapter 290, Joy. You actually agreed to lend her your power. Yevlet couldn't help but be surprised by Maiko's decision. Maiko said, I can't fight for you, Yevlet. There was some sadness and guilt in her voice. As a demon, the most important thing is the spirit of the contract. She couldn't help Yevlet fight directly, this was the content of the contract, so, no matter how powerful or difficult the enemy Yevlet encountered, she didn't attack directly. If the enemy saw her and was counterattacked by her, that was another principle. Of course, Yevlet could cancel the magic directly, let Maiko see her, and use her passive to kill, but that would hurt Maiko. Maiko has always felt guilty about this matter. In addition to helping Yevlet take the beating, she couldn't fight for Yevlet like Milage and others. So, when Myra Jane suggested that she receive Maiko's power, use Maiko's power, and fight on Maiko's behalf to protect Yevlet, Maiko readily agreed. Maiko looked at Myra Jane who was showing great power at this time and said, it's time. Fairy tale, I understand one thing, there is never anything that is completely impossible. Yefrit is creating miracles, how can I not follow you? Mirage, the only one in the guild who fights by receiving demon magic, the woman who loves Yefrit the most, and the demon who loves Yefrit the most but cannot fight for Yefrit as a demon. Mirage and Mirage started to cooperate. This is the first time today. With Mirage's strength, he can only receive one hand of Maiko. If he receives more, he will be assimilated into a demon by Maiko. It is also similar to the dragonization of Dragon Slayer magic. But it's enough. Mirage opened the unparalleled at this time. Every move is not something the enemy can bear. These historical celebrities, strong people at the level of Saint 10, none of them could defeat Myra Jane in one round. Sira watched this scene in horror and even despair, her mentality completely collapsed. They were still planning to awaken the ultimate devil, but people here were already using the power of the ultimate devil. No one knew the power of the ultimate devil better than the 9 ghost gates. Boom! A huge figure was knocked away by Myra Jane and passed by Sira, followed by a gust of wind, blowing Sira's hair fluttering. Sira's legs trembled slightly, and she actually lost her will to fight. She stared at Myra Jane who was walking over. It's over, Sira-chan. Myra Jane tilted her head and smiled, and the demon's palm belonging to Maiko pressed on Sira's head. At this moment, Sira saw an unattainable great figure. Ma Sira stared at the figure blankly, and then felt her consciousness being absorbed, suppressed, and finally sealed. Asshole! Sira! Quanghua roared, trying to save Sira who was being absorbed. Stop, our battle is not over yet. Urza blocked Quanghua with his sword. Get out of the way. Quanghua's eyes were red. This is a war, we are not playing house with you. Urza stroked the blade with one hand, her eyes focused. Quanghua was stopped by Urza, watching Sira being absorbed by Myra Jane. Full body absorption. Myra Jane turned around, spread his hands, and said lightly, Myra Jane, Sira. Buzz. The next second, Myra Jane turned into Sira. Of course, her face and figure did not change, and even her iconic ahog was still standing. But after a moment, she changed back. Hey! Receiving Maiko's power had strong sequelae, which made her weak in a short period of time and needed to rest for a while. Suddenly, there was something more in her hand. Myra Jane looked down and saw a bottle of magic potion stuffed into her palm. Assholes, I'm going to kill you. Quanghua roared. That's what I meant. Urza took a deep breath. The power that Myra Jane used just now was the first time she showed it. The power I'm using now is also the first time I've shown it. Quanghua. Don't blink. At the same time. Boom. A huge black cat appeared. Is that Makarov's gigantism? Babu and Granny Oba, who were lying on the ground, were surprised. They had just encountered Germain, and while they were fighting, they were ambushed by the resurrected boy Che Ethel. Fortunately, they were also veterans and were not killed directly, but they were seriously injured and could no longer participate in the battle. Now they can only be spectators. It's finally my turn. The giant lily looked up at the sky and stepped on the ground. He aimed at the palace in the deepest part of the gate of Hades. There was a man sitting on the throne inside. The other party had not moved since the start of the battle. He looked like the commander and trump card of the enemy. Always letting such an enemy go is a great threat to the partners. So Lily punched the palace. What a bunch of useless guys. The man sitting in the palace shook his head, stretched out his hand, and a white light ball magic blasted back Lily's fist. Wizards of the light world. Suddenly, a voice resounded throughout the underworld island. It was this man who was speaking. Let's stop playing here. I am Hades Maldogil. End your demons. Feel it well. Joy. Boom 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 boom. The entire underworld island shook. Everyone was affected. What happened? Everyone became alert, looking around, ready to avoid sudden attacks at any time. You are finished. Quanghua said, Hades has taken action. What a pity. Quanghua's face was a little gloomy. If he had taken action earlier, Sira would not have. Hades. Urza narrowed her eyes slightly. The power he possesses is not at the same level as ours. Quanghua said, he is the closest to the ultimate devil, and is Ziref's greatest masterpiece besides End. Joy. What kind of magic is that? Urza asked. You don't need me to tell you, anyway you will experience it soon. Quanghua said. Boom suddenly, a lot of red flesh and blood appeared on the ground, walls, and ceiling. They were extremely tough and could trap or even devour people. Everyone was tricked, only the Hades gate was not affected. Is this your countermeasure? Urza asked. Are you still so calm now? Quanghua said, you don't think that you can still fight us when you are bound. Urza didn't reply because she was completely devoured. Hey? Everyone, what happened to everyone? Lucy looked around in shock and horror. The situation was good just now, why did it suddenly die? But the key is, why is she okay? With a 1 in a billion chance, someone can escape by luck. Hades said lightly, go find her and kill her. Hey, this is not a joke. Lucy was dumbfounded. Looking at the powerful enemy in front of her. Jackal, Storm, Trafsa, Franmars. How could she face so many powerful enemies at the same time? Even though Lucy was very determined, facing this situation. She had only one thought. Yeflet. She shouted. No one responded. I don't believe you were caught. If you don't come out, I will make Natsu never go fishing with you again. Hee. Several demons laughed, and more enemies came and surrounded them. This lineup is luxurious. Lucy was forced to retreat step by step until she leaned against the wall and could not retreat. The jackal said, it's useless for you to call anyone. If we join forces, even Hades can fight it. There is a 1 in a billion chance that you are not swallowed by joy, but this is not your luck. A man with a magnetic voice came over, it was Yin, he said, this is your misfortune. More and more demons surrounded them. Lucy took a deep breath and shouted, you bastard Yevlet, if you don't come out, I will tell Myra Jane what happened on the 3rd of this month. Don't talk nonsense. Yevlet appeared. Who? When? The many demons were shocked. They didn't realize that a person suddenly appeared in the encirclement. Although they were in the encirclement, these demons were extremely vigilant. The other party could appear in the encirclement quietly, and could also go out quietly, and could also kill people quietly. Yevlet said helplessly, I didn't do anything. Where is this? Lucy asked. Since Yevlet appeared, Lucy was not nervous at all even if she was surrounded by so many demons. In the belly of a big monster. Yevlet replied. How to save everyone? Lucy asked. Depend on you. Me. Lucy shook her head, I can't do it. What are you two talking about? The jackal was very dissatisfied, but when he raised his hand, he found that his head had fallen off. The jackal. Everyone. Yevlet walked out from behind the jackal, made a silence gesture to everyone, and then disappeared. Yevlet, who was standing next to Lucy, said, "The Celestial King is also a Celestial, and the strongest Celestial. You can try to summon him. But I don't have the key to the Celestial King." Lucy shook her head. "Yevlet, what do you want to do?" Suddenly, Leo jumped out and punched Yevlet angrily, but missed. A drop of cold sweat fell on Yin's forehead. He turned his head and saw that the strange enemy was holding a small box in his hand. He said, "Uncle, please put some smoothie in it, thank you." Yin glanced at the body of the jackal, silently stretched out his finger and pointed, and smoothie appeared in Yevlet's box. Yevlet took out another small cake, poured it on it, stirred it a little, gave Yin a thumbs up, and said, "Uncle, you can sell cold drinks in the future, you will definitely be able to support your family." Hee hee. Yin smiled reluctantly twice. "Leo, why did you come out?" Lucy was a little confused, "And why are you so angry?" "Because Yevlet is talking nonsense." Leo said. "You said. Summon the Celestial King." Lucy asked. "The Celestial King has no key." Leo explained, "To summon him, you need to destroy a golden key." "I can't do it." Lucy said immediately, "I will never destroy any key." "Not only that," Leo said, "the celestial spirit of the destroyed key must have complete trust in the holder, just like Wendy and Xiaolulu." "Lucy, which key do you have that can do such a thing?" Lucy was stunned and said blankly, "Aquia." Only Aquia has the most special status in Lucy's heart. Although she is always disliked, but, that is the existence that replaces her mother. "Yevlet." Lucy looked at Yevlet angrily and said, "I will never allow you to play such a prank." "That's right." Leo also stared at Yevlet and said, "The relationship between the key holder and the celestial spirit cannot be trampled on, even if it is you." Yevlet said, "Destroying the key will not hurt the celestial spirit, and secondly Lucy, as long as you summon the Celestial King once, I will allow you to summon the Celestial King at any time in the future, just like Natsu borrowed my power." This is why Yevlet persuaded Lucy. "Destroy the key? It doesn't matter. The Celestial Key will be repaired. As long as Aequa's key appears, he will be able to find it and return it to Lucy immediately." The reason why Lucy summoned the Celestial King is because Yevlet has deduced Lucy's final magic. "No." Lucy refused firmly. She said, "The Celestial Key is a promise between me and the Celestial. Even if there will be no harm, I will never break my promise." "Just like you and Miss Maiko, will you break your promise to each other?" Yevlet was silent. Lucy simply sat on the ground and said, "You can fight me if you want. I won't. Anyway, you, Yevlet, can't really let me and everyone else die here. You can do whatever you want. Anyway, I can't agree to destroy the key and betray the star spirit just to become stronger. I understand that you want me to become stronger, but this method, I won't accept it." Lucy. Yevlet sighed, "You are really the best star spirit wizard. Then there is no other way." Yevlet raised his hand. "Don't do anything dangerous." Yin suddenly conjured up an ice blade and put it on Yevlet's neck. "Uncle, think about it, open a cold drink shop in the future, and I will often take care of the business." Yevlet said with a smile. Yin slashed hard, but only cut off the phantom. Snap of fingers. Yevlet walked out of the darkness behind Lucy, and he slowly put down his hand. "What did you do?" Yin frowned. "Summon." Yevlet looked up at the sky and said, "Here it comes." Boom. Suddenly, it was dark. A huge island fell at a high speed, pressing towards the underworld island. "What is it? An island?" Everyone was stunned. "Yevlet." The first President Mavis shouted from above. "What fun!" Mavis sat on the edge of the island and shouted. "Exciting, President Mavis!" Yevlet shouted. "Very exciting!" Mavis shouted excitedly. She looked at the underworld island below and said, "Everyone is working hard, how can I just sit there and watch?" Tenro Island. Attack! Boom! The foundation of the Sirius Island crashed hard against the top of the Hades Island. It was fine, but it smashed the entire Hades Island to pieces. The terrifying energy shock swept all the enemies away. Only the friendly forces were fine because they were fixed in the red flesh and blood. And the place where the Sirius Island crashed was calculated by Mavis, and there would be no friendly positions, of course, even if there was an accident. What Yevlet had been busy with just now was to transfer these people out. Yes. The first plan, Lucy summoned the Celestial Spirit King. Yevlet considered that it would fail. Then the second plan. Crystal collision. The Sirius Island belonging to Fairy Tale directly hit the Hades Island of the Gate of Hades. You can be resurrected. We have infinite magic power. Boom. Yevlet stuck his cane on the ground, and in Lucy's shocked eyes, he said, the second half begins. Amazing, ahahaha. Natsu was the first to escape, and was very excited to see this spectacular scene. One after another, allies escaped. Hades looked at Yefret across time and space, his face extremely ugly. Chapter 291, the second half, begins. Yeflet didn't take Hades' gaze seriously. He faced the murderous eyes of all the demons at the gate of Hades and said, the reason they are infinitely resurrected is because they have the core of hell. As long as we destroy it, we can kill them completely. I know the location of the core of hell. All the demons stared at Yefret viciously. You bastard! Djiki attacked Yefret angrily. Dang! The sound of metal clashing. It was Gajeel who blocked the opponent's attack. Djiki's spell is a demon sword that can cut objects. Normally, this kind of power that touches the rules cannot be blocked by ordinary steel. But Gajeel is ordinary steel? Dragon slayers are the most idealistic and unreasonable. Don't think that they can only touch the rules by eating attribute substances to restore magic power. Just like Natsu's flame, it is the flame of emotion. How strong it is depends on how excited the emotion is. The wizard is very idealistic, and the dragon slayer is the best among them. Gajeel said lightly, want to attack my companions? Defeat me first. Levi followed Gajeel closely. This is a big trouble. Yin scratched his head. Uncle, the battle we just fought has not yet been decided. Gray said. Leo is already at the end of his strength. But now Fairy Tale with the arrival of the crystal, the Tenro Island delivered a steady stream of magic and physical strength, allowing the members of Fairy Tale to have the ability to fight a second time. Yejin sighed, you and I will definitely decide the winner. Damn dad, you're here too. Kana shouted. Kana. Gildarts looked at Kana, and seeing that she was not seriously injured, he breathed a sigh of relief and said happily, let's fight together. I don't want this kind of thing. Kana refused directly. Gildarts, who had just been suppressing the 7 followers of Purgatory, suddenly looked aggrieved. It's really troublesome. You're an old man, but you still make such an expression. Kana scratched her head proudly and said, then I'll cooperate with you for a while. Great. Gildarts was happy and shouted, see, my daughter Kana is super cute. Kana blushed with shame. If there was no distance between them, she would have rushed up and punched Gildarts hard. The second battle Stinger and Roger stared at Germain and said, no matter how many battles, no matter how many times you revive, Germain, when we saw you on the battlefield, we had already decided to defeat you. Stinger and Roger were full of anger towards Germain, and it did not gradually dissipate over time. Instead, after the comparison with Fairy Tale, they hated Germain even more. A good guild was governed like that. It can even be said that in the past 7 years, half of their childhood and adolescence were destroyed by Germain because of the Saberbite tiger. This is a deep hatred. Laxus spoke, surround Yefret and form a battlefield, protect him to the core of hell. Yes. All members took the order and moved towards this side. At this time, there were basically only the wizards of Fairy Tale left. After all, other guilds don't have Tenro Island. At this time, Tenro Island stood at the original location of the Underworld Island, and the Underworld Island had been broken into many pieces. It can be said that no matter what the Hades Gate wanted to do before, now, its goal has been unattainable. Fifth has Emily guarding it, and a member of the 9 Ghost Gates will die again. 2 or 3 people, even Hades, may defeat Emily. But don't they want a home? This home refers to the core of hell that can revive them. Now, Yefret has said that he knows the location of the core of hell, so the demons present cannot flee even if they are afraid of fighting. There is only one way. Fight with Fairy Tale, to the death. Both sides are ready. This is probably a spectacular battlefield that is rarely seen in 100 years. Jalal said. If possible, I don't want to see it. Simon sighed. Don't embarrass yourself, Captain. Cobra said, it's not us who want to face such a battlefield, it's those stupid demons who started the war. That's right. Simon nodded and turned to see Kagura. Kagura is very strong, and she is fighting Minerva. Although Minerva's strength has greatly increased after she turned into a demon, it is a fantasy to defeat Kagura in a short time, so Kagura can continue to fight. Kagura looked at Simon worriedly, and found that he was not in a bad state, so she breathed a sigh of relief, then she smiled and nodded, and then approached Urza. Simon also nodded to her, encouraging her. It is said that Simon has a high charm value, not only because he is just and kind, but also because he is broad-minded. As a man and a wizard, Simon's strength is really average. Even if he contracts with the devil, he can't really help him. But his sister and the woman he loves most are both at the top of the pyramid among female wizards. If it were someone else, he might feel strange. But Simon wouldn't, he was very calm. He would do his best to do everything he could, and do everything he could. He didn't have to be worthy of anyone, just worthy of his conscience, that was enough, and nothing else, no need to be jealous or lament. He turned and left Jalal, Cobra, and others. The underworld island was broken, and many friendly forces were resting in place because they lost their combat ability. But at this time, Fairy Tail and Hades Gate were going to have a decisive battle, and the aftermath would definitely be very exaggerated. So, Simon knew that what he could do was to transport all the friendly forces who couldn't fight away from the battlefield. Let me help you. Happy said. He was attacked by Hades before, but how could Yevlet really let him and Xiaolulu be torn apart by Hades' magic? Naturally, he helped. At this time, the Heavenly Wolf Island descended, and as a member of the guild, Harpy's magic and physical strength were also slowly recovering. Although it was far from the peak state, as an auxiliary, he should do as much as he could when he could not fight. As for the front battlefield, he didn't have to worry about it. Isn't there Yevlet? Before Harpy and Emily took over the burden of team support, it was Yevlet who had been assisting. Harpy first transferred Xiaolulu and Wendy out. Wendy was very weak after opening the dragon power for the first time. Maybe she could rest for a while and participate in overtime provided that there was overtime. Also, Mileage, Lucky, Swano, Elfman and others were teleported away. There was no need to force the battle. The current situation was no tits a disadvantage. After all, Yefrit is on the field. No matter what, he and Laxus can easily defeat Jura. The next tough ones are Hades and Pluto. German? Forget about him. Ka. Laxus said, while counting his fingers, I will take down Jura as soon as possible. Use that power. This is the first time I use it. I'll tell you a number, Yefrit said, 3 seconds, and you can leave after you're done. Humph. Laxus snorted, I will hold on to the last one, I'm the president of Fairy Tail. Let's go. Urza yelled, and then rushed towards Quangua, let's continue the battle just now. Uncle, let's fight. Grey rushed towards Silver. For some reason, he always felt that he and the other party were in a fateful battle, and the strong desire to defeat the other party far exceeded his desire to win. The second half begins. This battle, for Fairy Tail, is a blitzkrieg, protecting Yefrit, breaking through the defense of Hades Gate, and directly destroying the opponent's Hell Core. For Hades Gate, it is a battle to defend the crystal, there is no tower, the tower is the underworld island, but it was smashed by the Sirius Island just now all they can do is to resist the opponent's attack on the crystal. Miniba looked at Germain in the distance with a complicated expression. Aren't you curious about my feelings? Miniba asked Kagura. If it were someone else, maybe they could get an answer, but Kagura would not answer her. I have no interest in your past or what you want to express. Since we have decided to fight, there is only victory and defeat. Now, this is a war between demons and humans, there is only life and death. Kagura slowly drew out her sword, Sister Urza seems to have a new stage, and so do I. Everyone has decided to resolve the battle in a short time, and I will not entangle with you anymore, Minerva. Finally, Kagura said with some emotion, I didn't expect it to come to this. Now, either you lay down your weapons or die. Minerva smiled bitterly. In fact, she knew that she had lost today, and now might be her only chance, but she still shook her head and said, since I became that man's daughter, I have no chance to lay down my weapons. Memories could not help but surge into her mind. That was when she was very young, other girls could sit on their father's shoulders, or be held in their arms and be well pampered. But she was thrown into the forest by Germain, fighting with wild wolves and monsters. How pathetic! As Germain's daughter, you are so weak. Germain said coldly. I'm sorry, father. I will try my best. Please don't abandon me. Minerva cried and begged. She had no chance to ask Germain why their father-daughter relationship was not as harmonious as that of ordinary people, but had to be like this. She could only beg and would not be tortured to death by Germain. Her life had no choice. Snap! Who knew that Minerva's begging for mercy would make Germain angrily whip her, and her body quickly became red and swollen. Beg for mercy? You are weak enough, and your mentality is so weak. It's really shameful to have a daughter like you. Germain said coldly, the sword-biting tiger does not need weak people. As my daughter, I gave you life and let you come to this world. You only have one thing. That is to become the king. I will. Minerva cried in fear, I will become stronger, I will definitely become stronger. Minerva's strength was improving rapidly, and soon a battle was arranged. This is a real battle. The winner lives and the loser dies. My sword-biting tiger does not need a loser. Germain said coldly. But Fangazi is a companion of the guild. Minerva said in surprise. President, she is your daughter. Fangazi also said. But the words of the two angered Germain, and he roared, do it. Fangazi had no choice but to attack Minerva, and Minerva was forced to fight with him. Soon, Minerva defeated Fangazi with difficulty, firstly because the two were of similar strength, and secondly because at the last moment, Fangazi, who had more combat experience, had a chance to kill Minerva, but he still held back. However, he underestimated Minerva's resilience. He thought his attack would knock Minerva down, but was defeated by Minerva, who gritted her teeth and insisted on resisting. Huff, hi, Minerva panted, thinking that the matter was over. Fangazi was lying on the ground with wounds and couldn't get up. Kill him. Germain said coldly. No, don't do that. Minerva took a half step back. Waste. Germain backhanded Minerva away, and then in front of her, a magic shot at Fangazi. President Fangazi roared, but was then blown to pieces by magic, and the body parts were scattered everywhere. Minerva watched this bloody and cruel scene. An eyeball rolled to her feet, covered with dust, and the dilated pupil stared at her dully. At that moment, Minerva was completely destroyed. I have no choice. My life and my personality have been destroyed. The memories faded, and Minerva returned to reality. She looked at Kagura and took a deep breath, the winner lives, the loser dies. Boom. Both sides exploded with the strongest blow. Then. Puff. Minerva fell helplessly, her body separated from top to bottom. She fell down, just in time to see the battlefield of Germain, Stinger, and Roger. Stinger and Roger looked at this sight in shock. Although they hated the saber-bite tiger, they hated Germain more, and they didn't hate Minerva too much. Minerva's mouth opened and closed, as if she was saying something, but no sound came out. But Stinger and Roger understood. Kill him. Humph, trash. Germain snorted coldly, I have carefully taught you for so many years, but you were chopped down by someone with a knife. It's really shameful. What about you, Germain? Germain's words completely angered Stinger and Roger. The two of them burst out the greatest magic power at the same time. Dragon Scale Explosion and Combined Skills. White Shadow Dragon's Strike. The whole world turned black and white. The magic power burst by the two was also quite terrifying. Obviously in extreme anger, the two took another step towards dragonization. Countless white and black beams attacked Germain. The combination of light and shadow, the characteristics of the two magics, all integrated into one, directly hitting the real damage effect that is no less than Natsu's Purple Flame Dragon mode. Powerful defense but armor breaking. Extremely long blood bar but percentage damage. How is it possible? Germain was completely shocked. Another move. Just one move again. In the magic attack of Stinger and Rogue, Germain could not help but let out a miserable wail. As the magic attack ended. Boom. Germain's burly body fell down. I thought you wouldn't scream. Stinger sneered, and then he and Rogue turned and left. This is really a murder. During the great magic fight, Natsu punched Germain. If Minerva hadn't appeared, he would have been killed in one move. Later, Germain forced Stinger, but was killed by Stinger's punch without even screaming. This time, it was another one-shot kill. But at least he screamed. German is a bit embarrassed. He was killed 3 times. Yevlet said gloatingly. His light words spread to the ears of everyone present, including those who were resting outside the field, and also Germain. Suddenly, everyone couldn't hold it back. Snake Princess Scale, Blue Pegasus, and the Four-Headed Hound Guild laughed wildly. Listening to Yefrit's ridicule and the mockery of the crowd, with frustration, anger, and unwillingness, Germain lost consciousness and waited for another rebirth, provided that he still had a chance. Chapter 292, Urza, Armor of Cybele. My magic sword spell, nothing in the world can stop it. Ethel said. Don't brag, I have blocked it several times. Gajeel said. Hey. Gajeel suddenly smiled, waved his wrist and said, but it's just right, I am also confident in my steel skin. Then give it a try. See if you cut me off, or I break your sword. Ethel took a deep breath, waved his forearms, formed 4 giant blades, and the rest of his body was also made of steel. Gajeel grinned, Iron Shadow Dragon mode. He was covered in steel and surrounded by black shadows. Boom! Gajeel rushed towards Ethel. Demon Sword, 3 moons. Ethel sent out a super strong giant slash wave, 4 consecutive waves, fiercely hitting Gajeel's body. But Gajeel did not retreat a step, and was not injured at all. How is it possible? Ethel was shocked. Because of my second magic, as long as I stand on the ground, I have the power of the earth. Gajeel explained, it's just magic that touches the rules. I don't know what you are proud of. It seems that your few small swords can't break my defense. So now, come and taste my sword. Gajeel's magic power burst out, Dragon Slayer Secret, Karma Demon, Iron God Sword. Gajeel put his hands together and looked up. The next second, a big sword appeared that was so big that even the giant lily could hold it, and then he swung it down and slashed at Ethel. Damn it! Ethel roared unwillingly, I will come back again. Boom! Gajeel hacked Ethel to death, then pinched his ear and said disdainfully, you don't have that chance anymore. Watch out, Kana, how to use the crushing magic. Gildarts was teaching Kana, the opponent was the resurrected 7 purgatory families. Of course, there were only Azuma, Rastylos, Huayuan, and Zankro now. Kavas and Yumas had been killed. Urusha and Melty were following Emily now. Zudile was completely dead, and the gate of the underworld couldn't think of how to revive him. Of course, there was no need. Zudur's strength without Caplico was just like that, and reviving him was really a waste of resources. The faces of the 7 purgatory families were very ugly. They had just seen how powerful Gildarts was, but wasn't it a bit disrespectful for him to teach his own daughter on the spot? Gildarts didn't care what these people thought, and just looked at Kana with expectation. He performed very well. Kana frowned, I know, let's do it quickly. Gildarts, ... Alas, it was so unlucky. By the time he realized he had a daughter, she had grown up. He often traveled around and saw other people's daughters were all cute and shouted daddy, hug, and so on, which made his nose bleed. But although his daughter was very beautiful, she couldn't act like a spoiled child. That period had already passed. Damn it! Gilaz gritted his teeth and looked at the 7 followers of Purgatory, and said fiercely, no. I must let Kana look at me with admiration. Gildarts rushed forward. Humph, don't underestimate us. Azuma snorted. Stupid dad, didn't we say we would fight together? Kana snorted and chased after him. In fact, she was worried that Gildarts would fight 4 people alone. Although she, like everyone in the guild, trusted Gildarts, this worry was inevitable. Gildarts didn't realize Kana's intention. For a careless man, the Tsundere type is particularly difficult to understand. He can only see the Tsundere, not the Tsundere. So at this time, Gildarts only thought that Kana didn't trust him, and felt even more sad and angry. Destroy evil and reveal the righteousness. One day, Gildarts's move was the strongest killing move. Kana also slapped out with a palm at the same time. Boom! Gildarts's crushing magic is highly offensive, while Kana fills in the gaps. With the combined power of these 2 palms, the 7 followers of Purgatory were smashed to pieces without any resistance. Wow! Gildarts immediately shouted in a funny way, Kana, you are so awesome. Disgusting. Kana's face was full of disgust. Puff. The enemy did not knock Gildarts down, but his daughter's disgusted face directly defeated Gildarts. City of Death. A large number of skeletons suddenly appeared and surrounded Grey. I won't let you disturb Grey-sama's battle. Juvia said. Boom. A huge flood destroyed the skeleton army, and then froze instantly. Juvia, be careful, I will fight the enemy with you. Lucy said. Okay. Juvia nodded, controlling ice with one hand and water with the other. And Lucy also changed into a mecha, and then took out the key of Leo. The strongest one is of course Leo. After I get rid of you, I'll get rid of the others. The strangely dressed demon said, you dare to attack me, it's your misfortune. My name is Keith, and I'm the demon who will kill you. Light of darkness. The purple light attacked Juvia and Lucy. Boom. Juvia created a wall to block the opponent's magic attack. Lucy, I'll assist you. Juvia said. Okay. Since getting the mecha, Lucy's fighting style has been particularly reckless, similar to Natsu. Although she saw many enemies besieging her just now, she simply gave up summoning Yefrit, but that was because she really couldn't fight. Instead of fighting desperately, it would be better to let Yefrit come out to solve the situation. But now it's 2 against 1. Lucy rushed faster than the star spirit. Lucy, wait for me. Leo shouted helplessly, his speed couldn't even keep up with Lucy. As for Juvia, although she was very strong, she had been used to fighting combos with Grey for a long time, so it was easy for her to assist Lucy at this time. Keith launched magic attacks one after another. Dark Blade. Dark Light. Black Breath. All magic was either blocked by Juvia or ignored by the reckless Lucy, until Lucy rushed to Keith and punched him. Lucy's Iron Fist. Shua. Unfortunately, this punch did not hit Keith. Nullification. Keith said, your fist looks very powerful, but if it doesn't hit, it will be useless. Humph. Lucy's continuous punch. Lucy punched repeatedly, but could not cause any damage to Keith. Lucy, be careful, don't be reckless. Juvia found that it was not good. As a demon, the opponent must have special skills, and she knew all of Lucy's skills, and there was nothing very sinister about them. Now the two were too close. If Lucy couldn't attack, then she would be in danger if she kept this distance. There was no guarantee that the opponent would have any sinister magic. Lucy also reacted and retreated quickly. The battle here was deadlocked. Their technology is not bad. Yevlet looked at the battle in the distance. This Keith has the power to control the dead. Silver and Hades are both within the controllable range. If there is no updated technology, after Keith is knocked down, there is no need to worry about Silver and Hades. But it is obvious that Silver and Hades now use other technologies to control. To be precise, it is the Hades Gate that got some of Hermes' technology and made some achievements. That's why Hades is so hard to fight now. And some other corpses will not become unable to fight just because Keith was killed. But it doesn't have much impact. Yefrit stopped paying attention and looked at Grey, who was not much behind Silver. Who are you? Grey looked at Silver coldly. The more they fought, the more familiar he felt with Silver. But he couldn't remember who this guy was. The other party also used ice magic, and Grey even suspected that he had an uncle. After all, the other party was quite old, maybe he was the senior brother of his master Uru or something. He. Silver laughed and said sarcastically, Grey, don't you really know? Of course I don't know. Grey said. Then fight until you remember. The two continued to fight. Storm. Urusha, Alice, and Melty surrounded Storm. You guys. Storm gnashed his teeth in anger. Go back to hell. Urusha said coldly. Several people attacked at the same time, and Storm was sent away before he could finish a word. Humph, who told you to hurt Tiffany? Storm would never have thought that the reason for everything was that he hurt Tiffany. Then he was repeatedly blocked by Tiffany's good friends and beaten. Let's continue the battle that was not over just now. Urza said, although now the victory or defeat is determined, but I will still show you my most powerful power. This is respect for you. Quanghua looked at Urza coldly and said, don't be self-righteous, escape from my magic first. Pain enhancement. Urza immediately felt that the senses of her whole body were greatly enhanced. Just a gust of wind blew, like a knife cut, just a stone hit, like being hit by a meteorite. But Urza pursed her lips and just kept increasing her magic power. Such a little pain can't take her down. 5 sense deprivation. Urza was slightly stunned. Her 5 senses were rapidly dissipating. This feeling was touch, taste, smell. Guangua said confidently, you are losing everything until you destroy your own personality. The power of the spell is the power to touch the rules. Don't think that your companions can challenge me just because they defeated a few trash. Self-strengthening. Guangua's magic power also rose steadily. She planned to get rid of Urza with one blow. Guangua walked closer and closer to Urza, but Urza still stood there, very sluggish. As if she had been completely taken down by magic. At this time, Urza was indeed deprived of her 5 senses. But, to be honest, she was already used to it. Every day, it was either Yefrit or Emily, who was not much better than Guangua at this trick. There was a voice in her heart talking to Guangua. Yeflit, Emily. 2 naughty guys. Unlucky you, Guangua. Just right, I have researched a way to deal with this trick. My contract magic can grow infinitely. I have never shown it before. Originally I wanted to give Yefrit a surprise. But since you bumped into me, Iluza completely immersed herself in the magic. It doesn't matter if the 5 senses are deprived, the operation of magic power is already familiar to her. Change clothes. Specialized combat armor. Armor of Cybele. Iluza's body surface is covered with a layer of golden armor, which is a new armor that has never been seen before, very handsome and noble. She stretched out her hand and grabbed, specialized combat spear. Spear of Cybele. A golden spear appeared. Who is Cybele? Urza had read a novel before, about a woman named Cybele, who rose from an ordinary person step by step and eventually became a queen, Queen Cybele. This book was not popular in the market, but Urza liked it very much. Because Cybele has a strong character, which is the same as the character she insists on. In the novel, Cybele has a special ability, pure knowledge. It is a super intuitive skill possessed by Cybele, who is extremely pure in mind, that can detect the truth behind everything. Doesn't this ability just restrain the magic of Yefrit and Emily, which is mainly based on deception? Afterwards, Urza went to check the relevant information and communicated with Tiffany. Adding the assistance of the second magic, her second magic is also to make armor, but this set of armor can continue to evolve and become stronger with battles and training. So, Urza finally made this set of Cybele armor and gun. She wanted to give Yefrit a surprise, but who knew that Guangua bumped into her? Guangua was already very close to Urza at this time. Although she saw Urza put on a golden and very handsome armor, but didn't take it seriously. How could someone deprived of the 5 senses attack her? Getting closer and closer. 5 meters. 3 meters. Suddenly, Iluza moved. It was Urza who moved first, not Guangua. When she saw Urza raising her spear, Guangua was stunned for a moment. She thought it was Urza's random attack and dodged to the side. But Urza's spear seemed to have predicted her action. The moment before Guangua dodged, she had already turned the spearhead and stabbed it hard. This attack was too fast. It didn't seem like Urza followed the spear, but more like Guangua took the initiative to hit it. Iluza was extremely confident in this shot. She stabbed it out without reservation and shouted angrily, true knowledge flowing light. Puff. Iluza felt a stream of hot blood sprayed on her face. Her 5 senses were restored. In front of her, Guangua looked at her in disbelief. Guangua's chest was pierced by a spear. This shot was plain and simple, without many special effects. But there was no way to dodge it. Even Yevlit and Emily could not deceive this shot. Anyone, including the extremely fast Laxus, facing this shot, they can only defend, but cannot dodge. 100% locked, an absolutely accurate shot. This can be regarded as touching the power of the rules. Urza retracted the spear and watched Guangua fall. This shot. Guangua's mouth kept spurting blood, but she insisted, no one in this world can avoid losing to this shot, I am not wronged. Chapter 293, Sunder of Father and Son Showdown. With the continuous battle, a guess in Gray's heart was gradually confirmed. And the closer he got to the truth, the more entangled Gray became. Boom. Because he was not firm enough in his heart, Gray was accidentally knocked out by Yin's attack. Gray, are you tired? You are not just this strong. Yin said lightly. No, come again. Gray got up. I am not playing house with you. Yin said, what are you hesitating about? That kind of thing, will it destroy you? Are you such a weak man? Shut up. Gray roared and rushed towards Yin. But because he realized Yin's identity, Gray's attack seemed very fierce, but in fact it was far from showing his true strength. If you continue like this, you can't even protect anyone. Yin knocked Gray out again. He looked at Gray lightly and said, if you only have this ability, then this battle will end here. Who are you? Gray couldn't help but roared. Silver was silent for a few seconds, then looked at another battlefield. His eyes looked at Juvia and said, that girl doesn't look like your mother. I'm surprised that you like her type. It has nothing to do with you. Involving Juvia, Gray's attack finally showed some power again. But Silver said with a smile, a guy like you can only have a woman like this. Shut up. Gray was completely angry and roared, you can't fool me. You are a demon from the gate of Hades, a sinful criminal. No matter who you are. I will kill you. Ice Jian Chuan. Boom. Gray's attack regained its power just now, and he fought with Silver again. Very good. Silver laughed, looking at Gray's resolute eyes, with inexplicable emotions in his heart. These two tsunderies, I am also convinced. Seeing this, Yefulet couldn't help shaking his head. He looked at the advancing team and whispered, I'll be absent for a while. Yevlet created a substitute, still surrounded by everyone, and he went to the battlefield of Gray and Silver. Silver said, why don't you dare to tell me that answer, Gray, I really want to hear your honorific title. You are not him. Gray roared, he is a gentleman, definitely not a devil who helps the evil. Ha ha ha. Silver laughed and said, haven't you ever thought about why Jura fought with you? When Gray heard this, he was stunned. Jura was controlled by the gate of Hades. There are also Proud Hades, Germain, and others. Then Silver may also be. There is a flaw. Silver laughed, and a spear pierced Gray's shoulder directly, knocking him out. Lord Gray. Juvia on the other side was shocked to see Gray injured, and his men slowed down. Juvia. Lucy, who was fighting the enemy, suddenly changed her face and exclaimed. But it was too late. Keith was also a very powerful demon. He immediately seized the opportunity, knocked Lucy out, and rushed straight to Juvia. Boom! But at this critical moment, an ice wall blocked Keith's attack. It was Gray. Even though he was pierced through the shoulder by a spear and nailed to the wall, he raised his hand and launched an attack to protect Juvia. Gray and Juvia looked at each other in the air and conveyed the message, don't worry about me, concentrate on fighting the enemy. Then, Gray directly created a thick ice wall to directly isolate the two battlefields. Sorry, Lucy. Juvia apologized quickly. It's okay. Lucy shook her head. Even though Juvia was at this time, although she was worried, she still had to concentrate on fighting with Lucy. Lucy saw this and comforted her, with Yevlet here, no one can kill Gray, don't worry. Lucy had a little Lucy in her heart, and made the gesture of playing an accordion with both hands, and said, no one knows how to win by teaming up with Yevlet better than me. Gray's side. Yin had a spear in his hand, and then slowly walked towards Gray. You are very gentle for not letting your woman see you being killed. Yin said, you made me very happy in this battle, but everything ends here. I'll learn from you in my next life. Listening to Yin's words, Gray clenched his teeth, not because he couldn't struggle, nor because of pain, but because of heartache. I'm really impressed by these two guys. Yevlet had already walked to the two of them, threw a card into Yin's arms, and then turned and left, as the saying goes, when things are done, leave with nothing to lose. Yin raised the spear high and looked at Gray with a complicated look in his eyes. Gray opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but finally closed it. Yin sighed slightly, and the spear stabbed into Gray's chest. Boom! At this critical moment, Gray broke free from control and punched Yin away. A black stream of light with gold threads flew into the sky, and then turned into a piece of paper and slowly fell down. Gray and Yin were both stunned. Swish! Gray grabbed the paper and was stunned. Paternity test. Just done, warm. The test result is father-son relationship. Ha ha ha. Yin laughed, but it was not a satisfied or happy laugh, but a little sarcastic. You and Yevlet, both want to say, are you my father? Gray finally said it. Yevlet? Ah, that guy. Did he do it, if it's blood? Silver nodded, I am indeed your father. You were killed by Deliera. Grey said, then the body was controlled by them, just like Germain, Hades, and Jura. No, no, no. Silver shook his head and suddenly laughed, ha ha ha. I knew, you would have this expression, so funny, Grey Fulpasta. But, Silver said sarcastically, little baby, if you want to find your father's arms, I can't give it to you. Although this body is indeed your father, Silver Fulpasta. But, I am not. Silver lowered his head and said softly, I am the guy you hate the most, the guy who took the lives of your father and your master. You Grey was shocked. You won't forget, Grey Yin laughed wildly, you and I are destined to have a fight, revenge for the murder of my father, revenge for the murder of my master. For you, I am absolutely unforgivable. For me, I must also destroy everyone in the URU faction. To avenge my being frozen by URU for 10 years. Deliera. As soon as Yin spoke, Grey roared and rushed up, he was extremely angry. Yes, that's it, fight with me. The 10-year feud ends here. Boom boom boom. The furious Grey played with ice and water. The terrifying magic output made the audience look sideways. What happened to Grey? Even though he was not on the battlefield, but far away in the audience, Leo couldn't help frowning when he saw the magic output. Grey's magic is not the kind of magic that Natsu and Wendy can squander. Although it is strong enough, it cannot be wasted too much. But Grey's current fighting style is to completely ignore the consequences and output violently. With this fighting style, Grey's magic power will probably be exhausted in less than half a minute. If Silver cannot be taken down within this time, Grey will lose. But at this time, Grey did not consider this problem at all. Just attacked Silver madly. Good, very strong, getting stronger and stronger. Silver seemed very excited. Even though he was suppressed, this aroused his fighting will, making his ability to withstand pressure stronger and stronger, and he adapted to Grey's attack rhythm very quickly. It's just like this, faster, faster. This is what it can be called a fateful battle. Aren't you a demon? Why do you keep using the power of ice, your original power? Grey roared, and he was very anxious because he couldn't attack for a long time. The always calm and resourceful wizard was more impulsive than Natsu at this time. Because the URU lineage can use ice magic, and can also use absolute ice purity. I won't be fooled twice. So. In Grey's shocked eyes, Yin sucked up Grey's ice in one breath. Dragon-killing magic! Grey exclaimed. No, Yin smiled and said, ice demon-killing magic, the absolute nemesis of ice-shaped wizards. This is a big surprise I prepared for you, the URU lineage, the undead of URU. Be silent. Silver can devour ice, which makes Grey's attack completely ineffective. This is the ice demon killing method. Do you feel it, Grey, ice that is more powerful than your ice? Silver said. You really put a lot of thought into it. Yevlet took a camera and took a photo. I'm afraid that Grey doesn't pay enough attention to the magic you want to pass on to him, but... Yevlet pushed his glasses, rather than letting you leave in a decent way, I prefer to see how much fun the arrogant father and son will have after making such a blunder. He, Yevlet smiled sinisterly. Uncle Silver will definitely be very embarrassed. I'm looking forward to it. Suddenly someone answered Yevlet's words. In the state of fraud magic, the only one who can reply to Yevlet is Emily. Next to her, there is the weak Tiffany. Emily, why are you here? Yevlet frowned. He looked at Tiffany, and said, you haven't recovered yet, what are you doing here? How can I not participate in such a battle? Tiffany said, I will feel unhappy if I don't throw a punch myself. Emily explained, I have completely destroyed Faith's side and set a trap, so I wanted to come and help. But it seems that it shouldn't be necessary. Emily came to Yevlet, hugged his arm coquettishly, looked at Grey with him, and said, Master, tell me, who will be more embarrassed when the misunderstanding is resolved? Silver. Yevlet said. I think so too. He can't lose face. Emily suddenly got excited, stamping her feet on the ground quickly. She jumped up and down, looking very excited, and said, I'm looking forward to it. Uncle Yin felt that he was going to die, so he told everything. Brother Grey was also very sad and regretful, and then he had no choice but to accept it. But in the end, Uncle Yin lay for a long time and found that he was not dead. Puff Tiffany next to her was amused. Ha ha ha, Emily also laughed out loud. Be reserved, be a lady. Yevlet said helplessly. Sorry you didn't teach you. Emily stuck out her tongue and said mischievously. Yevlet really didn't teach Emily. After all, when he left, Emily was only 10 years old, and she was very obedient. Yevlet didn't teach her anything about this, although in fact, he thought it was a matter of no consequence. Not to mention that Turtledove didn't know anything about this. So, although Emily is very popular, it is because she is very well behaved, not because Yevlet has done a good job in shaping her personality. Yevlet does not hate Emily's naughty appearance, he also thinks it is very cute, and as for reserved ladies, it is just a casual remark. Seeing Emily's slightly proud look, Yevlet smiled dotingly and turned to continue to pay attention to Grey. This is a big show. It is no less than when Laxus gets married in the future, he will play the video of Laxus' rebellious period on the public screen. He and Lysina have agreed that when Laxus gets married, they will make a video. Yevlet has taken a lot of photos over the years, naturally there are Lysina and Laxus, and those will be shown at that time. This is Lysina's request. And the video of Laxus's rebellion in the guild was stuffed by Yevlet at the end as an Easter egg. Grey's sighed. He has fallen into a huge disadvantage. The man opposite was his father's body. Always reminded Grey of the past. Recalling the happy times he had with his father when he was a child. But in the end, a vicious demon destroyed everything. Deliera killed his father. Killed his master. Unforgivable demon. Damn it. What kind of demon-killing magic is it? Why can't it absorb ice like dragon-killing magic? Wait a minute. Grey was stunned. Absorb ice. I can't do it myself? Ice demon arrow. Countless ice arrows shot at Grey, who dodged with difficulty in the covering attack. Ice demon blade. Silver wielded a sharp blade and slashed at Grey. Snap. Grey seized the opportunity and grabbed the blade. Don't you want your palm anymore? Silver narrowed his eyes. He was also startled. Seeing Grey catch it with his hand, he paused instinctively, hoping that Grey didn't notice. Ice can't hurt me, it's better to say dash. Grey looked at him coldly. Deliera dash. I just remembered dash. I have the same blood as him. I can also absorb his ice magic. This is the last blessing my father left for me. Grey determined that Yin was Deliera, and he remembered that he could swallow the ice in Sun Village. So, he thought that he could also swallow Deliera's ice at this time. This is because he and his father have the same blood, and this is his father's last blessing to him. Go to hell, Deliera. Grey roared, absorbed Yin's ice and magic, and hit a powerful blow. Chapter 294, Recognition. Aang. The ferocious ice dragon hit. Yin took a deep breath, both hands crossing his hands in front of his chest, he released magic to defend himself. Boom. Yin was hit by the ice dragon and pushed far away. But in the end, he was not killed. This move is really powerful. Yin smiled. Grey was able to absorb his ice and release his magic, which made him proud and relieved. But unfortunately, he still couldn't kill him at this level. Grey. Yin's eyes were reluctant and expectant. I don't want to leave you, but for the ultimate goal I have been fighting for all my life, you must kill me. Become stronger, under this extreme pressure. Kill me, get my magic, everything I can give you. Huff, hi, hi. Grey was panting. Being able to absorb ice and recycle magic did replenish a lot of magic for him. Grey's crazy and disorderly attack just now almost exhausted his magic, but now it has been replenished. However, fighting is not just about consuming magic, but also physical strength. There are times when the Dragon Slayer is tired. Even though the Tianlang Island was right under his feet, he couldn't keep up with the speed of consumption. Grey looked up and saw Yin's smile. He thought it was a proud and mocking smile. When he thought of Deliera fighting him with his father's face, he was furious at this smile. It seems that the attack just now was your last one. Yin slowly walked towards Grey and said, you must have bet everything on this attack, but it's a pity. Bang! Yin walked in front of Grey and kicked him out. Grey quickly blocked it, but the difference in physical strength made him stay in a defensive posture and was kicked out. Hwalala! Grey turned over in the air and landed on the ground. He slid backwards passively to offset the powerful impact. But Yin took advantage of the victory and rushed up with a set of combos. Gray's resistance became increasingly weak. Although he still had a lot of magic power, his physical strength was at the bottom, which also affected his combat effectiveness. Finally, he was careless and his defense was completely broken, and then Silver kicked Gray in the abdomen. Puff dash! Gray spit out a mouthful of blood and looked at Silver with hatred. Ha 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 dash! Silver laughed, it's this look, I really miss it. I destroyed many human cities back then, including your hometown, including your master's hometown. At that time countless people looked at me with such eyes. Do you think this is a strong and unyielding look? No. This is the self-righteous begging of the incompetent and powerless to resist, and the self-portrait of the loser. Gray. Stand up. Yin kept provoking Gray, but Gray really couldn't stand up under his fierce attack. You can do it. Gray. Notice it quickly, the only flaw in the ice demon killing method. You must experience it yourself, and you must remember it. In this way, you can fully master this magic. Yin was more impatient than Gray, and hoped that Gray could stand up. To stand up, Gray had to find the flaw of the ice demon slayer. Only by teaching by example and remembering deeply could Gray not forget it in every battle. Flaw. Flaw. Gray, please find it quickly. Under Yin's planning, Gray had fully acquired the qualities to inherit the demon slayer in this battle with him, but just like a responsible father, he would tell his child what not to do, and would not hesitate to warn him in a harsh way so that he would remember it for a lifetime. Yin planned to do this. After Gray learned the ice demon slayer, he would use Gray's victory and his own death to make Gray remember the flaw of this magic forever, and he must avoid it in any battle. Yin kept attacking Gray. Calm down, calm down. Gray gritted his teeth and held on. He remembered Yevlet's words, no magic is perfect, there must be flaws. Dragon Slayer magic also has the flaw of motion sickness. Deception magic also has flaws when attacking. No magic is perfect. Ice demon killing magic. Just like dragon killing magic. Gray suddenly remembered the scene of his battle with Natsu. Often the winner is not the magic duel, which cannot determine the winner. Finally, it is often fists and feet. Gray often beats the little fire dragon black and blue, even though his skin is also burned. Suddenly, Gray suddenly realized, and his eyes widened in surprise. That's right. Fighting with Silver is not the same as fighting with Natsu, but easier. His ice can't hurt Silver, but Silver's ice can't hurt him either. Natsu's fire can hurt him, but now Silver's magic can't do this. So, the way to win is... Boom! Gray suddenly threw a hammer. It's useless. Silver said carelessly. But the next second, he was hit by a hard object. Is it gravel? Silver climbed up, rubbed his face and smiled. Gray, you finally found it. Gray has found the flaw in this magic, so next he will definitely find a way to kill him. Yin was very relieved, but also very disappointed. It's going to end. Gray saw that the attack just now was effective, and immediately had an idea. Boom boom boom. 4 consecutive ice cannons were aimed at Yin. 4 stone shells were fired afterwards. Yin gritted his teeth and decided to take them hard, just to carry out his pretend identity. Boom boom boom. These shells were taken by Yin hard, and he endured the injury and pain, laughing triumphantly. Have you forgotten that I am a demon? Even if you find the flaw in this magic, what can you do with physical attacks against a demon like me? Hee. Gray sneered twice, that's just to provide some preparation time for the next move. After saying that, Gray crossed his hands and his magic burst out. That move. Yin was shocked. How can you use this thing, kid? I taught you the devil killing technique so that you won't have to use this trick at the critical moment. Absolute ice. Gray's body burst into white light, and the details of the whole person could no longer be seen, only a vague outline. Silver panicked and said, have you forgotten what I said? Ice has no effect on me. It depends on what kind of ice. Gray said. What a stupid guy. Silver said, knowing that ice has no effect on me, you use this at the cost of sacrificing your life to release a magic that is destined to not cause any harm to me. Have you forgotten that you were sealed in ice for 10 years? Gray threatened. That was before I learned the devil killing technique of ice. Silver replied. Then let's take a gamble. Gray roared, Delira, I will definitely kill you. Feeling the magic power on Gray's body, it was about to reach the critical point. Silver couldn't pretend anymore, and quickly waved his hand, outputting magic power with all his strength to freeze Grey. Seeing Grey frozen in the ice, Yin heaved a sigh of relief. But then, he was startled and turned his head to look. He saw Grey holding an iron rod in his hand. Ice-shaped magic is free magic. The battle of the ice-shaped wizard is a battle of imagination. Magic is the power of the heart, not the level. Crack, crack, crack. Grey's arm was covered with a layer of ice armor. Ice-shaped Demon King's wrist armor. Grey threw the iron rod out fiercely. Puff. Yin looked down blankly, looking at the big hole in his heart. He smiled with relief. It's over. With his heart pierced, Yin couldn't stand steadily, took 2 steps back, fell on his butt, and then leaned against a collapsed and tilted wall. Grey had an ice knife in his hand. He walked to Yin, looked at him coldly, and said, Deliura, no matter how many times you revive, I will kill you. No, Yin smiled and shook his head. He had been defeated. Next, he didn't plan to hide it from Grey anymore. Yin said, Deliura can't be saved at all. Have you forgotten that his body has been completely destroyed by your master? Hearing this, Grey was stunned. Even if it is the gate of Hades, if you want to revive a person, you need the other person's body tissue. Deliura's body and the core of hell have long been completely dissipated. He can't be resurrected. Then Grey was dumbfounded. Then you are. It's me. But, Yin smiled and said, I am no longer qualified to be your father. The real me died 17 years ago. Now I am just a suicide note he left for you. What happened? Grey's mentality completely collapsed. He wanted to kill Yin angrily just now, just to kill Deliura and let his father rest in peace. But now he told him that the person he just killed was his father? You didn't kill me. Yin said slowly. I am indeed dead, but my body was transformed into this controlled puppet by the gate of Hades. You are helping me to be free. Yin's eyes were a little complicated. After I regained consciousness, I defeated all the puppets, became the strongest, and became one of the 9 ghost gates. After that, I have been traveling around, killing demons, of course those original sin demons. Yin is very paranoid, but he is not indiscriminate. Natural demons are friendly with humans one by one, and they don't do evil things. They don't have the ability to do evil things. Yeflet is not Jalal, who creates a bunch of powerful demons and then doesn't care. Yin did not kill the weak and kind natural demons, but has been killing the original sin demons. I'm sorry about the Sun Village incident, Yin said with a bitter smile. I thought that flame was a demon, luckily you solved it. But the sins I committed are not just this one, but countless. I have no intention of quibbling, but what I want to tell you is, Grey, I am doing this for revenge against these demons. Destroy the gate of Hades, that's what I originally planned. But I saw the great demon fighting exercise, and saw you. I recognized you who defeated Rufus at a glance, and you are still alive, which made me make another decision. I will use everything I have to pave the way for you, my son, this is what I owe you. Never before the strong Grey couldn't help crying. Silver was silent for a while, he was also suppressing his sadness and tears, not wanting Grey to see his weak side, that would make him feel distressed and regret choosing such a path. On the other side of the battlefield. The battle is still going on. Keith still has the upper hand. Enough. Emily walked over and said. Emily. Lucy and Juvia were surprised. I have heard of you. Keith looked at Emily warily. Emily looked at Juvia and said, Sister Juvia, Brother Grey needs you now. I know, the battle here is up to you, be careful, Keith's magic is. Juvia nodded, but just as she was about to talk about her experience fighting with Keith, Emily raised her hand to interrupt her. No need, Sister Juvia. Emily shook her head gently, she slowly drew out the long sword, looked at Keith and said, let me end this battle. Keith's eyelids raised, feeling that Emily was really arrogant. Then I'll leave it to you. Lucy also said. So, Juvia and Lucy withdrew from the battlefield. Emily had already drawn out the long sword and said, I invite you to have a dream. Keith was about to speak, and suddenly froze in place. Emily continued, you have no right to refuse. After saying that, Emily slashed through the air. Moonless style, Yasha flashes in the sky. Puff. Keith fell down into countless pieces. Lord Grey. Juvia came to Grey. When she came here just now, she had heard Emily's voice transmission and knew the whole story, so there was no need to ask any more. Juvia hugged Gray's arm and made herself the strength to make him stand firm. Although this made her very embarrassed, as if she had disclosed her relationship with Gray in front of Gray's father, she only wanted to care about Gray's emotions now and hoped that she could bring him some comfort. Gray felt Juvia's body as ice. He didn't feel cold when he touched the water. He held Juvia's hand, interlocking his fingers. He was exhausted, so he took the opportunity to press his body weight on him and let Juvia share some of the burden. Jin smiled and nodded. He was very satisfied with Juvia. Since he saw Gray at the Great Magic Fighting Ensemble, he carefully watched all the subsequent matches about Gray, and naturally knew Juvia. His evaluation of this was: she is not like your mother, and on the contrary, I thought you would like my Hua like me. Silver said with a smile. Gray was silent for a moment, then said, Juvia is fine. I can see that. Silver brought the topic back, go on for me, Gray, you are the continuation of my life. Although I am very sorry, I still have to entrust you with the mission that I cannot complete. I want to give it to you. It is the ice demon killing method, and there is another goal. And Gray and Juvia were both shocked when they heard it. Gray said, End is the flame demon, and only the ice demon killing method has a chance to kill him. End is the origin of all tragedies. Gray. I am sorry to put such a responsibility in your hands, but you are a better user of the ice demon killing method than me. Come closer. Gray listened to Silver's words, walked forward, knelt on one knee, and Juvia squatted with him. Silver grabbed Gray's wrist, and the inheritance of magic was transmitted from then on. At this last moment, Silver smiled and said, Actually, I really want to spend more time with you. But I can't do it. Gray looked at Juvia and said, Please, Juvia. In the future, Gray is destined to fight to protect his family members in the guild. You have to fight for Gray. This is the meaning of Juvia's existence. Juvia said firmly. Thank you. Silver had no strength to speak, his pupils were dilated. Finally, he looked at Gray, wanted to reach out and touch his cheek, and whispered, I'm sorry. As a tear fell from the corner of his eye, Silver's hand failed to touch Gray's face and fell down. But Juvia grabbed Silver's hand and put his hand on Gray's face. Gray was also in tears at this time. He tilted his head slightly and rubbed his face against his father's palm, feeling the remaining warmth. Unfortunately, the warmth was passing away quickly. Juvia silently approached Gray and lent him her hair. Gray gently put Silver's hand on the ground, then hugged Juvia's head and buried his face in Juvia's hair. Everyone could only see Gray's trembling shoulders. But Juvia heard Gray crying. She said nothing, just silently tolerating Gray's weakness. Chapter 295, Laxus Sword Thunder Dragon Mode. Buzz. Two powerful auras collided. Laxus and Jura stood face to face, hundreds of meters away, but for such a strong man, hundreds of meters is not much different from taking a step. Especially Laxus, who moves without time passing. Jura on the opposite side is tall, and Jura, who was originally very burly, is now even more burly. He has become half a demon. Although his life is not lost, he has been controlled as a puppet. The upright, humble, and kind Jura, the uncle that everyone likes, has become like this now, which makes everyone furious. Jura is very popular, more popular than Gildarts, not only because he is strong, but also because his personality makes it easy for people to like him. It's not your intention to become like this. Laxus raised his hand, Jura, don't worry, I will wipe out your darkness. No matter whether Jura can be saved or not. But now, Laxus has only one goal, to defeat Jura at all costs. He made a bet with Yefrit, to take down Jura in 3 seconds. He was not joking, or blindly confident, nor was he underestimating Jura. The reason why he could say this is that he had a new power that he had never shown to anyone, just like Urza and Myra Jane, this was also the first time he showed his power. It all started with the Dragon King festival, which was too powerless, and it hit the proud people deeply, so they tried their best to improve. If he used that power, Laxus was confident that he could get rid of Jura in one move, although he would also pay a price. But now is the time to boost everyone's confidence. Hey! Jura! I always thought that my next move would be against a criminal who was extremely evil and could even threaten the safety of the world. Only such a guy would be qualified for me to use this move. But I never expected it would be you who asked me to use this move. Jura on the opposite side did not speak. Because Jura's will to resist was very strong, the Gate of Hades spent a lot of money to suppress Jura and transform him into a puppet, which naturally had a great impact on Jura's state. The situation of Yin, Hades, and Germain was different. They were all dead, so there would be no resistance. But Jura was transformed from a living person. Therefore, Jura is now in a very dull state and needs to be controlled by someone before he can talk to others. But now the people who can control Jura are all dead. Now Jura is in an instinctive automatic fighting state, so he is indifferent to all reactions from the outside world and can only do one thing: defeating the enemy. Cooperation with speed is not the limit of my ability. Laxus said. The second magic of the contract will turn into pure lightning after collapse, but this is still not the limit of my speed. The next move, it will not be my limit, but it will far exceed any of my previous moves. Jura. Sorry. A second magic power appeared on Laxus' body. Arisa. Everyone looked at Laxus in surprise. The second magic power that appeared on Laxus' body was actually Urza's magic power. Could it be that? That's right. Urza nodded. Laxus borrowed my magic power, but I didn't expect that he has developed it successfully so quickly. Buzz buzz buzz. The golden and red magic power entangled with each other, and a powerful destructive magic power released a faint pressure, which frightened everyone, as if they were about to be struck by lightning. There was a terrifying thunder in the sky, pointing at the top of the head. Anyone would tremble in their hearts when facing this kind of magic power. Infinite Sword Thunder Dragon Mode Dash. Laxus's body was covered with dragon scales, and even a sharp dragon horn in the shape of lightning appeared on his forehead. All dragon slayers were shocked. Dragon horn. How far has Laxus gone on the road to dragonization? How terrible is his strength? Dragon slayers all know that the stronger they are, the higher their dragonization degree is, the closer they are to the dragon, the more powerful they can be. But everyone is only exploding dragon scales, and Laxus has grown dragon horns. Laxus. Yefrit pushed his glasses. Brother Laxus is in a dangerous state. Lysina said worriedly. The end of the Dragon Slayer is acknowledged, and no one wants Laxus to become like that. Yefrit nodded and looked at Laxus. Most of his skin is covered with dragon scales, and his hands and feet have grown dragon toes, not to mention dragon fangs. Now he has dragon horns. The last thing missing is the dragon tail. But then, he rubbed Lysina's head and said, "Don't worry, I won't let bad luck happen to you again." Lysina felt a little relieved when she heard this, but then she pouted again, raised her little foot and stepped on Yevlit's toes, then snorted, "What a proud guy, can't you just say that you will protect brother Laxus? It's obviously him who owes me a favor, but he wants me to pay it back." Ha ha ha. Yevlit smiled, didn't care, and continued to pay attention to the situation on Laxus' side. Laxus stretched out his hand, Sword Thunder Dragon's Fang Tianji. A Fang Tianji woven purely by gold and red thunder appeared in Laxus's hand. Seeing this, Jura also began to release magic. He defended with one hand and attacked with the other. Raising his hand, it was the 18-layer city wall. The other hand slapped out a palm, and the mountain collapsed. What a terrible man! Everyone who saw this scene couldn't help but take a deep breath. With this move, no one in the top 4 of the 10 saints could resist it. The vast majority of the 9 Ghost Gate members were just a matter of this slap. Laxus. Everyone looked at Laxus with hope. You must win. Laxus took a step forward, his golden eyes looking forward. He seemed to be able to see through the 18 thick walls, and saw the only target Jura, and faced with the mountain that was about to fall, he was not timid, and said calmly. Turn the infinite into a moment. Dragon Slayer Secret Dash. One moment, the stream of light. Everyone's eyes did not catch the moving trajectory of Laxus's attack at all. They could only see a golden red beam of light, which penetrated the mountain and the 18 walls, and penetrated the right chest of Jura who was behind. Laxus's flower has also bloomed completely. Urza said. If Urza used true knowledge, stream of light in the state of the Cybele armor before, she used the rule of 100% hit rate. Then Laxus's move instant flowing light uses the rules of no attack time and absolute penetration. This move brings the characteristics of Laxus magic, speed and penetration, to the extreme. Of course, this is also helped by Urza's magic. So, after this attack, there is absolutely no reaction time to dodge, and there is absolutely no way to defend. The power of rules, the Dragon Slayers were all lost in thought. It is obvious that Urza, Laxus, and Myra Jane have entered a new realm. Perhaps this is the realm of the top 4 of the Holy 10, or, the Heavenly King level. Even the strongest guild leader Makarov cannot step into this realm. Developing a magic to the limit, showing the power of rules, has absolute attributes. This is the end of magic. Let's count them one by one, and step into this realm. The first 4 of the 10 saints, the 4 heavenly kings of Ishgar, needless to say, the rest of the people don't know, but just the centenarian Vlad, who casually sent people 2,000 kilometers away with a single move. This is simply not magic, it is a miracle. Perhaps, magic can only be truly called a miracle when it reaches this level. Except the 4 heavenly kings. Over the years, there is only one Gildarts who can crush magic with one hand, and there is nothing he can't break. In fact, Tiffany is very hidden. Her red thread lock is a rule that cannot be broken, but her overall strength is a little worse, and she has never shown her magic characteristics, so she is almost ignored. Below Gildarts is Jura. Makarov in his youth can be regarded as half a foot in this field, but he has not stepped over it after all. Makarov's age has no chance. Jura may still have a chance, after all, he is much younger than Gildarts, provided that he will not die in this battle. But today, Urza's 100% hit rate spear has reached the king level. This move is unreasonable. It may not kill you, but it will definitely pierce your heart. Laxus's halberd can penetrate absolutely, and the speed of attack movement is the speed of light. It cannot be defended or dodged. It may not hit the target, but if it hits, you will definitely be dead or injured. Miraja received the power of the ultimate demon Hermes. With a slap from Hermes, only 4 beings in the world can survive. Yefrit cannot be caught, Ziref cannot be killed, Acknowledge resists, and Asa escapes into the mirror world. Below these people, Natsu, Gajil, and Wendy have all touched the power of the rules. They have taken this step, but have not yet stepped over it. Today, Grey has also reached this realm. Of course. There are also the 2 masters and apprentices who use fraud magic, Yefrit and Emily. 7 years ago, when Yevlet developed the 2nd level of deception magic, he had already entered this stage. His rule is, kill when the time comes. Emily's deception magic does not have a strict 1st level and 2nd level. Her deception magic and wish magic are combined to turn imagination into reality, which is also stepping into the field of using rules. The Hades Gate boasts that the spell is invincible and superior to magic. In fact, their spell is only at the stage of touching the rules. Of course, touching the rules and stepping into the rules do not mean absolute strength. It only means that the use of magic has reached a terrible level, but in addition to that, strength still needs to be considered comprehensively. Just like Yevlet's kill when the time comes, it seems terrible, but if it doesn't last until that time, it will be useless. Emily's magic can turn imagination into reality, but as long as the opponent is determined enough, such as Urza, there is nothing she can do. Natsu, Laxus, Gildarts, and others all have very strong wills, and Emily's magic is almost ineffective against them. Urza's gun hits 100%, but if it can't break the defense, it's useless. Laxus's Fang Tianji absolutely penetrates, and it can't be dodged or defended, but it may not hit. Take Yefrit as an example. Urza can hit Yefrit who uses deception magic, but can't penetrate Maiko's defense. Laxus can't hit Yefrit at all. Only Mirajan receiving magic has no major restrictions, but after all, the types of magic are different. However, although entering the realm of rules does not mean that it is invincible in the world. But for other guilds, or for the entire formal magic world, the Fairy Tale Guild is almost invincible, which can be called heaven-defying. The entire Ishgar only has the 4 heavenly kings. But Fairy Tale can pull out Gildarts, Laxus, Urza, Myra Jane, Yefrit, and Emily. The 5th level of the Holy 10, which is the peak of humanity, also includes Wendy, Natsu, Gajil, who have just obtained the power of dragons, and Grey who has just learned the magic of exterminating demons. The ordinary Holy 10 below. That's really a lot. Even Lucy, if placed in other guilds, is also a solid S level. Just think about it. It makes other guilds have no desire to fight for the title of the strongest guild. There is only one Jura in the Snake Princess scale. Of course. If Jura can be cured this time, then, although Jura does not have the power of the rule level, its comprehensive strength can also allow the Snake Princess scale to safely have a Heavenly King level sitting in. Don't underestimate Jura who was killed by Laxus. Yefrit's ridicule was not without reason. Laxus' body shook as soon as he finished this move. If he hadn't stood up with gritted teeth, he would have fallen down. Release this move with all your strength, and Laxus's physical strength will be exhausted. Now his whole body is weak and he can't stand steadily. Brother Laxus! Listener ran over and supported Laxus. Laxus was relieved that he didn't fall to the ground and lose face. Damn it! Pluto was furious. Even such a powerful Jura was killed. Now there are only him and Hades. Hades looked at Laxus indifferently and nodded slightly. Compared to the past, you are much stronger. You can indeed be called the pride of Makarov. Everyone looked at Hades and couldn't help but have a headache. This old man. He was also the president of Fairy Tale. But the first time the old immortal jumped out on Tianlang Island, he beat everyone up. If his heart was not external and could be destroyed, I really don't know how to beat this guy. Now that he has been transformed into a demon by the gate of Hades, his heart is no longer his weakness. Just now, he was beaten by Wendy in human form. But now he has entered the demon form. It is really hard to beat. It is much harder than Jura. I said you can't do it. Yefrit laughed at Laxus. He guessed right, Laxus's move was pure 3 seconds of real manliness. Shut up! Laxus whispered, give me that. Here. Yefrit took out a card, shook his wrist, and turned it into a bottle of magic potion and handed it out. Lysina quickly caught it and fed it to Laxus. This is for replenishing physical strength. What Laxus lacks now is not magic power, but physical strength. If he slowly returns by relying on the Heavenly Wolf Island, he will not be able to continue to participate in the next battle. Chapter 296, Hades' Taunt. Is Jura okay? Everyone was puzzled. Yeflit waved his hand, it's okay. Everyone was relieved after hearing him. Now everyone is besieging Hades, and Yefrit rarely joins the frontal battlefield directly. He threw a substitute and walked towards Jura. Jura's chest was pierced by Laxus. If it was an ordinary human body, it would be impossible to save it. But it happened that he was transformed into a demon. It happened that Yefrit was at the scene. Yevlit turned around and asked, Grandma Oba, do you want Jura to be half human and half demon, or to return to human? Grandma Oba outside the battlefield immediately said, of course, return to human. She was very excited. Yevlit, if you can do it, I'll leave it to you. What about you, Mr. Jura? Yevlit stretched out a finger. His finger was covered with Myko's scale powder. Myko's demon status directly suppressed the demon soul in Jura, and Jura was able to recover himself. Jura looked at Yevlit weakly. He had memories of what happened just now. Please, Yevlit, even if I die, I want to die as a human. Jura said intermittently. I can't die. Yevlit smiled and said, even someone like Yin can be pulled back, let alone you. Sleep for a while, okay, wake up and it will be fine. Yevlit turned his head and looked at the two battlefields, and said, Asa, keep an eye on it, I want to do an operation. Yes, master. Asa replied. Then, Yevlit waved his hand and pulled Jura and Yin into the mirror world. Hades is very powerful. Facing the siege of the crowd, he was also at ease. And the Hades Mardogil is worthy of being the first demon under and half of the ultimate demon, and the other members of the 9 ghost gates, are not in the same dimension. These two guys have reached the level of Ansa, but Ansa doesn't know much magic, it's just strong and powerful, and the magic of these two people is of many kinds, weird and powerful, so it's more difficult to deal with than Ansa. Everyone thought that after killing the rest, the siege of these two people would be a wave of flat push, but they didn't expect it to be ineffective. 7 minutes. The Hades suddenly smiled and said, this is the time given to you. What? Gildarts frowned. Do you think there is only one faith? Hades laughed, opened his arms, and said arrogantly, there are 3,000 faith in this world. Ha ha ha. Halyuga was very arrogant, thinking that the other party had no time to stop him, so he said proudly, 3,000 faiths, distributed all over the world, what can you do even if you kill Hades and me? In fact, the magic has already been activated. You can't get rid of 3,000 faiths in 7 minutes. Everyone was shocked. Laxus, quickly contact the guilds in various places and destroy faith immediately. Urza came to her senses first. Lysina immediately took out the communication crystal. It's useless. Hades said, they can't stop it at all. The construction of FES is always far away from the city, in uninhabited places, just to avoid being discovered by your regular guilds. I really have to thank the council, it was they who made this stupid and great decision. It was they who built 3,000 FES, and even if they destroyed a few, a dozen, or a few hundred, it would be useless. It was they who deliberately chose to build far away from each guild in order not to be discovered by you. From the beginning to the end, the real traitor is your magic council. Ha ha ha. This is the pathetic, pitiful, and despicable part of you humans. It's not us demons who destroy humanity, but you yourselves. The words of Hades made everyone jealous. The anger towards the original council was simply maxed out. The other guild wizards who were resting outside the field, including Lysina who used the crystal ball to connect the members of various guilds, fell silent when they heard the words of Hades. What a bunch of pig teammates. Stay away from the guilds, build in secret, must be completely destroyed, and the startup time is only 7 minutes. It's simply full of negative information. For such a huge project, I don't know how much money the council has embezzled, and they have gone to great lengths to come up with such a trick to pit their own people. Who are they guarding against? Their own people. It's really chilling to think about it. The Magic Council was elected by the regular guild alliance, just like wizards formed a guild together, and they would hand in part of the money to run the guild, and the regular guilds would also hand in part of the money to run the guild. Magic Council. So, it is not because of the Magic Council that the Wizard Guild and wizards came into being. It is because of the wizards that the Wizard Guild came into being, and then the Magic Council came into being. It is because of the wizards that the guild worked hard and earned money for the guild, and the guild took out a portion of it to maintain the alliance, so everyone is paying to support those high-ranking magic counselors. But they actually raised a bunch of idiots. Not only did they not use the extra money for the right things, but they used it to cheat their own people. At this moment, all the wizards couldn't help but wonder if there was a problem with the system of the Magic Council. Of course, everyone outside the field was thinking this way. Those fighting in the field vented their anger in the battle. But there must be a way to solve the problem. Yeflet, what should we do? Iluza asked Yefrit beside her. At this time, Urza, Laxus, and Myra Jane were temporarily unable to fight because they had used superstandard power, so they rested beside Yefrit. Yefrit smiled and said, the main body is saving Jura. He did not tell Silver about it, intending to give Grey a surprise. At this critical moment, Urza said, come back quickly. It is important to save Jura, but now it is a crisis in the human world, and we still have to distinguish which is more important. Don't worry, we have external aid. Yefrit smiled. External aid. That's right. Yefrit looked up at Hades and said, do you think that only evil demons like you exist in this world? Hades was stunned. Zeph's demons want to destroy the world. But there are also kind demons who want to save the world. Yeflet also imitated Pluto, spread his hands, and said arrogantly, from today, from 7 minutes later, all Etrias, Zerf's demon, will be denied by the whole world and wipe them all out. The fear and hatred that the demon Atelias has brought to the creatures of this world for hundreds of years will end today. Zerf's nightmare, Zelf's ideal, Zelf's meaning, everything about Zelf will be completely denied and destroyed today. Everyone was shocked by Yefrit's words. Hades was also shocked and stood there. Atelias, this is the general name for their demons. This man. What is he talking about? Chapter 297, the era when the ancient original sin was ended. In the mirror world, Maiko covered her face and kept crying, her expression full of emotion. Yefrit, who was treating Jura, smiled and said, this is my promise to you, Maiko, the things that bothered you will finally be completely completed today. Yes. Why is Maiko afraid of being seen? She used to be the most feared existence by humans, just like Zeref. Why did she become timid? She is obviously an existence of the same level as Zeref and Aknologia, the ultimate creature at the end of magic, but she is a shy little girl. There must be a reason for this. And there is the mission that Maiko got from the gods to bid farewell to the devil, let the devil dissipate, and return to become natural aura. Now Maiko doesn't know the reason. But Yefrit went to the god-forsaken land, which is Maiko's cocoon last time, and he understood the reason for everything. Feelings are mutual. Devils hurt humans, and humans are afraid of demons. Maiko must have been hurt by humans as a demon of Zeref. And all this, whether it is Hermione or not, is it the fault of the silk or the fault of Zeref? In short, when Hades said that there were 3,000 fees, and that the demons would eventually be able to complete the great cause of destroying the world, Yeflet knew that the opportunity had come. This time, he could completely destroy all of Zeref's legacy in front of the whole world, the original sin demon. And what he relied on was the natural demon he created. The original demon that Myco once created as Hermes had been saved by Yefrit. He was cursed by the gods before, so he found the original demons who were also cursed to play the elimination game, and his curse dissipated, and those demons were also freed. Now, all he had to do was to completely destroy Zeref's demon in front of the whole world. From then on, there was only one kind of demon in the whole world, the natural demon created by Yefrit, also known as the contract demon. The contract demon. The demons are weak in power, gentle in character, and humans have the opportunity to contract with them and directly obtain magic. Such demons will naturally be welcomed. The mission that Myco received from the gods is to bid farewell to the demons, to transform the demons into ownerless natural spiritual power. Before Yefrit created the contracted demons, it refers to the demons created by her and Jelal. Then Yefrit destroyed these two demons. From then on, the reputation of demons was completely reversed, and Hermes no longer had to worry about the mission. If the gods insist on denying the current contracted demons and forcibly require Myco to complete the next mission, then Yevlet can easily take all the contracted demons back to the mirror world, so that there will be no demons in the whole world. Then Myco will have completely completed her mission. Perhaps, just like the ancient legend, Hermes who has completed her mission will truly enter the kingdom of God and become a god. Maybe. Yevlet thought that on the day when his life ends, he would hope that Myco would make such a choice. But Myco did not have much intention. Instead, she talked about it several times, and her attitude was very clear: if I can do it, I would rather die with Yevlet. Without Yevlet, I don't know what the meaning of living is. This world is also dispensable to me. Even I may destroy it one day because of boredom. It was really a dangerous statement. Yevlet. Myco was so moved that she couldn't control herself and rushed over to hug Yevlet's back. Okay, okay. Yevlet said with a smile, I'm doing surgery. After wasting 700 years, Myco cried and said, I finally waited for you, Yefulet. Ha ha ha. Yefulet could only put down his tools, take off his gloves, rub Myco's head, and said, I won't say anything disgusting like Myco is worth cherishing, and you will meet someone else without me. I can only say. Yefulet said firmly, we are the best family. Yet. Myco nodded with emotion, and suddenly said, I think. I seem to understand human emotions a little bit, love. Don't do this, you demon are a moth girl, not a succubus. Yefulet immediately pushed Myco away with a serious face. Yefulet, you fool. Myco ran to the side, squatted on the ground and cried. Yevlet smiled and shook his head, and continued to be busy. Myco was not really sad. Although she was once a human, even then, she was a little lacking in emotions, as if she was born with a deficiency. After becoming a demon, she was no longer the same species as humans. She now has rich emotions, but compared with human girls, there is still a big gap. So, in fact, she doesn't really care whether to interfere or not. For her, the situation before and after has not changed. Now she and Yevlet are in the best state. They are not lovers like Yevlet and Milage. She is more like Yevlet, having an extra arm than others. Just like a person's right hand, it can be used to do everything. Its existence is as important as a lover, and both are worth cherishing. It is often very difficult to distinguish between the two, and there is no need to distinguish between them. Outside world. Facing everyone's shocked and puzzled eyes, Yevlet's stand continued to say, it's less than 7 minutes, watch carefully, your final chapter. He rarely showed his domineering and arrogant appearance, took a step forward, and said, the next era will be taken over by the contracted demons. You ancient original sins. Go to hell. Go to hell. At the same time, the same sentence was shouted from the mouths of Yevlet and Hades. But the difference is that Yevlet's judgment is very condescending, while Hades's roar is desperate. Hades rushed towards Yevlet angrily. Boom. Natsu, Gray, Gajil, and others stood in front of Yevlet, and they said, if you want to hurt our companions, defeat us first. Yevlet spread his hands proudly and said, who told you not to take action at the beginning? All your men are dead and you are still pretending. This sentence directly made Hades red. His magic power exploded completely. Enough. The warm-up is over. You stupid humans, let me show you the terrifying power of the first demon under the ultimate demon. The overall strength of Hades may indeed be slightly higher than Ansa, and it is hard to find fault with him claiming to be the first demon under the ultimate demon. But this sounds funny to Yefrit. He was thinking about reviving End, but he didn't know that the one who was beating him with his fist was End. Thunder Dragon Mode. Natsu's speed increased suddenly, and the proportion of true damage from magic increased again. He punched Hades one by one, making him grimace in pain. Since he was born as a demon, he has never felt such pain. Chapter 298, For this era. This scene is so familiar. Hades said, why, every time, it is fairy tale that hinders me. Because Gildarts said, there are always some guys who don't enjoy a peaceful life, but do some heinous things, and you, as Preshedo, as the former president of the Fairy Tale Guild, don't you know us best? That's right. Hades nodded and laughed sarcastically, you are indeed so naive and ridiculous. Naive you are. Lucy said, I can't see anything clearly, why I do nt know, it's obviously a grandfather, but I always have trouble for us. Why can't you be like Grandpa Welald? He is hundreds of years old. The troubles are not right. Libby said, persuasion and debate, there is nothing to do with this kind of rigid brain. Roar, I will prove to you we are the masters of the next era. Most people in the guild besieged Hades. There are still 3 people recovering in the fountain, Urza, Myra Jane, and Laxus. Yeflit is healing Jura and the others. 5 minutes. Laxus looked at the magic clock above. The clock showed the countdown started by Faith. It will take me about 5 minutes before I can join the battle. Urza said. She was using a special breathing method to adjust her physical strength and magic power. I will take 6 minutes. Myra Jane said, I never thought that I would worry about my body collapsing because of accepting the magic power of the devil. Maiko's magic power is so strong that if Myra Jane accepts it all, she will be assimilated into a devil in an instant. Perhaps this can greatly improve the combat power, even surpassing the current Pluto and Hades, and become the first devil under the true ultimate devil. But Myra Jane will not want to abandon her human body. It will take me about 5 minutes. Laxus said. Don't worry about Faith. Nothing is impossible to do, as Yefrit said. Urza said. That guy. Laxus suddenly laughed, actually, he is almost the same as Zeref. Yefrit always denied it before, saying that the contracted devil had nothing to do with him. But everyone in the guild, as long as they are not stupid, can guess it. But since he didn't say it, no one forced him to admit it. Until today, Yefrit said something, although he still didn't admit it directly, but basically admitted it indirectly. When everyone thought about the contracted demons spread across the 2 worlds, pushing the magic civilization of this world, which had already developed to the peak and had not made any greater progress in hundreds of years, to a higher peak again, this was the power of Yefrit alone, and everyone admired him in their hearts. This guy is indeed a guy who can do what he wants. After all, everyone has been observing how Yefrit started and developed from the beginning until he reached the peak tonight. This talent is not worse than that of Jalal. Especially after defeating all of Jalal's demons tonight, the contracted demons became the only demon species. From then on, the concept of mankind changed, and demons became an important part of magic civilization. Even Jalal couldn't do this. After all, he only brought fear to everyone, while Yefrit benefited many people. Make wizards stronger, and give people who desire magic but have no talent a second chance. Urza said with a smile, but he is not Zeref. Yet. Myra Jane nodded with a smile. Urza added, he is my proudest brother. Humph. Laxus snorted and said proudly, but if he can change his personality a little, he will be more popular. But I think the current Yefrit is the best. Myra Jane said with a smile. Laxus stopped talking and was too lazy to argue. A certain city. The wizard guild located here was particularly panicked when it first heard the words of Hades. Damn Hades Gate, damn Magic Council. A magician cursed, why do they always bring harm to everyone in this world, just for some inexplicable ambitions? What's the use of complaining now? Another magician said, all we can do now is to try to find Phase and destroy it. Someone followed up, that's right, no matter what others do, let's do our part. The guild leader shouted, for us, and for everyone living in this era, listen to my orders. Everyone set off. All guild members set out to the nearby location of Phase. One after another, magic two-wheeled vehicles, three-wheeled vehicles, four-wheeled vehicles, and chariots rushed out of the city in a mighty manner. 3 minutes. It's too late. Try your best. As soon as possible. People kept falling behind, and they couldn't keep up. Even if they were driving, it would consume a lot of magic power. There were many people who fell behind, but there were more people who gritted their teeth and persisted. 1 minute. I see, it's on the other side of the mountain. Tom, you're the fastest. I'll leave this last bit of distance and time to you. I know. A boy of 14 or 15 opened the door and jumped off the speeding car. He landed on the ground and rolled to relieve the force. The shoes he wore had a bunch of wings, which flapped wildly with the urging of magic. Tom ran forward and turned into a white shadow, leaving the team behind in an instant. Tom looked up. 50 seconds. Hurry up, he can go faster. Brother Yevlet is fighting hard at the gate of Hades, and he has to try his best to do what he can. Yevlet may have forgotten, but this boy named Tom will never forget the magic performed for him by an elegant gentleman that afternoon. That's right. 7 years ago, Yevlet was on his way back to the guild from the place that was then called Ahanita town. Tom accidentally bumped into Yevlet and dropped his ice cream on the ground. He was very sad at the time, but Yevlet comforted him and performed a magic trick for him. At that time, Tom looked at the elegant magician with admiration and yearning in his eyes, and secretly vowed in his heart that he also wanted to become an elegant magician like this gentleman. But as he grew up, he realized that it was not magic at all, but magic. The gentleman lied to him, but what does it matter? Tom later became a disciple, learned magic, and became a magician of the holding system. He was also deeply influenced by Yevlet. He could make magic cards and act as a magician. Although Yevlet did not tell Tom his identity at the time, Yevlet was at least somewhat famous, so Tom knew his identity. Yevlet fought desperately at the gate of Hades for everyone in this era to have a future. His guild was not qualified to participate in this battle, and he did not even have the strength to watch. Unfortunately, his qualifications were mediocre, and his strength was quite mediocre. But now, Tom thought that at this moment, he could be a protagonist. Now, there was also something that only he could do. 20 seconds. Tom climbed over the mountain. 10 seconds. Getting closer. At this time, he saw several demons, holding hoes and sticks in their hands, rushing towards Faith. Ah! Tom roared. 3, 2, 1. Boom! Tom kicked Faith to pieces. The strong explosion caused by Faith's destruction blew him and the demons who were also trying to destroy Faith away. I did it, Brother Yevlet. Tom smiled proudly and contentedly. Hey, human, are you okay? The demons dressed as farmers came over to care about him. Tom knew that these natural demons were all good, and rarely had bad intentions, which was completely different from the previous demons. Some of them made contracts with humans, giving them a kind of magic. Some of them may not be favored by humans because of their appearance or other reasons, or because of their personality. These demons will become businessmen or farmers like ordinary people. These demons are obviously farmers living nearby. I'm fine, how about you? Tom sat up. We're fine too. Although our fighting power is not as strong as your wizards, we can all take a beating. A demon scratched the back of his head and said in a simple and honest tone. I did it. Tom said, but... He suddenly felt sad. I don't know if Fez has been destroyed in other places. Yes. The demons said, although you humans live in cities, far away from Fez, many of us demons live in such quiet and secluded places. I believe that my compatriots have dealt with Fez everywhere. You. Tom was very moved and said, what good demons. The demons laughed and said, although we look different from you humans, we are also creatures of this era. For this era, for humans, and for our descendants, we are the same as you humans. We will do our best to protect. Yes, haha. Tom was relieved, lying on his back on the ground, saying, Brother Yevlet, come on. Yevlet. Maiko said, all Fez has been destroyed. Good. Yevlet was washing his hands, and the operations on Jura and Yin were completed. Although the process was simple and rough, the result was good. Jura's situation is better, he was not dead in the first place. After he was rescued, he would wait for him to wake up and see if he was willing to keep this demonic power that could enhance his strength. The magic of control has been eliminated, and the negative effects of the demonic power no longer exist. This is a pure power, just like Marajan is receiving magic. It depends on what Jura chooses, and Yevlet did not make a decision for him. As for Yin, he was originally a dead man. He was forcibly pulled back by the gate of Hades. After healing his physical injuries, his soul was fixed in his body by Yevlet using alchemy, and then all negative magic was removed. This made Yin completely reborn. However, because Yin's body was transformed too thoroughly, unlike Jura who could be pulled back, Yin as a demon could survive to eternal years. This was not what Yevlet wanted to see, so he also gave Yin a new curse, suppressing his lifespan to the limit of 100 years. In this regard, perhaps Yevlet's view is narrow-minded. He does not believe in any immortal species, not even himself and Maiko. In order to prevent Yin from becoming an immortal species and becoming the Zerf of the next era, Yevlet cursed him to die if he lived to be 100 years old. Yevlet believed that Yin would not complain. After all, this was a big profit, wasn't it? Why did he live for hundreds of years? Grey couldn't live that long. Master. Asa said, Akunalaja is approaching, and Ziref. Oh. Yevlet's eyelids jumped, not because of fear, but surprise. It should be that Mr. Natsu and his men burst out the power of dragons to fight, and Akunalaja identified it as a dragon, so they came here. This guy is full of fighting spirit. After he arrives, he will definitely attack everyone. Zerf, he doesn't look like he was in the confused state before. Maybe he has awakened. Asa finally said, do you want me to stop them? Asa's tone was a little eager to try. 7 years in the east, 7 years in the west, don't bully the poor devil. 7 years ago on Tianlang Island, he was scared half to death by Ziref, and he was even more desperate when facing Akunalaja. But now, he is different. As long as Yefrit gives an order, Asa will let Hades see. Who is the strongest devil in the world besides Miss Maiko? No need. Yefrit waved his hand. He vaguely remembered that in this battle, in order to stop Akunalaja, the parents of Natsu and others appeared. All that I studied. Yevlet took the towel handed over by Maiko, wiped his hands, and said, isn't it just to stop everyone from crying? The rules of God. Absolutely taboos that cannot be touched. Yevlet chuckled, I was born with such a smart brain comparable to Jalal's, not to be unable to save sadness when facing sad things. So, I don't pursue immortality, or even longevity. A life without regrets. Yevlet raised his head and said lightly, 100 years is enough. Yevlet Maiko looked at him obsessively. She really didn't understand Hermes. But she understood Yefrit very well. Although she was already an immortal, and could even become a god, Yefrit had cleared all obstacles to becoming a god for her, and her mission, to put it loosely, had been completed. But she didn't want to become a god, or immortal. She was satisfied as long as she could follow Yefrit for the next 70 years. She was tired of living for 700 years in vain. She didn't want 7,000 or even 70,000 years. She just wanted these 70 years, no regrets. Chapter 299, Akunalaja arrives. The Underworld Island. As the countdown of the FIS returned to 0. But in the whole world, none of the 3,000 FIS was launched. Most of the FIS were destroyed by demons and wizards. Even if some were missed, they would be directly killed by Asa in the air when the time came. FIS didn't activate. Hades' face was quite ugly. Yeflet was right. Phase didn't activate. Their ultimate goal was completely destroyed. Damn it! Hades roared. He was extremely angry when he thought that all the efforts of himself and others for so many years had come to nothing. He didn't even have a chance to do it again. You forced me to do this. You forced me to do this. You are just a human. How dare you block my plan and block Ziref's will? Hades roared and completely turned into a terrifying demon. For hundreds of years, I have dedicated everything to fulfill Ziref's wishes. Zerf's will cannot be violated. What exactly is Ziref's will? Natsu asked. Hades raised the book he had been holding in his hand. This is the book of Ziref, which represents End. It is Ziref's greatest masterpiece and the strongest demon in history. Tisk. When he said this, everyone in Fairy Tale made a disdainful sound. In their opinion, the timid Miss Maiko behind Yefrit was the strongest demon, Ziref's creation. How could she be compared with Hermes, who was at the same level as Ziref and Akunalaja? Pluto said, you don't know what you did. From the overall perspective, you humans destroyed your own future. Because, in our most basic genes, engraved on the soul of our own existence, interpreting our only value, there is only one thing, this thing makes us unable to resist, unable to refuse, this is. Pluto said in a low voice, kill Zeref. What? Everyone was shocked, and even the rhythm of the attack could not help but slow down. Hades said, Zeref cursed himself for being immortal. In order to kill himself, he created the devil. The truth of the devil's existence is to kill him. But, devils like us can't do it. Only one devil can do it, he is End. Hades spread his hands and said, when faith is launched, the magic power of the whole world will be eliminated, and the ultimate devil, End, will wake up. You humans, Hades said sarcastically, you have always wanted to get rid of Zeref, but you can't do it unless wake up, but now, you have already lost this opportunity. Don't sophomore. Stinge said angrily, if you do this, most of the life in the world will die. Really stupid greedy humans, if you want Jelfa's future, don't you want to pay anything? Everyone was gnawing to death by the words of Pluto. But everyone who was present was not good at controversy. Pluto was shocked, and there was no movement of the back attack. Instead, he chose to move out of the side directly and pulled away the distance. Jefflet! Everyone exclaimed. Jefflet stood there quietly, holding a handkerchief in his hand, and wiping the glasses. There was fresh blood on it. As he wiped them, he said, you are really weak and pitiful guys. You have a long life that humans envy, but you have never cultivated your mind. Even if you have smelled the fragrance of flowers and plants, seen beautiful clouds, eaten beautiful food, received care and kindness. But you are blinded by one leaf. Even if you have experienced these, you treat them as if they do not exist. You have lived for 400 years in vain, just like the frog in the well. Just thinking that a goose head poked out of the well mouth by chance, you arrogantly think that this is the most beautiful thing in the world. After wiping his glasses, Yevlet put them on, looked at the vigilant Hades, and said, don't be so vigilant, because there is no need. If you listen to me and increase your awareness, you will find that you have already. I was seriously injured and unable to fight. You Hades was stunned, and only then did he feel a chill in his heart. He looked down and found a knife piercing his heart from behind. The sharp blade pierced his chest and stretched out, and the black and red blood was dripping. When Hades took 2 steps back in disbelief, holding his broken throne. As you said, Yevlet looked at him, you have a ruthless creator who has given you a mission and a goal that is bound to be impossible to achieve, imprisoning your soul for 400 years. Maybe Yevlet smiled, in a few minutes, you will thank me, or you will die peacefully with gratitude. What are you talking about in your sleep? Hades frowned. Here it comes. Yevlet looked up and looked at the sky in the distance. It's him. Natsu and the others were the first to react, and they all looked towards the sky. What happened? Everyone was still wondering, what is coming? Buzz. Suddenly, a terrifying momentum descended upon this world. All members of Fairy Tail, including the Dragon Slayer, froze in place. That domineering aura that is the only one in the world. That is. Aang. A roar of a dragon came from a distance. At this time, the faces of the mages of other guilds who were watching the battle outside changed drastically. Dragon, dragon. Acknowledge. Everyone recognized it. An evil dragon flew in the distance, it was Acknowledge. Oh. Yefrit's tone was much more relaxed than last time, is the injury healed? It's okay Acknowledge, this time, I will hurt you more seriously. Ha ha ha, Hades laughed, Fairy Tail, your doomsday has come. He is coming for you Dragon Slayers. Hades certainly knows the secrets about Acknowledge, and he is proud of it. Just now he was besieged by everyone, just like when he was on Tenro Island, he was at a disadvantage. And when Laxus and others join the battle, to be precise, it is Laxus himself. Once he joins, Hades will lose face again. Just like on Tenro Island, he was suppressed by the fast Laxus. Although Hades could not be killed at that time, so Laxus's real man time was over, the situation was reversed. But Hades will really be killed now. Of course, he can be resurrected with the Hell Core, but he knows very well that if he is killed this time, there will be no chance of resurrection. It's embarrassing, being fooled once is enough. Laxus may not be stronger than Gildarts, but he is indeed the type Hades does not want to face. Originally, Hades was worried that he could not bear it anymore. He would still say that he would die, but the key is to be beaten by Laxus like a target again. This is too embarrassing, he does not want to experience it a second time. But he did not expect that. Twists and turns. Acknowledge is here. He must be coming for this group of dragon slayers. These idiots have been releasing dragon power during the battle, attracting Acknowledge, who specializes in killing dragons. It seems Hades broke away from the encirclement and slowly rose up. He said proudly, "The destiny is mine. Fairy tale Tonight is your final chapter." Ha ha ha. Hades flew higher and higher, calling out to Acknowledge, "Acknowledge, those dragon slayers are all here. Destroy them, ha ha ha." This idiot. Gildarts shook his head. Acknowledge is here. He looked at a little mosquito with its back to him, listened to the other party's words, and was a little impatient, and then slapped it. When Hades felt the strong wind behind him, he had no time to dodge. Boom! Hades was slapped away by Acknowledge, turned into an unstoppable meteor, and then fell heavily to the ground. "Why?" Hades said in shock. "There are no allies in Acknowledge's eyes." Fried said lightly, and then his long sword pierced Hades' shoulder directly. "Kill him." It took a lot of effort to let the black dragon cripple Hades, no matter what the black dragon will do next. Anyway. Kill Hades first. Everyone rushed forward and used all kinds of magic. "Damn it!" Hades roared, "Fairy tale, I curse you!" Boom boom boom. The next second, there was only a big pit left, nothing left. Hades is not dead, he can still be resurrected with the core of hell, the premise is that he still has that chance. Hades laughed bitterly. Hades is dead. He was also seriously injured, and the operation of Hades' Gate was completely failed. But he did not choose to kill himself at this time and then go back to resurrect, he knew that he did not have this opportunity. Then let's see. Watch Acknowledge kill these guys. Boom. Acknowledge landed on a plate that was lifted up by the battle, his head turned slightly, and his fierce dragon eyes swept over everyone. "Yevlet Yevlet." Mavis flew over quickly and said pitifully, "You didn't tell me that we would have to fight this guy again on my serious island." Mavis' eyes were filled with tears. Last time, she had no choice but to be blocked at her doorstep. As a result, she almost broke her 10-row island. It took a lot of effort to repair it. If it happens again this time, then... Mavis grabbed Yevlet's sleeve, looking pitiful like a little match girl, pouting her lips and crying, "This is my resting place." The battle with the Gate of Hades was fine. If it was a fight with Acknowledge, that guy, a slap, a flick of his tail, or even a casual breath, could knock down the sacred tree. It was useless to leave 10-row island here. Of course, Mavis was definitely not a stingy person. She could still tell which was more important, the lives of the guild members or the 10-row island. If there is no choice, then no matter how insignificant the buff of Tianlang Island is, she will sacrifice Tianlang Island for everyone. But Yevlet is here. Who says that sacrifice is necessary to achieve the goal? Over the years, Mavis has analyzed Yevlet countless times and knows him better than her predecessor. Of course that is definitely not love, but other feelings are all there, including admiration and amazement. Sometimes the smartest thing to do is not for her to bear everything herself like the fairy military advisor. It is better to learn from Lucy and directly say Yevlet, which is the most cost-effective. Yevlet is a guy who is soft-hearted and not hard-hearted. When encountering trouble, Mavis knows that she only needs to act cute, and Yevlet can't refuse at all. Sure enough. President Mavis. Yevlet smiled and rubbed Mavis's head, saying, "Don't worry, I only promised you to smash the Hades Island. This time, I will not let Acknowledge, that guy, jump around in our base. Then teleport back." Mavis said. "Asa." Yevlet snapped his fingers. Snap. Instantly, Sirius Island disappeared, and the suppressed Hades Island below was revealed in its broken state. Everyone looked at Yevlet in shock. Including Hades and Acknowledge. This guy. Such a huge island was teleported away in such a relaxed manner. "Hey!" Mavis pressed her chest, as if she had let out a long breath, and said, "Yevlet is the best." Then, she wiped her tears, held it with both hands, and said proudly, "Little cake." Yevlet casually took out a card, and with a flick of his wrist, a sweet and delicious little cake appeared, which he placed in Mavis's hand. Mavis held the little cake, ran far away, and ate it happily. "Ah! So relaxed?" Everyone watched Yevlet and Mavis get along, and the relaxed look made everyone puzzled. Black Dragon. Acknowledge is here. What's wrong with you guys looking so relaxed? Yevlet, don't tell me that you can defeat Acknowledge. Grey couldn't help but say. Ah. Yevlet moved to his side in an instant. Of course, he also used fraud magic in this process to cover up his whereabouts. Then he stretched out the back of his hand, put it on Grey's forehead, felt it, and said, "You scared me. I thought the Ice Devil Guide would catch a cold." Grey, dot. Yevlet said, "Of course I can't defeat Acknowledge, but if we can't beat him, we can run away. Don't worry, this time, as long as we want to run away, he will never see us again in his life." "You can't run away, right?" Gildarts looked like he had a headache. "That's right." Urza nodded, "We can run away, but what about everyone else? We can only fight." Laxus said, "If we evacuate, there's no guarantee that this guy won't take it out on the civilians." Chapter 300, Father and Son Reunion. Everyone was very nervous and worried. Although they had become much stronger over the years, facing the Black Dragon, there was still a big gap. The Dragon King festival was so difficult, not to mention fighting the destroyer of all dragons, Acknowledge. Seeing that everyone was very nervous, but forced to muster up courage, Yevlet patted Lucy and Levy's slightly trembling shoulders, punched Natsu and Grey, and finally held Mirage in his little fist. Of course, all of this was achieved with magic, and he said, "You can fight." His tone was calm and firm. When they heard his words, everyone immediately had confidence. If Yevlet said you can fight, then you can fight. Even if the hope is slim, you can definitely fight. Because this is what Yevlet said. Although his words, most of the time, can't be believed, but when fighting, his words are the spiritual support of everyone. Fight? The Pluto, who was not yet dead, taunted, "You are really just sitting in a well and looking at the sky. Don't think that you can defeat Acknowledge just by defeating us demons." "Shut up, you guy," Grey said. Lucy also continued, "We also fought with Acknowledge 7 years ago." Hearing this, Hades was a little surprised. He didn't think this was bragging. After all, the strong have self-esteem. Even if he didn't want to admit it, the reality was that their Hades gate was taken down by Fairy Tail, and they were strong and at the forefront of the magic road. How could such a person be a liar and unreliable guy? If it is true, then this guild is really amazing. Hades was silent. He wanted to see how this guild would fight Acknowledge. "It's so hot." Lucy wiped her sweat. Why did she feel hotter and hotter? Natsu. Lucy glanced at Natsu and was a little confused. This heat doesn't seem like him. Lucy has been working with Natsu for many years, and has improved a lot in terms of fire resistance. Unless Natsu releases more than 50% of his magic power, Lucy will feel hot. But now, Natsu's magic power has not yet exploded. Sizzle, sizzle. But the next second, steam appeared on Natsu's body. The heat of this steam even distorted the space slightly. "Natsu? Is that you?" Grey frowned slightly, feeling that something was wrong. "Gajeel." On the other side, Levy also exclaimed, "What's wrong with you?" Gajeel's body shook a little, and Levy immediately supported him. "It's so strange." Wendy covered her chest, a feeling of palpitations. "What happened?" Stinger and Rogue also looked at their bodies leaking magic power in confusion. "Ang!" The next second, a dragon roar came from Natsu's chest, attracting everyone's attention. Then, in the shocked eyes of everyone, Natsu's whole body burst into flames, and then a very domineering red fire dragon flew out of the flames. "Igneel!" Natsu exclaimed. Everyone looked at the fire dragon in shock. That was Natsu's father, Igneel? "I'm so sorry for all this time, Natsu." Igneel's steady voice came from above, his tone full of guilt. After all, he was a father who left his son behind and let him suffer, even though he had to do so. "You?" Natsu was very shocked. "Yes, in fact, I didn't go anywhere. I was always in your body," Igneel said. Natsu had been looking for his whereabouts since he was a child, which touched him very much. He glanced at Lucy and felt a little fortunate in his heart. Later, there was such a girl around Natsu, and Natsu rarely persisted in looking for him. It was not because of the disappearance of filial piety, but because people's energy was limited and they always had to make choices. Igneel was not angry about this, but very happy. In this way, after he left completely, someone would care and take care of Natsu, not the kind of guild companions, but more careful and considerate care. He is a remnant of the last era after all, and he can't continue to accompany Natsu. Natsu must have his own family after all, and this girl named Lucy is very good. Natsu, Igneel shouted. Dad! As soon as Natsu said this, tears flowed out. Lucy put her hand on Natsu's back to comfort him. At the same time, she was also shocked. Is this the father Natsu has been looking for? He looks like a very powerful and mighty dragon, but why? She doesn't feel afraid at all, but has a feeling of closeness, which is completely different from the fear of facing other dragons. Don't cry, Natsu. Igneel said, you are already a man, and you must do what a man should do. Dad, what should I do? Natsu asked. Take your companions away, and leave the battlefield here to us. Igneel said. We. Everyone was stunned. At this time, Gajeel's magic power surged. Medalikana! Gajeel exclaimed. A giant dragon made of steel flew out from his body. It was his father, Medalikana. Could it be? Everyone looked at Wendy, Stinger, and Gajeel. Laxus and Cobra were not raised by dragons. They were dragon slayers who had dragon crystals transplanted into them. Ah! Wendy's mother, the sky dragon Grandine, flew out from her body. Stinger's father, the white dragon Perslogia, flew out from his body. Roger's father, the shadow dragon Shigeadora, flew out from his body. 5 dragons in total. 5 dragons circled in the sky, staring at Acknowledge. Mom! Father! Wendy and the others were extremely excited. The parents they had been looking for a long time were actually in their bodies and had never left. Sorry, there's no time to reminisce now. Grandine said, Wendy, stay away, the next battle is the dragon. We're here to help you. Natsu said immediately. Not enough, Medalikana said, your strength is not enough. Human Shigeadora stared at Laxus and said, if you don't want your companions to get hurt, stay away from here. Laxus shook his head and said, it's our destiny to fight Acknowledge. We are not weak, and Acknowledge is even more destroyed. 10,000 dragons, instead of watching from the sidelines, we choose to join this battle and fight alongside you. Besides. Laxus glanced at Natsu, who was eager to try but was suppressed by Lucy, and said, our guild has never ignored the wishes of family members. Igneel, let me help you. As Laxus' voice fell, Lucy let go of her hand, and Natsu immediately turned into a flame, soaring into the sky, and ran towards Igneel. You are still so worrying. Igneel couldn't help but say. We are too. Gajeel said, how can there be a child who abandons his parents? Grandine, this time, I will face it with you. Perslogia, Shigeadora, this time, we will not leave. Stinger and Rogue said at the same time. What a group of willful guys. Medalikana couldn't help shaking his head. Humph, at this time, Acknowledge snorted coldly. He actually spoke, which surprised everyone. Acknowledge has always been regarded as a natural disaster. But when he made a sound at this time, everyone remembered that he was actually a dragon slayer. It's really interesting. Acknowledge said, the 2 groups I hate the most are actually in the same group. Acknowledge hates dragons the most, and Igneel, as the Fire Dragon King, is powerful and has always been a thorn in his eyes. On the other hand, it was the fairy tale that defeated him on Tenro Island. You must know that in the past 400 years, Acknowledge has never been defeated, but on Tenro Island, he had one wing cut off by Yefrit. Although he has recovered, he will never forget that humiliation. Natsu, Igneel whispered, I will give you a task. What? Natsu was puzzled. Go find the Book of End, let your companion Yefrit protect him, but don't let that guy open the book. Igneel said. The Book of End is particularly important. In the entire fairy tale, only the little devil named Yefrit can't see through him. This kind of inability to see through is a good thing, which shows that this guy has hidden his strength very deeply. So hand the Book of End to him for safekeeping, and Igneel can rest assured. Okay. Natsu returned to the ground and picked up the Book of End from a place not far from Hades. Hades looked at it coldly, but did not stop it, nor did he speak. Now he has no ability to stop it, and he has accepted his complete failure. Yefrit. Natsu handed the Book of End to Yefrit and said, this book seems to be very important. My father asked me to give it to you for safekeeping, but you must not open it. Okay. Yevlet took it with a smile, and then tapped the cover of the book twice silently. In the sky. Back in the sky, Natsu asked curiously, Dad, what happened back then? Why did you leave at the same time and enter our bodies? 2 reasons. Igneel said, first, in order to prevent you from becoming like Aknologia, completely transformed into an evil dragon, so we stay in your body to create antibodies that inhibit complete dragonization. The dragonization of the Dragon Slayer is irreversible, but, completely not dragonized, the strength is not strong enough. So Igneel and other dragons decided to make their own antibodies to ensure that they would not be completely eroded by dragonization, but at the same time allow Natsu and others to have enough power to be even close to Aknologia. I see. Everyone nodded in understanding. As for the second reason, Igneel said, it is to defeat the negative legacy created by our era, Aknologia. Ha ha ha, Aknologia laughed, I've been looking forward to it for a long time. But Igneel, you still have something to say. He glanced at Natsu, hinting at something. Seeing this, Igneel was shocked and said, can a being like you be afraid of end? This is a provocation to Aknologia. Hat. Aknologia sneered, why would I care about a mere demon? I don't even take Zeref seriously. Then what about Hermes? Grandine said. Humph. Aknologia snorted coldly, but did not speak. Yevlet turned his head to look at Maiko, who looked silly. It seems that Maiko was not as useless as she said back then. Maiko always said that she was not strong except that she was resistant to beatings and afraid of pain, and she was also very timid and afraid of things, so she hid for hundreds of years until she met Yevlet. But now it seems that she has also competed with Aknologia and was recognized by the other party. It must be recognition of strength. It can be seen from Aknologia's attitude that he disdains to lie. For some existences, he can only keep silent rather than lie. Then, Yevlet remembered some rumors about Hermes. The Emerald Dragon once said, at the beginning, a dragon was bewitched by Hermes, which led to the division of the dragon clan, and then the birth of dragon-killing magic, and finally the winner of this chicken-eating game, Aknologia. Appears. If what the Emerald Dragon said is correct, then the former Hermes may be the source of all evil. Aknologia glanced at Yefrit and said, there is no point in saying more. I came here for only one purpose. Destruction. Whether it is a dragon, a demon, or a human. Everything will be destroyed by me. Aknologia's magic power exploded, and it was obvious that he was ready to start fighting. At the same time, the dragons, as well as dragon slayers such as Natsu, also exploded their magic power at the same time. Boom! Laxus, Urza, and Myra Jane, who had received one of Maiko's hands again, all exploded their magic power. They have almost recovered and can join the battle. Aang! The fastest dragons rushed towards Aknologia. Especially Igneel, as the Fire Dragon King, the most powerful. He held Aknologia at bay with one dragon. They were the remaining souls, so how could they be afraid of death? So he attacked Aknologia crazily regardless of the cost. The rest of the dragons were the same. Everyone from Fairy Tail wanted to support, but the aftermath of the battle and the strong wind from the dragon's claws made it impossible for most people to get close. In the end, only the main forces such as Natsu could keep up with the output. Seeing this, Laxus decisively ordered Happy to teleport all the people who could not participate in the battle away. In this kind of battle, if you can't even protect yourself, there is no need to show off. The second echelon is the Dragon Slayers. Although hitting Aknologia is like a mosquito bite, it is annoying if there are too many bites. The third echelon is Gildarts, Urza, and others. And Emily, at this time, her magic power is also fully activated. She had never used her full strength before, even in the great magic battle. But when she broke out, everyone realized that she was as powerful as Urza, Laxus and others at the moment. Not only in terms of deception magic, but also in direct combat, Emily's swordsmanship is better than her master's, much stronger than Kakurifu's. Only in terms of swordsmanship, I'm afraid Kagura can't beat Emily at full strength. What a terrible talent! Blue Pegasus President Bob couldn't help but say. Fairy Tail, there are so many talented people. Granny Oba sighed. Your guild has a Jura after all. Bob sighed. That's true. Granny Oba nodded proudly.